grow up with the NES, PlayStation, Star Wars, cartoons, and 80s TV? Do you like to think who would win in a fight between Batman and the Master Chief? Comics, games, movies, music, and TV, they're gonna tell you everything you need. Superheroes or not, they got your back. They're gonna save the world of geeks. Games, movies, music, and TV, they're gonna tell you everything you need. Superheroes or not, they got your back. They're gonna save the world of This Week in Geek. This Week in Geek.
Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? Couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to the Cambridge Chronicles. I am your dungeon master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, returning after a long absence, and we'll get into that. But I'm joined through this trek through the world of Faerun, the Forgotten Realms. I am joined with
Lee, really happy to be back, Johnston.
Alex.
Tristan, Mr. Christopher Winkworth.
That's right, guys. So we are back now. You may have noticed the episodes have still been coming out weekly. However, though, we actually stopped recording back at the end of November. And you might be wondering, well, why, Mike? And we're going to kind of do this as a pre-briefing to kind of catch up to speed what's been going on in our personal lives and why the Cambridge Chronicles is finally back. So, unfortunately, back in November, I had a complication of my diabetes, and I had to go to the hospital. I was in the hospital for about 3 months, give or take. And what happened during that time is I had part of my left leg amputated. So I couldn't exactly participate in records because getting recording equipment to the hospital, whatnot. Threw everybody in the chaos, plus the holidays happened. We started relaunching the Twig show back in February, and things have just been a mess in the recording time.
You were basically focused on not dying. and not on D&D,
Yeah.
which is completely understandable and what it should have been.
Yeah, we don't blame you.
Yeah, exactly. It's just taken us a while to get things back together. I've had a chance to review my notes, and that's why we're going to take the first 5 minutes of this, kind of catch people up or catch our players up, because we haven't played since November.
It's been a while.
Was it November? Was it the first week in November, roughly?
Yeah, first week of
it was
November.
early November, and it's now mid-March, so that's a big gap for us to jump back into the story.
A lot has happened in both our personal and professional lives, and I can't remember who I am or what I'm doing. So I am going to listen attentively.
You are Koro the Rogue. And you were...
Yeah, I like
Koro,
dice games and lovin'.
Koro, the terrible roller. Koro, the unhittable. Koro, the non-damageable.
Koro, the roller of ones.
That's right. So it's kind of interesting because I've never had a campaign where I've come back after so long. So thankfully, here's a pro tip for Dungeon Masters. What I do is after every session, I take notes. I always take constant notes during the campaign, like should something happen, is there a valuable NPC, stuff like that. And this way, when you progress into the next session, you should have a pretty good idea on where your players are, because unlike you, the listeners at home, I don't have 4 hours to go back and listen to everything that has already happened, unless I'm the one editing the show, which I'm not. Thank you, Justin. I just don't have that kind of time. So thankfully, I've taken extensive notes. So you guys said it's been a while coming back to the show. Why don't you recap what you remember, and then I'll fill in the gaps?
So the overarching story that I recall is we are on the Sword Coast in Faerun, We are adventurers that have pretty much doomed the world and are now seeking for a way to redeem that. The evil goddess-like creature Mira has returned to Faerun and is now wreaking havoc. We are on our way to find the Loom of Fate in the desert of Antioch. I am probably somewhat insane myself, Farron the Druid, as earlier in the campaign I actually saw the real face of Mira and it drove me insane for a while, and it's kind of left some lingering negative effects on my consciousness and my mind.
Now, you're mostly right. Mira is the daughter of Lord Kilsh, who's an avatar, more or less being controlled by Foreth.
Right.
Who's the dark goddess of a dead god who's decided to come back and literally destroy all of existence, deciding we're all going to die anyway, I'm just going to hasten the process.
Thanks.
A little bit. And all this could have been avoided with one simple wish spell.
Avoided, but at the same time cyclical.
Yeah, like this is part of a cycle that happens every couple of 100 years, or every couple 1,000 years, and we've discovered that by meeting the golden dragon Robert, and his tapestry is hung on the wall, which showed the last time Foreth tried to enter our realm, and she was defeated by the legendary heroes. And now, the legendary heroes, the role has now fallen to all of you. And what happens next, we shall see. So when we last left our adventures, from what I remember, and this is where you, the players at home, or the people at home, if I get some details wrong, I'm sorry. It's been 5 months and I almost died. So please forgive me.
Consider it a mild retcon.
Exactly, a mild retcon. Soft reset. So when we last left our adventures, you guys had met a Yutani trader who's a snake person in the city of Baldur's Gate, who'd said you need to get to the desert of Antioch to find the Loom of Fate, and you need to find a guide there. You guys had just taken a gate spell and teleported to the desert of Antioch.
Yes, as I recall, we were very nervous about this because the last time we teleported anywhere, we murdered the king and queen.
Yeah, we got like...
Cambridge was taken.
It was like
over,
a
basically.
magic, like a
like a gate spell.
Yeah,
like
no, we don't know. We were taking control of, like we were drugged or something.
Yeah, we had taken some sort of teleportation, and all of a sudden we woke up out of the middle of sleeping, and we had just committed regicide, and it was a bad deal.
Yeah.
Things were not happy in the city of Cambridge, where it was raining blood and there was a solar eclipse, if I remember correctly.
Everything's fine. It made me think of that
happy dog.
The happy dog meme. This is fine.
Just raining blood, fire. So, you guys appear in this big, opulent tent. There's throw pillows everywhere. It looks like it's been lived in for a while, but it looks very expensive. And you can see outside, it's probably twilight, it's getting kind of dark, and you guys just literally just appear. And you have all your worldly possessions are with you that you carried through the gate, and you hear a voice in your head just saying, you must find a guide who will guide you to the Temple of Tira. And then the voice just fades out through your mind.
All right. Did you two hear that as well?
A voice?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm not crazy. We're not crazy. Good.
Well, I think I am crazy anyway.
I'm going to look around. Did we kill anybody?
Is there any blood on anyone's hands? Let's make sure.
Fool me once, right?
Check for blood. All right.
We appeared outside, correct?
No, you are inside,
okay.
this huge tent.
It's opulent.
Yes, it looks very rich, very expensive. You can see like tapestries hung around. It's like think of
like Aladdin.
Exactly like Aladdin. You can see there's dirt on the floor, but it's like this very fine white sand. You definitely get the impression it is hotter than hell, but because it is twilight, the temperature's starting to come down. It's a dry heat. It's not entirely unpleasant, but not pleasant either.
How opulent is this place?
It looks rich. Like you're talking, because you are a rogue, you've sailed the seven seas of Faerun, that sort of thing. You've seen rich. This is above your pay grade.
Can I start prying fixtures?
If you want to look around and see if there's anything expensive, yes.
We kind of had our wallets emptied for a little while, so I'm looking to restock on gems and jewels.
We lost our savings in the apocalypse, so we
Yeah.
gotta start rebuilding some.
Okay,
guys,
I'd like to take a look around. And,
Okay, roll me a wisdom, which is perception, I think. We're using dice rolling apps, whereas I'm actually rolling dice.
13.
13, you look around, you start peeking under stuff. You find a couple of gold coins. Nothing major, really. The place just looks like it's a waypoint for Ysmir. Kind of like she'd keep her stock between here and Baldur's Gate.
All right, well, I'm adding a couple gold coins. to my
Okay, you
inventory.
get $5.
Thank you.
So there you go. You find 5 gold pieces. You, while you're searching around, you guys do hear some noises from outside. You evidently did appear in a city. You guys gonna go outside and take a look?
We have not much left in this tent.
Yep.
Yeah, may as well.
All right. So Dargo, Farron, and Koro, you both, or all three of you, walk outside, and you see a city where it's filled with like mud-like huts. You see a couple that are like higher levels, like they're built out of mud. But you can see the streets are very busy. There's people dressed in that desert-like garb where it's white, stuff like that, robes, sashes, stuff like that. You see a few people dressed, see a few women dressed in those kind of crop top-like things with the exposed belly button. You see they're probably dancers. You see a few men and women that look like adventurers. You see camels, donkeys.
So like Indiana Jonesy,
Very much so. Very much like the cities in Egypt.
but with all these different races. From
Yeah, you see a
D&D.
couple of elves, dwarves, you see some gnomes and halflings. Nothing out of the ordinary. You don't see anything like Tengu, like you saw on the other side, which were the bird
Don't see
people.
anything like Pengu.
Yeah,
Mac,
new
Mac.
motherfucker.
We had our
Dude.
adventures with Tengu already.
Tengu.
Crust heads.
So as
yeah.
as you kind of look,
Whoops.
as you look down the streets, you can see there's the central marketplace, which is very much like Baldur's Gate was. You see like vendors set up in like vendors booths. You see a huge bonfire in the middle of the town, and you can see people kind of dancing, eating, drinking, stuff like that. You know, if you had to guess, you'd say there's probably taverns down that way. You'd guess the population here is probably a couple of thousand, given the size that you can see. And you see a couple people that do look more militarily dressed. You're guessing that's probably city guard. But the place seems to be relatively lawless, but the city guard's probably just there for show.
Okay.
So what are you guys going to do? You're just standing outside this tent. Like I said, the sun is starting to set. The heat's finally starting to dissipate. The wind starting to pick up a little bit, so you're getting just a tiny bit of a chill.
But I've got my barf hat, so
Yeah, you have the giant hat.
So
you
I
took from
have-
the
oh,
ogre.
God, I
There's a
forgot about that.
hobgoblin.
it may be a warm velvet hat with a big feather, but it's at least it's going to cover the sun rays.
Yep.
And I got
This is true.
my cape, so I'm
Yeah, you're-
I'm ready.
Your fancy cape with prestidigitation all over it.
Indeed.
So it is fancy as hell.
Basically like a Ric Flair cape.
Woo!
I have not upgraded my armor at all since the very beginning of this adventure. I feel like I should.
Well, as a rogue, you really shouldn't, because
Probably
dexterity
should.
is
that'll hurt
your
me,
bread and
yeah.
butter.
Fair enough.
He might want something with more pockets.
I've got my bag of holding, and that thing's practically infinite, isn't it?
Yeah, virtually.
Functionally, yes, it's infinite.
Okay, I'm gonna keep my bag of holding. I don't need anything more with pockets. Okay, leather armor it is.
The infinite pocket.
All right, so what are you guys going to do?
So we need to find a guide to take us to the Temple of Tira. We should probably ask around the city to see if anyone has ever heard of Tira at all. Maybe put some whispers in some ears. Maybe split up.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind going to the tavern.
Okay, so you guys going to walk down the street towards the vendors
main,
area?
main market, I guess.
Okay. So you guys make your way down the streets. It's pretty busy. I would like a perception check from Farron. A wisdom check.
Wisdom. 19.
You notice someone's hand in your pocket. You're passing by a couple of kids, and you notice this older-looking guy who's got his hand in your pocket. and you lock eyes with him immediately, and he's like, "Oh shit!"
I'm gonna grab onto his wrist.
He's like,
What exactly are you looking to find?
He doesn't say anything. He's gonna try and run.
I'm gonna hold on to that wrist as hard as I can.
All right, so post strength check. I rolled a natural 20.
So I have a question. A natural 20 for like a 10-year-old?
No, it's an older man.
It was an older man using the kids as a distraction.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, 10-year-old, it would just be like, crush.
I rolled a 4.
So this old guy breaks from your wrist and he bolts away. How much money did you have on you?
250.
You are down probably about $50.
So down to 200?
Yeah, down to 200. He just
Very
grabbed a small satchel of gold.
Goddamn Street
bolted.
Hulk.
I'm going to exclaim to my party mates, hey, that guy just stole money from me.
I know. It's really funny.
Would we like to go get it back?
After his fucking ass.
It's not my money. Go ahead. All right, let's go.
All right, so you guys start running. You start running through the streets. Everybody give me a dexterity check. See if you can keep pace with them.
That's a 7.
That's 17.
It's 16.
All right, so he rolled a 7. All right, so all of you are able to pretty much keep pace because he is an older gentleman. He is trying to run. He does try and dodge between buildings.
I'm picturing like
a halfling, a dwarf, and a gnome are keeping pace with an old man.
I'm just picturing he's like, oh, cheese it, and he gets on his little cart, and he's like, it's like Mr. Bean stealing the bike, and the guy walks up and taps him on the shoulder. Excuse me, sir.
So I think Koro rolled the highest.
I did.
Yes.
So Koro, you're able to grab him by the scruff as he tries to duck behind a building. And he's like, please, sir, please don't hurt me.
I won't hurt you if you give our money back, and maybe a little extra if you got anything else in your pockets.
He's like, anything, and he gives Farron back his little pouch of money.
Thank
you. You get an additional $10.
Ooh.
That's all like he had on him. He looks terrified. He's like, we don't see many outsiders here.
Can I roll a persuasion?
Yes.
I'm gonna try to persuade him not to tell, or to tell his pickpocket buddies to stay away from us.
Okay.
4.
You stay away there.
Oh, gee, I'd like to point this out to the room. What I rolled.
Yes! Yes!
You rolled a
Natural 1. You see a little bit of pee coming out of him.
Okay.
He's a little incontinent.
It's just a whole room full of Mortys right now.
Oh my god.
So he's like, okay, sir, I'll tell them. I'll tell them, just please. And he kind of slinks away. He's like, just don't hurt me.
I'm thinking, we just got pickpocketed by the dumbest people.
But unusually strong.
Oh my god.
So yeah, he slinks away into the darkness. You can hear his whimpers cry as he goes away.
A little trail of pee behind him.
So you guys eventually make it down to the marketplace area. You see people selling like various types of animal you've never seen before, like cooked on spits. There's like pigs. You see camels kept in like corrals.
I've never seen a pig before.
Pig-like creatures.
Oh, it's going to be a
hog
show, isn't it, today?
You see a dire boar being cut up and served.
Oh, nice.
Stuff like that. You see...
Do these count as potential animal forms now that I've seen them?
Yes,
roasted,
absolutely.
So I can turn into a roasted
You want to turn into a roasted animal?
You see people dancing by the fire. You see men and women and children all just kind of rocking out. Everybody give me another perception check.
All right.
4. That's with my freaking proficiency bonus.
Ouch.
Not 1.
16.
Okay, so Dargo...
that was an 8 for me.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
sorry. 17.
All right, so Dargo, you notice there's one guy. He's dancing with a couple of different girls. They all seem to be having a really good time. But he seems to be dressed better than the other people surrounding him. He's got a big broadsword across his back. He looks very strapping. Like, probably no older than 30. very clean cut, very much. He looks like City, Scream City, virtually screams adventurer. And he just kind of catches your eye, sort of like you don't belong here.
I don't belong here. He doesn't belong here.
He doesn't belong
Well,
here. Like he's hitting
I thought
up.
he's giving me like the eyes. It's like my turn to dance.
We're a bunch of creeps. We don't belong here.
Like he's hitting up with the local girls. You can tell
Okay.
he's dancing, having a good time.
Well, I do have my pimp gear on, so I'm gonna sort of strut like Kramer towards them, and then just like do like a point and be like, "You, me," like Night of the Roxbury sort of thing, and just start dancing my way towards them all.
Okay, you do as such. Give me a.
like the
Unless
hustle.
you're flamboyant.
Give me. I'm trying to think what this kind of check this would be. Charisma. Give me a charisma check, and you get a +2 because of your pimp.
Yeah, that hat.
Your pimp hat and pimp cape.
Wait, +2? You said?
Yep, +2
Yeah, plus
for
one for each.
circumstance.
So that's 22.
He looks.
Because I have a +3 to charisma, and plus the +2.
So you start dancing, rocking out.
Glorious.
You see, there are a couple of people playing lutes and playing drums. They notice you. The beat starts
So I'm
to
like
pick up a
Saturday
little
Night
bit.
Fevering everybody.
Basically, yeah,
You
the
start
entire
breakdancing in the middle of the desert.
bazaar just kind of picks up the energy. They start kind of, for lack of a better phrase, rocking out.
We're bumping, doing the hustle, doing all the
And
70s
a couple
stuff.
of the girls walk up to you. They go, "Oh, you know how to dance, little one."
Apparently I do. And I just start spinning.
That is some real prestidigitation there.
So you rock out. The gentleman walks over towards you and goes, "So, you like to dance, huh?"
Sure do, buddy. How about you?
He has a good hearty laugh. He goes, "Well, clearly, mate, you're a better dancer than I, since the girls seem to like you a little bit better. How about you and I have a drink together?"
Sounds good.
All right, so he leads you towards an outdoor bar where a guy is serving like kebab and like shawarma sort of thing. You guys see Dargo walk off with this human male that was dancing with all the girls, and they both sit down at the bar. What are you guys gonna do? The party's still rocking. Everyone's still having a good time, dancing, eating, drinking.
I'm gonna go have a pint.
Okay, so you do as such. Are you going to the same bar?
Yeah, I'll try to sit as near as I can without being too intrusive.
Okay.
I do find it funny that I'm not the dashing rogue. And yet I turn out to be the smoking awesome dancer.
You are the great persuader, besides the fact.
It's the hat and the cape and the whole
You
gear
have
just made
the
me.
+2 pimpness going on.
Yeah.
+2 to pimp it.
Oh, sorry. If you
All right, so what are you going to do, Cole?
I would like to go see if there's any games in town.
Absolutely. I'll get to you next.
All right.
Okay, so Farron and Coro, you all walk up to the bar, and he sits down and goes, "Well, it's nice to see I'm not the only outsider here in the city. So what brings you to Ades Babar this evening?" That's the name of the city. You have heard of it. It is one of the towns bordering the desert of Antioch.
Okay.
In fact, I'll actually I'll pass around this map after we're done talking.
Sure.
But yeah, so you have heard of this city. You don't know much about it, though. He introduces himself. He puts out this big gloved hand and goes, "Nolan."
Dargo.
He
Give
goes,
him a
"And
shake.
who's your buddy here?" The dwarf.
I'm Farron.
He goes, "Farron." He goes, "So, I'm guessing you're a pair of adventurers, because you don't exactly," he kind of points around at the crowd, like, "you don't exactly seem local."
Yeah, you know, venturing, picking up random treasure.
Travel here, travel there, find ourselves anywhere around the world at any given moment.
He goes, "Are you looking for anything in particular? Because I'm looking for a job. I'm between jobs right now. Just came back with a traveling caravan a couple of days ago. Been hanging out here in town looking for something to do because I am bored to tears."
I heard there's some decent adventure to be had over at some place around here called the Temple of Tira, something like that.
You notice the second you say that, his body kind of expresses a tenseness, like he kind of tenses up at that. He goes, "Temple of Tira. Really? What's your business there, if you don't mind me asking?
We were told there was some important stuff there. We thought we'd poke around and see if something came up of interest.
Well, friendo, you might find today to be your lucky day. I'm also looking for the Temple of Tyr. I've heard there's a great treasure there, but it's not exactly easy to wander through.
What's the challenge?
Snake people, Yuan-Ti. It's a holy site for them. It's in the Oasis of Vipers. I haven't been able to get near it simply because snakes. I hate snakes.
Why does it always have to be snakes?
Exactly. Just bloody creepy, no arms, no legs. What the hell? But
Why does it have no back?
there are certain things in there that I'm looking for. So if maybe we could team up, I know someone who might have an idea where this place might be.
Well, if you've got a lead, I'll follow.
He goes, good. But if we're going to go, you have to understand, I don't know you guys. We just met. And my price, because let's just say, I don't think you're going to make it through the front door without me. I'm sorry. You guys are a little bit short in stature, you might say. And I want half. Whatever we find, half. But I guarantee you we'll find it. Like I said, I got a pretty good idea on where it is. You guys take care of the snakes, I'll take care of the rest.
You know what? We can't carry as much. If you find gold and jewels, go ahead. We'll carry what we can carry, and obviously you can carry more. So that seems fair enough to me. You pull your own weight.
Take what you can carry, and it's yours.
He looks at you, he kind of nods, like, all right. He goes, tell you what, we'll leave tomorrow morning. There's a trading caravan heading out towards that way. He pulls out a map, and we're going towards the Oasis of Vipers. Should take us about 3 days to get there, give or take.
Am I still within earshot enough to hear his name? What was his name? Ronan?
Nolan.
Okay.
Roll me a wisdom check. We'll see if you can actually hear it. It's a perception.
16.
Oh, absolutely. And thinking back, you've actually heard of this guy. Nolan he does work out of Baldur's Gate a fair chunk. He is known as an adventurer. He's typically a tomb raider. He is a guy who does tend to get around, does a lot of dungeoneering on his own. He doesn't have a terrible rap. He doesn't have a good rap either, though. He's not exactly known for stabbing people in the back, but he's known for taking more than his fair share, claiming expenses.
He's basically known as he's competent, but not enough to have his own regular team.
Exactly. He's a mercenary. He's a sellsword. You yourself have met him once or twice, but only in passing.
Like we were in the same room.
Yeah, basically same room, same bar.
Times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would he have heard of you? Maybe, because you are known for your games of chance, especially in port cities.
That's good, because I was actually just going to use his name to gather information about him from other people, but you just gave it all to me.
And this also saves us.
That's what you know right off the hop.
This saves us having to do an introduction where he'll probably know that if you show up with us, he'll be like, "Oh, we hired you as well."
Right.
He may not necessarily even have to know that we're a normal team together. You might just be another mercenary.
Fair enough.
So,
if that helps.
So I
us in the
still
future.
might look around for more info.
Okay, so I'm going to switch scenes over to Koro. So you hear them talking, and you recognize Nolan as a guy, like I said, he's hung around in Baldur's Gate for a while, adventurer, mercenary, sellsword. What else are you going to do? You said you're looking for games of chance.
Yeah.
You see a couple of guys playing dice. You see a variation of cards. And you see one particular guy, and he's sitting at a table, and he's doing the knife trick from Aliens, where he sets the hand down, he's doing a dagger. And he's like, I got a game of chance. I bet you nobody will do it. And he looks you right in the eye. He's like, you, sir, you look brave.
I'm in.
Put your hand on the table. And this will be a test of your reflexes, sir.
So are we going with Dex, or are we going...
Dex.
Can I do sleight of hand?
Takes the knife.
You can try.
Takes the knife away,
And he
pulls it out,
goes-
cleaver.
pulls it out. It appears to be a dagger. Simple dagger. And he goes, if you win, 1,000 gold. But if you don't, well, I'll leave that up to your imagination.
Oh fuck! I just realized something. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything.
Great, I'm gonna lose my fucking finger.
Uh,
Are we going out of meta?
Koro of the Nine Finger.
you go play out. I'll see if it plays out the way I think.
All right.
You do
Alrighty.
you. You do you.
Okay, so yeah, I want to do this with sleight of hand. 'Cause
Okay.
I have a really good sleight of hand. So
All right, roll
big
it.
bonus. Come on, get lucky. 22.
So you start going, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and you narrowly miss your hand several points. The crowd is like, woo. And he's like, all right, tell you what, extra $500 if you can do it again. You guys, Nolan kind of bumps Farron in the side. He goes, is that your buddy over there?
You could call him that.
He goes, you may want to stop him, whatever he's doing.
Let me.
He loves to put himself in
I pipe up and
danger.
look over. Is the dagger tipped with poison?
That's a dagger of human slaying. Your friend will drop dead.
Oh, it's worse than poison.
Why do you think the stakes are so high?
I look over at Koro and give him the really fucking dude. No,
Mental telepathy. No.
like I give him a look and I start miming like poison death, like horrible stuff from across the room.
I want to try again, but at the same time, I don't want to die. I'm going to survive this and take my grand, please.
All right, he hands you a thing of 1,000 gold. He hands you like this big, heavy
Who
bag.
only offers 50% more? Should have been like for 10 grand, do it an extra.
The crowd claps at you, and
I've got a bad feeling about
everybody goes, "Can't believe you did that."
I can't believe I did. Mwah, thank you.
I totally thought it was a poison dip dagger.
it. Well, you're not that far off.
No, it's just a magical death dagger of dying.
The plus 10 death dagger of deadly.
So
death.
Nolan strolls up to you, like I said, this like human male, and he kind of pats you on the shoulder, goes, "Friend, you are braver than I thought. Even I didn't do that, and he only offered me $200."
Brave, maybe. Stupid, absolutely.
He goes, "What's your name?" He goes, "You look familiar."
My name is Koro.
Koro. Let us get off the street, gentlemen. And he leads you. Are you guys going to follow?
Cautiously, but yes.
Okay, he leads you.
I'm almost thinking in my head, kind of want that dagger.
He leads you to his to a room he's staying at an inn that looks. Once again, it's made out of mud, but it's fairly nice. You guys walk in. He leads you to his room. He shuts the door behind him. He goes, "Your friend's got a bounty on his head."
What did you do? Who did you do? Who did you do? What did you do?
I don't think you were supposed to survive that game.
He goes,
Smart.
He goes, "A couple of guys came poking through town the other day. And, they've been whispering names. Now, you two weren't specifically mentioned, but your name was."
Who did you cross?
Everyone?
He goes, "If I had to
Who
guess,"
did he cross?
he goes, "If I had to guess, let me guess. You guys are from Cambridge, aren't you?
Maybe.
There's a bounty out, sent out far and wide across the land. I'm guessing magically, if I had to venture a guess, from the new rulers of Cambridge for crimes against the crown. Now, I personally have no quarrel with you. I don't care what you do. I don't even know what your crimes are. I know there's a significant bounty, but whatever is going to be found at the Temple of Tyr is worth way more to me than simple gold jewels and maybe a few magical trinkets. So I'll tell you what. I'm not going to turn you guys in because I would love the bounty and I can kick all your asses. We go to the Temple of Tira, you get whatever you need, I get everything else. How does that sound? Because I could just easily call the city guard.
We're kind of against the ropes here, guys.
Fine.
Like I said, this isn't personal.
Urge
It's just
the
business.
moonbeam rising.
We need to get to this temple, and I
It
think
is
this is a good
nighttime
way.
now. Okay, yeah, sure.
Begrudgingly accept.
You know what? That honestly, that's fair. And if you keep your end of the bargain, we'll know you're a good guy.
But if you don't keep the end of the bargain, we'll know you're a bad guy. and we'll
probably
moonbeam your
die.
fucking
And
ass.
shame on you. Your mother wouldn't be proud.
Oh, she was such a bitch. But he goes, gentlemen, don't worry. I'll keep you safe here in my room. As long as you're with me, you're well protected. And well connected, I also might add. So, Nolan's like, here, I'll pay for your rooms for the night. And in the morning, we will contact the one caravan. We'll head towards the Oasis of Vipers. Take us a couple of days. We'll have ourselves a grand old time. Sound good?
What choice do we have?
Oh, I know. So, he kicks you out of the room. He pays for you a simple room. You get mats on the floor made out of hay. You're pretty sure there's lice in here, too. Doesn't look like the cleanest place. There's a chamber pot that hasn't
your
been
head up
dumped in a
high.
few days. But he's like, I'll catch you guys in the morning at breakfast.
Thanks.
Yeah.
He snaps his fingers like finger guns and goes, I'll see you later.
Like finger guns.
I wave half-heartedly.
I have flipping the bird.
You do as such. He goes, thieves can't. Very nice. So what are you gentlemen going to do? You guys going to go to sleep? You got a plan?
We should probably sleep in shifts.
So let's just take a look around the room, make sure nothing's really out of the ordinary, nothing's weird, because, man, we've gone through a lot of bad moments by not double-checking.
I say, honestly, at this point, we sleep sitting up in a triangle formation with our backs to each other.
Tie a rope around all of us so
TP.
none of us start sleepwalking and kill anybody.
I wouldn't have anything in my thieves' tools to set like even the remotely small trap.
You could set the door to make a really loud noise to wake you guys up.
Yeah, I'm gonna be down for that.
Remember, I'm a cook, so I can give you like a pot and pan that you could set up above.
so I can bang them together.
No, above the door. Anybody have
Trouble, guys.
Anybody have string that we could do the whole door string?
I
thing?
got-
there's
gotta have
basically-
string.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got like tripwire.
All right,
type
so
stuff.
I'm gonna use my cooking tools for that.
All right,
Okay.
sounds good.
All right, you do as such. You set up a very simple trap at the door that the second the door swings open, his pots and pans will slam down and make a very loud noise, which would probably wake up at least whoever is in the adjacent room.
Nice.
So it's loud.
Cool.
All right, so you guys go to sleep.
Yep.
Yes.
Sleep like the dead.
Sleep like the dead. The night passes
Because we have
without
not
incident.
we have not slept
In days.
since we murdered everybody.
You guys go to sleep. The night is, I wouldn't call restless, but it wasn't a good sleep. But you don't have any bad dreams. It's like you just closed your eyes, you woke up the next day. So you wake up the next day in this Adidas Babar hotel, or tavern rather. It is hot. It is disgustingly hot.
Ball sweat hot.
Oh yeah. Actually, what is everybody wearing?
Actually, I was just gonna talk about that. I have a disguise kit.
Okay, so you can
and
change
I have
into
a
lighter
bounty.
clothes.
I have a bounty on my head.
Okay.
So you're in.
I
wake up, look over, and it's like, oh, the baker's here. Oh wait, it's not the baker.
It's the wandering minstrel.
I was just thinking of putting some glasses and mustache on.
All right.
I mean, my armor is leather with bones in it, so it's not great, but it's not like scalding hot metal.
yeah.
Yeah,
So there's no mesh. So I'm wearing that, and I do have my cape, which will, like, it flows with the wind, but it'll still block some sun rays. And I got that big wide-brimmed hat, so I'm gonna wear that.
All right. Sounds good to me.
I'm in all leather, including a leather hide helmet.
All right. So
I think we're not death in this weather. It's hot, but
What can I disguise myself as?
You could wear a hat. You could probably
Belly dancer.
You could.
please.
I was thinking about that.
You could cut your hair. You could shave. If you have facial hair, you could shave it.
Oh, I like my facial hair though. I'll shave it down to stubble.
Okay, so you give yourself a quick shave. You change whatever outward adventuring gear that you're known to wear.
Okay.
And at a glance, you'll pass. If someone has a good picture or a good rendering of you, they probably will know it's you. But you'll have to find out. So the morning comes, and Nolan comes knocking on your door and goes, "Morning, boys."
All right,
morning.
I take down the trap so that it doesn't smack him on the head.
You take down the trap. And he goes, "First things first, we eat." So,
Good, I got pots.
so you sit down at the tavern. You all guys, you have what's known as Mutter's Milk, basically a drink that's very high in protein, very high in fat. It's meant to be like a breakfast drink for the medieval times. You also get slices of dire boar, giant eggs. You're not sure what they're from. He goes, "Eat hearty, because it'll be a long time till we can actually stop for
Tango
lunch."
eggs.
And he
Hard
goes,
boiled. I need a heart. Anybody have any salt?
so he goes, "All right, follow me." He leads you into the street. The streets, once again, are super busy, super bustling. After about 10 or 15 minutes of walking through town, you're out towards the outskirts. You see a caravan of camels, donkeys, and huge carts. And he goes, "All right, guys, so we are headed... These guys are headed towards the high ice. There actually is a city up there, right along the ice wall. Why people would go up there is beyond me, but they've agreed to take us close to the Oasis of Vipers, providing we provide, I would say, military support. So if they ask you, you're great adventurers, you've killed many things, you've slayed a dragon, just don't let them ask you too many questions."
Kind of, sort of, almost have. So we're good. We're good.
He's like, "All right, good."
Wait, I
And,
just realized, am I mother or father of basilisks now? Because of me saving all the basilisks? Is that my title now? Father of basilisks?
cousin of Basilisk.
Savior.
Second cousin, twice removed of
Emancipator
Basilisk.
of Basilisk.
The Basilisk Druid. All right, so
That actually isn't a bad idea. It's a Basilisk Druid.
So what happens
Basilisk.
next is the caravan starts to take off. All of you are riding camels. Everybody give me a... Actually, I have to double check what this check is, so give me a moment. Do you guys have animal handling? Anybody?
I have some, yeah.
All right, if you wish to roll that for me, it would be appreciated.
Animal handling? I have a +5.
Oh, shit. I got
Give
plus
her
3.
hell.
So let me give it a roll. Roll a dolly.
I rolled
20.
I rolled a 10.
20.
Okay, so Farron, the camel doesn't like you.
Oh, crap.
What did you get, Cora?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was rolling. 13.
13. The animal doesn't like you either. It just doesn't like the way you smell.
You got a 20 and it didn't like you?
No, he
I
got
don't
a
like me. I
it
got a
loves you.
Okay.
yeah,
So it likes you more than it likes me.
he got a 10. He's like one step away from getting like Conan the Barbarian spit on.
So it basically gives you a rougher ride than most, but you do make it through. Actually, can't find the thing for animals, but whatever. That's the advantage of D&D. If you don't know it, just roll over it because the rules don't matter. They're just there as a guideline moving forward. So, if everybody could roll me a Constitution check.
Constitution check.
That's a 23, nat 20.
Okay, you feel fine. The heat doesn't bother you.
I like feeling fat.
Lots of 6.
Koro, you start to feel gross. Like, you're sweaty, you're hot, you've
I
gone
rolled a
through...
9.
I feel how I look.
You've gone through most of your rations for water, and for the next little bit, you have disadvantage on ability checks. Disadvantage means you roll 2 dice, you take the lowest.
Okay.
So I rolled a 9.
Same thing goes for you. Your cape is maybe a little thicker than you realized, and it's trapping the heat.
But it's so pretty.
You're sweaty, you feel gross. Your armor's starting to chafe just a little bit, because it is leather, so the straps are starting to rub into you.
Yeah.
So you guys keep rolling. The caravan keeps moving. The hot desert sands are brutal. You get blasted in the face by this hot grossness.
That's what she
Oh
said.
boy, I'm sorry. Maybe not the best description.
Oh, that depends on what you're into.
There's only so much of that you can tolerate before you just have to.
So
give it.
Nolan seems to be. You see him dressed in clothes that'd be appropriate for Cambridge, like warmer weather. He's chilled right out. You look at his cape, actually, and he looks at you guys. Goes, cape of coldness. I can do this all day.
Where'd you get your hands on one of those?
I wish I was smaller and I could just climb up his back and stay underneath it.
Am I that small?
No, you are
No.
average-sized human.
I'm a large for a gnome. I'm like, what was it, just under 4.5 feet? Something
Something
like
like
that.
that.
I thought it was a
Like a big
halfling.
gnome.
No, you're.
No, we're all within. We're all
Yeah,
within.
he's
the-
half.
No, I'm a
he's
halfling.
You are you? Are you?
He's a halfling.
Halfling.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lightfoot halfling.
So then
My
you're
mistake.
like what? 3
Hobbit
feet tall?
size.
3 feet tall?
He'd be about 3.5, 4.
Yeah, we're all above.
You're all small.
I'm the
We're-
big
we're
guy,
above
and I'm
like
a
a-
dwarf.
So I can stick my head up there.
Yeah, like we're like above a gnome, but below an average human.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. So my mistake. Retconned. So he goes, you have to know the right mages, the right wizards, but when they owe you favors and you've slept with their mother, they're fairly accommodating. You can see him being just such a cocky jerk, but you get the definite adventurous swagger from
I
him.
go up to him like, my man.
Bro. So, as you guys are going through the desert, the various traders, most of them are human. They're kind of keeping to themselves. You can hear them talking. And everybody, once again, give me a wisdom check.
Wisdom.
22.
You hear something. And you notice a shadow pass over
19.
over ahead. You also notice it.
7.
There's something
You don't.
above us.
You hear this,
What?
and this shadow, probably about the size of an ogre, just to give you a big scale, it just flies overhead. You can't quite see what it is. You get a better look at it. It's blue. It's got wings. And you didn't get a really, really good look at it, but you do know that blue dragons tend to live in deserts.
I remember hearing something about Buto, a chromatic blue dragon, in the high ice wastes or the deserts of Antioch. That could be concerning. But something very large, blue, and with wings just flew overhead.
And I forget, do all dragons talk?
Yes, all of them speak Draconic,
But do they speak common?
If they want to.
if they want.
Okay. The same with me. Do dragons talk to each other? Like, will the one that we fucked up with have talked to this guy?
We really fucked ourselves. He's fine.
Well, a gold dragon is a good because they're metallic. Chromatic dragons are evil, typically.
Oh!
But it does go either way because they're just like people, right?
All
They
right,
just tend to
so
one
I'm
side
going to
good,
call it
bad.
Steve, so let's not fuck with Steve the dragon.
Don't fuck with Steve. All right.
So as
Oh.
you guys are noticing this huge thing over inside, the caravan kind of stops, and you hear a bunch of people yelling, and you guys kind of peek your head around the camels and around the caravan because there's like 3 carts with you. One of the wheels is broken. As you guys see this big this big shadow fly overhead, you hear a big commotion in a language you don't necessarily speak. You hear a lot of shouting. You do catch the words in common, broken, what are we gonna do now, and just a few other uncommon words. You catch some words in Thieves' Cant. They're like, we gotta get this moving. Do you know how much this is worth?
Okay.
So as you guys, what are you guys going to do? The caravan is stopped, and they're like, what are we going to do? We have to jack up the wagon. We got to fix the wheel.
So we'll find Nolan and see, hey, what's our plan?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to let them know what I heard, that they're carrying something of great value.
Nolan's like, really? Did they happen to say what?
Did I catch what they? Did I catch that? No.
No.
Okay, I'd be down to taking a look. I still have my robe of invisibility.
All right, so are you going to put that on?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so you put that on. Are you going up towards the broken wagon?
Yes, I am.
All right, you go up towards the broken wagon, and you can kind of peek. Actually, give me a dexterity check to swiftly move.
Uh, 21.
All right, so you deftly move between people. You can kind of peek your head inside, and you see chests of just gold, copper, silver, jewels. And you're kind of wondering why this stuff is moving towards the high ice. Which is a little... It strikes you as weird. There's no major cities up this way. Sort of like, why?
Okay, I got
it doesn't
you.
make any sense.
Yeah. All right, I'll go back and let them know what I found.
Okay, so you go back to let them know what you have found.
Hey guys, I found a lot of gold, a lot of jewels, and it's going our way.
Nolan looks at you
Why?
and goes, really? This job just got a lot more interesting.
As much as I would say you might want to take your share now from them and lift them of their burden, we might want to know where it's going and for what reason, because what if whatever they're bringing it to is more dangerous than the mission we're currently on?
That's what I was thinking. It seems like almost like a ritual offering.
He goes,
'Cause by the way, I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but Farron and I saw a dragon fly overhead.
I'm not quite sure if it's a dragon.
It appeared to
but
be maybe a dragon. And as far as I can tell, dragons like shiny things.
yeah, they do have that tendency to sit upon their hordes, as it were. So maybe
Nolan
this
kind of
caravan.
cocks his head and goes, yeah. I do know there's dragons out here. I haven't seen one in quite some time, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for me, because I don't deal with the friggin' draconics, if I can help it. But, yeah, I kind of don't have a good feeling about this. As you guys are sitting there kind of talking amongst each other, you hear a camel just screech. And just,
I did not
just
know
like
they did
Like a cat, like, but it's a camel.
and you see one of the carts go flying.
I wish.
Off to the
I
side.
wish
Like with
anybody
force?
listening
With
at home
great
could
force.
see Michael's face when he just.
Okay.
But yeah, one of the
into
carts wheels and just is whipped aside.
Was it the treasure cart?
No, it was the one in front of the treasure cart.
Okay.
The treasure cart is right in the middle.
Did we notice anything push it over?
Not that you guys saw. You see like this huge tuft of sand just fly up in the air.
Okay. I'm still cloaked. As far as I know, I did not take my cloak
Yep,
off.
you never said
I'm
it.
going to peek around and see what's the matter.
You look around and you see people running towards away from the caravan, and you see two giant scorpions.
Ooh,
These
sand
things are
scorpions.
easily, to give a measure for this room, from my door, that leads to the outside, to that door. Huge.
So like
Giant
maybe
so like
20 feet.
25 feet long.
Yeah, 20
Giant
to 25
scorpions.
feet long scorpions.
And they are picking apart the caravan.
I'd like to check if they're like heavily armored. Like they look like there are like big carapaces on them.
Oh yeah, they're giant scorpions.
Okay, arrows might not work.
I mean,
We have our friend Nolan with us. The rest of the caravan is around. I don't know if they're defending
so
themselves.
what? No one
Are
has a
they-
broadsword.
Yeah, Nolan's got a broadsword. He's got a bow on his back.
Is the rest of the caravan fighting it, or are they
they're
fleeing?
running. They're actually in the area you're in. You're in desert, but if you look off, there's probably 300-400 meters away. There is kind of a canyon that cuts into the sand, and it's like a rocky outcropping.
I was gonna say if
Or
Nolan,
Rocky Canyon.
if Nolan
sorry.
had like a war hammer, I'd ask if he wanted to crack that nut. But it's a broadsword might not, unless he can get it underneath. Well, they don't even have.
It's a carapace.
Okay.
He'd have to chop off a leg.
This might be the most D&D question I have asked so far in this campaign. How does a scorpion detect life?
It's just like a giant bug. It smells you.
It smells us. Okay, so it has the ability to detect scent.
Would it be scent and heat, wouldn't it?
Scent, heat, movement.
Vibration.
Because of the I guess subspace vacuum of my bag of holding. If we were to enter my bag of holding, A, is there enough room for 4 people in there? And B,
yes, but there's not enough oxygen.
shit. I was gonna say, can we survive in there for a certain?
These are predetermined rules.
I look right. Coro? And there's just a bag on the ground.
Well, guys, peace it out.
So I was thinking what we could do is we could all huddle in the bag and put my robe of invisibility over the bag so they can't see it.
And then we just burn to death because we can't get out of the bag because somebody has to reach in and pull us out.
So
We can climb
The
out.
end.
I don't think you can climb out.
no,
Do we drop in is it like a chasm in there?
It's like
how do I get shit
It's
out?
an infinite
it's,
space.
you just reach your hand in. And
You
it
have
just,
that
knows.
intent.
It knows.
You need
I
to go
got it.
grab
Okay.
that.
All right.
It's a magical
It's like
item.
the
Understood.
Matrix.
Now I know, and knowing is half the battle.
So yeah, you see these giant scorpions. They're using their stingers. They're taking the camels, piercing them, and ripping them apart and eating
Oh
them.
man.
I really feel like we're outmatched here, guys.
I want a moonbeam, but I don't know. It's just tearing them apart.
Ripping them apart.
How far away is
that
any
seems a
sort
little
of
more.
cover?
We
About 300
killed
meters.
the chimera pretty.
Yeah, there's one chimera and we can hold it down pretty well.
Oh, but this is like 2 chimeras.
This is 2 giant scorpions.
I have no weapons that can damage these things practically. I feel like my arrows would
If
bounce
you
right
did
off.
have weapons that could damage them, you probably still wouldn't damage them.
You stab the sand violently.
You'd try to use your sword through your bow.
Honestly, guys, I think we should probably
Cheese it.
puff it.
Yeah, that's cheesy.
all
So we
that
have
treasure.
a better.
Nolan.
If I know that fire burns all, but I don't have any. Oh,
Is anything attacking? Is anything
Fighting
attached to the? What was? Damn it! What was towing the wagon with the treasure?
Camels.
God, they're fucking slow.
and they're all like
They're all-
apart.
We're all being shredded.
I can't use my dexterity to
Handcart, go.
What's the word? Handcart.
You could
brick
grab.
shot.
You could grab a camel and run though if you wanted to.
But camels aren't. No, camels do have certain speed.
Camels can move. They're
Camels can
fast.
move, they are
So
fast.
should we just all? We're on our own already, aren't we?
Is there a camel?
It's you guys and Nolan and the other caravanners have just
But we're
spread
still
out
on
the
our
desert.
camels, right?
Yeah, you're still on them.
So I say we cheese it for now.
I was going to say that. Is there are
maybe-
there any camels attached to the wagon still that has the treasure?
the treasure, yes, they haven't been torn apart yet.
If you want to,
The scorpions aren't going to go after the treasure. It'll still be here.
No, I want the treasure.
so what you're saying is you're gonna send your camel directly into the path of them and grab that other camel and drive away with the treasure as a sacrificial.
Okay,
camel.
you know what? If the treasure's still gonna, is the treasure still gonna be here though?
You don't know.
Other people might come back.
What if the treasure's cursed? Let's just go. Everything is
bigger
cursed.
fish to fry
Everything
here.
is cursed.
We're trying to fight the apocalypse here.
It's
Let's
just cursed.
focus.
That's just cursed. Everything is cursed.
The fragment is also
All right, let's
cursed.
get the hell out of here.
Okay, so all right, so you guys give me animal ride checks, everybody.
Animal handle?
ride.
Yep, animal handle.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
That's a 20, not natural.
13.
Your camels in the back aren't scared,
21.
so all your camels respond and you start moving it towards the Rocky Canyon.
Yeah, you smelly bastard.
So these things start motoring it. You see the giant scorpions tear apart some of the survivors. They start going after the other camels that are left, and they just start circling the treasure cart. And then you hear just this gigantic rumble, and you just hear something burst out of the sand. Again, just this giant thing just comes out of the sand, just it's a blur, and grabs the treasure cart. This gigantic blue dragon just appears. It's got like these horns that kind of ruffle back through its head. I can actually show you a picture after we're done this.
Cool.
Lifts up the treasure cart and just bursts into the air.
So it was a good idea we didn't go after
I think we
I'm
made the
pretty
right
happy.
choice.
Does anybody speak Draconic?
No.
No.
Nope.
You hear the dragon say something in Draconic just
Stop
as it
us.
flies off. And
Do we hear the words? Like, could we phonetically remember the words?
no. Probably not, because it's so unnatural to human.
So it's not even something we could ask somebody to translate.
You
for us.
could, but you'd have to know the language to pronounce it right.
Okay.
You hear it say something, and after about 30 seconds, you see sand. You know, remember how in Tremors the sand just starts flying?
I kept thinking we were having graboids coming after us.
You see other
Hell
sand
yes.
just start flying up
Yeah.
behind you, and you see another smaller dragon come out of the sand, just bursts out.
Is it blue as well?
Yes, it is also blue.
Is it coming after us?
It looks at you and goes, and you hear it say in perfect English, "Huh."
Are we sure that was English? That could have just been a fart.
It goes, huh? I turn and just wave, and then because what else can I do? Hi.
I was assuming we're still heading in the opposite direction.
We're looking back. It's talking to us. I'm like, hey.
And you just hear it say, "This is going to be fun."
I recoil my hand a bit.
So you see this dragon, it spreads its wings. Now this dragon is probably no bigger than an ogre, to give you a size.
We could probably kill that
Drake.
dragon.
Yeah, so yeah, it's basically the size of a drake. It's young, a wormling. You know that. So this thing is between a year and 5 years old. So it's like a baby, but it's a dragon, so its intelligence is obviously great. So what's going to happen next as our terrible warriors encounter their first dragon in Dungeons & Dragons? Well, stay tuned next week to find out here on the Cambridge Chronicles. I've been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd. I've been joined with
Lee Emperor Wayne Johnston.
Alex.
And Mr. Christopher.
All right, we'll catch you guys again next week right here on Terrible Warriors and the Cambridge Chronicles.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/Terrible Warriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who've embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to the Cambridge Chronicles. I am your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, and I'm not alone as we return to the desert of Antioch on the road to the Oasis of Vipers. I am joined with my adventuring crew.
Lee Emperor Wayne Johnston.
Alex.
And Mr. Christopher.
That's right, guys. So when we last left off in our last hour, these people had just encountered a wormling blue dragon. That's right, a little baby blue dragon that had just been left behind by, you don't know whether it was a big papa or mama dragon. And, well, you guys are currently riding your camels towards a rocky canyon to try and get away from this thing. And the creature just looked at you and went, huh. So,
And then
you guys
waved.
are racing your camels across the hot sands. Sand is kicking up. You guys are basically booting it as quick as you possibly can. You get into the desert rocky canyon, and you see this blue wormling, this large creature, kind of fly 60, 50 feet up in the air, starts flapping its wings, and just starts to circle the canyon. The canyon's probably about 100 meters long, probably about 30, 40 feet high, and there's no life in the canyon that you can see. Maybe a few rats and everything, maybe a few snakes that are just quietly sunning themselves. But
Sunbathing rats.
you basically are trapped in this little canyon.
Okay.
Are the dragons coming at us?
It's just circling.
Like a damn vulture.
So what are you going to do?
So we're on 3 camels. You're invisible, Koro.
Yes, I am.
Dragon's not an animal, so it's not like speak to animals is going to help.
Are there
They
any
can understand us
caverns or like caves that we could enter?
You could roll perception and see what you
I'm
find.
going to roll perception.
Me too.
Yes, let us all roll perception. Or try to look
It's
for
not
caverns.
It's not like one of us is like, hey, I'm not going to do anything, guys.
Hey, you got this covered. I rolled a 22.
You do find several rocky outcroppings that you could probably hide under. You don't see anything that goes any deeper than just a few feet. So
It's not very helpful.
it's not very helpful, but it would protect you if this thing decided to come down and use its breath weapon.
I rolled a 7.
I rolled less than that, so no.
It is rocks.
It
appears to be made of some kind of ground.
So yes, this dragon just starts circling above. Eventually, after a few minutes, the dragon swoops down, perches on the edge of the canyon, and says, "You might as well come out."
Why?
Well,
just a very quiet voice. There's nobody here.
I'll get you. Yes, I will. Won't.
the dragon kind of chuckles to itself and goes, "Well, you can either die like men, or you can die like vermin.
I'm a dwarf.
The choice is entirely up to you."
We kind of have to kill it now, don't we? I'm giving the. Do we have to kill
He
it?
goes, "Mind you, Dad did say I could deal with you how I see fit. If you're willing to offer me tribute, perhaps I'll let you live."
You know what, guys? Fuck it. Let's kill it. It's a baby dragon. We can kill a baby dragon.
What kind of tribute are you looking for, I say?
Ah, as I'm arguing to
You
kill it.
really want to piss off Papa Dragon?
Papa Dragon's already
He
pissed.
goes, "Magical creations are of particular interest, but I'm always into jewels, gold. Whatever you can offer me, I would be particularly interested in. And if it is worth your lives, I shall take it and leave you be."
I'd like to make a note that we did not say suck. We did not just motion to like say suck it.
Nolan kind of looks.
Fuck it.
Nolan kind of looks around at you guys and kind of whispers, "There's 4 of us and 1 of him."
So I'm saying,
But he looks
what time of day is it right now?
probably about 2, 3 in the afternoon, so the sun is fairly high up in the sky.
I don't know. I got my big friggin' egg. Do you think it would want the egg?
All right.
So do we give up our egg and hope it screws off, or do we just try to kill a blue dragon? Wormling, mind you.
You know what? It's 1 dragon now.
So
2
you're-
later potentially if it decides to like renege on its deal.
As you guys are talking, I use my spear and cast the 2d6 thunder that it can do.
Okay.
Magical spear.
All right, roll your to hit.
That answers that question.
How do you intend to hit him, considering he's perched up on the...
It's lightning bolts. I figured coming out of the sky, right?
Yeah, it does say thunder damage, so
So like
I'll allow it.
Thunder.
Roll it.
Thunder.
Wait, so what's my to hit on that? Sorry, I got to roll
17.
Fudge.
18.
You hit. This giant bolt of lightning comes crashing out of the sky and hits the dragon.
All right, so 2d6, right?
Yep.
9 damage.
9 damage. You hit this thing. It roars in pain. I'm keeping track here. Just give me a second. I just gotta bring up a
As I'm
calculator.
trying to hide. You guys are arguing, we should go to dinner. Yeah, thunder! Cause
Always the
it's not nighttime,
instigator.
so
I am
moonbeam isn't
so
gonna
glad
get
I'm invisible right now because I'm going to have advantage when I fire.
All right, there. Just give me a sec here.
And I can do this 3 times a day, so I can do it 2 more times if I wanted to.
All right, just calculating damage here.
You are such a shit disturber.
Well, it's better to kill the baby now and then the daddy later than kill both at the same time.
That's what I said, yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
Oh boy.
Plus, it'd be kind of cool to say I killed a dragon. Doesn't matter how big it was.
I killed a dragon.
Okay, so you hit this thing. The dragon roars out in pain. He goes, "So death it is."
Well, it was death either
Seems to
way.
be that way.
All right, so the dragon.
Hey,
all right,
hey,
everybody, roll
fuck you.
initiative. You guys have initiative because you took it by surprise. It certainly didn't see this coming. So the combat order will go Lee, you, Tristan. So, but for now it'll be Lee then Tristan.
Yeah.
So we'll just go clockwise.
Yeah.
All right, Lee, it's your go. What are you gonna do? You
All
have
right.
advantage. He can't see you.
He can't see me?
He knows there's a camel, but
Okay.
he doesn't see you unless you've gotten off.
Alright, I'm going to take a shot at its wing. But one of the wings, let's go with the left wing.
Okay.
No, I'm
called shot?
I'm going to shoot the right wing. Political.
You don't want to go for the eyes?
No, I was thinking of
Oh,
it's
yeah.
perched up on a fucking thing. It's going to have to jump or drop to get us.
Can you like light your arrow on fire or anything?
He could.
I could. Yeah, I guess I could.
Yeah, you can
All right.
spark it.
All right, well, let's do this thing.
All right, you spark your arrow. It does an extra 1d4 damage, I'll say.
Okay. We got lucky.
Do you hit?
Oh, I hit. That is a 26.
All right, it is a definite hit.
Hard.
Was it a critical hit?
Yes, because I'm invisible.
No.
So-
Well, was it a natural 20?
no, it was not.
Okay, so it wasn't a
It was
critical.
a 19.
Ooh. Okay, so you hit him, so roll damage.
All right.
So it's whatever the normal is plus another d4, you said?
Yeah.
Does that, the question, does that, if it gets fire damage, would it potential to burn? Like,
I'll roll it, see if it catches on fire. It doesn't.
yeah, okay.
Worth a try.
Does the Pierce plus 3 do anything like that, or that's just
Oh,
Pierce?
that's
damage,
just a
right?
hit.
Okay, so that's so 1d6 and 1d4.
Yeah.
7 damage.
Okay. All right. Farron, your go.
I am going to cast Haste on Koro.
All right. What does haste do?
Haste, I choose a willing creature that I can see. Thankfully, you attack first, so I can see you now.
Yeah, he saw the arrow fly.
Within range. Until the spell ends, the target's speed is doubled, so your movement speed is
So
now
you move
twice as
60
fast.
feet a second. Or
You gain
60
a-
feet per round.
+2 bonus to AC, so your armor class is increased by 2, so you're harder to hit. You have advantage on all dexterity saving throws and gain an additional action on each turn. That action can only be used to take the attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use object action. So basically, you get an extra attack every turn. This lasts for 10 turns. When the spell ends, you cannot move or take actions for 1 turn. So that's after 10 turns.
After 10 turns, I can't do a turn? Okay.
Basically, skip a
you're
turn
not
after
dead
your
by
10th
then.
turn.
I'll take it.
All right,
And
so
with my bonus action, I'm going to shillelagh the fuck up.
all right then. So you do that. It is now the dragon's turn. It looks up, starts roaring, and goes, "It is death for you!" And it exhales lightning, just this huge course of electricity. Think of like a Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. And it is going after... It's going to go after you, because you were the one who attacked it. So it's going after Dargo.
Yeah.
That's fair.
19. I know that's a hit.
That is most definitely.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to roll this damage. So just give me a sec here. Just got to grab a D10. 8. 8. 6. 8.
That's a lot of damage.
So you said, is it 8868?
Yes.
That's 30. I think.
I have 4 HP.
So this huge gout of electricity
You asshole.
hit. Actually, you can roll a DC 12 dexterity, and you take half damage.
I have to roll a what
roll,
for it?
roll dex
Dexterity.
saving
Why
throw.
did I not do my
okay.
uncanny dodge? I gotta do that next time.
It's 19.
You narrowly miss getting hit. Basically, this huge gout of electricity hits the wall behind you, but enough of it splashes onto you, and you take half damage.
Take half
15 damage taken.
15 damage, okay.
So, top of the combat round, Koro.
Fudge. A hasted coral.
Where did it just surge electricity from? Its mouth?
Yeah, its mouth just bam like a breath weapon.
Okay, I'm going to take one shot at its mouth. That is a 15.
That is a miss.
Okie dokie. And I have another shot that I can take because of my
second attack.
Can I use the second attack and also prep my uncanny dodge?
Yes, because it would be.
If your uncanny dodge is a bonus action,
It's a bonus
yes,
action.
that's
Okay,
fine.
perfect.
This is a second full action.
Full action.
That can only
All
be
right.
used for certain things.
Yeah.
including attack.
That is a 23.
That's a hit.
All right. Are my arrows still on fire?
I don't know. Did you light another one on fire?
Sure, why not?
Okay. I'll allow it.
the
but you
fly
have to
right
declare
now.
it next
I will
time.
declare it next time. Okay. All right. That is a 6 damage. And I will prep my uncanny dodge.
Okay. All right. Dargo, you are knocked back. You are not prone. So you stand up, I'm presuming.
Yeah.
Which means you can either attack or dodge this turn.
I'm gonna cast a level 2 spell. I'm gonna cast Darkness
Okay.
because we can see at night.
What does darkness do?
Can I see it, Nate?
I believe so.
Do you have dark vision?
Not
Wait.
according to my
If you don't, then I don't cast Darkness.
Hey, by the way, can you see in the dark?
This was very useful when it was a tale of two druids. All right, then what I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna cast Call Lightning.
Okay.
That's a level 3 spell.
All
which I
right.
believe you have the card for there.
Sorry, which spells are you?
Call Lightning. Yes.
Yes, Call Lightning. A storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder, 10 feet tall, 60-foot radius. Okay. The spell fails if you can't see a point in the air, but you're fine. When you cast a spell, choose a point when you can see within range. Each creature within 5 feet of that point must make a dexterity saving throw. That creature takes 3d10 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. On each of your turns until the spell ends, you can use your action to call down lightning in this way again, targeting or at the same point or a different one. So this is a channeled spell. It's a huge deal.
I'm calling that shit.
All right. Do it. So you cast this lightning spell, and it targets the dragon, which is just trying to regain its
And
breath.
so you have to
weapon.
do a save.
Yep, doing a save right now. What do I have to beat? What's the target number?
It's a dexterity saving throw.
So I rolled a 14.
So would it have to beat
Oh, because it has to beat my.
your dexterity, right?
Yeah. No, his,
his-
spell.
His spell.
His spell save, which is on the back of the sheet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so that is 15.
I don't make it. It hits. How much damage?
3d10.
3d10.
All right,
Roll
roll
it.
it.
Let me see here. So 10, 8, 7.
So how much?
Total of 25.
Yeah.
You see this thing, it looks beat up. You can just see like its wings look ragged. It starts kind of crawling backwards. It spreads its wings trying to fly, but it can't quite get enough air.
I see your lightning
gonna
and
say-
raise you lightning!
I was gonna say, didn't I set one of its wings on fire? So
It didn't burn.
it didn't burn. Okay.
All right, Farron, you're
How to
go.
get burned? How to get burned? No, but it fired lightning. I'm like, ow! Bitch! Here's lightning! Ah!
You Vegeta that shit.
Not a whole hell of a lot I can do, so I'm going to cast Produce Flame. Flickering flame appears in my hand. It remains in my hand. I can also attack with it, which I'm going to do so. I am going to fling this flame at the blue dragon. I am going to make a ranged spell attack. You take 1d8 fire damage if it hits.
Okay.
So my roll... oh, crap. I'm trying to remember how to do this. Spell attack bonus is 6. Because I'm damn good at this. That's a natural 1, so that's a 7.
No, wait. Hold on. Let me back up.
Okay,
You
yes.
hit him with lightning,
Yeah.
retconning that turn, backing up a few.
What's going on?
He's immune to it.
So the whole fight he's been immune to?
Wait, that
Lightning.
means your first hit was lightning too.
I screwed up, but for sake of, I'll say it was thunder damage. You hit him with sound.
You want to say that just for that part then?
For that part, I will fully admit I screwed up.
Okay.
So basically, this huge wave of concussive force, because that's what your staff is, a thunder thing anyway.
Yeah.
So for the first thing, you hit him with thunder.
Okay.
For the last attack, it did no damage.
Do you want to retcon it since, or what do we want? You want to do the round over?
On the round? Or?
The first attack did damage because it was thunder.
Okay.
Or we just
This was
discovered
lightning.
via your attack that
Via
he
this attack
is
that he's immune. Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
basically the lightning courses over his body, and he just starts laughing as he reaches
Okay.
up into the sky.
That makes sense.
Damn.
That sucks. That was a
Now
lot of
it's your
damage.
go, Farron.
Okay, I'm going to do what I said last time, which is produce flame in my hand and whip it at him for potential 1d8 damage. I'm trying to remember how to calculate whether a ranged spell attack hits here.
Okay, hold on a second.
It's been a while for me, sorry.
For a ranged spell attack, I actually have this bookmarked on Reddit. Let me see. I just gotta find it here.
I
Take me
roll-
30 seconds.
I rolled plus my spell attack bonus, if I recall correctly.
So I must roll a saving throw. What's your
Oh,
number?
right, that's it. Okay. Spell save throw is 14.
14. It hits.
So that's 1d8 damage, which will be there. 3.
Okay, you. Poof.
I light a few candles under your feet.
So you hit him, and the dragon is gonna. It flies up into the air, takes a run. Looks like it's gonna do a strafing run,
That could hurt.
and is gonna go after you, Farron, because you hit him last. However, he tries to breathe another electricity breath weapon, and nothing comes out. So he just roars and just does a circle strafe. He is going to try. Let me see. I guess that's his turn.
Can I taunt him?
Oh, absolutely.
Cat got your tongue.
Oh, so he doesn't like that.
Too bad, my fucking turn.
Here we go.
Alright, so he's still in the air?
Yeah.
Crap. That's going to hit a moving target. That's fun.
Could you swing him, make him try to take a swoop at me?
Like
get him
change his direction?
Get him prepped to come down towards us, like where I'm standing.
I take
the next
I mean, I take pot shots at him, but I don't know what he's going to do. Sorry, I'm getting back to my dice here. Alright, I'm going to roll to attack, and I'm also going to light my arrow on fire.
Okay.
That is an 18.
That is a hit.
Alright, damage for that is an 8.
All right.
And I'm going to fire again. That is a 23
That's a hit.
and 5.
Okay, so he plucks 2 arrows at him. Takes them in his side, and he's like, "Ah!" Flying up. The dragon flies straight up, and you can just see him. He's a tiny dot, and then he starts coming back down.
Steve,
fast.
you seismic toss.
All right, your go.
My
There we
turn?
go.
He's coming down right towards
He's
us.
coming down hard and fast.
I'm gonna cast Flaming Sphere and see if I can push it into him as he comes down to swoop at us.
All right.
So you
Put it right over our head so he walks right into it.
I'm basically Kamehamehaing him as he comes down towards me.
All right, go for it. So what do I have to roll to avoid it?
Flaming Sphere. He's got the card.
What's your... Well, it's your spell save DC.
Oh, supposed to DC. Yeah, 15.
Okay. It hits.
Okay.
All right, how much damage?
That's what I need to know exactly.
Flame. I'm in the wrong spell level. Flaming Sphere deals 2d6 fire damage on a failed save.
2d6. Okay. Does it have potential to
For 12 damage.
set him on fire, though?
And then any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere must make a dexterity saving throw or take that damage.
11. He's doing something.
All right, so you hit him this
Cool.
thing. You could see the flame start to lick at his kind of metallic-looking plates over his body. He looks beat up. Farron, it's your go.
Well, let's keep this going. Another produce flame. I'm going to fling it right at him.
All right.
14 is my spell save DC.
All right, let's see if I make it. I do not.
So I roll 1d8 damage and deal 2 damage, apparently. One of my candles went out.
All right, so you hit it for 2 damage.
I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Dargo. So that is 1d4 healing plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which that's my proficiency plus my casting. Okay, so that's 1d4 plus 6.
Yeah, it's 8 plus proficiency plus any modifiers.
So I'm going to heal you for 10.
So basically, 66% of what I lost.
That negates quite a bit.
Okay, so you hit the same. This dragon hits the deck hard.
It's all me, guys.
So he's coming down. I threw it at him. I set him on fire, and you sort of nicked him from the side and knocked him off balance.
Bit of extra flame on there. Plus, he's got a bunch of arrows in his everything.
Basically, he spun out, hit the deck, and like kind of crashed into the actual rocky surface. And you can clearly tell he's on his last legs. And he just kind of gets up, just kind of shoots you these daggers from his eyes.
Literally or figuratively?
Figuratively.
Sorry.
And it's just roaring.
You don't know.
He's like,
dragon.
you pathetic creatures.
Do I taunt him again? You're the pathetic one.
Okay.
You have bested me this
guy.
day.
Let's kill him.
Oh, hold on. He's talking.
I shall leave you.
Oh no, you're not leaving.
Shoot him down.
Hold him down.
Kill him.
Kill him, because we don't want him going telling Daddy.
I mean, he's still got his action to take here.
Yeah. So, who has? He's gonna go after you.
Okay.
Does a 13 hit? Actually, he's got disadvantage, so I have to roll again.
You get disadvantage, and you have +2 AC.
Still,
And we have advantage
So,
too.
what does he have?
he rolled a 13.
He rolled 13. My armor class, because it is +2 right now, is 16.
It misses. This lightning blast goes shooting right past you, impacts the wall behind you, and splashes away harmlessly.
Awesome. So he's still attacking, even though he said he's going to leave.
Shot
So
failed.
I'm going to park a couple straight between the eye, hopefully.
All right.
I'm going to set my arrows on fire.
All right.
It's amazing how he does this so fast. Just
Yep.
He's on
deft.
point.
He's
That
deft.
is a 13,
All right. Miss.
17.
Hit.
5 damage.
You pluck the arrow strings back, hits him right between the eyes. He stops moving and stops breathing. The dragon is dead.
Well, he did leave us.
Sweet.
Cast haste on me more.
I was ready to just ice knife him, where he does like the exploding damage.
It works.
Or ice arrow, sorry.
Nolan
It works.
comes out from behind a rocky crevice.
He hasn't helped. He never helped at all.
Hey, Nolan.
And he's like, good job, guys.
Thanks for the help.
You just killed a dragon's son.
That's fine.
We're good.
It looks comparatively large as a dragon to us. No,
He
so
goes,
now-
well,
now-
I hope I'm not around when Daddy comes back.
well,
Mommy.
then I guess we're gonna have to chop it up and eat it, so that there's no.
Yeah,
fruit.
let's go harvest this dragon.
I was thinking about the same thing. I want to cut it open and see if there's any gold in his belly.
We use dragon hide. Dragon hide armor.
I was thinking of getting a
mean, we're gonna have to
horn
get a tailor,
or a.
but-
I mean,
Oh, yeah, I was going to show you guys a picture of a blue dragon. Just give me a
because I
second.
mean, getting a horn or hell, I would take a few scales and add it to my leather armor.
Yep.
Oh, you're really tired for a moment, by the way, because haste wore off, and now you're lethargic for a turn.
That's what a blue dragon looks
So we
like.
basically
Well,
did.
it's after 1 minute, which is 10 turns, but now that we're out of combat,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
back to
fair
real
enough.
time.
All right, I want a horn and a couple scales. Maybe and maybe a tooth.
Okay. You harvest a horn, you harvest some tooth from his head.
I would like to harvest some scale to increase the efficiency of my armor. Is that possible?
Not right at the current time.
Can I
Not,
have the scales anyways? to
yeah.
take to a
Oh, yeah.
table?
Yeah, like I figure
I'd like
each
to
want
have
a couple-
enough
We each want a
armor.
couple scales. We want a couple. We each grab a tooth and
Okay. I would also like to cut it open and see if there's anything inside him.
You cut them open. You don't see anything.
Except for guts.
Except for
There's no
guts.
bed on the
I
outside.
thought it'd be hilarious if one of the caravan people comes out. Oh, thank God you saved me! You heard my cries, and we're just like,
Sure.
sure, buddy.
All right, so you cut this dragon open, and you spend the vast majority of the day into the evening carving it up.
Sitting inside it.
Now we have choices, dudes. We either eat it and dispose of it, or we put it on display as a warning to other dragons.
I feel like we're outclassed by most dragons.
So eat it and then dispose of the body, bury
yes.
it. Yeah, okay.
Take
So we're gonna
everything
eat
we
some
can
dragon
possibly
meat, eh?
use here.
Why not? When else are you ever going to get a chance to maybe eat dragon?
Is it a
Can
delicacy?
we just take all the teeth and put them in your bag of holding?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
All right, so you literally deskull this thing and take everything.
We're prepping it like we prep a chicken.
Yep. You do as such. You roast the meat.
If it finds out, it's going to be pissed. We didn't just kill its kid; we ate it. We ate it and we disturbed the body.
We defiled.
Give me a
the hell out of
moment to
this.
take some notes here.
I know, because
Revenge.
it's like you mutilated the body and ate it. What are you, Jeffrey Dahmer?
So talk amongst yourselves for 30 seconds.
What can
I'm
we make
excited
out of
to
this
utilize
stuff?
those teeth, definitely.
Oh man, just make like a club with dragons' teeth.
I was thinking of like, if we can find any sort of armor
Dragon
or
tip
weaponsmith.
spear.
I want to have dragon tooth arrows, man.
I want to take the
Yeah, we
two.
have a few of those. You have to go get them every time
Well,
you shoot stuff. I mean,
Because
that's
if I
feasible.
remember correctly, because it's been so long since we've been traveling,
And daggers.
I think did I not lose my baculum bat?
Yes,
it
you did.
Broke in the
Because
spear of annihilation.
I wouldn't mind getting a club and then attaching a tooth to the end of the club, and just having a like a nail bat.
How many teeth does a dragon have?
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
You could make it a club with like nails sticking out.
I was
like
that's
dragon teeth.
I'm
I
thinking
would
like
like a dragon tooth whip.
I want a couple
or
daggers, man.
maul
Dragon
or a
tooth,
mace.
maybe 10 arrows. 10 arrows, please.
And as far as like how you could even, but the scales, like we don't need a lot, even though it's a small dragon, because our bodies are so small.
Yeah.
Just on like the shoulder pads, certain normal contact points, and it wouldn't mean it's like this crazy, dragon scale, super high end armor, but we would have a little extra protection to the certain most vulnerable spots.
And a lot of intimidation.
Yeah.
Because, I mean,
my suit's
Dragon
made up
Slayers.
of all the different, dire
worm.
bears that I've destroyed. I got, dragon scale on it too. A little bit, even if it is drake scale or worm scale.
I like how cool cucumbers we were during that fight. We
Killed the chimera, doomed the world.
Yeah.
Dude, it's gonna...
at this point, we
That's
just kind of
Wednesday, man.
go with it.
All right, so Nolan's like, well, that was entertaining, if somewhat insane.
Where were you?
That's what we do best.
He goes, I
know.
know.
You want some as I'm eating a whole bunch of dragon?
Are you gonna
Nolan looks at you, goes, I know better than to mess with a dragon, even if it was a baby. But hey, I don't get paid to think. So, I suppose we should probably rest here for the night and then keep going towards the Oasis of Vipers.
Sure.
Is the body properly disposed of? It's not visible
Oh yeah,
from the
it's
sky.
just bones.
Yeah, you sure don't want them to taste like chicken? Are we gonna keep the wishbone and see if we can
break it?
Can we physically break the wishbone for a dragon?
No, you cannot physically break the wishbone. All right, so the
kick-ass
night,
bone
We
armor.
can turn it into like one of those two-handed horns. Like,
Ricola?
Dracola.
so the morning eventually comes. Once again, a night of restless sleep. You do wake up not totally refreshed.
Was it restful enough to restore my spell slots?
Yes,
Okay.
spell slots are restored because you ate dragon meat. All hit points that were lost are restored.
Figured.
Excellent.
I didn't lose a damn thing.
Yeah. But
So-
shoot lightning at me, will you?
We
Son of a
good.
bitch, I'll eat you.
So Nolan gathers the rest of the camels and begins trekking with you guys. Everybody, roll me a Constitution check.
Constitution.
Are we getting like mud butt from this?
It's another hot day in the desert.
21.
You pass.
Gas.
14.
You also pass.
Constitution?
16.
15,
You also
actually.
pass.
So yeah, we pass.
So all of you pass your Constitution checks. The heat is bad, but it isn't bothering you today. There's a fairly significant breeze. So you guys continue on. You keep moving. The camels are actually keeping a pretty good pace today. And you approach the location on the map known as the Oasis of Vipers. And you see it's kind of like a Badlands type setting. You look off in the distance. You can actually see an oasis like a lake. But you see these tall, rocky towers of rock and sand and whatnot. And Nolan looks at you, goes, somewhere down there, somewhere, is the Temple of Tira. I've got a pretty good idea on where it is. But here's the question. Can you boys swim?
Yeah. Quite well, actually.
I guess we'll find out, because I think the temple is under the oasis, if I had to guess.
What would that be?
It's a strength check.
Okay.
There is a skill for swimming as well, but I'm pretty sure...
I was going to say, like,
We can just cheat.
Are there... Because what
We can just take animal forms that can swim. We're high enough level to do that now.
I was thinking like a dumb druid. I was just like, maybe I can talk to the fishes and see if the fishes will help me find it.
Just be a fish.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. We can still talk to the fishes and see where they
Hey,
are.
have you seen something that looks like this?
Yeah.
And I'll
look
just
like a temple?
swim.
So as you guys begin to approach the edge where the desert and the Badlands clearly kind of cross, you look down into the valley and you can almost hear snakes. Like you can just hear the sound on the wind.
How you doing there,
Nolan's
Nolan?
like, jeez.
I almost feel like we should both just cast Flaming Sphere and walk behind it as we push through like a shopping cart to mow down all the snakes.
Wow.
But don't forget, you... Actually, no, wait, I'm your game master. I don't have to tell you that.
It's morning right now, right?
It is
Why
morning.
don't we just
Okay.
turn into birds and fly?
We can't fly yet.
You can't fly yet. At
That's
level 8,
that's
you
level
can.
8.
Why don't we just turn into snakes and go
You
with
just
them?
speak with animals.
Why don't we just... But sneaky snakes are sneaky snakes.
Yeah, snakes are snake-like, sure, but I mean, you can talk to a whole bunch of snakes at once. Go, hey, have you guys seen the Temple of Tira? Boom.
That's
There's
You can
some
also
information.
eat me. Like, just don't kill me, but eat me.
So it seems like there's a
And
lot
I
of...
get- they'll be like,
Oh, like
hey,
we,
what's it?
like we,
hey.
we anaconda you and just roll down the hill on our side. Everybody in the snake pile.
So what are we going to do, fellas?
There's lots of animals to get some information from here. I really suggest...
All right,
speaking
you want to
with
animal it
animals.
up this time? I'm the one that always talks to you.
Well, I mean, you have speak with animals, I don't.
Oh,
gonna
that's
hide-
right.
Well, no, you do have access to it, because once again, when...
I can prep, but I
It's just
can't prep.
mine's already ready the whole
okay.
time. So,
I'm going
All
to
right.
hide in my
all
invisibility.
right, I'm gonna
cloak
look
while
at
you
the.
guys chat.
I'm gonna look at the largest, least angry snake I can find.
Okay, so give me... after a couple minutes of searching, you
Because
do find
I
a fairly...
believe that just it's an auto. I don't have to roll for
Yeah,
it.
Yeah,
you do
it's
find a
just spell.
snake hiding under a rock,
like-
because it is the middle, or it is early in the day.
Hello there, friendo.
What do you want?
We're just wondering. We're trying to get to the Temple of Tyr. Do you happen to know how to get there? Is it underwater? Is it somewhere around here?
Snake folk go towards the water.
Oh, is that right? And which way is that? Did you just sort of turn your head towards it,
The
please?
snake kind of straightens out its head, points towards the north.
Okay. Do you think we could get passage through here? We just don't want to step on anybody.
You mean us no harm, we do you no harm.
All right, thanks. And I throw
The
some-
snake kind of slithers back underneath the rock. It was basically like a black mamba.
So, Dargo, what did he say?
He said, "Walk behind me, and don't touch anything or hit anybody or do anything."
Which way are we going? Are we going to the temple?
We're going the way his head turned. That way, yes.
That's north. Hey, Nolan. North.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nolan kind of looks at you guys and goes, I don't know, you're really going to trust a snake? Well, I guess you're druids, that's what you people do.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you people?
I'm a halfling.
Looks over at Cora and goes, you realize this is insane, right?
Yep. All right,
Yeah,
follow me, and
but-
I start walking.
All in at this point.
All right, so you all start walking after probably about 45 minutes to an hour, kind of walking around snakes, dodging. Like, literally, the entire floor of this place is just crawling with vipers and vermin and just creepy things. You pass bones of larger creatures.
Creepy stuff.
Yeah, scary, creepy stuff.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened to us.
So as you continue to go through the Badlands towards the Oasis shore, eventually you arrive there, and it's just like a mirror, just smooth, clear blue water.
Neat.
And you're standing there, and Nolan goes, well, I'm pretty sure it's under the lake. And he goes, hold on a minute. And he pulls something out of his backpack, and it's this scroll. And he starts talking in this language you can't quite understand. And this, kind of like the water begins to evaporate, and you see this staircase kind of lead down towards the water. And it starts to lead down into the lake, past the bottom of the lake, and it just goes down into darkness. And he goes,
good.
This was worth what I paid for it. I just never got this far before. Dragons and snakes and everything. So thank you, boys.
I don't like darkness.
We can see in darkness.
Yes, but I've seen too much in darkness.
All right, I'll walk ahead.
All right, so you guys start proceeding down the staircase that starts out carved and then gets progressively rougher and rougher and rougher. After about a half hour of walking down to the darkness, eventually the walls turn from sand into mud, and then they turn back into rock again. And there's this huge underground area.
Is it lit up at all?
Yes, there are torches.
I was going to say, because, like, two of us can see. No problem. The other two guys walking behind. I guess we're doing the sort of system, like, everybody grabs onto, like, a piece of
Buddy
clothing.
system.
Like kindergarten kids do.
So, once you reach this huge open area, you do see those huge bonfire torches are lit down at the bottom, and you can see creatures moving down there. You can't, if you want to roll me perception, you can see what they are.
All right, let's do that, because we have dark vision. Perception.
Survival. No, perception. 18.
14.
18.
All right, so Farron and Dargo, you're pretty sure these are Yuan-Ti again. They're snake people. You see some people have heads in their snake bodies. Other people have snake bodies. Have human bodies but snake arms. And you see this huge carved snake head. Basically, think of G.I. Joe and Cobra. A huge cobra head is carved out of the rock face with these huge, gigantic, probably ruby or jewel eyes, easily the size of a car.
I'm sensing a theme here. Snakes.
Nolan's like, okay, little scared now. This place is supposed to be a holy site, but it's also supposed to be thousands of years abandoned. These things aren't supposed to be down here.
I take it you don't like the snake people much more than you like snakes, Nolan.
No, not at all. But what's down here is completely worth it.
What is it that you're looking for, Nolan? Just so we know what to keep, because if we can keep an eye out for it.
I'm looking for the Loom of Fate. I need one of the tapestries. There's 3 of them.
Oh, really? So what are you looking for it for? What does it do?
I need to know what's going to happen in my future. I don't got a lot of time left. So if I can feed part of my life force, I can use that to thread a tapestry, see what's going to happen.
Why don't you have enough time left?
Let's just say I'm running on a borrowed clock. Curse. Not every treasure I picked up is necessarily all hunky-dory.
Okay.
So, it's dangerous, but I don't have access to a wish spell. Maybe this is the closest thing I can find out. If I'm willing to sacrifice a year of my life, I can see what's going to happen. Like I said, all I want is one tapestry.
We should tell him that's what we're looking for, too.
I feel like
We'll
that's
keep an
probably-
eye out for you.
What are you guys down here for?
We hear there are some ancient magical items that can help ward off some of the problems happening in Cambridge.
He goes, fair enough.
It's vague. Like, basically we don't know the form. It's one of those we'll know it when we see it things.
Exactly. Well, there's problems
We'll
in
get a
Cambridge where druids, some shit went down in the druid circle. We need to kind of restore balance to the wilds out there, and we were led here to try to solve this.
He's like, all right. What brings you here? You don't exactly seem like the druish type. If you don't mind me saying.
I'm their hired gun. I'm the only one who could adequately protect them when they needed protecting.
Well, I guess you did take down a dragon there.
And you like
Sure
money.
did. And I like money.
Where there's gold, there's Koro. Or women.
He goes, that's a saying I've heard before.
Booze or dice games.
Or birds.
Bird people. Oh boy. Doot. Alright, so he looks at you guys. Well, they haven't seen us yet. How do you propose we get past those abominations? Just out of curiosity.
I'm gonna turn into a snake. If we can.
Well,
Yep.
you've seen the snakes, you can turn into
Yeah.
a snake.
Yeah, because they're low challenge rating, so.
I'm
You have your
going
invisibility.
Alright, you
cloak.
slap on your cape.
I feel like you should just kick
No
Nolan
one
into
you
the crowd.
Nolan's
Feast
like,
on this,
This
Geekmasters.
is Cambridge Chronicles.
Nolan reaches into his pouch, puts on a ring, and he disappears from sight.
Well, that saves me some trouble.
Okay.
I'm also going to snake it up like Dargo over here.
Alright, so you guys both turn into ordinary, non-venomous snakes. Actually, I think you can be venomous.
It won't really matter because
Yeah.
it's for appearance's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just
So you guys
using this for
snake
stealth.
down the stairs. Some of the... We'll see if they notice you. Hold on.
Can I ride them?
Right. the snake.
We're
They're garden
small,
snakes,
but-
basically.
Oh, garden snakes. Can I ride them?
The first
They ride
Yanti
me
guard does
briefly.
not notice you. The second one doesn't notice you. The third one definitely notices you. No, natural 20. The Yanti guard kind of stops, kind of flicks his tongue out there. This one is the one that has a human body but a snake head. So its tongue starts kind of flicking out. And you just hear it shout in common, who goes there?
And
What violates this sacred space?
And we're just gonna not pay attention. We're just gonna. I'm gonna slither randomly, like I have no direction.
Alright, you do as such.
Yes, I'm going to slither toward the nearest not us snake and
All right.
kind of interact with it casually.
Alright, you do
I'm
as
going to
such.
stand perfectly still. I'm invisible.
Alright. Nolan is going to try and sneak up behind him. He's been noticed, but he's going to try and stealth it.
Asshole.
And he does not succeed. The Yanti guard grabs him, and Nolan appears like he's being choked. Like the Yanti has him right by the throat.
I'm gonna slither by.
Jeez, it.
We're after the thing he's after too.
I'd say we could use his help, but last time we needed his help, he was
He
behind
did
a rock
fuck
for
all
a
is
few
what he
minutes.
did. He sat in his ass.
All right, so
He didn't
you're
even
all
share the
gonna-
meat with us. Like he didn't even want to be part of our food.
All right, so what are you gonna do? Well, all right, so going around the room.
It's right. We're not complete dicks. If we can help him afterwards, if we find a way, or if he can get his way out of it, it's one thing. But I'm not sacrificing our team for a guy that has been known to be shifty.
There are
was also
literally
after-
thousands of snakes around us, and probably
Yeah,
more
There are
Yanti
many
guards.
Yanti down further along everywhere. There are 3 guards there, and one noticed him. So right now he's in trouble. We're not.
Yeah, no. A vote to leave Jackass
No.
behind.
All right, so Nolan starts trying to struggle. He reappears, and after about 30 seconds, he passes out because the guard has him in such a stranglehold
Yeah.
and drags him inside. But as the Yanti drags Nolan's unconscious body into the area, the door chamber opens. So you guys can go inside now.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Slither casually, but rather quickly.
Without
toward the
looking,
door.
like, basically, we don't want to look like we have a mission. These 2 snakes are just randomly.
Book it!
No, it's like we're working our way in different times and patterns to get over there.
Natural snake-like motions.
No,
All right.
just carefully trying not to step on anyone's friends.
All right. Actually, I'm gonna just give me a sec here. I have to take a note here.
I mean,
All right, so you guys start slithering inside. You are not noticed, however, because Koro still has a bipedal form. the Yanti guard.
By penal form.
The other
dicks.
other two Yanti guards are gonna see if they detect you. Nope for the first one. Nope for the second one.
They are derpy.
Yes,
You
that good
sneak in.
man.
Those are the slacker guards.
So you manage to sneak inside. You come inside, you can see like hundreds of sarcophagi just lining the walls. You come inside, there are these huge big ceilings. It's like, it looks like this place is old. You're talking almost as old as time itself. And you can just see snake men walking around with robes, once again, various different types. You see guards that have human bodies with snake heads. I actually need to look up a stat right now, so talk amongst yourselves for like 3 seconds while I figure this out.
Come inside.
Oh, jeez.
I was
We all
waiting,
heard it.
and you turned into a strawberry. You were getting so
Thought he was gonna
holding it in.
burst.
I've done that a couple times today. But
Come inside. Wow, you had an eventful day.
Goodness gracious.
At least it's not as bad as last time.
Yeah,
Where literally every instances of that word made me laugh.
you were.
that was
man.
a day. That was a day.
Release.
I'm almost there. So
Release
as
the
you
Kraken.
start going through, you see what looks like stronger and stronger Yantis, and you also start to notice there are different rooms split off from the side. You see places that look like libraries, laboratories, where they're doing like alchemist type experiments. You do see several things that look like giant snakes but have arms like a man. Best way to describe it is this.
Cool.
I am showing them a picture of a Yanti monstrosity
my.
or abomination.
So it's like a king cobra with arms,
Yeah, basically, yeah, like a king cobra with arms.
Very
And you
buff.
see these things
like Trogdor.
like patrolling the hallways and whatnot. Nobody has detected you just yet.
Just yet.
You hear screams coming from further and further inside. Everybody roll me a perception check.
Alrighty.
19.
By the way,
Was that a natural one?
that was a nat one, which I can re-roll because of
Oh, yeah.
you have
because
the
you're
nat-
on luck,
but
yeah.
apparently the app I'm using moans when you.
That's
was
interesting. I
unexpected.
like that.
Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, I'm sneaking past this.
20, but not a natural 20.
Nah.
Okay. You hear screams coming from one of the chambers just off to your right, and you can easily get in.
Let's easily get in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you all come in. Koro, you sneak in behind them. You see these two snakes just kind of slithering in, and you see some more Yanti, more human, basically people with serpentine features, wearing these like black robes with like red hoods.
Am I thinking like Argonians?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like Argonians from Skyrim. You see them type of people, and you see some of the caravan survivors, and they're carving them up as they're alive.
Not good.
That's
And
disturbing.
they're chanting stuff. You can't quite understand what they're saying. You do catch a few words. Dendar is pronounced a number of times. You see the same giant cobra snakehead is carved into the wall, and each time they carve up a caravan survivor, they take whatever blood they can gather into glass jars, pour it into the wall, and the wall slowly filling up with this blood. And the snake's eyes get progressively more and more red, and they start to glow luminescently.
It looks like they're trying to open something.
Some sort of major sacrifice for God knows what.
You also, as this is all going on, you hear Nolan. He's like, "Get off me, foul creatures!" Eventually you see him get up off the table, and he's fighting one of the king cobras. He's got nothing on, he's just literally down to like a loincloth.
Let's see
And
what
he's trying to punch him.
Let's see what happens, guys. We still haven't been detected.
There's still way too many for us to fight, so we have to be
really
stealthy
is.
here.
So yeah, Nolan takes a swing at him and misses. Nolan takes another swing at him, misses. The king cobra basically reaches over him, clamps down with its giant claw or giant teeth into his shoulder. You just see poisonous, like, you know when someone gets an infection and their skin turns that purple? You see that just spiderweb out across his torso, and he passes right out.
Not
And
dead,
he's,
though.
no, he's not dead that you can tell.
Poison.
He's put back on the slab, and one of the Yuan-Ti persons says in common, "Bring him downstairs."
We should follow that downstairs.
Let's do that, yeah.
So they drag his unconscious body, which is slowly growing more and more purple as time passes. You go down a number of stairs. You go down this huge winding staircase. Once again, you're starting to notice more sarcophagi. The snake imagery is becoming more and more common, but there's less and less Yuan-Ti. So you come to the basement of this place. It takes about 5 minutes of like straight walking down this huge winding staircase, and you come into this huge chamber where these where there are these sarcophaguses, and the priest points to one of them that's cracked open and says, "Put the man in there." So the Yuan-Ti abominations is what I'll call them, puts Nolan into the sarcophagi, and the lid slams or kind of magically closes shut, and you just hear this unholy pitched whine, and you start to see blood come out of the side
Oh, Lord.
and sort of just goes all over the floor and then starts to crawl up the wall. As this happens, everybody roll me stealth checks.
Crap.
Nat 20.
You are completely silent, completely hidden.
15, but I'm also still in my robe of invisibility as well.
Okay.
6.
Right, you are hidden. You make a whipping noise with your tail. You get a little too into the mindset of the snake, and one of the Yuan-Ti kind of turns its head and looks at you and is like, "Interloper!" The door to the tomb slams shut, and two of the sarcophaguses on the wall open up, and you see these Yuan-Ti mummies just kind of shamble out. And the Yuan-Ti who put Nolan into the coffin just kind of stands back, heads and goes against the wall as if to avoid these mummies, and is kind of letting the mummies come towards you. Like even he won't touch them.
Shit.
You remember what happened last time a mummy got near me?
Only vaguely.
Almost died. Like I had like 1 HP
yeah, you
left,
were really low.
and it touched me and did 99% of my health.
This isn't good. I'm frightened. Is there...
And then I took the healing staff and thought it was evil, so I broke it.
Or what kind of routes of escape can I see?
The room is sealed. There are parts in the ceiling where the blood went up, but you're not that small.
I don't know if you want to go
There
where
are
the blood
3
goes.
enemies in this room. There's the Yuan-Ti, which is the abomination, and the 2 mummies. But the Yuan-Ti is staying suspiciously clear of the mummies itself.
You might want to go behind the Yuan-Ti.
Yeah, I'm gonna slither toward the Yuan-Ti as quickly as I can.
Alright, so you go towards the Yuan-Ti. The Yuan-Ti abomination starts to back up and won't actively attack, but the mummies are. Hit. The mummies grab the Yuan-Ti and just kind of hold on to him. And after a couple of seconds, the Yuan-Ti just falls to the floor and begins to rot away. Like it just
They have a
disintegrates.
necrotic touch. That's not good. That doesn't help.
Question is, what are they doing now that they've got their pound of flesh?
The mummies are just kind of, they're looking around the room like they know something else is in here. One of them rolled a natural 1, so one of them is completely fucking clueless.
I had a nat 20.
Yeah, you have a nat 20, so you're completely still and motionless. The other one kind of hisses out with this ancient tongue and looks over in Koro's direction. You're invisible, but you can still be smelled. So it starts walking towards you, just in your general direction. What are you guys gonna do? So in this room, there are sarcophagus, there are urns, there are tables, and there's seemingly the one way in. There is another door, but it is sealed.
And their coffins are open?
Yeah. There are 2 sarcophagus
Still have those magic
open.
beans?
Yep, you still got that
I
bag
still do
of
have
creatures.
a tan bag.
So
Of
it's
tricks.
random. Like if we're lucky, we could get an animal that could like push them into their coffin and then close it up.
And then promptly rotten.
Yeah, but that's not your turn.
At the same time, I have conjure animals, so I can make animals on purpose and command them to do such a
I
thing.
think they have to be there, don't they? Like, you have to be able in, like, an appropriate environment? Or what is the card
So you
say?
can't just make like a rhino and push them in.
Summon face spirits take the form of beasts and appear in unoccupied spaces you see within range. The summoned creatures are friendly to you and your companions. Roll initiative for summoned creatures as a group, which has its own turns. They obey any verbal commands I issue to them, no action required by me. If I don't issue any commands, they defend themselves from hostile creatures, but otherwise take no actions. That's it. So anything that I know how to, like, I know that animal exists, I can make that animal as long as its challenge rating is low enough.
Alright, you can do that.
I just need to figure out exactly what I want to conjure.
That's because we can have up to. Can we do bears, or is that the next category?
I can do a certain type of...
Because at level 5, I think we could do
bear.
Bear.
I think it's challenge rating half.
Yeah, there's different types of bears. There's black bear, I think, is the challenge rating 1. I think brown bear is challenge rating 1/2.
Because you can do that. It'd be a large enough thing that could at least, even if it dies when touching it, it could knock one or both of them into a
No, okay, brown bear is challenge rating 1.
While they're
while
yes,
they're
please.
deciding, what are you going to do, Cora?
is the door that is sealed pickable? Like, is it locked or is it sealed?
It's pickable, probably. Looking at it, it's old.
Okay.
But it's definitely got some mechanical parts to it. Whether it's magical, you don't know.
All right, I'm gonna quietly, while I'm still invisible, make my way. Is the door behind him or in front of me?
The door is behind him. You'd have to sneak around this Yanti mummy that has definitely noticed you, but doesn't know where you are.
All right, I'm gonna try to sneak around him.
Okay, roll me a stealth roll.
Conjure animals and conjure 4 beasts of challenge rating 1/2.
And I'm just going to basically do nothing. Because I am
Okay.
That's right,
perfectly
16. My
Let's
apologies.
see if he
16.
detects you. Natural 1. He walks
He can't
right.
see shit.
Basically, you walk right past him. We were like,
giving him a bird.
yeah. So you walk past him, and you come up to the actual door. So using your thieves' tools, you're gonna try and pick it.
Yep.
Okay, I'll give you a +2 to it. So
Plus 2?
Yeah, just roll me a 20.
Just roll me a nat 20.
Yeah, just roll me a nat 20.
No problem.
So just a +2 to whatever I roll?
Yeah.
7.
The door doesn't seem to move, but you definitely got the mummy's attention. When you started picking the lock, you saw a flash of light for a second, and the door, I wouldn't say it's sealed, but you've tripped some kind of a magical sensor. So the mummies are like looking right at you. You see the mummies turn around and start walking towards Koro. Or at least the direction you presume Koro is, because he's invisible, you can't see him. The invisible game of cat and mouse.
We're inside, so I can't really moonbeam them.
We can flame spray them. I have a feeling that since they're undead mummies, that they're somewhat weak to flame.
I'm not doing shit till I get noticed. But it is my turn.
Yep, it is your turn for sure.
Cast distraction away from that door.
Cast distraction.
I cast instantly kill mummies.
No, you know, I'm gonna turn back and cast Flame Sphere.
All right.
So we're in a fight.
Not
We
yet.
kind of have to pretty much be.
I think we're a little stuck, but at this point, we're not in the fight yet.
No,
We have to initiate the fight. But
Aren't we casting Flame Sphere?
I am.
That's initiating the fight.
yeah,
And
but
I'm gonna
we're
push
not
it
in the
into
fight
because
yet.
they're both, I'm assuming, standing right near
They're
you.
basically standing right side by side.
So I'm gonna
Okay.
push it into their backs.
Okay, you do as all right. So they don't see it coming.
Yeah.
So it auto hits as far as I'm
there's no
concerned.
roll. So that means I have to do it's how many D's?
2d6.
All right, that's not gonna be 11.
11. All right, you deal 22 damage.
Weak to fire.
So the mummy's bandages start to go up, and they're like, like that. They don't quite know where it's come from. However, casting the spell, does that knock him out of animal form?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I said I turned back
okay, so yeah, you appear.
because I'm not a snake that's gonna throw a fireball.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
That would be cool. So yeah, you appear. You launch the flaming sphere at them. They start to cast. Their bandages are up, but they've definitely noticed you now.
Yeah.
But they're a good 15 feet away from you.
So then it's
Are we...
So we'll just go around the room like this again. So Cora, it's your go.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah. So you're at the door. The door is just tripped.
wait.
and you're like,
Did he do anything?
no, yeah, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, we're now in
Oh, because
combat.
I initiated the.
Yeah,
combat.
just for sake of simplicity for me.
You got it. Okay, so I'm still invisible and near the door. They, I'm assuming, are not facing the door again?
No, they have turned around to face Dargo.
Okay, so we're pretty much playing, look over here, look over here. Okay,
And you could lay your
would I
Fire.
would I still be in stealth? Like, would they not have actually known that I am here? Technically, all they knew was the door made a noise.
Yeah, but so yeah, they know something's tripped it, but they don't know where you are.
Okay, so if but they've acted, so I can't use my assassin.
No.
Okay. 1 second.
Good hit on that flame sphere. It's a
Yes,
lot of damage.
absolutely. Okay, so I'm just going to do my normal attack with bow. I am going to set it on fire.
Okay.
Good
Not
call.
setting my bow on fire, setting my arrow on fire.
burns
Oh, this is not what I wanted. Not at all.
All right, let's see what happens.
Skill check to put... flame on.
That is an 18.
That's a hit.
All right, and 9 damage.
That deals 18 damage to the one mummy on the left,
Cool.
and we're gonna go to Farron.
My turn for a
Crap.
flame sphere. So I'm going to cast Flaming Sphere and have it appear directly between the two of them, so it engulfs both of them potentially.
All right.
You must make a... sorry, that's an ending your turn with a dexterity saving throw. I'm getting so confused by this spell today.
For the sake of, I think he has to do a save on that. Or,
Yes, so spell save DC is 14, which I think is wrong, but whatever.
Okay. See if I avoid it. This is a dexterity.
Yes, this is a dexterity saving throw. So you'll take half as much on a fail.
I don't make it.
Or on a save.
I rolled an 8 and I got a -1, so I fail.
Okay, so that's 2 d8 damage, which is 5.
So that's 10 or 5 damage total.
Five,
wait,
no,
two.
5 damage.
Wait. You said
Dealt.
it was it's double.
Well, anything that is dealt damage within that sphere anything that's within that sphere takes the damage. So because they're so close together, they're both taking that much damage.
How
They
many,
take double.
D whatever was it?
2d8.
2d8.
2d8
That's not
damage.
what I rolled, is it? It was 2d6 what I rolled.
Flaming sphere is 2d6 damage. You're right.
So re-roll your thing.
Yep, that's
Well.
okay. Yeah, re-roll it. 12, so 24 damage. You cook these mummies. They start screaming and flailing around, and they fall to the floor literally in a pile of ashes. You whoop their ass.
Fire good.
Fire, very good. We like fire.
I tried lightning last time. It didn't really work.
No.
Fire usually works.
When in doubt, use fire.
So, as the mummies rot away, or basically cook away, you can hear a weak murmur coming from the sarcophagus, or from the tomb, rather, of where Nolan was put in.
Question is, do we open it and see what's inside?
Yes.
All right, let's pry it open.
All right, you pry it open. You see Nolan. He's head to toe purple. There's like this greenish fluid coming out of his wounds.
Can I make a medicine check? Try to see if I can
He was
save
going to
him?
die anyway, right?
I've got a
You
plus.
don't know.
I got a +6 to medicine, so
No, I mean, he had some sort of curse that was going to kill him anyway, right?
yeah. But it could still be useful if he ever involves himself in a fight. This one's not really on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to try and stabilize him?
And let's see if I can medicinally save him.
Okay.
I roll a 16.
You roll a 16. You take out most of the poison. You've probably stabilized him, but he's in no shape to go anywhere.
You're
going to
live.
All right, buddy, you sit tight and close it up.
You got this, man.
He basically just kind of
Because, I mean, what else can we do with him, right?
He rolls over and falls unconscious.
Should we see what he's got in his pockets?
He only has the loincloth on.
Should we see where his items were taken?
Probably upstairs. Which, by the
I don't
way,
wanna go up there.
the door that was leading in has opened, and the door that was leading further down has also just briefly just opened.
Do we go grab his shit, or do we go down? I guess we should move on.
We should probably continue on. We're on a bit of a tight schedule here. There's probably something noticed upstairs.
Yeah, you
and
know
they'll be
what?
coming to see.
If we leave, they'll probably close the doors behind us and we won't get to go back in.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so
Rocket.
as you guys prepare to enter deeper into the Temple of Tira, what lies ahead of them? I guess we'll have to find out next week. Stay tuned to the Cambridge Chronicles presented by Terrible Warriors. I've been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, joined with...
Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
And Lee's actually making good rolls today.
We'll be back next time right here on the Cambridge Chronicles, only on TerribleWarriors.com.
Yeah.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who've embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to Dungeons & Dragons, the Cambridge Chronicles, the Terrible Warriors. That's right, I am your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd of ThisWeekInGeek.net, but I'm not alone as we trek through the deserts and the ruins of Antioch. We find ourselves in the Temple of Tira, but I'm not alone as I have my party of adventurers. I have joined on my left.
Farron, Mr. Christopher.
Alex, also known as... Dargo.
The Bear Fucker. And of course, our dashing rogue.
Lee, Koro, and also Emperor Wayne Johnston.
Yay! So when we last left our adventures, these guys had just gone down a rather long set of stairs in the Temple of Tyr, and they had defeated a pair of Yuan-Ti mummies and watched the mummies tear apart a Yuan-Ti abomination. And while they had done this, a door at the back of the room had opened, which leads deeper down into the depths of the Temple of Tira. You guys can feel a hot wind coming up from the tunnels, and it carries a very musty and disturbing smell. You can definitely smell blood.
So it's a fart.
I was just gonna say,
No, it is not
sorry,
good
right here.
Sorry, boys, that was
Blood
me.
fart.
Well, it's worse. The fart rises and then it eventually settles down low.
Fuck rises.
Yeah,
Anyway.
we discussed. You know what? It's probably time to go down.
We need to keep moving.
Yeah, because we don't know if we're gonna get this chance again.
You hear the whimpering cries of Nolan as you seal him in the sarcophagus to come back for him later, presumably.
Yes, we did our best to heal his terrible poisons, but there's not much more we can do for him reasonably right now.
Yeah,
He was kind of selfish and didn't really do much anyway.
Yeah, he hasn't exactly been there for us, so we're already doing him a favor. Let's move.
All right, so you guys begin to descend the staircase that leads deeper into the Temple of Tyr, and the stone that you initially came down starts to get rougher and rougher till eventually it's just jagged rocks that just happen to be cut like a staircase. And eventually, after about 15 minutes of climbing down these rocky stairs, you come into this huge antechamber, and you just see these snake statues everywhere. The room is easily the size of what you would think of like a theater would be. So think of those gigantic open air theaters. You see snake statues arranged in what looks to be some kind of a ritualistic position. As you guys are druids, you recognize some patterns in this. Definitely these are probably of arcane origin for sure. The place is lit by some kind of unnatural light which hangs from the ceiling, almost like literally like a day orb. You're not sure what magic powers it, but you definitely know it is magical in nature. You don't hear anything down here. In fact, it's disturbingly still.
Are there any signs anywhere that anyone's been here recently?
You do see tracks in the sand that's down there in the sand and dust. You see footprints. You see what would probably be slithering body, I guess, prints, like from those Yanti abominations. So like tracks from those. There's definitely been activity down here recently. As you look around, you do see multiple doors on each side. There's 3 on each side. They seem to go into different parts. You do look above. You do notice there is like kind of like a second level to this place. You're not sure where the staircase to lead up to that is, but you definitely see there's multiple levels to this room that peek down into this open air type theater area. So, what are you going to do, gentlemen?
Should follow those tracks just to see if there's...
Probably would be a good idea.
I'm gonna watch a movie in the theater.
What kind of theater?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's... No, it might be. It might be like an old, dilapidated 1920s.
Okay, everybody give me a perception or a wisdom check to follow the tracks.
No problemo.
Wisdom
Let's
check.
roll this up.
15.
All right.
Oh. 2.
Oh,
14.
okay.
This looks like a place.
So, Farron, using your knowledge of kind of dwarven stonework, you're kind of able to determine the tracks are leading down towards what would probably be some kind of a geothermal furnace or some kind of an underground smelting area. So you follow the tracks, and you can definitely start to hear heavy machinery. You're starting to get a lot of heat that isn't desert heat, but geothermal heat. So the air's hot, it's gross, there's not a lot of moisture in the air. And you can hear things moving around, heavy things, rock, metal. And you can hear something. It may be a language, but you're not entirely sure. Do you want to proceed further? It sounds like maybe dwarven heavy machinery, but maybe stuff that's maybe been taken over.
Is there any sort of writing anywhere that I might recognize?
What languages do you speak?
I know Common and Druidic, and I'm a dwarf.
You don't see any languages that you recognize anywhere.
And I rolled too low to even see if there's Melmish at all.
You're just zoned out looking
I was
down
just like,
the stairwell.
whoa.
Man, this is deep.
Yeah, deep. How deep is it? Deep.
Pretty deep, man. Pretty deep.
Well, I doubt sincerely that it would be anything sort of thieves' canter. So,
Actually,
Mr. Gnome.
yes.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Written on the wall in Thieves' Cant is danger, treasure, watch for traps. And you see under the word trap in Thieves' Cant is multiple underlined, and it's written in fairly fresh chalk.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to reach out to feel the chalk just to see exactly how fresh it is. Are we
It
talking
comes
like...
off in your hand. It's
Okay, so
probably
it-
been there a couple of days.
Couple days. Okay, cool. Hey guys, there's seems to be treasure up in these hills. So
Why
but
do you say that?
There's a lot of traps. Well, this text here, it says treasure, lots of traps. Careful.
You can
very
hear-
very careful.
Do you recognize the writing?
Yes, I recognize the writing.
But does it look like anyone you know? Like, you know, the handwriting? Does it look familiar? Does he recognize? Do you recognize the handwriting?
Do I recognize the handwriting?
No, it's just standard.
Sorry.
Damn.
Sorry.
Oh,
I didn't know what the hell you were trying to get at.
This looks like Mom's handwriting. That crazy wench, what she's been up to.
He's a rogue.
Okay.
He's got deft hands.
Okay, so I don't recognize the writing.
You don't
Yay.
recognize the writing, but as you guys are
Thank
sitting
you.
there talking, your voices are bouncing off the hallway, and you hear the activity. You definitely hear voices now.
Okay, we should try to speak in whispers from now on, just to not attract any more attention.
That's true.
So do you guys want to proceed down towards the voices? Do you want to go back into the theater, check out the other doors, or what do you want to do?
I want to proceed a little bit closer towards the voices, but I want to like try to hear out and see like if we can make.
Okay, everybody
roll.
roll me a stealth check. Everybody is at advantage right now, I'll say, so you get to roll twice. Take the highest number. Some of us are using dice rolling apps from
Okay,
before.
so I rolled a 5 and a 15, so it's going to be a 15.
Yep.
So 11 for me.
25.
All right, Koro, you sneak along remarkably quietly. It's silent as the dead, I would say. And I'm rolling a real giant dice.
You might want to be careful with how you roll that dice.
Well, you know why I don't want to be careful? Because I'm showing the room right now.
Oh.
So, once again, Derpy Hooves the guard has rolled a natural 1. Can't hear shit. The sound of the machinery starts to go thum, 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 as if something's being pulverized.
We need to bring that guard with us.
Combing the desert. We ain't found shit.
You guys could be dancing with a full marching band and they wouldn't hear you right now.
Koro could walk up to them, shake their hands, introduce himself, and they wouldn't know he's there.
So as you start to move closer towards the sound, you do see another smaller staircase leading down into a larger open area that's definitely like a smelting area. And you see Yon T working on giant blacksmith areas, like they're crafting weapons, they're crafting armor. Nobody's noticed you. You see probably about 5 Yon T blacksmiths just hammering and smelting, like melting down new metals, stuff like that. You see some of them are moving giant wheelbarrows of ore and stuff like that, pouring it into like the fires and whatnot to melt it down. And they haven't taken notice of you.
This place disturbs me, all this hot metal. I don't like metal.
I don't like snakes.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Exactly. Somebody had to say that.
Nolan said it earlier. He doesn't like snakes. I don't
Yeah, well,
like
he's
him
a
very
dick,
much
so-
either. Still there.
But you look around and you can see racks of newly finished scimitars, newly fashioned breastplate, stuff like that. Even some stuff that druids could use. You see some fancy looking leather armor. You do see a guy with over by a tanning rack, though you're not quite sure what animal leather it is. Everybody roll me another perception check.
18.
17.
You look over and you see a pile of bones that is likely, probably a man. So the leather may be made out of
How did
people.
Cora roll? Because he was silent.
15. You're good.
Okay.
You also see the piles
I
of
thought he was like, -5.
I am blind now.
That's not.
So you see those down there. You also see another person, one of the blacksmiths, is inlaying jewels into some of the swords and into some of the armor.
They seem like they're almost decorative.
As
Yeah,
you
but are
keep
they worth
looking
anything?
around, you're starting to see some of the statues that you saw in the open air or in the open theater area are also down here. It's a snake body with human arms and a snake head. And you see the armor being adorned onto different ones of them, like you said, very much decorative. And you just see different types of these statues around, but they're definitely of the snake man. So definitely some kind of a Yanti deity, maybe somebody important in their religion. But there's a lot of snake statues down here.
Is it just the 5 blacksmiths that are down here?
You do see a couple of slave workers. In fact, as you look, you see a couple of Yanti half-breeds, which are people with serpentine features. And you see what may be some of the captured traders coming from the caravan.
How many does it seem to be there?
Probably about 10 of them, 10 captured caravan traders. And probably be about 5 of the Yanti half-breeds, who seem to be more like slave masters. You hear their wails of pain as they beg not to be hurt, but you just hear them hiss. They're shouting something in probably undercommon or something else. Basically, get to work or die. You see them working the smelters, working... You actually see a couple of them with pickaxes picking at the wall, trying to get other pieces of ore and jewels out of the wall.
I kind of want to free them, but the numbers are kind of rough.
Yeah.
Because we could turn them against just uprising. There's weapons all over the place for these guys to pick up and just start a rebellion down here and cause chaos. And in the meantime,
At the same time, I also want to question, they're putting jewels in this, like, are they enchanted? Are they cursed?
Are they worth anything?
That's well, yeah. Of course, he asked that.
always. These are innocent people, to a point, anyway.
I might not touch it, but that doesn't mean the thief might not want to grab something and see.
These people who are enslaved, I mean, they need something to defend themselves.
That's true.
We could. I'm not sure how.
Damn it! Let's
how
do
we're
it.
going to free them.
I was gonna say well, we could always just split up as well. We could go to. I could go over to the jewels and take a closer look. You guys could start cutting some ropes, etc.
So what are you guys going to do? You're standing at the top of the staircase. I'm going to see if they notice you. They're at disadvantage for this roll. Fuck my life. Well, I rolled a 12 and a natural 1. Guess which roll I have to take.
The one is it the one?
Yep.
How many people are down there?
You see 5 of the abominations, which are blacksmiths, 5 serpentine half-breeds, and 10 slaves.
So that's pretty.
I wish there was an open sky, because then they didn't notice. I just moonbeam them right from here. They'd be stuck in the middle of it.
These slaves, what are their background looking? Are they elderly? Are they fit people?
They're fairly.
Could they handle? I was gonna say, could they handle themselves in a fight?
They're fairly fit, mostly men. You do see a couple of younger women. They are mostly working the tanning racks.
Okay.
I was thinking,
But they are the people that are closest to the tanning racks are also the ones closest to the weapons.
I could cast. I'm doing a little bit of a huddle with my fellow druid.
Mm-hmm.
I could cast spike growth. They won't know that it's there until they start to walk. And don't you have that binding thing too? What was the one
I
where
have
they can't
entangle.
move? Entangle.
I could entangle.
Because I could cast spike growth, and you can cast entangle. So if they don't get caught and you're entangled, they could, if they do try to run or do anything, then they'll get hit by spike growth.
Okay, so this is risky. We can put an entangle around the blacksmiths. Are they all fairly close together?
Yes, they're all working around different blacksmith fires or hearths or whatever, but they are very close together.
Because if we can hold them in one spot, Koro could totally like rain fire arrows on them.
I think it's our best shot. Entangle them and inspire. You know, we
I'll
definitely be noticed.
cast spike
We
growth.
have a battle plan.
I'll cast spike growth on the ground. Say, plan. Team Ho.
Team Ho.
Team
Okay.
Okay. How many arrows do I have left?
You will run out of them when I dramatically say you do.
Okay.
Just because it's so much
Because
easier.
also remember, we also have arrows and stuff on us too.
Yeah,
We
fair
can
enough.
pass-
Yeah.
we're right beside each other. We can just pass them to you.
Excellent.
Don't know how you're going to set fire to stone-tipped arrows, but you'll make it work. You're a rogue.
Very true.
You could cover it
All
in
right,
like
so I
rags.
would say I'm going to
Yeah.
cast spike growth first.
Okay. So, are you going to cast it around the blacksmith's area?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, the floor where they are.
Okay, so since all the hearths are fairly close together, how far does your spike growth go in width?
That we have a spell card for, which are amazingly useful.
Exactly.
20-foot radius centered on a point.
Yeah, it covers 3 of the 5.
Okay.
And they're the
And the
three
thing
that
is
are
that
closest
I
to
don't
you.
believe they notice it till they start to move.
No. You just see from where you're standing, you start to see the spikes slowly rise out of the ground floor.
Ready to trap them when it happens, or ready to hit them. And then, because technically we're not in combat yet, right?
Nope.
So that means,
Okay, so that's a good start.
and then you
We
might
have that in place.
yeah.
So
When I
they're
entangle, they're going to notice, though, because that's just regular vines that's going to come out and grab them.
Yeah, but you might want to do that because then I would say psst, 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 psst. Koro might want to ready his arrows.
I'm going to ready my arrows.
All right, you do as such. You draw your bow back. You're aiming down, so you will have advantage on attack rolls as they do not notice you.
Excellent. I'm going to set fire to my arrow. Wait, they'll probably notice the fire. Will they
But the
notice
arrows-
the
I'll
fire?
roll it. I'll see if they notice. You light one of your
All
arrows
right,
on
yeah,
fire.
let my arrow
Now,
on
do
fire.
I want to entangle the same 3 of the spike growth? Because they're going to take damage for moving, but if I have them stuck, they won't take
Yeah,
damage. Or do I want to entangle the other guys?
You could if mine were all to the right, you could place yours slightly to the left. You might catch somebody in the crossfire between them. So you might want to go for the ones that aren't entangled, and then maybe catch somebody who already is in spike growth.
Yeah, it does become difficult terrain, so they have a hard time getting here. Okay, I am going to cast Entangle a little bit closer to the other 2 and try to catch them.
Okay, your entangle, and that just wraps them in vines.
It wraps them in vines. They have to make a strength saving throw or be restrained until the spell ends.
Okay, so your vine growth violently bursts from the ground, entangles the other 2. They're like, you see them look around in utter confusion. The other 2, the other 3 that are not entangled yet, look up and see Koro lighting his arrow. I rolled a natural 19.
Okay.
So they're like, what? But as they say what, they go to move, and they're very much hurting.
Because the damage for spike growth is...
Spike growth is 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet the creature travels.
Okay. So if you want to roll that, they roll each...
How far are they running towards us?
Yeah, the 3 are trying to move, and they moved 5. Actually, they moved...
You're determining how fast they're moving or how far they're moving?
They moved fast. These fuckers are fast, so they rolled... They're going to do their full movement, which is 40 feet. They will reach you in 2 turns.
So they move 40 feet right now?
Yeah, they are...
Okay, so they weren't
they've
moved
Yes.
beyond. They've moved beyond the radius at this point already.
Yeah, so they take full damage. So you've centered them over there.
So it's
Yeah, that's 6.
6 times. So six times 2d4s.
Yeah, roll.
So I gotta roll 12 d4s.
Do it. Let me check
That
their
could be some decent.
health.
And they die.
So I'm
Minimum
just gonna
12,
set it up
maximum
to
48.
do 12 of them here. 12d4.
Boom.
That is
Get thorny.
37.
Okay.
Each.
Just give me a sec. Yep, just give me a sec.
So they're just like, "Ow! Fuck, 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 fuck. Owie, my feet."
Okay. All right, so you hit them. They are bloodied. Like, you just see, like, cuts all over them. And they do not seem daunted by this. You see them pull scimitars from their sides and just start hissing challenges at you.
Well,
They're like, who defies?
I think it's time for Mr. Arrows.
You've already taken your turn.
I
right?
did the entangle thing.
Oh, you
We
did
technically
the
started combat.
Are we starting
That
combat
started
round?
combat.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys had surprise, so I'll let you keep that.
Okay. So, are we starting at top with me?
Yes, it'll go.
Damn, I was really hoping you cast haste on me.
Entangle is concentration spell.
He's got
you got okay.
So see, he's got two of them covered. We have to take care of the other three.
Okay, fair enough.
I can still do other stuff. I just can't use another concentration spell right now.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I am going to fire my arrow at one of the gentlemen.
That's a very nice way of calling the snake monster.
Enemy gentleman connoisseurs. Okay. Easy roll to hit. Is a 13.
That misses. The
5.
arrow goes whizzing past their gigantic serpentine torsos and bounces harmlessly off the wall.
Fuck.
All right, so whose go is it next? I guess it would be their go, wouldn't it?
My go?
Because you cast a spell.
Oh, that's right.
So the first one is going to attack Koro just because he fired his arrow. They consider him the threat right now.
You said
The first one misses.
You said they're 2 turns away from us, though, right?
No, they'll be there in 2 turns.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, no, you're right. Yeah, so never mind. Let me back that up. So
If they're trying to take a shot, then they're going to have to not move.
okay, so their turn is done because they only have melee weapons.
So they're running towards us. Still.
Yeah,
so now
they're
they're
power
next gonna-
slithering.
So
at
the
you.
next round they're going to be right at us.
Yeah, they're booking it up those stairs quite fast. The slaves are looking around, and they're cowering in fear. And the other Yanti half breeds are like, "Stay your hand or feast the flame."
Wow. Okay.
They're pretty brutal.
So is it my turn now then?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going that way. Okay. Let me see here. I'm going to use my Spear of Fury's Wrath. I'm going to use one of my daily lightning to 2d6 thunders on them.
Okay, so you have 2 charges remaining after
Yes, I did.
this. Yep.
No, I already used one.
One, yeah. Okay.
So I have 1 charge after this.
All right, so you're going to use it?
So I'm going to use that, and so it's 2d6, right?
Yep.
Do I have to roll a hit on that? I don't think
Yep.
I do. Okay. What? Natural 20.
You hit, and it's crit, so double the damage.
Fuck. Okay. So 2.
You hit the lead one.
So 2d6.
Yep.
$16 damage.
Okay. You hit him, and this burst of energy smacks right into him. Electricity splashes and arcs all over his body, coalescing over his eyes. He looks hurt, but he doesn't look perturbed. He's like, he kind of looks at you kind of cockeyed. His giant tongue kind of hisses out. He bares his fangs at you. You can see venom just dripping off of it, as if to say, "Is that all you got?" All right, your go, Farron.
I'm going to shout to the slaves and try to incite them to rise up, grab what they can, and try to start
right.
fighting as well.
I'm going to call it a morale check. We'll see if you can see if your attack has inspired them any. A few of them start running towards the weapons. They're engaged in hand-to-hand combat with some of the serpentine half-breeds. About half the slaves are kind of cowering. But 5 of the 10 are definitely making a run for the weapons. So, you've erupted the entire blacksmith area in full-on melee combat.
And two of the people are still held together. So I'm assuming that the slaves are going to go after the ones that can't move.
Yeah, I'm going to try and... They get to roll strength checks, so give me a sec. What am I rolling against for that? Your spell
My
DC?
spell save is 14.
Okay. They break free with no effort. You just see them just snap the vines.
Uh-oh.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
I'd like to add, they had a +4 on that roll. Their natural strength is a 19.
Oh, wow.
Danger.
So, you see these ones, they look angry. They draw their scimitars as well and start going after the slaves that are running towards the weapons. You are only engaging 3 of them right now, still.
Okay.
So,
The question is, who wants to help them out? Who wants to give the slaves a head start?
They're fighting.
They're fighting.
We're all fighting for our lives right now.
Yeah, we are.
Every one of us. If we try to run, they're just going to chase us down. We're in fighting mode.
That's true. Not my go.
Yeah, it's my turn. I am going to attack the one that got hit by
Thunder.
thunder.
okay, so
And it
that's
has
the lead one.
bloodshotty eyes.
Yep.
And I'm gonna light my arrow on fire.
All right, you do as such. I really got to stop saying that. I'm trying.
It's okay.
Kind of
Or,
a,
yes, that goes through. Sort
yes, it happens.
It resolves if you're a magic player.
God damn it! That's a 12 for a hit.
That's a 12 to hit. And that's with your bonuses.
That's with my bonuses.
You miss. Once again, the arrow goes wide and does not hit its intended target.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. There we go. The lead one who...
Sorry. I apologize. I thought you were still describing. I want to prep my uncanny dodge.
Okay. So what does Uncanny Dodge do?
Prep a team reaction like on previous turn for half damage next turn because they're
Okay.
going to reach us next turn, right? So.
Yeah, so they are right on top of you right now. So the one of them is going to attack you. He is using his scimitar, which hits you. I'm sorry, it's 17 plus 7. And it's 2d6 plus 4. So I rolled a 1.
Yes.
I rolled a 1. 6 damage. The scimitar slices across your torso but doesn't quite pierce your armor.
It's like Indiana Jones when that guy comes in. He's like, yeah. You just pull a gun.
The second of the 3 is also going to attack,
Fuck me.
and he is
Like,
going
nat
after.
20. Dead.
He's going after you.
Oh boy.
He's like, I want the gnome. He takes a slice with his scimitar and whizzes the air just above your head. You literally feel
Too short.
pieces of your hair
Yeah.
get cut in the breeze. The last Yuan-Ti abomination is going to attack Farron,
Hooray!
and he bears his fangs at you and basically leaps at you with a bite attack.
I don't like
Does he just go Yanti like a Pokemon?
No. He leaps at you and hits the wall behind you. But part of the wall, you notice there's venom on the wall, starts dissolving.
Oh boy.
Wait, the wall had venom on it, or he had venom?
He had venom in his fangs.
Oh, I thought he touched the
bit
wall. And
the
he started,
wall.
it's like, don't touch the walls, guys. Oh Lord!
Acid wall.
I knew something was weird. Something was fucky.
So, it is now your guys go.
Top of the round. Is that
Top
me?
of the round.
Yeah, it's me again.
Yeah.
Okie dokes. What am I going to do to you? I'm trying to think of a strategy. I should probably go after the one that's right in front of me, because
Yeah.
he's right in front of me.
Yep.
I am going to not use magic. I am going to attack two-handed with my spear.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll to hit. Let me see here. 19.
All right, so you drop your stick of thunder, you draw your spear in
Well, the
one
spear
rapid
is sorry.
motion.
The spear is the
Okay.
spear of Fury's Wrath.
Okay, so you grab a hold of it, tighten your grip
Yeah.
around its wooden handle, and you attack him, and you rolled a natural 19?
Yes.
You hit.
Wicked. So because I'm two-handing it, it is 1d8.
Okay, roll it.
That is 8.
All right, you
Nice.
hit him for max damage. You pierce his side. You see a greenish fluid start to spill out,
You
and
grody.
he just seems angrier at you than ever.
But they just get angry when they're close to death, guys. It's okay. I swear, it's okay.
Yeah, I stab him and I go, ew, as I pull it out. looks like
Squeamish around bodily
looks
things.
like slime from Uh-oh.
All right, Farron, your go. You see Dargo stab the lead one in front of you. The one who had just attacked you has peeled himself off the wall and is spun around almost seemingly on a dime to face you. Scimitar drawn this time.
Time to even the odds a little. I am going to cast Conjure Animals and conjure 4 black bears in front of me, between me and the Yanti.
4 black bears?
All right, then. So, seemingly out of nowhere, these bears just materialize out of thin air.
Wait, are they the Berenstein Bears?
They can be. We'll call them the Bernstein Bears.
So the Berenstein bears materialize out of thin air, and these Yanti look, their eyes, their big serpentine eyes grow wide as they're sort of as if to say, what the fuck? And they see this, and you hear the slaves down below sort of cheer as they see the black bears emerge.
Could have done a mongoose.
Not really. I should have done that. I haven't seen a mongoose in a while, though. So
All
I
right,
need to
so
know them.
what, so do your black bears roll their own the hits?
Yes, as a group.
Okay, so they roll the hit as a group. So we'll see if they hit the Yanti. They get surprise.
That's a big mauling if they do get in.
They have a +2 to strength, by the way.
Okay, so they rolled a 16, which is enough to hit.
Okay, they have multi-attack. They take 2 attacks, 1 bite and 1 claw. The bite is +3 to hit, and the claw is +3 to hit. Bite is 1d6 +2, and claws are 2d4 +2.
Okay, roll it.
Ooh, damage time.
Okay, so I gotta write this down real quick here. Hit is 1d6 +2. Other is
Notes, people.
2d4.
That's what makes
Yeah,
all this.
note keeping
Two.
is so important in D&D, you have no idea.
multi-attack. Since there are 4 of them, that means this damage is multiplied by 4.
Whoa.
So
This could get interesting, guys.
a 1d6 +2 roll is 5. So the bears deal 20 damage with their first attack. And 2d4
Sounds like a snake's gonna get bit.
+2 is 7. So 7 times 4 is hard math, 28. So that's 48 damage.
Holy shnikes.
So what happens is the 4 bears converge on the one that's right in front of you and literally tear him limb from limb.
bit the
This
head right off.
Yanti is just splattered like a horror movie. You see blood and guts everywhere. You see this greenish fluid just paints the floor and walls.
Tight.
The other Yanti look at each other and start to back up a little bit as if to say, oh God, now what?
I don't have that spell. I have something called gnome cunning, and I don't know what that is.
It's gnomish cunning. It's just toddly-tee.
It's not leprechaun cunning.
Gnomes, leprechaun, same thing.
Hey, as a gnome, I find that offensive.
Coro the bigot.
Coro the bigot. That's what you're known in that port. We can't go there. I'm Coro the bigot there. Why?
I got
Coro got really into the horse races, and the bad side came out.
All right, the Yanti are going to attack with their scimitars. They are going after you since you summoned bears at them.
I get through my bears first.
They're gonna have to do the bears.
They gotta go through the bears first.
Wait, was one forge too hot and one was too cold?
What are the stats for the bear?
Stats, they have 19 hit points. So they're not exactly healthy. 15 strength, 14 con, 12 whiz, etc., etc.
What's their armor class?
Armor class is 11.
Okay, so one of them hits for sure, and the other one hits for sure. So they deal. Let me see.
They have 19
Bears
hit points
walking,
each.
marauding, godless killing machines.
So
Isn't that
they
what
both
Colbert
hit.
called them?
So
Yeah,
the
goblin killing
one
machines, yeah.
one of the 4 bears takes 2d plus 4 damage. So 2, 1 plus 4. So 7 damage.
So one of the bears is down
still
to
have-
12.
You still have 4 bears to destroy with.
It's not even over. That's the best part.
I want to like ride the bear.
Oh, this is coming together very nicely for me. My plan is only step 1 of 3.
I forgot I can turn into a bear now. We can have 5 bears.
We could have a lot of bears.
We have a country bear jamboree.
I don't have the spell ready to make. I don't think I have that spell to make all the extra bears, but
No, not today.
I can make. But not today. I'm not ready for that. But I can make. I could be another bear and just like
Yeah, you could wild shape it, yeah.
I might.
We're gonna have 6 bears from us and a 1 in 8 chance of having a 7th bear.
So, what happens is as this combat is going on and the bears are engaging the Yanti abominations, the slaves have actually taken down one of the own Yanti abominations by throwing him into the hearth pit.
Nice. So one of the 2 that we had originally held.
One of the 2 is definitely dead. The other serpentine half-breeds have run.
Okay.
So now the 10 slaves are ganging up on the last half-breed and beating him with sticks, beating him with spear.
Grab the sword, you
handles.
idiots.
Yeah, but they're broken. So
So you see them just wailing on this guy. The Yanti's trying to slither away. It's not quite working. And so
snake whacking day. Yeah.
Whack, whack.
So I believe it's my go. I believe.
No.
Whack slow, then
it's Cora's
fast.
go.
It's
Cora, what are you gonna
do? I don't know what else I can do. I keep missing.
There are still 2 guys in front of you.
bears and slaves just wreaking havoc here.
Don't you have another weapon other than the arrows?
Yes, I do have other weapons. 2 other sets of weapons than the arrows. How far am I away from the closest Yanti?
About 10 feet.
10 feet. Okay, I'm going to close and stab him with my daggers.
Okay, roll it.
And I also have a poisoner's kit. Wait, no, snakes. Probably okay. No, I'm not going to do that.
Well, exactly. It would take time to prep.
My poison only makes them stronger. Oh no!
Now they're angry and better.
Now they're
All right.
spitting snakes.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to roll to stab twice with my 2 daggers. Fuck off. 9.
We're back to the usual.
9.
You try to slash at, and he just kind of pivots back on his tail and just swiftly dodges your attack.
You just try to seduce them. You have a better.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to use my bonus action to hide.
All right, so you're gonna run down the hallway.
I'm going to run down the hallway and peek behind.
All right, one of them is gonna
thing.
take an attack of opportunity on you because you're disengaging. So he gets 2 rolls since he has advantage.
Both.
And he hits.
Okay.
He stabs you in the back with a scimitar
Owie.
for 2d6 plus 4 damage, slashing damage. So 1, jeez, fuck this dice.
Yes!
5 plus 4.
But it's like everybody on that side of the battle arena is just sucking. Every move.
Here's what it is these guys are they're seasoned combat
Those are total of 10
veterans. They're
damage?
very good
Yes.
at this, but they just worked out really hard on their arms, and so their arms are just really weak, so they can't do a lot of damage.
Oh man, we shouldn't have skipped leg day.
Okay, I'm down almost half health now.
Okay, so you've run down the hallway right towards the theater. You guys notice Koro has booked it. He just runs.
He made this little sound as he runs by, tiptoeing by. You're like, well, he cheesed it, so let's do that.
Am I that far? I just wanted to hide. That's
We'll
all.
hang out with Nolan.
Well, you're at the top of this staircase.
Okay.
The way is down that hallway.
I figured like, you
raining
just like
arrows
ninja ran with your arms at the side like Naruto or something. We're like, he's going to do something really cool. And I'm like, wait, he left the battlefield. He just walked away. He's just gone. Sorry guys, gotta go. Not feeling so good. Bye. Tummy ache.
Gotta take a quick poop break. Bye.
All right, so whose go is it now?
I think
I've lost track.
it was yours, right?
Yeah.
You did the
So-
bonus
yeah.
actions for
So I still
your
have one
guys.
more
Yeah.
Yanti to attack. The Yanti is gonna one of the 2 that's left is gonna try and attack the bears. Definitely hits. He's fighting off with a scimitar. This crowd of 4 bears surrounding him. Dealing 2, 5 plus 4 damage. So
Now is that to each bear?
no,
The one
just
that-
the
yeah,
one
that's the
bear.
one.
Okay.
So
2, 5 plus 4 is 11.
yeah.
Okay, so one bear is down to 1 health.
Yeah.
The others are still at full health.
Okay, so
You
now
go,
stop-
bear.
stop running. I am going to shapeshift into a monkey because it's been a while since I've done that.
Monkey cop.
Good cop, monkey cop.
And I'm gonna turn to Farron and say, "Give me a boost. I just want to get thrown in the middle and basically land on his head."
All right, you do. All right, give me a dexterity check to throw him at Yanti.
What do I have to roll?
You have to roll nothing.
Yeah, it's up to me here.
Yeah,
for
because
dex check.
you're throwing me.
Yeah.
I rolled a 10.
Can I get?
You're gonna land short here.
I might land on a bear at that point.
Can the bear then roll dexterity?
He throws you at the Yanti, hucks you over. You do land a little bit short and land right in front of him.
That's cool. I'm gonna try to tear at his tummy.
All right, you attack him.
Yeah, I'm gonna say because we gave the monkey the same stats as
A panther, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Jesus
It was
Christ.
a large cat.
Yeah, something like
So
that.
I had because the biting, the jaw was strong,
Right.
and like iron arms. So wait,
Let me see if I have stats.
Wait, here's
for
a question.
monkey.
This Yanti, is
Yes.
it one of the ones with human arms?
Yes, it's one of these guys.
I'm gonna try to armbar it.
Okay.
I think we've been here before and it was glorious.
Basically, I'm gonna try to armbar it to get its weapon, the scimitar, out of its arm.
All right.
Okay, so
Roll me an opposed strength check.
if we went with Panther,
Opposed
did we go with
strength
Panther
check.
for it?
Yeah.
So is that just
Okay,
like a
Panther
normal
is +2 strength.
+2 strength? Sorry, what?
If it's an opposing strength check,
Yeah.
you have a +2 strength.
Okay. That is a 20, but not natural then.
Okay. You are not able to pry it out of his hands, but it is remarkably close.
But I'm like basically trying to armbar.
You're
it.
basically even strength.
So I'm yanking on it and it can't move and I can't move.
Yeah, basically.
So I'm basically stopping it from
disabled him.
attacking.
Yeah, you've stopped him from attacking. So for the next round, he's at disadvantage to attack.
Okay.
Extremely helpful.
I'm cool with that.
Okay. So Farron, your go.
I am going to pull out my 10 bag of tricks,
All right.
and I'm going to throw a die. And I rolled a 5.
Is it a bear?
It's a bear.
Yes.
Another black bear appeared in front of me.
You throw this wooden or this statuette to the floor. Another bear appears in front of another very surprised Yanti.
Oh man, this is awesome.
It's just. Oh man.
There's bears all the way down.
Bears and then literally a wrestling monkey.
Okay, roll your bears to attack.
All right, bears.
How many bears are attacking the one Yanti?
Well, we have 5 bears currently available to attack
right.
with.
This is insane.
Well, this turned into a bloodbath. Like at this point, it's basically like old like Russian wrestling bears and monkeys and it's like we're in a circus.
Okay, black bears. Okay, black bears. Where are we here? My strength in there is +2, so I gotta adjust my roll here, and my roll to hit 16.
16 is enough to hit.
Here we go, guys. All right, so 1d6 +2. That's 8 damage times 4. That's math. That's hard. 32.
Okay. So the bear starts slashing at this one Yanti, slashing and biting. The Yanti's punching them and slashing them, trying to get them off them. They're doing some fairly significant damage.
And then
But,
the next roll.
And the next roll.
The damage.
All right.
2d4 +2. I rolled pretty low on that one, but that's okay. I got 5. So times 4, that's another 20 damage.
Okay.
So grand total
grief,
of
son.
52 damage.
Good grief.
The bear starts snapping and biting off, like there's chunks of the Yanti that are coming off. It just looks more and more aggressively angry as the fight goes on.
Like a zombie movie. Just bears.
It's all these bears munching at it, and there's this one guy, one little monkey grabbing its arm, trying to armbar it like it's Ronda Rousey. See, just wait till I can turn into a full-size gorilla. Then I could have armbarred it.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I would have armbarred it and then pulled its arm right off.
All right, Koro, so we go to you. You are
shit.
dashing down the hallway. You've moved about 30 feet to get back down to the hall. It's probably about 100.
Okay, and am I hidden?
You are disengaged from the fight, yes.
Okay, because I did it to hide. Okay.
The walls are fairly smooth. There's no place to really hide, but you are hidden
fuck
by
me.
shadows.
Hide in a cell.
Okay, hidden by shadow. Okay, fair enough. I'm still pretty badly damaged. So I'm more back towards the
Towards the theater.
towards the
area.
theater area. But that wasn't where the jewels were in the weapons. Damn it! I guess
hit the wrong way.
Wait, are the auntie dead?
No, there's still 2 left.
There's still 2 left. Sorry, apparently I was not paying attention.
Yeah, because there's one down below.
One down below.
And then one with us.
One with you. Okay, I thought that damage from the bears would have fucking...
No, this guy hasn't been really hurt.
This
before.
seems
you're right.
This seems to be an alpha because he's taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's taken more damage than the other one.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna shake off my cowardice and I'm gonna run back with my turn.
Okay, you run back, and that is your turn.
Yay!
You guys see Koro come back in, dashing out from the hallway again, as if he just went out, decided to go catch his breath.
Take a pee.
I had to go pee-pee, guys.
Small bladder, small person.
All right, so the one Yanti being attacked by the bears is going to try and fend them off.
He's at disadvantage.
He misses with a +7 to hit. He misses.
Because remember, I'm holding onto his arm.
Yeah, so your arm where he tries to swing at his scimitar, it's not going
He's going to swing it, and I've got his elbow locked that he can't bend his elbow.
The other Yanti is going to attack you, Dargo. And he's going to try...
So he's run up the stairs?
Yeah, he's run up the stairs. And he's going to try and take a swing at you. He hits you. Once again with his scimitar, so 2d6 plus 4. 6.
Ooh.
3 plus 4.
13.
That's not too bad. I can deal with that.
So he
I'm
brings...
basically half health at that point.
He swings a scimitar, it cuts right across you, goes through your armor, but doesn't hit anything vital.
So I'm like, ah! I'm in monkey... Oh, wait, I'm in
That's
monkey
true, you're
form.
monkey.
Oh,
Monkey
right,
form.
it's
You have
monkey form, sorry.
10 points.
I had 10 hit points?
You're at... okay, temporary. I gotta pull up Panther again, because I'm just...
Because we used Panther as the base for that. Yeah.
Panther has a 13 hit points.
And how much damage did you give me?
13.
13, so
Well,
I
you
knocked you
dropped
back.
out
I
of
knocked back in normal form, no damage, right?
It's a bit...
No permanent damage. Nothing passes
So what
through.
happens is he slashes you as the monkey. The monkey's guts spill out, and you fall back into gnomish form.
Cool.
Okay.
That's quite a visual.
Top of the order.
Roll back and go into like superhero stance. Top of the round?
Top of the round.
All right. I am going to jump. Like, I'm going to basically get up on one of the bears and jump and try to lunge and stab down right into its head with my spear.
Okay.
Fancy.
Roll it. You will be at disadvantage.
That's okay. I will roll it. So disadvantage means what in this
You
case?
roll twice and
take
take
the
the lowest
lower.
result.
And that's for just... Was there any just a plain roll?
Yeah, just a plain roll.
Okay, well, the first one was a nat 20. 16.
And you get +2 to hit.
Yeah.
It hits.
Wicked.
All right. So how much damage do you do?
Because I'm still holding... It's two-handed, so
Yep.
it's 1d8.
Yep.
Right into the skull if I can.
All right. You stab downwards with a vicious force, dealing
7 damage.
Not bad.
7 damage. The Yanti yelps out in pain, just like that, and it starts hissing. It looks at you, and basically its fangs dripping with venom. This hot, putrid breath right in your face, enough to basically knock you almost out. And the next go is Farron's. With his army of bears.
My question is my spear stuck in its head?
No, it glanced off.
So basically I went and I tried to stab down at it and then jumped off the back?
Yeah, basically it glanced off of its kind of head armor. But it did enough damage. All right, so bear time.
I'm going to use wild shape and transform into a black bear.
Oh, wicked.
Is that your entire turn?
It is my entire turn.
Yeah,
my
that
bears
is
still
6
have the
bears.
ability to do things as
Okay.
they're separate.
All right, roll your bears.
Roll my bears.
Bears. If I turn into a bear and then you could like ride on me,
+2
Sort of
hits.
army.
it'd be 7 bears rolling in.
My bears rolled at 11 this time.
Your bears, unfortunately, are frenzied and do not have the concentration enough to hit this time. They're just slashing wildly. They've pushed the Yanti back.
Walking to the club like, what up?
The
I got a bear
one
cock.
is engaged firmly with Dargo, but the other one you've pushed back into a corner. So he's at disadvantage for rolls right now.
Excellent.
All right.
My bears have ended this turn.
Okay, so it is Koro's go. What are you going to do? You see the one Yanti is surrounded by this army of bears, and you see one engaging Dargo.
I am going to attack the one that is surrounded by bears.
Okay.
You deal with your own problems.
No, do what you want. Do whatever you want. Go ahead.
If the guy surrounded by bears dies, my bears are going to go after the next guy anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And me. I guess. I am a bear. I mean, roar.
I am going to attack the guy who's surrounded by the bears. I'm probably still far enough away to use my bow now.
Yep.
So let's pray motherfucker will hit.
So you're naming the arrow. This one's
Yeah,
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
This one's duty.
Dumbass. Where'd my die roller go? Come
my dick roller
on.
Boomhauer. Name one.
No! Every roll's getting lower. That's a 4.
Your arrow...
It's a different dice roll.
No, I'm using the same app.
Your arrow once again flies harmlessly past its target, as you didn't have the arrow quite notched properly.
Your arrow splits in two and splinters across it.
All
It's
right.
stuck in the ceiling.
It is now the Yanti's go surrounded by the bears. He's going to try and basically get
Barrel
past
through.
them. So he's going to use a full dodge action. And he does not break the line of the bears. He is still very much surrounded.
Hold the line.
The other Yanti engaged with Dargo is going to attack. This time he drops his scimitar and has decided he's going to bare his fangs and go for
Bear
a
his
bite.
Sorry. It's all bears.
How would he drop it?
And he misses.
Nice.
Basically, he leaps past you. Like, you see this huge, powerful body leap just over you. You feel the scales brush against your face.
It's like Free Willy.
Yeah, very much like that arcing leap over you.
Okay.
Except
Because he
poison and
misjudged
scales.
the distance, and he lands behind you.
Okay.
But he landed so badly as you're not a disadvantage. You're not being flanked.
Okay.
So, top of the round.
I'm gonna spin like Link with my spear straight
Yeah!
out with both hands, and I'm just gonna see if I can spin attack and just slash up his back or his side.
Okay, you get advantage because he landed so terribly.
So I'm gonna, or for a better visual, maybe what was the name of the woman in the Power Rangers movie that teaches them all? She had the staff that she spun to scare the crow people.
Oh, I can't think of her name. That's gonna bother me too.
I was thinking of Neo in the Burly Brawl.
Does a 16
Oh,
hit?
yeah, just
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 16. So that's because it's two-handed. It is
1d8 plus 2.
Yeah, 1d8. Oh, plus 2. That's right. 'Cause it's advantage, right?
Yep.
So that is 7.
All right, you hit the Yanti for another 7 damage. Once again, kind of taking a slash with your spear. Your spear tip cuts across its skin and scales, spilling out more of its vile greenish blood. It still looks angry, and it still looks fairly healthy.
Isn't this the one that's had the most damage?
No, the one surrounded by bears. Is the
Oh,
one
that is correct.
I got annihilated, but it's still just pissed.
Are any of the slaves still attacking?
Actually, so during this time, the slaves have killed the other Yanti abomination and are running for an entrance that you haven't seen yet.
Cowards.
Well, we freed them. We could have used a fucking help.
They might come in handy later. Who knows?
Yeah.
Or they'll die. This place is littered with traps. We'll see.
Maybe the trips were the ones meant for us.
Exactly. We send them out as feelers. We're good.
All right, so what are you gonna do?
It's Farron's turn.
Yep, it's Farron's go.
Well, it's my
Bear
go.
time.
Now it's time for me to bear.
All right.
So I'm going to attack with my multi-attack. I have +2 to hit. I'm going to roll a 4, and fuck.
That is a miss for you.
So I failed miserably. My bears, however, I've rolled a 13.
That is. Do they get anything else to hit, like a +2 or anything?
That's including their +2.
Including a +2. Let me check. That is not enough to hit.
So out of 6 bears, we just kind of go.
You got a whiffed.
We dance for a
Rah,
while.
rah, rah.
We hold pause and
Basically, the Yanti
Red Rover.
is using its scimitar to poke back to keep your bears at a distance.
But it's not moving anything.
But it's not
good.
moving anywhere. Okay. It's you, Koro. What are you going to do?
Light my arrow on fucking fire and aim it at the one that's attacking Dargo.
Are you going to whisper sweet things to it?
Yeah.
Please,
You are
please,
at
please.
advantage because its back is to you. Or actually, no, it's facing you now.
Fucking bow. Please hit. So, sorry, I'm at advantage?
You know what? Sure, why not?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
It's distracted.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Like,
distracted by the fact that
I just
landed
yell
so
over
badly.
at Cor, aim for center mass. Just as I'm trying to
be fancy, just hit the damn thing.
As I'm also slightly pissed that I'm the only one fighting this one that has more health, and everything else is surrounding us, and he's still missing the one that's surrounded by bears.
Okay. 13.
Is not enough to hit.
These things are tanky.
Are you using a joke roller? Like it's an April Fool's roller or something?
You're hitting the D20, right? Not the D12. we did that before.
All right, so the Yonti that just attacked Dargo is going to try and attack again with another bite attack.
Ooh, okay. Miss me again, please.
And it hits you with a 18.
Eee.
You take
Some damage.
1d6 plus 4 piercing damage.
Okay.
So 3 plus 4, so that's 7.
7, okay.
Plus 3d6 poison damage.
3d6?
6, 1, 2.
So 9 plus 7. So we're looking at 16 damage?
Yes.
Okay, I'm at about half health.
Okay, so this creature bites into your shoulder. You just feel this crushing vice-like grip begin to crush your shoulder blades.
And I'm going,
And this
ouchie.
hot lava, this searing hot pain is filling your veins.
And so I'm yelling now at this point, can you guys see this? Could you finish up over there?
Can you split the bears? Like,
So what happens is
send a
now
few
that
over
you're
there.
poisoned,
He could probably send... He could come and leave the bears there.
Yeah, I could probably take myself and my 10-bag of tricks bear over to help.
now that you're poisoned, Alex, you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
And ability checks, but I
Yeah.
can still do spells.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if a spell requires an attack roll, you're at disadvantage.
So I could use ones that are instant?
Yes, because they just happen.
All right, I got one. So whose turn is it now? It's mine, right?
Yeah, here you go.
All right,
This guy's right on top of you.
ice knife. Because that is one that does damage whether or not I actually hit or not.
Okay.
It's just they have to do a saving.
Yeah, it's on the
yeah.
receiver to decide whether
So
or not.
do a save and throw on that sucker.
So what's the saving throw I'm doing?
You have to beat my spell save.
What type? Dexterity or?
I think it's spell save DC.
It'll be spell save DC. That's 8 plus proficiency plus wisdom modifier.
So
8 plus proficiency plus wisdom.
What's your wisdom?
My wisdom is plus 5.
Plus 5. Holy shit.
So it's 18.
You got stacked on wisdom.
So
Fuck.
so my spell save DC is 18 then.
all right,
I did not roll so well for that. Jesus.
it hits full on.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up the stats on that one because
I don't
it
have a
does
card for that one.
lot. It
Ice
does,
Knife is Unearthed Arcana, so this little group of
Yeah,
cards
it
that I
does-
bought don't have it in there, unfortunately.
No, it does a lot of damage. That was the one that basically exploded last time.
I believe we were sailing away from a port.
And you were like,
threw an ice
why?
knife and it
I
just
hit somebody that
exploded.
was already dead. And it just blew them up anyway.
Icy chunks of flesh flew in every direction.
You left the
Okay.
body just float.
Well, the range is,
Fond memories.
first of all, the range is 60 feet. I'm throwing it and he's attached to me. I'm just like, whack! So, it's instantaneous. So, and I'm doing it at a level 2 spell.
Okay, so that's extra damage.
No, wait, I'm doing it at level 3. I'm just going to do it at level 3.
You have a level 3 spell slot available.
I have, yes,
Yeah, there's
because
two
I've
lower
only
level.
used one.
Okay.
So I'm going to use it at level 3, which adds an extra d6 for each level above level 1. So that is, it's going to be 1d10 piercing damage, and then it's going to explode for 4d6.
Roll it.
I'm basically, fuck you for biting me. That hurt, bitch. And so I do 7 damage for the piercing damage.
Okay.
And then I'm doing 4d6. $16 damage.
All
So
right.
we're talking, that's 23 damage.
So what happens is you hit this thing, the ice knife explodes in its gut. It's covered in all these ice shards. You can see bits sticking out of its face. It just kind of slyly smiles at you, starts wiping the ice chunks from its face, and just hisses at you.
That's still a big chunk. I was like, that was a lot of damage. See, if I could moonbeam, it would be just over. But
Okay, so it is
underground,
Farron's go.
underwater.
Okay, bears. Let's do this bear thing. So I roll an 11, trying to attack this.
You miss.
I miss. And my... Okay, can I roll my tan bag of tricks bear separately from my conjured bears?
Yes.
Okay, so my tan bag of tricks rolls a 13,
It also misses.
and my regular bears roll a fucking 4.
Everything misses.
Good grief.
Holy hell, that's
Please don't use your arrows anymore, by the way, Cora, with your next...
I've got this Mack truck of damage, and I just can't seem to get it over.
As you... Alright, Koro, it's your go now.
All right. I am going to attack with my rapier. The Yanti that is still attacking Dargo.
Okay.
Let's see what happens now. That is a 17.
That is enough to hit.
Hey,
Yay! Christ.
you were right.
Yay.
When you're right, you're right.
Plus, you're attacking from its back, right? Because it's attacking me, so...
Yeah.
Yep, so you could use backstab.
All right. Yeah, you're right. I could use backstab. All right. So
That's a DM trick. I should have told you that.
okay. Well, what do I do for backstab? I don't think I've ever used that before. Is it different?
It uses...
You do additional damage.
yeah, a lot more damage.
Okay.
Because it has no
But
idea...
if you don't have it memorized, then you don't do it.
Okay.
So
that's something
helpful hit as
for
DM.
next time.
For next time, know
it's-
what your characters
Think about it in our games.
Well, I have everything listed here, but backstab I didn't know was one of them.
I'm not sure if 5e has basic backstab rules in it.
Yeah.
You can add them in because they've been in previous editions.
You know what? I will grant you this. You will deal an additional 2d6 damage. For now, that is a house rule.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, you play an RPG, usually you do double damage or more. Because
Yeah.
it's a surprise attack where you can't even see it.
Okay, and you have the time to line up a critical strike
Because
for a
it's
fight
probably mocking me, but reeling from the fact that I just threw an ice dagger right into its chest and made it explode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So mine is 1d8 plus 3 piercing damage.
And then add an additional 2d6 to that.
With an additional 2d6. Okay.
I'd like to point out it is really hard to not eat during these recordings. I keep reaching for a nut, and I keep stopping my hand, and I'm just crushing it in my fingers.
I'll give you a nut.
Oh boy.
Crush this
Thank you.
nut.
Okay. I do 15 damage.
Okay. You stab this Yanti in the back, and you definitely pierce and hit something soft and squishy as your rapier tip pierces between its scales. It turns around and just looks you in the face with daggers in its eyes.
Are they my daggers? Is there a reflection?
All right, so the Yanti you just stabbed is going to go now. And it's going to try and bite you as well. No. And a 19 hits. I know that for sure.
What's your health? What's your health at right now?
17.
This could be bad.
Okay, so it deals,
Better
for
thief
its
than
bite, is 1d6 plus 4. So 3 plus 4, so 7. And then 3d6 poison damage.
me. Okay. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
It's been nice knowing you guys. That's 7 HP left.
6.
That's 1 HP left.
So you're dead.
Knocked out.
6.
Oh yeah,
Downed.
down. That's right.
So how much negative health do you have?
5. Negative 5.
What is your constitution modifier? Or sorry, what is your constitution?
My constitution is 12.
Okay. So you have negative 12 hit points. You have 7 left. You have to perform a death saving throw, which I am just going to very quickly look up.
This is very new to us.
This
here
is very because I've never had a player character do this before. So it's
We got close.
Yes.
one time.
We didn't
we've
have
come
to actually
close.
use
I
these
think
rules.
we got to 0 HP, but not anything below 0.
So
correct.
what's going to happen next as Koro faces death? Find out next week here on Terrible Warriors.
Cliffhanger.
Oh
Dun,
boy.
dun, dun. For Terrible Warriors, I have been your Dungeon Master for the evening, Mike the Birdman Dodd with...
A corpse.
Alex.
Some healer I turned out to be. Mr. Christopher.
We'll catch you guys next week right here on the Cambridge Chronicles, brought to you exclusively by TerribleWarriors.com. Be sure to check out our Patreon. We thank each and every one of you who joins us.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to Terrible Warriors, the Cambridge Chronicles. I am your Dungeon Master for the evening, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net. But I'm not alone as I trek through the evil darkness of the deserts of Antioch and the Temple of Tira. I'm joined with my druids,
Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
and my dashing rogue who faces death itself on its very doorstep.
Emperor Wayne.
When we last left our adventurers, they were fighting Yuan-Ti blacksmiths and other slavers in the bottom of the Temple of Tira. And Emperor Wayne, Koro himself, had just been bitten by one of these Yuan-Ti abominations, poison coursing through his veins, and he'd been dropped to below 0 hit points. Now we have to do something, what is known as a death saving throw. So, Lee, Koro, roll me a d20.
And it's above 10, right?
It's above 10.
Above 10 is a
So
success.
1 to 10 is a fail, 11 to 20 is a succeed.
Yes.
Okay.
Keep track of them. They do not need to be consecutive successes.
Yep. Just best out of 3.
Yeah.
All right. As a failure.
Okay, now is this all? Is this just once per turn? or
Yes,
just
once
all
per
at
turn.
once? Okay, so now
So he
moving
has
on to
one
the next-
failure.
Moving on to the next.
All right.
Okay.
So now that you've gone, it is the Yuan-Tis. He is choosing. He sees you bit, and he's going to try and attack you again
So I can go even further now?
with your hit
More-
points. Yes,
more
you can go
damage.
negative.
Yeah,
Motherfucker.
and if you get to where you had minus how many left? 5?
I'm at minus 12 right now.
You're at minus 12 right now? At minus 12?
That's what at least the math you gave to me was.
I'm trying to remember. So it was your constitution. So your total hit points, and then you had a certain amount of constitution.
What's your constitution rating at?
My constitution is 12.
And that's how many hit points he has.
That would be your after death hit points. Would be 12.
And you're down to minus 12?
So, okay, so wait, hold on. My after death hit point? I don't know.
So you went to 0. You went to
down
0.
at 0, and
Right.
then you've got like, hey, I'm kind of dying here, but I'm not quite dead yet.
And
If
that's
your constitution.
and that's the constitution. How many points you had there? So if you
Or sorry. What's your hit point maximum? Sorry.
My hit maximum is 33.
Okay, sorry. I'm just reading this. Sorry, I read instant death wrong, so please forget what I've said.
But you know, this is good because this is something that's going to come up that a lot of listeners are going to go.
Yeah.
They may not even
yeah.
know because you don't usually get into the situation. Where
Damage
somebody
at
dies.
0 hit points. If you take any damage while you have 0 hit points, you suffer a death saving throw failure.
Oh
so,
shit! Okay, so it counts as one more failure.
Yeah, so the Yuan-Ti
That
is
has nothing
going
to do
to
with hit
attack
points.
you.
Okay.
Does he hit? Critical 1.
So he doesn't.
He does basically.
That kind of success.
He tries to bite in you further. You know what? I will agree. It is a success. You have
Awesome.
one success, one failure. As he tries to bite into you, it can't get past your armor. If he's in as deep as he's going to get, and its fangs are empty.
Alrighty.
So, the next Yuan-Ti is going to try and get past
Surrounded
these
by
fucking
6
bears.
If you'll recall from last episode, he's surrounded by 6 black bears.
And he does sweet and fuck all, because I rolled 7. It ain't going to matter. No, wait, 14. I hit. Aha! I hit one of the bears.
Plus 7.
So, I hit him for 1d6 plus 4, so 6, plus 3d10 poison. I presume I kill one of them.
Oh, well, one of them has 1 health point.
Okay, I'll attack that one. So
Okay.
one is dead.
I have lost a bear.
So the one of the bears basically gets bit, basically screeches out in pain as poison once again fills it, and it drops to the floor dead and no longer moving, and disappears from existence soon afterwards.
Kind of, it's a burst of spirit energy just evaporates.
All right. Now, we continue. All right, so top of the combat round.
Okie dokie. I am at about half health-ish, and I'm gonna take a swing at it with. I'm gonna take a swing at the abomination, two-handed again with my spear. I'm just going. Why won't you die?
Why won't you die?
So let me roll that sucker up. And does a 15 hit?
It does.
Nice. So that's 1d8. 8.
All right, you hit for max damage. You once again stab this thing with the tip of your spear. It cuts into its scales and flesh, dealing 8 damage. It definitely looks hurt now.
Finally! Fucking finally! Just yelling at the top of my lungs.
Start dying faster.
Die! Come on! Ow, you hurt me! Now it's your turn to do the dead thing. Make with the dead.
All right, go. Make your saving throw.
I thought it was
The spirits of the... Oh, is it mine?
Is your-
or is it-
Oh, sorry, it's fair.
Okay,
It's
sorry.
fair.
Yes, okay, so it's bear time. Let
All
us
right.
bear. We are bearing. My conjured animals rolled a 13 for like the millionth time in a row. I'm pretty sure this is rigged.
That is unfortunately not enough to hit.
My tan bag of tricks rolls an 11, and I roll a 10.
Miss.
Miss.
You guys,
all
you
around.
blew your load all at once at the beginning. It tired bears.
The bears are hibernating now.
All right, Koro, make another death saving throw.
As a failure.
So that is 2 failures, 1 success.
Yanti time.
Yuan-Ti is attacking.
How many aunties we have left now?
2.
2 still.
Good.
The Yuan-Ti is basically trying to dig its fangs out of Koro's body to push it off, but he's going to try and bite down one more time before disengaging. What's your armor class?
14.
It is not enough to hit. Once again, he tries to dig his fangs in deeper and pierces no further. Basically, he's stuck on you. He can't quite get himself off, but he's deciding... Poor choice of words.
I've got stuck on you by Lionel Richie in my head, so...
He tries to disengage from you. He's trying to pull his fangs out of your armor before he wants to finish you off, but oh my god, I'm having a terrible
I've got
time.
the
with
giggles this time.
this.
He's trying to pull out, but he just can't get himself out.
With all that,
He wants
with all
to
that
kill you, but
dripping,
unfortunately he
gooey
cannot
venom.
get the job done. So, the next Yuan-Ti, surrounded by snakes, or surrounded by bears, rather.
Snake bears.
Terrible thing. Nat 20.
Oh.
He bursts through the line and makes a beeline for you, Farron. He knows
Bears
you're the
flying
bear.
through the air.
Baron.
He knows which bear you are, so he hits you for double damage.
At least
He's using-
I'm out of the line of fire finally.
He's using a bite attack. So that's, once again, 1d6 plus 4. So 3, so 7. Plus 3d6 poison damage. 1, 6, 6,
So that's 13 poison damage plus
7.
7.
Okay, so that's 20 damage. So that's enough to knock me out of bear form, and I take 1 damage to my hit point maximum.
Okay, so you have been knocked out of bear form. Once again, you feel this hot, searing gush of pain flow through your body, and you kind of skid across the floor and emerge out of bear form. The auntie just smiles at you, sips out its tongue, and doesn't seem... The two Yanti that left are definitely not afraid.
So this Yanti, the one that just went after Farron, is that the one I've been attacking?
No, that's the one you've been attacking. You two have one.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. So
yes.
so mine is probably much more hurt right now.
Yes.
I am going to, and it's still dug in on...
Oh shit, it did double that damage.
Oh shit, right. So another 20, so I'm down to 19.
Okay.
Minus 8.
So it's dug into Koro. Like
Yeah, so you have advantage on this.
All right, I'm going to lift my spear up and try to chop it in the neck like I'm executing it.
All right,
From
roll it.
above. If it won't remove its teeth, I'll make it remove its body.
Hit him. Hit him.
Yes, you are at disadvantage because you could run the risk of hitting him.
No, not. Oh, damn.
I'm doing it anyway. It's what, 19.
It's a hit.
Oh my god!
Out of both rolls.
Out of both roll, I got to roll a second one.
Disadvantage.
Yeah. As long as you don't roll a critical one, you're fine.
18.
It's definitely a hit.
Okay. Nice. And I'm assuming it's the one that doesn't hit and like actually go through and hit him. I'm gonna chop you up good, and then just
chop up. Fuck.
So that is 1d8
1d8 plus 2.
plus 2. So that is 7.
You stab this thing once again. You cut through its scales. It definitely looks bloodied now. You can see more of its fluids leaking out of it. You see its muscles kind of tighten as you stab through it, like it feels the pain now.
Now, not earlier.
I bring
Now.
the pain.
Now it's starting to feel it.
Good. So now it's
Okay, how far away is that, Yanti?
The auntie from you is probably about 15 feet, so you can make it.
Okay, I am going to make it. I am going to
Move and
use
attack.
my Staff of Starlight. I'm going to take a swing, and I'm going to use its ability.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's the first time you've done that.
So I have a +1 to hit on the Staff of Starlight.
What does the Staff of Starlight do?
3 times a day, I'm able to deal 2d6 holy damage.
Ooh, neat.
So do I roll those damages separately?
Yes.
For hitting?
I rolled them separately for mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, go the holy damage for hitting?
Because I'm swinging with the staff and trying to like smack them and then use.
And then does extra damage afterwards?
Can I
Yes.
even do that? Is it on attack or is it separate? Is it bonus?
Once it hits, you deal the damage.
Okay. So
Because
I'm-
I think my 2d6 thunder damage.
But
is
if you declare the attack, you use the charge.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
roll it.
So I am swinging and my staff swings with a 13.
And it is a miss. Basically, this big burst of holy light comes from the end of your staff, glances against the Yanti scimitar, and it just kind of grins at you with this big, venomous smile.
I just want to point out of like the last maybe 20 rolls I've done, most of them have been 13.
I've noticed that.
You might
right
want to
there.
reload your app.
All right, next go.
That is Koro.
Koro, another death saving throw,
Is
please.
he gonna die?
Is he gonna die? This will determine what happens next.
Holy fuck.
That is a success.
Oh,
Two for two.
2 for 2.
I feel like Mighty Ducks,
Bears are
man.
still around.
Okay, yep.
I forgot to bear. Bears roll a 17.
That is enough to hit.
That's the other one that's like not attacking us.
These are three,
Yeah.
3 bears that are on the
Yeah.
guy there. Okay,
And
so that's a
so
hit.
you're out of your 4 bears, one is dead. What about the other one?
There's Tandbag I'm rolling separately because it's
Okay,
a separate bear.
that's right.
All the conjured roll as one. Tandbag is separate.
Cool.
So the conjured animal bears is 1d6 plus 2 times 3. That's an 8. So 3 that's 24 damage. And 2d4 plus 2 is a 9 times 3, that's 27.
The one Yanti,
So 51 damage.
The Yuan-Ti that was surrounded by the bears, basically its guts are hanging out. It drops to the floor. It's got one hand on the floor, the other hand on its scimitar. It's breathing heavily. It's labored. It's basically laid down its arms, and it's not moving, but he's very much still alive. It's sort of taking a rest. Sort of like...
And you still got one other bear.
Yeah, my other bear is going to roll now.
Alright.
Bag of tricks bear rolls a 10.
That is a miss.
Stupid bear.
Actually, you know what? I'll give that
Prone.
bear advantage, because the creature is prone.
Bear advantage rolls a 20.
Double
Nat
damage?
20?
Not natural.
Okay.
So, 1d6 plus 2 is 8 damage. That's a perfect roll. And 2d4 plus 2 is another 8 damage. So 16 damage.
The bear grabs a hold of the Yuan-Ti's neck and pulls its head right off its shoulders.
Nice. Good bear. Sorry I called you stupid.
Finally.
So now it's just the Auntie's turn.
Yeah, now it's the last Yuan-Ti's turn, which
It's
is...
bit in.
Thank you, bear.
Still in me.
It is... Notice its compatriot has dropped, and you just hear it mumble kind of while it's stuck on you, sort of through gritted teeth. Now I avenge my brother, but it's very much mumbled and... Yeah. What's your armor class?
14.
It's enough to hit.
That's a failure.
You are dead.
I'm so glad it wasn't me, and it was you.
Well, it was him first. We're in
So what
trouble.
happens is the Yuan-Ti reloads its jaws, rears back its head, chomps right into your neck. Your blood starts gushing out the side of your jugular. Mixed with the poison, your body just can't take the shock.
Oh, and I'm right beside it.
I can just imagine him in the temple right now, laughing, just laughing at me.
It bites you,
Echo through the
bites you,
holes.
and I'm laughing. I'm like, ah. And then I see you're dead, and I'm like, oh fuck! Wait a minute.
But just because he's dead doesn't mean he's gone.
That's true. I'm like, well, shit, my turn. Okay.
So the Yuan-Ti grabs Horo's body, throws it to the floor,
Yeah.
and starts looking at you two and your bears. And sort of does the Shinsuke Nakamura, come on!
All right. What am I gonna do? Because I don't want to use all my spells at once. I'm gonna use Ice Knife at level 1.
Okay.
So Ice Knife at level 1.
And I have to beat 18 with a Dex saving throw?
Yes.
Or sorry, Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Alright, let me...
I know, isn't that awesome?
Did you build your character or did AJ?
This one, it was
You hit max damage.
This was me.
I rolled a 5.
You roll a 5. Okay.
Yeah, it hits.
So then I am doing it's 1d10 piercing and 2d6 cold.
Okay.
So 1d10 piercing. That is 8 piercing damage.
Okay.
And then it has 2d6 cold when it explodes. So that is 9 damage. So that is 19. Or sorry, what did I say the first roll was? 8?
Yeah, 17.
17 damage.
Alright, so your ice knife explodes in this thing's gut. You can see exposed, like, flesh underneath its scales.
Yeah.
It starts to slither back a little bit. Spins its sword around, is beginning to disengage. It's taking what's known as a dodge action.
Okay.
And starts kind of moving back towards the stairs. So he's starting
So now
to
it's
disengage.
it's bears and Farron's.
Farron and Baron.
Baron?
Just looking at something real quick here.
Pick it up and razor's edge it over the edge
we're
like
good.
Razor Ramon.
Okay, as for me, what am I going to do? Holy crap. I'm gonna just sling some fire at this bitch. I'm gonna use Produce Flame. And I'm gonna throw fire at it. Has to make a 14 spell save DC.
Okay.
And it'll deal 1d8 fire damage if it hits.
Alright. It hits. I rolled a 4.
Okay, 1d8, that deals 3 damage.
Okay, so your flame licks its shoulders and it kind of catches on fire, but the flame immediately snuffs out after just a brief second or two of dealing damage.
Okay, conjure bears attack.
All right.
And they roll an 18.
It is a hit.
Oh, good lord.
Okay, 1d6 plus 2. That's 8 damage times 3. 24 damage. 2d6. Holy shit. 2d6 plus 2 is 12.
Wait, is this just going to be like it's like ground beef?
So what happens is your bears
36.
all lunge at the same time with their
36
claws out.
total or 36?
36 plus the first roll.
So your bears all lunge at the same time, grab a hold of the Yuan-Ti's center of mass, and literally pull it apart. It splits down the middle, its guts
Oh, like
painting
being
the
drawn
floor.
and quartered sort of thing?
Basically like being drawn and quartered. This thing, it's like something out of a horror movie. In fact, you all feel almost ill for a second. That's how graphic it is.
I was like, oh shit, hey Koro, check that out. Oh, wait.
Such an asshole.
Wait.
So, after this, you notice everything in the room has stopped moving. Like the pulverizer has stopped moving.
Sorry.
And just a quiet sound has fallen over the room.
Well, that didn't go as expected.
What? Crap. We got a dead friend.
Okay.
And neither of us have healing magics that can bring back the dead.
Yeah, I can't raise the dead myself, not at this point.
Now, the only thing I can think of is if we go back upstairs, there were those weird... We run the risk of making a zombie Koro, but maybe we could find something in that room full of sarcophagi.
Let's take him with us, because he has a bag of holding.
You want me in it? Hey, I don't need oxygen now. You can put me inside.
He's already dead.
What are you gonna put? Should we put him in the bag of holding?
Put him in the bag of holding so we can take him with us.
You hear a sound of clapping hands.
I do.
The door behind you has sealed magically shut.
Put him in the bag quickly.
And you see a man, or definitely a tall figure, wrapped in a robe, standing towards the bottom of the stairs. You invade my temple, desecrate my holy armor site, kill my holy men. Who are you and what do you want?
We come for the loom of fate.
And why should I give you my most treasured possession?
So that we may stop the end of all things.
I've survived many worlds, many lives, many planes.
May I ask who you are that has survived so many worlds, so many planes?
Narwath, the unliving. He looks up at you, and you just see like a half-decayed face of a Yuan-Ti, like the abomination, but it's a Yuan-Ti mummy. In fact, all of you are just filled with this unbelievable sense. The two of you are filled with this undeniable sense of dread.
Wait, Koro was small. Am I the smallest one of the group? I'm trying to remember.
He's a halfling. Was a half. No,
I'm a gnome. So I'm about 4.5 feet tall.
You're the smallest.
3.5 feet, 4 feet tall. I was gonna say I almost feel like I should just be carrying him on my back, and just talking to my dead friend the whole time. By the way,
Weekend of Bernie's.
That's
Weekend of
Koro.
Koros.
That's Koro down there. Okay, I'm doing some mental math, and I'm going. I've used up. I have one level 3 spell slot left. I have 2 level 2, and I have 2 level 1. And I only have 1 of my my thunder damage from my magical weapon.
I feel like we're spent and trying to fight our way out of this one.
And this is not a mission where we have 4 people anymore either.
Yeah, this isn't something where we're truly ready. This is...
I mean, we took on...
This is rough.
You and I did a chimera.
I don't think this is a chimera.
No, this is... which we took on pretty easily. Yeah, I'm just sizing him up, and we get a presence of power. So
Yeah, you can feel the power radiating off. There's actually a good way to describe this guy, how he looks in a way. Now that more light is being cast from the hearthstones, you get or from the hearths from the blacksmith area. Think of Mumra from Thundercats. But
Okay.
you see a half-decayed snake face.
So
and a snake skull.
So we're disturbed. We know it's powerful, but we're not getting like the intense fear like when you touch those
Not like crazy
the
fear,
altars or anything.
but you know something isn't good.
Yeah.
This is bad deal. This is bad shit.
Okay. At this point, I'm at half health. I don't even know what I'm doing.
We simply wish to preserve ourselves and the people we care for.
What do you offer me as tribute?
We have a body.
What would serve?
No.
You do present an interesting proposal. You do have a body.
It's up.
Grant me his soul.
There's one up in the sarcophagus up there. Our fourth party member upstairs.
No, I want someone who means something to you. In fact, you're all going to give me something if you ever wish to leave this place.
Give you a good stabbing. No, I'm kidding. I didn't say anything. What are you looking for?
Want 50 of your years.
50 years.
Grant me this or your souls.
We live really long.
I was
Not
going to
like
say
crazy long, but long.
I was going to say we're not humans, so we live a lot longer than like 100 years.
Your friend, I will take his soul, but grant life back to his body.
But
In the
He's a
afterlife,
rogue. It doesn't have
we'll
one.
have a conversation. And perhaps he shall join me here.
50 years.
You said you sought the Loom of Fate, do you not?
Yes.
If you wish to use the Loom of Fate, it will cost you 50 of your years.
I put up my hand. I say, "You got a deal."
He goes, follow me.
I was gonna say,
I hesitate, but
Cora hasn't agreed yet, but I'm just looking at him like, it's that or it's lose 50 years or die now.
what choice?
And I've looked. I look at so it's Farron. I look at Cora and I'm like, that doesn't look fun. That does not look fun. Look at him.
He was ugly enough in life.
Yeah.
I'm just writing some notes here. Just give me a second.
So
Graying flesh does not lend well to him. I don't
So like
think it would look good on
I
us.
use my I use my spear to sort of like tip him over and put him in, and then we can put him in the. Do we put him in the bag? The bag of holding?
Narrath raises his hand and the body kind of levitates.
Okay, so because we were just gonna put him inside the sack.
masterfully cut off.
He walks up the stairs, almost seems to float, and leads you back towards the area. Or the kind of theater type area. You see probably about 100 snake men, more Yanti abominations.
Oh, so if we killed him, it wouldn't have mattered.
He leads you
I don't think we
towards.
could have.
He leads you towards what would be the stage area. He says a brief incantation, and something begins to rise up from the floor.
Yeah.
And you see this ancient wooden loom. This looks like an ordinary wooden loom.
Rising.
Except
You're laughing because you said rising wood.
you're killing me here.
I didn't do it. I'm watching them and they're just falling apart here.
You see this golden thread that sort of glows with this unnatural, almost like sunlight, weaving through the different parts of the actual loom itself. And he points at Farron and he points at Dargo, goes, give me your hands.
I raised my hand up.
Hesitantly, I raise my hand.
He says, touch the loom.
We touched the loom.
I touch the loom.
You guys feel this incredible pain start shooting through your hands, and it's almost like the chill of the grave itself crawls over your body, reaches into your soul, and for just half a second, both of you see the face of Foreth, and you feel just part of your life force literally just drain away. And he goes, it is done. Now, You've given your life to the loom. You may have one of its tapestries, if you wish.
Quick question. Are we aged by 50 years, or do we just live shorter?
You just live shorter.
Okay.
Okay, I can.
I was actually wondering about that too.
But even if we aged, actually, aging 50 years would be better, because if we lived so much longer, that would put us past, like, we're supposed to be, I'm like 40, 50 something, but I'm like 19 in human
you're
years.
a teenager.
So it would have only made me like 40.
Yeah.
So, but still, either way.
Rough deal.
If we were humans, this would have sucked.
And dead.
So, as this happens, he goes, and I shall grant your friend life ever living.
Ever living.
Soulless.
Oh.
Casts a spell, and
Okay.
I am going to briefly look this up. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to describe it because it's magic and it works how I want it to work.
A wizard did it.
He starts chanting, clasps his hands together. The rest of the Yuan-Ti start chanting as well in the room. You can just feel this crescendo of the power in the room. The room, you know how it's lit by that day orb? Everything just darkens to almost twilight-type color. And Koro's body begins to glow with this unnatural purple energy, starts to go through every vein in his body. Like wherever there would be a blood vessel, you just see purple energy coursing through his veins. And after a moment, Koro... What's your alignment right now?
Chaotic neutral.
You are now... You do feel the touch of evil in you.
Please don't be chaotic evil, because then there's no point in keeping him around. Be like, put him back.
You come back. You literally remember dying. You briefly visited the afterlife. You just remember walking through these city streets that you don't recognize, drinking a really good ale that tasted better than anything that you've ever had on Earth,
You go to a good part of the
I went
afterlife.
to heaven.
and then violently being ripped out.
Oopsies. We thought you were we thought you were a bad person, so
Just
Take
before
care
you
of
come
hell.
back, you also see a cloaked figure, very feminine, just start chuckling at you just before you wake up in your own body. And you just hear her whisper, "You will betray them. You will stand at my side. And you will do exactly as I tell you. And you will have no choice." And then you awaken your own body. You draw fresh air for the first time. Your wounds have healed. But you violently start coughing up all the poison that was in your body. It burns, it hits the floor, starts dissolving the stone. Doesn't burn your throat as it comes out.
Ew.
Norwath goes,
That's
"It is
good.
done. Your friend is returned to life."
now for that tapestry, we get to pick one. Be like, "Hi, you were dead. First of all, Coral, you're dead, and now you're not dead. So we'll have to talk about that later."
We'll discuss some details.
Yeah,
But to say the tapestry,
because we get to pick one, right?
the tapestry, how it works, the loom of fate. It will give you one of your futures, or one possible future.
Oh, see, I thought we were looking for. Were we still looking for the tapestry for the gold dragon?
We needed more information. Tapestry was incomplete.
Let's get that complete.
But you may choose whoever's future you wish to see.
Gold dragon.
The gold dragon's
I
future?
haven't really talked with the gold dragon in quite some time.
Gold dragon said the whole point of this mission was sent by the gold dragon to recover his tapestry. Remember? Like, right?
It's been a while.
So I say
Been through a lot, okay?
I'd rather not know my future. I'm willing to bet we probably don't want to know.
Yeah, that tapestry just got a little shorter anyway.
Yeah. So maybe do the only person that we know or thing that we know that could be possibly powerful enough to stop.
As a dragon. but
Yes.
Either
Who said that the dragon would only talk to us
Or-
and find us again once we found it, or if we found it.
Okay, now we just get one tapestry between
You get
all
one.
of us?
Yeah.
Fuck. Give like another 50 years again.
You could ask. You can ask him.
I'm not doing
I'm
it.
not going to be doing that.
You can bargain bid it. See, like 25 each.
No, can we buy this in bulk?
Well, Cor has life everlasting, so he could just take it. No, you don't get to cheat that way.
Can I get it on credit?
No, I think we should look
so
for the gold
the
dragons.
Golden Dragon Tapestry, so we know the entire future of the Golden Dragon's legacy, and know where that goes to see if it
his
ends.
family and legacy, the missing part of the tapestry.
Norath, while you guys are talking amongst yourself, he looks at Koro. He goes, "When the time comes, you will come to me.
Okay.
I've granted you life again, but I've given you life with a purpose." He points at the wall. One of the walls has a tapestry on it. It shows you rising from the dead.
Ooh. I'm stuff of legend.
Our fates are intertwined, which is why I've agreed to help you. It wasn't until you three fools came down into my hidden temple that I knew. But it was the fool with the bow who has a penchant for games of chance that I knew. You've always been foretold to come. What you want, however, was not clear. So whose tapestry do you wish? Your own or someone else's?
Someone else's.
What is their name?
Baron has it written down.
Allow me to go through my little tome in my
I remember
bag
very
here.
specifically, Farron said, "I will write down the dragon's name."
I believe it's further back in my tome.
His tome of journalism.
It's on the tip of your tome.
Okay, we are almost there.
While he's looking that up, did my alignment change?
No.
Okay.
So it would have only changed if he was considered like lawful good or something.
Yeah.
But I have no soul.
You have no soul, which means if you
Is it
die...
personality change? Like Bart Simpson?
Well, you see, basically, it sounds like when you get called, you're going to be compelled to do something that.
Okay, I got it.
Even if you,
I have no self-control.
Even if you don't agree with it, you may vocalize you don't agree with it, but you have to do it.
Okay.
Look at it this way. If you die, you're dead for good the next time. Because he has your soul.
Don't die.
Your body can be reanimated any number of times. But your soul is what controls the vessel.
That's. Hey, maybe don't suck anymore. Just keep not sucking, and you should be fine.
I have it written as Golden Dragon.
Because I don't remember if I don't remember if he actually gave us his name.
He did.
He did?
To
Remember
hasten
he
the story along, you remember his name is Robert.
See, I knew it was one word. I just.
Yeah, I knew it was a fairly simple name.
He looks at you, goes, Robert,
Oh, I do have it
I
written.
want you to have...
He did have it written.
All right. He says, place your hands upon the loom again. Picture the person whose future you wish to see. And wait.
We do as such.
All right. You place your hands upon the loom. You feel just this intense surge of power flow through you. Like, literally, you feel like you could tear apart cities. This is how powerful you feel for just a second.
Like a bucket of cocaine.
Yes.
How apt.
And as this happens, the loom starts to rapidly work, just going almost like an ancient 3D printer. So, after about 10 minutes or so, the loom stops weaving, and you see this elaborate tapestry that shows you the pieces you saw before, where it shows him fighting the Circle of Foreth every 1,000 years. You see his family die, his family being cut off by Foreth. The rest of the thing shows Robert, a blue dragon, an island in the sky, Cambridge on fire, you three heroes, so you three standing there, along with three others. On the shoulders of the blue dragon, you see a woman riding her, who has a blue dragon scale shoulder. You're not quite sure what that means. You see another man who appears to be a cleric of Mestara. And you see a warrior clad in this golden armor. And all 6 of you are standing together on this island. And you see Foreth and you standing, locked in some kind of eternal combat. And as the tapestry trails off towards the end, it just trails off into a starry night.
Sounds like Oblivion.
Okay.
Norath looks at it and goes, curious.
What does this mean, that the loom doesn't know what the future holds beyond that?
Precisely.
So does that
The future's uncertain.
or is it a future where the loom doesn't exist?
Ooh, he said precisely though. So,
I had my thought as he was
He
saying
looks
it.
at it and says both are possible. The loom only sees possible futures, but if the loom doesn't exist, then it cannot see its own destruction. It's a loop. I've never seen
so
the loom never accurately predict someone's folly or fortune quite like this. The island in the sky is something I've never seen before. And I've seen thousands of years into the future.
So what you're saying is big things are changing and coming.
a place unseen by most, if any.
Would it be a place that's just not from this realm?
Is it another plane or another time?
He goes, these are mortal concerns, not of mine. I can come and go from this plane of existence as I see fit. And maybe it's time I leave. I shall grant you safe passage out of my temple. But should you ever come to Antioch again, my serpents will find you and slay you in your sleep.
Was that a play on words with servant and serpent? Serpents?
Can we
You
just
see
visit
kind of
the
a
camp?
crooked smile come across Norath's face. I'm not without a sense of humor.
Okay. Let's get out of here, please. Wait. What about our other dude that we left in the sarcophagus?
He goes, yes,
yes.
Nolan the treasure hunter. He's paid for his tapestry. But he's agreed to stay with me for the time being.
What an interesting fellow.
So he lived.
For now, I have uses of him. I
Okay.
do need human agents.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Good day, sir. And I slowly walk out, and I look to Coro and say, "Don't steal anything when we leave."
We will take our leave and nothing else.
But
We stole you back from death. How does that sound?
all right.
The most valuable gift of all.
He goes, I don't believe you'll quite be leaving as fast as I would like, so I shall hasten you upon your journey. Boop. Snaps his fingers. You appear in Addis Babar again in the same tent in which you arrived.
Well, now.
Anyone else around?
Nope. It's also the middle of the night.
I want to go to sleep.
That was a day.
I have at half health. I have like half of my spell slots gone.
One of us died.
Like
Okay.
I'm just like at this point.
I think
all
your
this,
complaints are a little petty.
all this crazy stuff is happening. Let's just take a rest and we can talk about this in the morning.
Let's take a breather.
All right, so you're just going to crash amongst the pillows and stuff?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so you go to sleep. The night fortunately passes without incident.
I don't think I could survive any more incidents.
You wake up with a relative chill. Coro, you sleep, but it is not restful.
So is it like? It's not a
Literally
full
like
rest?
a grave-like sleep.
Okay, so it's like
Sleep to you is remind you exactly of being dead.
ooh.
Isn't that a good thing?
For
Sleep
Coro,
like
for
the
Coro,
dead.
sorry.
Yeah, actually, Coro, roll me a d20.
So like for us, we're having our
Looking
long
for
rest,
a wisdom save.
and we're having our long rest, and we're fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because fuck that.
Yeah, no thanks. No thanks.
That's a 1, which I get to re-roll.
Yes.
Yay! That's a 3.
Much better.
For the first combat of the day, you will have disadvantage.
Okay.
Because literally the
groggy.
chill of
Fuck you, app.
Because literally the chill of the grave is haunting you. The fact that you didn't dream, your body doesn't feel regenerated.
I really should go to rate this app and be like, this app caused me to miss 4 times and die.
This app literally killed me.
I think that would be a particular amusing review on the App Store.
I'm going to
1 star, died.
Got me killed.
So, the morning comes. It's a relatively chilly morning for the desert, almost as if something is changing. And you go look outside. It's snowing
In the desert.
in the desert, because you're right on the edge of the desert.
Aurora Borealis.
Well, guess what? We're finally dressed for the for the proper weather. At least we're not.
Well, we're not cold.
But at the same time, it does snow in the Sahara. It's just rare. Or is it the Mongolian desert? One of the other.
Sahara does get snow. It's very, very rare.
Yeah.
Anyway.
A little bit of
snowing in
trivia there
Antioch.
for you.
Creepy.
There is the high ice of Antioch, but that's way to the north.
Well, here's the thing. We've got everything. Should we go back to Robert's? Should we find our way back to Cambridge?
You also have the tapestry with you.
Should we go
Rolled
back?
up.
Goodness.
Should we go back to Robert now with the tapestry?
I
Where
think
is
so.
he?
Well, he was at his castle, or sorry, his.
That's the last place you saw him.
It seems like a good place to start looking.
I mean, that
Hell of a trip.
But yeah, how do we get back?
And how do we not, die? Because we're going to be near Cambridge.
Oh, I wonder if we could get in touch with somehow with either through magical means or like mail or carrier pigeon or something with the captain of Cambridge's guard. Remember, he was gonna help set up.
Hastings, right, Josh?
Yeah. He was gonna set up a network.
Yeah.
With
kind of the underground.
with rebels, but also see if he could communicate with any other druids that were still around. Because we left 2 at
Brew and Ash.
Brew and Ash, and so Brew and Ash were going to see if they could find more druids, and
Yes.
they were going to rally the any townsfolk or anybody within the realm of the kingdom to basically build like a secret.
A silent rebellion.
Yeah,
To kind of,
and they were using our cabin as sort of a front.
okay.
So if we could somehow send word back there.
You can speak with animals, correct? Any sort of migratory birds?
That was my thinking. If there's any birds around,
That would travel from here
yeah,
to the
because
Cambridge.
now they might want to leave if it's cold here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go outside and communicate with animals. Now, is that a natural ability or is that a spell? That's a spell,
It's a
right?
spell.
I have a spell. I also have.
I mean, there are ways.
I have. What is it here? Proficiency is animal handling, and that's a +5. Plus, I've got the spell.
Yeah, you can do that. There's probably someone here in town. Like, there's wizards, there's mages.
Like I would like to go talk. If we could go into town and find wherever, I guess, like a courier that would do messages and like maybe through animals or whatever.
Yeah, there are magical couriers, basically the magical equivalent of FedEx.
Because what I'm thinking is I'm going to go talk to them, make a message that I'm not afraid would be intercepted. So I'm going to make a message that's just random, saying, how's your mother? Is she ready for tea or something random? But I'm going to
Write it in Druid.
But
Yeah, but
I'm
Druidic-
not even going to do that. I'm going to write that in Common, but I'm going to talk to the carrier animal as an animal, so it can talk to Drew or Brew as any of the druids themselves will know because they'll talk. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Basically,
okay. Yeah.
I'm
Here's
gonna
a message, and then send the actual message through the carrier pigeon.
through the
itself.
carrier pigeon itself. But it's going to carry a standard message, like basically,
Yeah, to kinda sneak under the radar.
how's your mother? I heard she's been sick. So that's my plan. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
Just so
I like
you guys know.
I like it.
Okay.
So that if it gets intercepted, they're just going to.
There's nothing there.
Yeah. It's a message that only druids would get, so that way we will know if there's any druids left, or if we've grown a number.
Yeah. Or likewise, if things have gotten worse and there aren't any druids.
Yeah. Then we'll get a message back, either basically saying, "What are you talking about? Who's this?" or we'll get a message back that's the right message.
It's win-win.
So a little tactical thinking there.
All right, so
we're gonna go find the local courier.
okay, so give me a perception or wisdom.
Wisdom.
Where would you look?
Oh, I would go to where I guess
There's temples, which are
because this is a desert, right? So it's not like there's a port the same way, right?
yeah.
But I would go to wherever you would rent camels.
Okay.
Would also probably be where the post office would be.
Okay.
Or an equivalent to that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So you head down towards where the camel farm is,
Like the inn, the post office, like basically the outskirts of town, wherever a traveler's inn would be. Would
okay.
probably be where they have that.
All right. So you go towards the travelers, sort of like the lodge, which is on the edge of like between the forest and the desert.
Yeah.
So on the outskirts of Addis Babar. And you come across, there's a kindly old man sitting behind the counter of the inn. He's just sitting there kind of wiping down the counter. You see his wife doting behind there making what looks like some kind of a mead. And you see various other races in there. You see a couple of elves, a couple of humans. Nothing out of the ordinary. And you approach the innkeeper, and he goes, "What can I do for you?"
Innkeeper, I was just wondering, do you happen to know any messenger couriers, if there's anything in this area, maybe at a merchant's guild, or basically how you would get mail or messages to other lands?
He goes, "Well, some of the rangers cross the wilds, and I know there is an enterprising group of druids who manage to ferry messages through the wilds. So they usually come through here every couple of days. If you want to hang out for a couple of days, I'm sure they'll be around."
That sounds reasonable to me.
He goes, "A room will be 10 gold a night. It does come with a lock on the door and a hot bath."
All right, I'm gonna prepay for 3 days, just up front, just so we keep our same rooms.
All right.
So if I'm paying for myself, are we getting separate rooms? Or do you?
I don't want to be alone.
You want to be alone?
I don't want to be alone.
You don't want to be alone.
Don't want to be
All
alone.
right, so do you have a room with 2 beds for he and I at least?
He looks at you a little kind of cockeyed.
And I look at him, 2 separate beds.
He's like, "Oh, absolutely." He goes, "I'll have my wife and my servants prepared for you. Don't worry."
Thank you. So I'm going to cover your fare since dead and all.
Thank you.
I'll take my own room.
All right, you do
3
it.
nights as well.
All right, he once again accepts your payment, so make sure you deduct that from your sheets.
Yep.
And you go upstairs, enter. Because this is on the outskirts, this building is actually made out of wood and stone, as opposed to the mud huts a little bit further
So
in the city.
it's more of like a permanent building.
Yeah, it's more of a permanent building. Definitely more.
So like a
upscale merchantile.
Wayfarer's Lodge. Like you come into town, this is where you come to get water for your camel and stuff. Right?
Yeah, basically, this guy was a little bit richer than most, so he doesn't have to build out of local materials, so he can do what he wants. So he's the richy rich of the city. So once again, he sets you up. You go up to your room with the 2 separate beds. Farron, you have your own room, which is literally adjoining. You can walk between the 2. And what are you guys going to do? It's the middle of the afternoon, and you have the whole city and the day to yourselves.
Let's see if I can find some armor crafters to work with the dragon skills that we have.
I was going to agree that we should probably get that done.
All right, so you head back into town. You find the local blacksmith. And he is an older half-orc. And he's pounding away at his forge, doing all sorts of armor-type things and blacksmithing daggers, swords, breastplates, all sorts of things. He puts down that, I don't know what that tool's called, that big blowpipe thing.
Oh, yeah.
Bong.
The bellows?
Yeah, the bellows.
Yeah.
Sets it down, looks at you 3. He's like, "And what can I do for you, short gentlemen?"
We've got some materials, and we'd like to know what you can do with them for us.
He goes, "All right, I can do that for you. Let me see what you have."
Well, one of the dragon scales. Lay it on the counter in front of him. We have some of these.
He
I want
looks
you to
at
work
it.
them into some armor.
"Where did you get this?"
Found it
"Where?"
on a dragon.
We came across the corpse of a dragon in a canyon.
Found it on a dead dragon.
"Where?"
Oh, in the desert somewhere out there. We're not from this area. We just we're making camp and found a dead dragon.
We happened upon it, and we need to make the best of anything we can.
He goes, you don't know what you found. And I'm going to thank you gentlemen now for your patronage, but get out and don't come back. You were never here. And don't go showing this around, especially around these parts. You don't know who you may have just pissed off, especially if he finds you.
Okay, thanks, bye. Who's he?
Buto.
Buto?
Shit.
Write that down.
I have that written down.
He goes, if you found this in the desert, then someone has slammed, well, if I'm guessing by the size of these scales, it's probably a wormling. Probably Buto's son. Buto tends to, things have changed for the old worm in his old age. He's become a bit of a desert bandit, picking off caravans, just kind of building his horde. He's kept to himself past couple of centuries, but the clocks run on time out here as long as we leave him alone, give him a steady supply of caravans, and I give him my best weapons and armor whenever I have something that comes up. But if you've killed his son, you may have just killed all of us.
We didn't say that. We found
a corpse. Someone killed this.
Well, you better put this in the desert and bury it again.
Can we just sew it behind the current armor that we're wearing?
Oh, you can do whatever you like, but I'm not touching it. I like my head attached to my shoulders, thank you very much.
Do you know anybody that doesn't mind if their head stays attached to their shoulders?
Since we won't find any patronage for this in these parts.
He's like, well, sure, if you want to go back to Baldur's Gate, you might find someone crazy there, maybe someone crazy enough in Waterdeep to mess with a dragon, but you certainly won't find it here. Now get out.
All right.
You were never here.
What about this tooth? And I pull
out. The orc slams the door behind you and locks it.
All right.
You can hear him shouting something at his wife, something along the lines, okay, you hear him say in very clear comment, now we have to move. He'll know.
No crap.
Let's go to Balls Deep.
Let's go to Balls Deep.
Koro ain't quite right since he died.
Now, this tapestry that we have, we know that Mira is important, one of the three heroes, and she rides Buto. So we're potentially not in a good spot.
Although, think about how badass it will be if we do end up eventually fighting him, and then he's like, "Who are these people?" And we throw open our cloaks, and we're wearing his dead kid. Hey, look at this. This used to be your kid.
And chomp.
And we're
massive damage. Party end.
It's like chomp. That's like 6 D100 damage.
He uses a wish spell, and we all die. Anyway,
Game Master hint, I'll say this. You have the tapestry. This is established. You're not the only ones who can interpret it. There are clues. Think about that.
We're not the only
You're
ones.
looking at a tapestry of legend.
we need to find some lore masters of some kind.
Well, no, what we need to find not just like the Mages Guild, we need to find somebody of the religious order.
Like the paladins that were that
Paladins
Mira
and cleric
was with.
The paladins that were corrupted. There's got to be a reason why Mira corrupted that group of paladins. Remember, they were being sent to investigate what was happening, and then they sort of, that sect got infected. So they may know more, because now, remember, she's infiltrated at least a sect of them. It doesn't mean that her influence has gone this far necessarily yet.
Okay, so seek out a religious sect in Antioch.
I would. That might be a way of doing it.
I would say approach with caution. Maybe not go, hey, look, can you read this for us? But
stand in the middle of the street. You're on standing in the middle of the street. Hey, can anybody read this loom of fate? Loom?
Read this important glowing scroll.
Oh, by the way, anybody that answers gets a
free
dragon.
blue dragon scale,
Yeah.
fresh off a corpse of Budo's son. Get it while it's hot.
By the way, he cried like a bitch when we.
So you guys now have a plan of attack as you have to seek out someone, a lore master, someone who might be more familiar with the Tapestry of Fate to help guide you into your next direction. Where you will find them, who's to say? Whether you proceed back to Baldur's Gate via magical means, whether you stay here in Addis Babar, or wherever the Forgotten Realms take you. The entire world of Faerun is open to you. Where you go from here is entirely up to you. And that's going to conclude this hour of the Cambridge Chronicles. I've been your dungeon master, who's managed to have his first death.
Not party wipe would have sucked. Two of us died.
Exciting times. We'll talk more about that in the debrief, how things happened in this episode. So, for Terrible Warriors Cambridge Chronicles, I've been your dungeon master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, joined with
Farron, Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
And Emperor Wayne, not so dead.
Alright, I've been Mike the Birdman Dodd saying live free or die hard. Make sure to join us here on the Cambridge Chronicles, only on TerribleWarriors.com.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to the Cambridge Chronicles. I am your dungeon master for this evening, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net. But I'm not alone as we trek through the deserts of Faerun and Antioch. I am joined on my left with
Mr. Christopher Farron.
And of course, I'm joined with my resident rogue.
Lost in the desert, Koro.
And of course, it wouldn't be the Cambridge Chronicles without De Bearfucker.
Yeah, me.
Good on you. So when we last left our adventures, they had taken shelter in an inn outside of Addis Babar, which stands on the edge of the Antioch deserts. They had just slain a young blue dragon and had basically taken every possible piece of bone and scale off the poor creature and had torched his body and left it in the desert as a sort of warning. But they had taken shelter in a nearby inn where they are basically awaiting a courier who is coming back through the woods to deliver a message and occasionally get word from news from the south, what's happening in Cambridge, what's happening in Baldur's Gate, what's happening in Waterdeep, as Foreth, the Dark Goddess, and Mira have made their play for power in Cambridge. And what's happening in that city? Well, nobody knows because no one's heard from the south in quite some time. So we join our adventurers in the morning after they had sent the courier, after they'd found out the courier will be there in a couple of days. And you guys are looking for someone who might be able to help you, as I believe you were looking for a lore master who might be able to help you make sense of the tapestry you gathered from the Mummy Lord that you'd ran into in the Desert of Vipers, I believe it was.
These all sound like awesome metal band names.
I know, right? It's like I'm creating the ultimate 80s tribute here.
Pretty much guarantee some of them already are. Guaranteed.
Mommy Lord.
So yes, what are you guys going to do? You've woken up. Outside it is still a fairly warm day. The sun is shining. There's a warm breeze in the air, but there seems to be an air of unease as you wake up. It's sort of like something's going to go. Something's going to go sideways today.
Good day for fighting, boys.
Cora wakes up feeling not rested at all. It's basically like you've run a marathon, and you awake just utterly exhausted.
My legs hurt.
Did he awake with his eyes open already and just freak himself out that he slept with his eyes open? Like they just roll down. It's like, oh boy,
Stop doing that. It's gross.
Eyes of white in the night.
So what are you gentlemen going to do? You all wake up in... You're not staying in the same room. You're staying in sequential rooms, I believe. I think that's what you all said.
Okay, yeah, adjacent rooms we wanted to...
And we pre-booked ahead of time, so we've got like a week here.
Exactly. You have time.
Now, I know the tailor's a bad spot. He knows he won't... We know he won't help us, because...
He said he's not dealing with Dragon Boat.
Yeah, so... He gave us a little warning not to show that to anyone else, so let's make sure we keep that under wraps while we're here. Maybe we can find someone in another town that's not beset by said blue dragons.
And by that
father.
you mean wear the scales right on the outside. No.
Exactly, that's our style. So we need to find this lore master.
You need to find out who he is.
Yeah, we need to find a clue as to where we can find said lore master. What's going on in the city?
All right, so as you guys come down the stairs of this 2-level inn, you come downstairs, you see a variety of humanoids, you see a couple of elves sitting there having a salad for breakfast, a couple of dwarves having some house mead and what looks like some kind of a stew for breakfast. Typical, just people having their breakfast here this morning. You see the innkeeper and his wife behind the bar, sort of managing people, checking in and checking out of the inn. He waves good morning to you.
I wave back.
He waves. He looks at you specifically, Farron, and goes, "Farron, correct?
That's right.
This letter came for you in the night."
Well, let's see.
You open up the letter. It is written in Druidic. It says, "Problems in the south." What did you guys call the Druidic circle back home? Ye Old Stomping Grounds.
Ye Old Stomping Grounds.
Ye Old Stomping Grounds. Safe for now.
Say, like, Hamelot? No.
Cambridge. Cambridge War beginning. Resistance forces low.
Crap.
Captain Hastings in trouble.
Good old Hastings. Always in trouble.
So I will mention to the other two that
off the microphone.
As Dr. Wiley decides he wants to be on the show.
Form of panther.
that's one of those. One of my conjured animals seems to have gotten away.
It's okay. He can stay as long as he doesn't touch the mic.
Wiley, don't purr in the microphone, buddy.
It's just a very convincing panther form.
I kind of want to see the waveform on that, though.
I think he's going to sleep on Alex. Yep.
It's okay. He is below the mic, and I'm completely okay with this. I'm at peace.
Just for that, you get advantage on rolls till he leaves you.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Sorry, what was the name of the? It was Captain Hastings.
Captain Josh Hastings.
Okay, thank you.
One of our Patreon supporters. Thank you,
I was
Josh.
going to say, sounds like a high school basketball player.
It's who Josh Hastings scored.
So I will mention to my party members that I have a message that we should probably discuss in private, just so we should head back upstairs just so I can deliver the message to them as well. I don't want to really discuss it in public.
All right, are you guys going to follow him back upstairs?
Sounds good to me.
Hell no. I mean, yes.
All right, so you guys go upstairs. You meet in Farron's room. You have an outlook over the city from your room. Once again, even the streets seem kind of quiet today, which is kind of strange, considering how this is like the border city to the desert, so it's like a trading hotspot. It's quiet. Weirdly quiet.
Okay, so I'll explain to my party members that there's problems in the south. We got the message back from the druids. Ye Old Stomping Ground seems to be safe. The Cambridge War seems to have begun. No, they're prepping for it. Resistance is in trouble, and John Hastings is also in trouble. So we need to do something about this.
Did they elaborate as to what the war is going to be? Like, no? Okay.
No.
I'm guessing they're amassing an army.
What do we have that we could really help with? We'll be killed on sight by most people in that area.
What about this area? Could we amass a force of desert troops? March them north?
To the south.
South?
Yes, given your geographical location, I'm actually going to pass a map to Tristan in just a second.
It's been a while, I can't remember.
All right, so while you guys, I'm actually pulling out a map from Forgotten Realms' Antioch source book. You are right there.
We are right here.
That is about 500 miles north
Okay, sorry.
of
Sorry.
Cambridge, which is on the Sword Coast,
Which is down there.
which is not listed on this map.
Oh, okay.
The world map,
They're not
I don't know
opinions,
where
though.
it is right now. I think it's behind Lee
we're
somewhere.
right near the mountain range then.
Yeah, you're right on the edge of the desert. You're not quite near the Arctic,
It
which is
took
known as the
magic to
high
get
ice.
here, so it'll probably take magic to get back in any feasible fashion.
Yeah.
True.
But there are people you could visit in town. There are wizards who might be able to help you.
We still need this lore master, so we should focus on getting that, and then whatever we find out from that, we can maybe leverage to use back home.
I'm wondering if there's like a local tourist pamphlet. Here's the market. Here's where all the sites are. All the important landmarks. Here's where our lore master is.
Maybe we could ask around to see if there's anyone that can tell us a bit of the history of the area.
Well, you are at the inn.
Is there a...
If anybody would know.
Yeah, we could always talk to the
We
people
need a
at the
tour
inn.
guide.
Let's talk to the
basically.
innkeeper and see if he knows where we can get some history on the settlement.
Okay. So you guys come down the stairs. Once again, you see the innkeeper and his wife just kind of sitting there talking. And you walk up to him, and he introduces himself as David. And he goes, what kind of information can I perhaps provide you with? I see you are outsiders from here, definitely judging by your strange choice of clothes.
Yeah, we like to travel. We like to learn about the different places that we visit. We want to learn the history of all the lands across Faerun.
He kind of nods his head. He goes, adventurous of some sort, judging by the weaponry you're carrying.
Well, one has to be able to protect oneself.
This is very true. So what kind of information would a trio of adventurers be looking for in my wonderful town?
We want to know the history of how this place came to be, and who's interesting in this place. What are the main characters of the past in here?
He goes, well, we do have a temple to Mystara, which is the goddess of magic, and that's something you guys are intimately familiar with, as Mystara has talked with you on several occasions during this game. David goes on to say, well, there's the paladins of Mystara. They're pretty much outside of the town guard, the people we rely on to protect us around here. We do get several raids, desert bandits, that sort of thing. Traders gone bad, gone rogue, sort of thing. You know how it is. Desert cutthroats.
How many paladins are in the city?
Currently, there's about 5. Some of them go on pilgrimage, though, now and again. So at any given time, there's usually 2 or 3.
Okay.
But usually the town guard's enough for us to deal with most problems.
Kind of hoping he'd see like 500.
Yeah. I was going to say, a small army's worth? Damn.
There are many clerics, however, but once again, they go out on their religious pilgrimages quite often, so we never know how many are in the town at any one time.
Are there any other guilds in the town, like a fighting guild or a thieves guild?
There is a fighters guild, actually. They're a group of mercenaries made up of all sorts of different races, from half-orcs. Even here they have hobgoblins and even a couple of orcs themselves that have decided to take up arms for money. They primarily lead the fighters guild in the town.
And their numbers?
About 100 strong at any given time, as they do go out in the desert to deal with the desert bandit problems, but they fight for coin, not necessarily for loyalty, so best of luck at dealing with them if your pockets aren't necessarily super deep.
I wouldn't want to brawl with them. Orcs, you say?
Yeah. He also goes on to tell, we do have, as we do sit on a ancient part of the world, there is a a man who's known to live in the forests outside the city, deep in the woods. He's known as William Allister, and he is one of the foremost. Trying to figure how I would describe him. Well, most of us just call him a dangerous old hermit, but he does know things.
There are those that call me Tim.
He was the city's lore master for quite some time, but we think he went mad a number of years ago. And he left town on not necessarily the most great circumstances.
And why do the people think he went mad?
Forbidden knowledge, kept ranting and raving something about the end of the world. And he would preach to anybody who would listen to him in the town square all hours of night and day. Eventually, the clerics of Mystara kicked him out of town, said, "You are prophesizing heresy. The goddess shall protect us and all the other gods of Faerun. We have nothing to worry about. As long as the faith stays strong, no creature shall ever cross over and destroy us." And he left for the woods, and there he's been for the last 50 years.
Still think you'd have any interesting stories to tell?
Well, if the old man is still alive, I would presume so. Like I said, he's quite mad, but he's also quite long-lived. Last I heard, he'd been around for at least 200 years, so some kind of magic keeps him alive. So he must be some kind of a crazy old wizard.
Think you could point us in the right direction to him?
Well, there are the forests outside the city. He pulls out a map, and he draws a couple of key locations on it. It says if you go deep in the woods, about 2 or 3 days travel, you're going to see a large red boulder. It's right near one of the main roads, and his place is somewhere off of there. The large red boulder is typically known as the landmark where people can... It's known as a safe area. If you come here, we can't... The law of the wood is everybody who stops here overnight is safe. We don't know what exactly established that law, but every creature and man, woman, and child that travels through there is typically kept safe.
Tradition is tradition.
Tradition keeps that place safe for whatever reason. So I presume his cottage would be somewhere nearby. So, unfortunately, that's all the information I really have for you.
Oh, thank you for it.
Of course. That'll be 50 gold pieces.
Does that come with a free breakfast?
Of course. And the wonderful house meat, of course.
All right. We got a deal.
It's house me.
So you guys sit down and enjoy a wonderful flagon of house mead. It tastes faintly of blueberries. And the morning continues on. As you guys sit there enjoying your mead and enjoying a breakfast, you do, everybody give me a perception check.
Alrighty, let's roll this sucker.
Perception is wisdom based.
16 for me.
All right.
16 as well for me.
All right.
And the dead man.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay. So, Koro, you are sitting there eating your stew, and you notice outside, through one of the windows, you see a bunch of orcs walking towards you, and they look kind of pissed off outside. They're walking towards the inn.
Well, hey, guys. Large orcs coming this way. They look angry. Let's boot it. Or stand here and fight. But let's boot it.
Koro, is there something wrong with your throat?
The man died not that long ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still clearing out the necrozma from my throat.
Oh, is that what you call it nowadays?
Yeah.
You see David.
Those kids these days, I say.
You see David behind the counter start to look a little bit nervous. He looks over at his wife, and you can hear him whisper clearly, "They're here for protection again. I don't know if we've got enough to pay this month."
I thought, I'm like, who are they need protection from?
Those angry orcs look pretty scared.
Because if it's a dragon, I'm pretty sure we killed that one.
Well, there's the other one.
How much do they ask for protection money from you? Like, what do you give them?
We give them about 2,000 gold a month, and in return, they keep typically most of the bad element away.
How many of them are there?
There are about 5 of them.
And they're full orcs?
Full orcs. They're dressed in, like, scale mail.
I was going to say, so my idea of, hey, guys, let's just, murder them has probably gone out the window right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to say bad idea.
I said boot it, like run hard, run fast. This is not our business.
We have a lore master to find and a planet to save.
Yeah.
We just start whistling.
Goodbye.
We're going to take the other exit, the staff entrance.
The out the window exit.
We'll go see if there's any help we can find. Not really.
They roll perception and hear you say not really.
I said it in Druidic.
Yeah, I'm voting. Let's skedaddle.
Is there a back door?
Yes, there is. There's a back door going out via the kitchen way. I'm just looking for stats. Give me a second here.
I'm nervous now.
I was like, it's just 5 full orcs. We're full scale, man.
Well, we're planning to flee, and he's still looking up the stats for these orcs.
Well, I just need to have them just in case.
I'm reasonably sure we are far in, so I am reasonably sure. I could probably walk up to if it was
actually
just one.
If you guys want to make a bolt for it, give me a dexterity check.
If it was just one of them, I figured I could probably, walk up, grab a dragon's tooth, and shove it right in its eye. But there's more than one.
Yeah, and he might notice in
15.
15. Yep. Okay. Everybody else, Dargo.
6.
Okay.
So dexterity.
Yeah.
12.
Okay, so Farron, as you get up from the table, your foot catches under the table leg and you trip.
Of course it does.
Whereas Farron, you boot out the door, Dargo right behind you. The orcs walk inside. They're like, David, you got our money?
David.
It's the innkeeper.
Oh. I think it's the most common.
I was the one talking with him, to be fair.
They they walk past Farron, they kind of look at you, kind of laugh and spit on you.
I'm used to it. Stupid orcs.
You're a dwarf, right?
Yes.
Now, do you do like the really badass thing when they spit at you? You just catch it in your mouth and spit it back.
I would just spit it back and forth for a while. It's a show.
It's a thing.
And they give you a small kick in the side. Doesn't cause any damage. Does knock the wind out of you, though. You guys outside can kind of... You hear the orcs talking to David, and you hear him like, where's our money? David's like, look, I don't have it right now. If you come back in a week, I'll have it then. And they're like, well, the orcs start spreading out around the room. You can see 2 orcs stand by the door. 3 orcs walk up to the counter and goes, well, we'll tell you what, David. Why don't we take your wife, Matilda, and you can have her back in a week. If you don't, well, I don't know what's going to happen. Now, we've seen your wife fight before, so we know she can take care of herself, but I'm just saying, Matilda slams a glass in on the counter, it shatters. She kind of holds it up like a broken beer bottle and goes, listen here, you're not taking our money, get out. Get out now. What are you going to do, Farron? You can pick yourself up now.
I'm going to pick myself up very slowly. Not really trying to attract attention to myself.
All right, you do as such. You are able to pick yourself up to a kind of a kneeling position, but you can easily move.
Are there any orcs by that back door?
No.
I'm going to try to nonchalantly move toward the back door, not attracting any attention, whistling maybe a little tune.
This is one of those situations where it's like, you know what? It is complete suicide. We don't really know. We paid the guys for the map.
Yeah, I paid him for some information and some mead, so I did my part. Yeah. I'm going to try to go toward the back door as nonchalant as possible.
Okay, I want you to roll me a stealth check, which is dexterity based.
That is a 3.
You start crawling nonchalantly. You feel a heavy boot press down on your back and pin you right to the floor. Where do you think you're going, dwarf?
To the bathroom.
I suggest you go in your pants, because you're not leaving. You relieve yourself all over the floor. The orc starts laughing at you. He's like, the little one pissed himself.
He's following orders.
He kind of says, hey, little one, look me in the eye.
I do as such.
He looks over. He's like, hey, Captain. Let's take a look. Come here for a second. The orc that's intimidating Matilda and David leaves the bar, sticks a knife in his teeth, kind of picks it for a second, and as he looks at Matilda, he goes, don't go anywhere, sweetheart. I'll be right back. He walks over to you. He pulls something out of his pocket, and he looks at it. He looks at you. Looks at the picture. Looks at you. He goes, well, boys, we just had ourselves a lucky payday. You're worth a lot of gold pieces there, Farron.
Who's Farron?
Oh, boy, did you pick the wrong day to lie.
Can I interrupt at this point?
If you want to run back in, yes.
I'm not going to run back in.
What's your plan?
I'm going to set the place on fire.
Okay.
You want to burn down David's Inn?
We paid him handsomely for the week there. What I'm trying to do is distract them with a fire that might allow our comrade to escape.
I was thinking we could run and get the Fighters Guild or the City Guard or the Paladins.
No,
some hard-ass men to help us.
Well, I'm pretty sure all those people will start running when they see a fire.
Yeah, that's why I don't set it on fire.
No, if we set it on fire, then those people that are from like the Paladins Guild, they're going to think these orcs did it.
He does have a good point.
Let's see how that works out for him, Bill.
All right, so I'm just going to... I don't even really need to... I guess.
It's a bold play, Cod. Let's see how that plays out.
So, I have the fireball spell, like the where I...
The flaming sphere.
But I don't even think I need to roll for that because it's literally
Yes, this is a cinematic action, as far as I'm concerned.
I am basically casting it, and I'm not pushing it into a person. It's a side of a building.
I'm going to see if they notice you.
Move it around the building.
So I'm rolling my big natural, or my big D20 here.
Rolling my big natural... Wait a minute, what are we talking about?
All right, roll me a stealth check there.
Stealth? Okay, let me see the stealth numbers here.
See if you can stealthily light a building on fire.
Yep, see if you can, without being noticed, or people going, what are you doing?
18.
You do it. So you wave your hands in the air and whisper the magic words. A flaming sphere floats from your hand.
And it
hits the side of the building, and after a few moments begins to smolder and just boom, ignites in this huge ball of fire.
So now I say cheese it, and we try to go into the shadows basically to Coral.
So you guys are running?
Because we're like Farron knows what's up.
All right. So
I am frightened and moist.
But you're all wet. You won't set on fire now.
So thinking ahead.
See, I looked in the window, saw he pissed himself, and he's like, I'm like, I know Farron wants me to set this place on fire because why else would he wet himself like some sort of weakling?
Did he piss himself all over?
I peed myself in Druidic.
And I'm picturing him. He peed himself, and he's sweating, and his nose is running, and he's crying. I'm
really just moistening myself for resistance against fire.
Exactly, and I'm thinking, it can't be that he's a coward. He knows that I'm going to set fire to this building. So we've got this,
planning.
Twin Druidic magic power psychic link, and it's just like he's like, yeah, set the place on fire. So I set the place on fire.
So on the inside you see one of the walls starts to smoke and it catches on fire. The orcs are like, well, boys, I guess we're leaving. You see David and Matilda, they're like, ah! They start screaming. Every other bar patron starts bolting for the door. They basically push the two orcs that are guarding the door over. And one of the guards, or one of the orcs rather, tries to grab you by the scruff and is trying to carry you. So roll me an opposed strength check.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Against a full fucking orc.
17.
You are able to break free.
Yes!
He basically tries to grab you. It's very slippery from your clothing.
He tries to grab you.
Slippery from all the
So he tries to grab you. He grabs your collar and he's like, ew, pissy.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to transform using wild shape into a spider and just bolt for
All
a
right.
window.
So you transform into the spider, you shrink down and skitter across the floor and jump out the window. As after a few moments, the building is completely engulfed in flame.
And then I'm thinking, wait a minute, I don't have a water spell.
The orcs outside gather and they just kind of start laughing. They're like, well, that's $2,000 less a month, but be damned if that isn't a pretty sight.
Crisis averted, boys.
I'm looking around, I'm thinking, all right, town's guard, come after the orcs.
You see the town's guard come up. They come marching up. They're like, oi, what is going on here? You see the orcs pull out these giant scimitars and long swords. And they're like, you know who we're with. Just go home. I'm not going to have to explain to your screaming wives what happened to their husband again. Go home. You see the town's guard, they kind of look at each other, kind of meekly. They're like, they draw their weapons back into their sheaths, and they're like, carry on.
And now we know that they're not going to be able to be hired or trusted to come help with us or anything.
Yeah, they're going to take one look at Mira and just, well, pee themselves.
Fall right apart.
I guess.
So, we also learned something else today, boys. I'm assuming that Farron has run towards us.
Yeah, where are you guys now? You can see the orcs standing outside watching the
we
building
sort of
burn.
slunk back 2 buildings over around the corner, just out of the way.
Okay.
So, I'm like, well, we learned a second thing. They don't have a fire brigade.
Clearly not.
It's a desert.
I'm like, it's a desert. Like,
Yeah.
you think they'd want a fire brigade of some sort or something or some magical thing to stop it. But like, I just realized something. I got lots of thunder spells, lightning, fire. I have like vines and growth and
no water.
Nothing for water.
Not today, anyway.
You're not an elemental.
And then I turn to Farron and I go, well, it looks like you have a water spell.
You smell faintly of urine.
Yes.
I get jokes.
That was a piss joke.
So, you notice the building burned down. David and Matilda are kind of standing not too far away from where you guys are. You could hear them. And they're like, what are we going to do? Matilda kind of grabs her husband by the face, gives him a big kiss on the forehead, and goes, do what we do every time. We rebuild.
Every time.
It'll take us a few years. It always does. We'll rebuild.
Well, boys, I didn't realize something here. I reprinted my sheet. I have a +6 to intimidation I completely forgot about.
Holy crap.
You are one scary gnome.
I just realized I'm a little tiny dude. I could have probably threatened those dudes and might have. And if I rolled a natural 20, that'd be 26. I probably could have just like.
Oh, yeah?
How the hell do you have a +6 to intimidation?
It's just how I rolled initially, and then as we leveled up, I forgot we got those bonus things. So I'm just looking at my sheet. I've had it here probably since. We're talking many, many, many moons ago, and I just realized I haven't really been intimidating anybody.
Yeah.
I should. Well, now I know for the future.
I wonder if my stats are wrong then, because I only have a 2 to intimidation.
Yeah, but you're swashbuckler. You're not really intimidating. You're more.
I know,
But
but
charisma, you're a rogue. You should kind of be building
what's your
for it.
charisma?
But I mean,
my
charisma's
charisma's 15.
So that should be a plus.
Intimidation
2.
is a charisma check.
Yeah, you should have +2 through that.
I have
So-
+2, that's all I have is +2 to intimidation.
I have a +3 to charisma and +6 to intimidation.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sure the math works out somehow.
So that what is
Because
that?
you did it through D&D Beyond.
Yes, I did. I did
Yeah,
it the exact
there's
way.
bonuses to certain checks that you get as well. Like I have
So-
6 to survival +6 to medicine.
Yeah.
Because I know I have my animal handling high. I have Arcana high.
Maybe you and I can go through my stats.
and I have
so
survival
I-
high, which I don't think I've had to use survival. Have we?
Not yet.
No, it doesn't come up too often in our situations
Yeah.
so far.
But it was interesting. I just looked at my sheet and I was thinking, what could I do with?
Because you were only in the desert for a couple of days.
Yeah, I was thinking, what could I do with these guys? And I'm like, well, I could. Apparently, I'm a little tiny dude. I could like Danny DeVito them into.
At the same time, 5 orcs, if you rolled a 7.
If it was one orc, I could probably do it.
Yeah, 5
I
of them
could
they
have
got a
probably
bonus.
stolen their weapons off of them while standing in front of them. Considering I have a +9 to sleight of hand. They're like,
You know, they look at you as you're taking it out of their pocket, and then you just go, "No shushy, McShushy." Quiet you. We're all good.
anyways, back to the game.
Yeah, sorry,
So
back
yes.
to the game.
So yes. So you see Matilda and David walk away, and you're pretty sure they'll be okay.
Good.
So what are you guys going to do as you stand behind a building in the shadow of David's Inn?
Hot sun.
I'm going to say, okay, so now that we're out of this, first of all, you got to wash up, buddy. Because
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Is there another inn that we can?
Oh, there are several in town.
Okay.
I just realized something.
What?
I think I burned up everything we left in the building.
Did we leave anything in the building? We never really said that.
Yeah, you guys never told me.
I guess
saying
you
that-
have your bag of holding. I didn't have anything. We put everything we wanted in your bag of holding.
Pretty much, yeah.
So we don't really leave anything behind. I'm thinking like we didn't have anything else that
We did, we were supposed to shack up there for a few days, but
we hadn't really. We just slept we crashed the one night. We didn't really unload anything.
yeah.
So I think we're good.
We're good.
Well, I was going to say, so boys, we're not going to be contacting the city guard to get help.
City Guard seems to be useless. The Paladins are too few in number.
Fighters
We
Guild.
still
The
have
clerics are probably too few in number.
Fighters Guild. We don't have the coin for.
Also, this is also the order that had been tainted at one point, or part of them had been tainted where we came from. We don't know if that's spread out here.
You're referring to the
and
Paladins?
we know.
Paladins and the clerics.
We know now that our wanted status has reached this far.
True.
True.
So we might want to avoid. We're going to want to avoid even the.
Everybody give me a
City
wisdom
guard.
check.
Actually, I was going to ask if we could try to look around and see if we find out who the orcs were hired by or who they were working for. I don't really want to go rushing back towards the orcs.
Wisdom is 20, not natural.
Okay.
21 not natural
Hold on.
because of my pluses.
Yeah.
16.
Okay, so you all come to the conclusion orcs are generally accepted as a creature that doesn't come in the civilization very often. They're often seen as kill on sight. They're dangerous. That's known. These orcs were marching straight through town. Nobody stopped them.
So that means the Fighters Guild isn't even involved because they're only for coin, but you'd think somebody would have hired the Fighters Guild of 100 people to take on these 5 guys unless they're part of the Fighters Guild or associated.
They have some sort of higher
agreement
group that they're responsible for, that they're reporting to.
So these 5, you can't tell me that 100 skilled fighters in a Fighters Guild couldn't take them on, even if it was the sake of they weren't getting paid, they just did it for their own preservation. The fact that they haven't done that means that these 5 are connected high up somewhere with something larger or more powerful. So, I'll be honest, I say we skip the Fighters Guild, we skip everything, and we just find this old, old coot.
I don't think we could really get anything done with the Fighters Guild with the coin we have. We just don't have enough funds to really convince them that way.
Even if that was the case, so I'm one, like, you wouldn't think that the town wouldn't have ponied up the money to stop them already by just paying that guild?
Yeah. We need to find this lore master. We know where he's supposed to be. We should just start heading toward that forest.
Yeah, and I'm also beginning to wonder if he was run out of town for other reasons than being crazy.
Yeah, forbidden knowledge, etc.
Forbidden
But
knowledge
I feel like forbidden knowledge is kind of the path we need to follow here.
Exactly. So this could be that he's not even crazy. That it could be that somebody helped him get out of town pretending he was crazy so that nobody else would come after him.
Yeah, I mean, we have tapestries that foretell a lot of crap. So I'm guessing he foretold some stuff that might kind of fall in line with our goals here.
Let's skedaddle. I'm gonna shape shift as well into kitty cat.
Okay,
I'm gonna hitch a spider ride on the kitty cat.
All right, and Koro, you
got your cloak if you want.
You're walking along.
Yeah, I'm walking invisible.
So
right,
I
so you
figure
put on your
we'll just keep all. You can keep out in the open, Koro, but us, I think we'll sort of keep to the shadow, like a cat would do, just along the side of a building, brushing up against it.
Yeah.
Just making our way out of town.
I'm pretty much just gonna slink through the crowd invisible.
All right, so you guys start walking through town. After about a half hour, you're able to leave the city limits.
I'm going to shapeshift back after I'm out.
All right, you shapeshift back after you're out.
I will do the same.
And start heading towards there's sort of like a badlands.
I'm gonna remain invisible.
As it turns into forest, it starts to get more and more dense, more and more trees, more and more green as time passes on. And eventually you enter the forest outside of Addis Babar and are crossing back into the proper, more back into the world, less extreme conditions.
A welcome sight.
Exactly. So you guys are surrounded by nature. It's starting to pass into the late afternoon, early evening.
And so we're going, is that east based on the map that you showed us?
Yes.
So past, because we were on the edge of the mountains, so around the mountains and
the
forest.
You guys can even hear water. You're pretty sure there's a stream nearby.
I gotta go take a dip in the stream
Yeah,
and wash the tea out of my clothing.
Well, before you do that, May I take a drink of the water?
Take a drink upstream from where I'm bathing.
I would like to take a drink before.
I would also like a drink of
before you go pee
that water.
in the water.
Okay, you do as such, which I really need to find a new phrase. I just noticed. But you go and you have a drink of water. Things are fairly quiet, if you will. Everybody, give me a wisdom check.
All right,
Which is a perception check.
Which is something, or perception? Sorry,
perception. Yes.
That's a 7.
Perception.
I am blissfully unaware,
Plus 2,
surrounded
so
by
that's
my own
18.
urine.
That was a nat 20 plus 3.
Nat 20. You
Plus 3. Ooh, fancy.
You, Koro, are sitting there taking a drink of water, nice, big, deep, refreshing drink. And you can see something under the water. You see something swimming towards you. It's definitely humanoid shaped. There seems to be about 3 of them.
Okay, guys, there's something swimming towards me. Let's back off the water. Back off right now.
All right.
Away from the river. Quick.
So you back off the water, and you notice 3 giant humanoid-shaped lizard things. These guys.
Those guys.
I'm showing
You showing
picture
us?
of lizard folk spring out of the water.
Are they water-only people, or they can survive on land?
They can survive on land.
Motherfucker.
It's like, come get me, water only person. You're not a water
Damn
only
it.
person.
Sucker.
You ambidextrous bastard.
So like they're not like they have gills, but they also breathe air, sort of thing.
And they're
I know what I
bipedal?
said.
Or tripedal.
Like, can't set these ones on fire.
No, not likely.
What languages does everybody here speak?
Common and Druidic.
What do I speak here?
I guess Dwarvish, but that's not really
Halfling, common,
established.
thieves, canter.
Does anybody speak Draconic?
No.
All right, they start barking at you in a language you can't understand. You definitely, their intent is threatening. You see 2 of them come out with 2 of the 3 come out with tridents, and the other one, you can't. He doesn't have any weapons at all.
Would it be insulting to him if I tried to cast speak with animals? Probably.
Probably.
Yeah,
So everybody
speak
roll
common.
initiative.
Common and Gnomish, basically. Initiative 11.
1.
Oh boy.
19.
Okay, so Koro's going first, then Alex, then Farron, and then I'll go last. Okay, so the lizard folk in front of you. What are you going to do, Koro? They're threatening you with tridents. And I said they're barking things just...
God, I wish you went first so you could intimidate them, you small bastard.
I might still intimidate
You
them.
might still intimidate them.
At the cost.
Why don't you just like ready yourself or something and then just not take a turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna pretty much just
Combat has begun, is it not?
Yes.
combat has begun.
it has begun.
But I don't have to attack during my.
No,
combat.
you don't have to. You can run. You can disengage. You can do anything you
just
want.
letting you know that we're in combat now.
I'm gonna hide as well as prep uncanny dodge.
Okay, so you're going to disengage the combat.
Yeah.
Just picturing backs up and runs. All right, so it's my turn.
Yeah.
All right,
That was
I
like ours.
am. Let me see what spell I've got here. What that would be useful. I think I have an idea of what I'm going to do, and it's going to be dirty as fuck. By the way, I am going to cast Call Lightning into the water that they're in.
All right.
So it's going to hit them no matter what, pretty much now.
Yep, because they're just coming out of the water, so
Okay.
they are all three of them are still in it.
There's still some-
Dexterity
there's-
saving throw.
I was gonna ask
Yep.
if.
So he's got to save against my spell,
All right.
which
are you in the water too?
Yeah, he's.
Oh right,
bathing.
you were swimming.
Yeah.
so you got to beat an 18, dude.
All right. Let's see. And I do.
I don't know how
rolled
that's
eight.
possible, but
6.
I rolled 18.
so
I
what is
died.
it? So
No, wait. I think we've agreed ties go to the defender. So
Did
yeah,
we?
I still get it.
is it? Wait, let me see here.
So how much damage? How much damage does Farron take?
Was that a successful?
Oh wait.
Yes, they got out of the water in time. They basically jumped.
So it's a dex move you
Yeah.
have to do.
Yeah, that's a dexterity saving throw. They take half damage on a successful save.
Oh, so
Okay.
you still get damage.
Okay, so
And so
how much damage was it?
3d10 damage,
Woohoo!
which I will take the full brunt of.
You're not in the water.
He's bathing.
I was bathing to not be
So how much damage do I take?
beat on
Didn't I
anyway.
say back up out of the water though? Did anyone
Wait, you
not
said
know
Oh, you
that?
did
3D
say to back out of the
3d10.
water. He did say back out of the water.
And you said that
we should back away from the
out of
water.
the water.
Yeah, before we started combat.
I'll allow it.
He said back up out of the water, and then we did stop.
Tell you what, roll a dexterity, and I'll give you advantage on it. Because this was a very quick thing to say.
By the way,
So that's a 9 and a 6.
because by the way,
I think that's fair. I give you advantage on it.
I'll agree to it.
Okay.
now actually you should roll a dexterity saving throw as well.
Pretty
Yes.
much just okay. Well,
I'll give you
I did
advantage on
originally.
it.
I got a 6 anyway. Again,
Oh, curse number.
Okay, so it's 30 damage,
Holy shit!
and then so you
My guys take 15 damage then.
and you take
I
30.
take 30 damage. I am down to 10 hit points.
So this big bolt of lightning comes cascading out of the sky, electrifies the water. You feel your muscles tense up as electricity shoots through your body, and you go under the water for just a second where you almost begin to drown. Give me a constitution check.
This one should be okay.
Don't roll a 6.
19.
You are fine. You basically thrust yourself to the surface and take a huge gulp of air.
like he just stuck his finger in the wall socket for a
Pretty
second.
much. Captain Finger.
Wiener in the socket.
All right, so who's goes now? Now it's your go.
Oh.
You are in pain.
You're gonna lay your hands on yourself and just heal you.
Good berry. Oh.
I think I'm going to have to, although I can only use one berry per turn myself. So I am most definitely going to cast.
Crunch berry.
Sorry, give me a second here. Do I want to do that one, or do I want to do...
D&D spell cards, tremendously useful, guys.
Oh, I love these things. These things are a lifesaver. Instead of looking like a complete idiot looking up spells in a book, I have to look like a smaller idiot.
It's like a moderate idiot now. D&D, the scale of gargantuan.
You have to admit that was a decent idea because I could hit everybody with it.
It was a good idea.
I liked it.
I just didn't
like
realize
hell.
that our bathing friend was too doofy to get out of the water. No, here's the problem. He went bathing with his clothes on, so it just weighed him down.
That's another question. Did you take your clothes on or off?
I would add them on.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to go with that's
I
why
need
he
to clean them
rolled
as
so
well.
badly. Because it's just like
wet clothing everywhere.
it's like if you ever
weighing me
accidentally
down.
fall in a pool wearing track pants, try getting out of there without having them fall down on you.
That's brutal.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to touch myself with Cure Wounds. I just wanted to say that. And I'm going to use it as a level 3 spell, so it's going to be 3d8 plus spellcasting modifier. So that's 1, 2, 3, plus a spellcasting modifier. Spell attack is 6. So I heal myself for 18.
Yay.
That's a bit better.
I think it's so bad.
Use one of those.
So I zapped him and he's just like, ow! I'm
It
gonna kill
hurts.
myself.
It hurts.
It's like,
And
walk
then
it
I'm
off,
going
bitch.
to use a bonus action to cast Healing Word, which will heal myself for 1d4 plus spellcasting ability modifier, which is another 8.
You're pretty
So
much at
that's
full.
18 plus 8, so that's 26.
You're
So
pretty-
I'm up to 36.
Basically, now I just I rubbed my feet on the ground and gave you an electric shock on the.
Yeah, and it cost me 2 spell slots.
All right, you had a good rest.
Okay, so one of the lizard folk, it's their go now. So there are 3 of them, so they get 3 turns. So the first lizard folk is going to attack you, Koro. And you see this, basically, do you remember the creature from Jurassic Park that had the big frills, the Dilophosaurus? Yeah. You see this creature with this big frill, it kind of growls and screams in your face. It raises its trident trying to stab you. Nat 20.
Oh, fuck. I had uncanny dodge prep, so that's half damage, whatever I get.
Okay, so let me see.
So you're like, ha! Step to the side. Owie!
It pretty much gets me in the side of the ribby cage here.
It's like, owie! You give me a poke.
Alright, so trident, I'm just doing damage here, so 1d8, so I just gotta find my d8 here, which is right there. So 4 plus an extra 3d6. 3, 4,
This is an
5.
enchanted trident.
No, he's using he has a move called Skewer.
So that's 15.
15.
So I take
you
7.5 damage.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he tries to skewer you. It does pierce your armor through the side, but misses all your vital organs and goes through the empty space between your armor and your skin.
Okay,
Half
that
damage
puts
is
me down
like
to
a half point of
24.
damage. Does that round up?
Yes.
So half damage rounds up. So I took 8 damage.
8 damage
8
total,
damage.
yes.
Okay, so I'm down to 25 hit points.
Okay, so the other lizard creature is going to attack Dargo.
Yeah.
And they roll a 17. What's your armor?
You hit me.
All right, I hit. So they're attacking with their trident, which is 1d8, which I gotta find my d8 again. Where did I put you? I just had you. Where did you go? Bloody motherfucker. Did I drop it?
No.
Oh, no, there it is. I'm just dumb. 7
Yeah.
plus an extra 3d6.
Oh,
They're going to try and skewer you.
How many points does this trident have?
Probably 3. By definition.
12 plus 3.
So 7, 12, and 3.
Yeah.
So 23 damage.
Yeah, 23 damage.
Okay.
So this thing pokes you right in the gut
Again.
firmly.
Owie.
And then the next lizard person has is standing back towards the water and is waving its hands and decides to cast a spell and casts Entangle upon you. Entangle's a druid spell, correct?
Yes, it is.
What does Entangle do?
Entangle makes an area of rough terrain.
And by you mean Koro.
Koro, yes. Sorry.
Yes. Koro is now entangled. Entangle. Grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square starting from a point within range. I'm guessing Koro is that said point.
Yes.
Can he dodge that shit?
For the duration, these plants turn the ground into difficult terrain. A creature in this area, when you cast a spell, must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. Creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. On a success, it frees itself.
Okay.
Basically, this
Does it affect me at all?
this is a concentration.
I don't
And-
cast spells.
If you fail, you're stuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
So roll me a strength.
And now that means that every turn that guy has to keep casting it, right? Because it's concentration.
This is a concentration spell, so that lizard can no longer cast anything else for its duration. But he can act, he just can't cast anything.
So we don't have to worry about him casting it on
okay,
us.
he can't
Yeah.
cast any other concentration spells. He can cast instant cast stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, okay, so cantrips.
Like a little fireball, whatever.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, so
So you got to roll
to
yourself.
act, I got to roll my save right now.
Yeah.
That's a strength saving throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have -1 to strength.
How do you have -1 to strength and you're like a
He's
swashbuckler?
Means his strength is 9.
Oh.
Or no, 8.
8.
Or 9.
Yeah, it's his dumb stat.
If you're under 10, you're a minus no matter what.
I have no minuses.
Okay.
That's because
Mr.
AJ
Well-rounded.
min-maxed you.
No, I didn't.
You built your own?
I built my own.
Did you beat it? What did you roll?
5.
All right, so these vines basically sprout up around you, and they grasp your arms and your legs, and you are firmly pinned.
No turn.
No turn for you. Dargo, what are you going to do?
Are they still in the water?
No, they're on the land now because they're
I was
attacking.
gonna be like lightning again, bitch.
The one that skewered you has pulled out its trident
Ew.
and is licking the blood off of it.
Oh, that's nice.
You see this long, vicious tongue come out of its mouth. It's
Are
disgusting.
these guys considered water creatures? Like, would they be weak to electricity even outside the water?
You don't know. You've never encountered a lizard folk
so
before.
from the damage I did, do they look hurt at all?
Yeah.
It was 15 damage. I feel like casting Ice Knife as a level 3 spell at that one closest to me. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So I'm casting that as. So
Can
that
I get a
is-
dexterity saving throw?
They get a dexterity save, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to attack the one that's closest to you.
So you got to beat an 18.
Both of them or just one of them?
It's 1.
Okay, so you're attacking the one.
No, I'm attacking the one because basically it's remember I throw the knife and it does ice piercing damage
No matter what.
And, no, it explodes no matter what.
Okay.
And then it can hit a radius of people.
Okay, so I'm rolling.
So cool.
I rolled a 17.
So you don't win.
Okay. So
Okay.
you hit me
So-
full force.
Full force, and I've just got to look up what that was again because I'm not sure if that is a.
It's an unearthed arcana spell, therefore my little card deck
Yes.
thing does not include
Because
it.
if I remember correctly, it's pretty big. Because
It's quite significant.
Huge
So I
damage.
think it's 1d8 piercing damage.
based
and then-
on each level, it's a level 1 spell that you can cast at level 3.
Yeah, and then it adds additional dice.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right here because I got to save. So, you create a shard of ice and fling it at one creature within range. Make a ranged spell, blah, 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 blah. On a hit, it takes 1d10...
What did you roll? Because it's a ranged spell attack. What did you roll for that?
It's not that. It's you have to save against it.
Oh, okay.
It's a save only for you. Like, I don't have to...
Weird.
Yeah, it says here, hit or miss, the shard then explodes.
Okay.
So basically, you roll the save. If you don't pass it, I hit you with it.
Okay.
And that's how that works.
Okay.
So it can't crit.
It says here, hit or miss, it explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of where the shard exploded must succeed on another saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage.
Okay.
At higher levels, when you cast this at a level 2 or higher, I'm casting at level 3, the cold damage increases by 1d6 for each slot level or above, so the explosion part.
Okay.
So instead of 2d6, it would be 4d6.
Yeah, so right now, I'm casting 1d10 for the piercing damage on the main one that failed the initial.
Okay. All right. So you've
So-
hit him. So do damage.
So
I'm keeping track on my phone.
that's 8.
Okay.
And then now, depending on how many of the creatures are within 5 feet of it,
Just 2 of them.
2 of them,
Yeah.
they both have to roll DC saving.
Okay.
again.
So the first one is rolling 10, so I fail.
Yeah.
The second one rolled a 10. They both fail.
Okay, so they both fail. So now I am rolling 4d6
Okay.
to do damage on that. So I'm gonna do that.
Dramatic.
20 damage total. So
Okay.
it goes boom and explodes.
All right, so these the ice shards basically stick into them. The shard explodes in their gut. They are all cut up. You can see blood
Yeah,
oozing
so-
from multiple wound points.
So the first one is 28 damage for the first guy, and then 20 damage for the second guy.
Okay, so just give me a sec here. And that was how much for the second guy?
20.
Okay, so the first one that stabbed you looks rough, like bleeding all over. The second one looks cut up, but doesn't look as bad.
Okay.
Okay, so it's their go. So the one that
It doesn't.
oh right, yeah, Farron, your go.
Farron.
Sorry.
I didn't actually die there. I took a lot of damage. I'm not feeling
took a
so
lot of
good.
damage and then healed most of your damage.
Not feeling
I'm
all
the one
that
that's
great,
hurt
but
pretty
I'm
much
here.
right now.
I am here. Do I want to do that? That's not going to help you yet. Alright, I'm going to roll a little die here, and I'm going to throw a bean out of my tan bag of tricks.
All right.
So I rolled a d8.
Must
Whoops.
have been that bean I had for dinner.
For a second,
I still had my
thought he
plus
was saying
modifier.
He's gonna flick the bean. And it's a little
I rolled a 5 because
Little
I
bag
roll a
of
5 every time I throw a die out of my tan bag of tricks, and a bear appears.
Bear Squad! All right, you throw a bean upon the ground. A bear, what kind of bear is it? A brown bear?
I believe it is a black bear. Just give me a moment.
They like fish and animals from the sea to eat.
Regardless, this bear,
Yes, black bear.
this black bear springs alive, roars. You see, how it stands up on its hind legs, basically brandishes its claws, and I believe it's the bear's go.
Yes, now it is the bear's go. The bear is going to attack the lizard that was
Waving its hands.
waving its hands.
Okay.
So it's going to do a multi-attack. It's going to do a bite, which is a melee weapon attack, with a +3 to hit. Just give me a second here.
Is it gonna face bite him? Just like yum.
Maybe. And it rolls a 21.
It's a hit.
Face bite. Face bite. Face bite.
So it goes to bite its face. It deals 1d6 plus 2 piercing damage. That's 7. And now it's going to use a claw attack, which is also +3 to hit. So this is really a pain in my butt. 23, not 20.
Oh boy.
And the claw attack does 2d4 plus 2 slashing damage.
So what's the grand total?
2d4 plus 2. So there's 8 damage for the slash and 7 damage for the bite, but the slash damage was a nat 20.
So that's double damage.
So 16 damage there, plus the 7 is 23.
Okay, so basically your bear starts mauling this lizard and jumps on top of him, starts ripping out chunks of flesh. This lizard creature looks rough, but is still clinging to life. Its concentration obviously broken. The spell drops on you.
Nice.
So, top of the combat round, the one that stabbed Dargo is going to try again, because now he mad.
Oh, yeah, he mad.
He's mad. He's out for blood now. And rolled a natural 1.
Oh, fantastic! 'Cause
He
I don't
manages.
I don't have a lot of health.
He tries to stab you
Yeah,
and trips and falls. His trident stuck in the ground,
when he stabbed himself.
and basically
I was hoping for that.
he lost his weapon. He can't get it out of the ground.
Okay.
The second lizard person turns around and spins and looks at Farron, and is going to try and bite and stab you.
I don't like that.
First attack was a 5, misses, which was the bite. She's gonna try and stab. Nat 20.
Oh shit.
It hits.
It hits. Oh boy, does it hit. So,
That's, double,
could be
that's
bad.
double damage against you, isn't it? Fuck me.
yep. So 1d8
So I was going to say 1d60.
7.
Like, oh no.
14.
plus 3d6. 6, 2, 5.
Okay, sorry. 7, 6, 2, 5.
Yeah.
And then double that.
Sorry, my math is really terrible right now. 7, that's 20, that's 40 damage. I am down.
Okay, so what happens is the lizard, the lizard folk takes its trident, jabs it right into your chest. We're talking, it hits your sternum, pierces your internal organs, and now we have to go through the infamous death saving throw.
Second in 2 weeks, guys.
Second in 2 weeks. Oh boy. Give me a sec to pull up the rule on this.
By the end of this, we're all going to have no souls, just to let you know.
Why are you
Is
a
that got
ginger?
chicken?
Are you a ginger from 10 years ago South Park?
Did Coro come back as a ginger?
Yes.
Pale skin, red hair. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
Gingivitis.
So whenever you roll a d20, if you roll a d10, if you roll a 10 or higher, you succeed. Otherwise, you fail. You have to roll 3 successes. On your third failure, you die. What did you roll?
My first roll is a 16.
You get 1 success.
Success.
Okay. So the last lizard folk who's being pinned by the bear is going to try and get out of it. So he's going to try and use strength to get out of it. With a 5, there's no way in hell he succeeds. So he's still penned by Yogi. And we
Yogi
run
now defends himself as a bear would because I'm no longer in control, but he's still a bear.
top of the combat round. Go in the Koro.
I scream in fucking agony, seeing Farron on the ground dead or downed.
Yeah. You're like, ah!
Unwell.
So I'm going to prep Uncanny Dodge as a bonus, and I'm going to attack the
One that downed him.
the one that downed him in a fit of rage.
Okay. You
Make
do
the
it.
decisions
I'm
for
going to do
him.
that with my bow.
All right. You knocked your arrow.
I'm going to fire reptile.
Bad. I don't know, maybe. I mean,
Snakes don't like fire.
True, but you'd have to waste a round lighting the arrow on fire.
No, because I knocked my arrow on
Yeah,
some-
but this
on-
is right in the second, right in the heartbeat.
Okay, so we're
A round
we're,
is 6 seconds.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'll just do my normal shot. That is a 21 to hit.
That is a hit, obviously.
All right, let's do this, bitch.
Holy moly, are you actually...
I actually hit someone with my bow.
Oh,
It's coming out tonight.
I know. Okay. What the fuck does that say? +3. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, so that's 1d6 plus 3 is a 6.
Okay, so you deal 6 damage. And that's... The arrow sticks right in the lizard's shoulder. She's like, ah! And kind of takes a step or two back in shock and in pain. She locks her eyes with you. Once again, starts hissing and barking something, sort of like that. And then we go to Dargo.
Okay, so
The one in front of you still looks cut up, badly bleeding.
we're in the open sky, right?
Yep. It's early evening.
Moonbeam time. Final. I'm just thinking, oh, it's time. It's time. So I'm gonna.
Did you hulk up?
Yeah. I'm doing the Hulk Hogan. This, the fist shaking, the head shaking, the sweat coming.
You're ready.
I just scream it out in common tongue, even though there's no reason to do so. Just Moonbeam.
All right.
All right. So
Dragon Ball Z out here.
I'm pulling it up because I don't think that's on the cards either.
This one is.
It is.
Yep. All right. What happens?
Moonbeam. A silvery beam of pale light shines down in a 5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. Until the spell ends, dim light fills the cylinder. When a creature enters the spell area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it is engulfed by ghostly flames that cause searing pain, and it must make a Constitution saving throw. It takes 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much on a damage on a successful one.
Okay, so I just have to. What's the Constitution save? I just have to.
You have to make a Constitution saving throw at the start of each turn that you spend inside that beam. Or
Okay.
when you
Rolling my Constitution, which is 15, so that's a +2. I fail. I rolled a 6.
And so how many have I caught one in it? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
It's the one that was attacked.
Actually, how wide is it?
It is a 5-foot radius, so 10 feet across.
You catch both. As far as I'm concerned, you catch both.
Nice. So does the other one have to roll in too?
Yep. We'll see if she makes it. The one that Koro hit. She rolled a 14, which is not enough.
Okay. So
2d10 radiant damage.
2d10.
And on their turns, they have to do that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now, am I rolling it? 2d10?
Yes.
Do I roll against his spell save DC? Or just a Constitution?
It is a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, so I just have to...
I think so. You have to beat
All right.
his spell DC.
Yes.
What-
But
Okay.
as you're rolling, he has to.
Okay, what's your...
My spell,
Should
my
be
spell
pretty
save?
high.
Yeah.
18.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, that's not happening today.
He is a
I forgot, you're a really good spellcaster.
I started out as a sort of warrior-ish druid, but I am pretty much a DPS tank, like monster.
I forgot, you're a tank.
And that is 19 damage.
Oh, shit.
The one creature drops to the ground screaming in pain and dies.
Every time I use Moonbeam, what I picture is in Raiders of the Lost Ark when they open the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
Their faces all melt.
Yeah, the one lizard's face virtually melts off of its skull and drops to the ground screaming, writhing in pain.
Yes.
As I lie on the ground, I just whisper, "Cool."
All right.
Tight. That's like tight.
Nice.
Next turn, death saving throw.
Alrighty.
You've succeeded once. Will you succeed again?
Next roll.
10 or higher.
That's a 15.
Yes! 2 successes.
All right. So,
All right, there we go. So one of them is dead.
Yes.
The next one has to start this turn and beat an 18, which she does. She dodges out of the...
But takes half damage.
takes half damage. Okay, how much damage do I take?
That would be 1d10.
Well, 2d10 and then cut it in half.
Yes, okay. So 7 damage.
Okay. You can see the ghostly flames dance across her body. She kind of flicks them out as she just kind of wipes her hands across it and the flames go out. And she's very, very, very angry.
Yes.
She charges towards you with her trident.
Sorry, have we downed one of them or two?
I've
One
killed
of them.
one so far.
Yeah, the other one
And
is...
this one's pretty hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Your bears didn't go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, roll
it's
your
just
bear.
a singular bear.
Yeah.
Let's be.
And it's
let's be
dealing with
fair
the one.
here.
It's dealing with the one that I'm not dealing with. So this is fine.
My bear's on the spellcaster one. That's an 11 for the bite attack.
All right, that misses.
Okay, and the roll for 18 for the claw attack.
That is a hit.
Excellent. So the claw attack is 2d4 plus 2. That is a total of 4 damage.
That is enough to disembowel the lizard
Subtle
creature.
disemboweling.
Oh, because
Basically,
this spellcaster might not have as much HP as the others.
your bear digs its claws into its chest and literally pulls it apart. The lizard dies screaming.
Okay. So now we just got to worry about the one coming at me now. And I'm also the one with the least amount of HP.
But we're going to have to find out what happens next week here on the Cambridge Chronicles. So as they face down one lizard folk who is sprung out from the depths of the spring of the forest. What's going to happen next? Well, I guess we'll have to find out, as Tristan has made 2 successful death saving throws. Will he make a third? We'll find out. So for Terrible Warriors Cambridge Chronicles, we have been...
I don't want to die, Mr. Christopher.
I'm not the only one who died. Lee.
The one that takes the most damage and deals the most damage, Alex.
I've been Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net as your Dungeon Master, and we'll catch you guys again next week, right here on TerribleWarriors.com, only on the Cambridge Chronicles.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to Terrible Warriors, the Cambridge Chronicles. I am, of course, your Dungeon Master for this evening, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, but I'm not alone as I trek through the uncharted forests of Faerun. I'm joined with...
Mr. Christopher.
Emperor Wayne.
Alex, you almost lost me for a second there.
Welcome to the conversation, fellas. That's right. When we last left them, we were in the middle of a combat with some lizard folk who had sprung from a nearby stream. And they had taken down Farron, who was up to death saving throws and is one step away from returning to the land of the living.
It hurted.
And Dargo had basically melted one of the lizard folk, like the Ark of the Covenant, and had melted into pretty much non-existence. And
there was a bear.
And there was a bear who pretty much ripped a lizard shaman pretty much in half and disemboweled them.
I like bears.
And then we had Koro doing some pretty good damage with his bow.
Yes, round of applause.
All right.
Clap, clap, clap,
clap, clap, clap, clap, clap, clap, clap, clap. Okay, so top of the combat round from last time. So it goes to you, Koro. You see the lizard folk begin to back up towards the water, noticing her compatriots have died. She's deciding to disengage and perhaps live to fight another day.
Alrighty. So I am not going to let these fuckers get away.
All right. I've had enough of you.
I know you. You're fucking going down. Alright, and sorry.
But Steve's can't.
Translation.
Isn't that Jay Leno? Alright, that's a 15. I'm sorry, a 15 plus 7, 22.
That is enough to hit for sure.
Alrighty, and share 1d6 plus 3.
1d6 plus 3.
All right, dealing a grand total of
6.
6 damage. The arrow fires from your bow, hits the lizard queen straight in the chest. The
She's a queen, eh?
Yep. You the arrow sinks in. She screams in pain, pulls it out, grits her teeth, starts backing up towards the water, and it is now Dargo's go.
Yeah, Here's a question. What does Stinking Cloud do? Because I've not ever used it, but I have it.
Get out of here, you stinking cloud.
It's basically the fart spell.
I'm pretty sure what I did in the washroom.
Not even lying, it's the
what I
fart
did in the
spell.
washroom earlier today was a stinking cloud. I'll tell you that.
Old man yells at cloud. I have it in here.
In the large thing of spells and stuff.
Which, once again, spell book cards for druids are an invaluable resource.
I'm thinking, like,
so good.
I'm thinking, should I go for this kill out of the box a little bit and do something different?
Stinking cloud. You create a 20-foot radius sphere of yellow, nauseating gas. Sorry, it's very on point. Centered on a point within range. The cloud spreads around corners, and the area is heavily obscured. The cloud lingers in the air for the duration. Each creature that is completely within the cloud at the start of its turn must make a Constitution saving throw against poison. On a failed save, the creature suspends its action that turn, retching and reeling. Creatures that don't need to breathe or are immune to poison automatically succeed on this throw. A moderate wind disperses the cloud after 4 winds.
Poison?
Or 4 rounds.
So
So it's a debilitating spell, no damage.
no damage. See, I was debating just pulling my pants down, bending over, spreading cheeks, and just letting one go. But it's not really going to do damage, and it's a lizard that can breathe underwater. It can just go under the water.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go with that. I'm going to go... I think I'm going to use a cantrip. I'm going to... no, maybe...
They're standing there tapping our feet.
Oh, I'm going to do acid arrow.
Poison.
He's gonna do acid.
Reptile.
Yes, and I'm it's not part of the spells in the list. So I am going to do acid arrow, but I'm going to pull that up here because I have my trusty spell list, but it is digital. Digital, people.
Digital.
It's invaluable to have tablets and other books around the table, which do have
Especially
your
for spells that I did.
You used it early on.
Early on, but I know I have it, and I know it was good. It's just I'm going to think of something because I'm always moonbeaming people or doing something.
Or flaming sphere.
Or flaming sphere, or just doing something horrific. So we've got here a shimmering green arrow streaks toward a target within range and bursts in a spray of acid. So I'm spell attack at the start. So I have to roll, I guess, to hit.
Yep, so it's like a regular attack roll?
Yes, exactly. On a hit, the target takes 4d4 acid damage immediately, and then 2d4 acid damage at the end of its next turn.
Okay.
On a miss, the arrow splashes the target with acid for half as much of the initial damage, and no damage at the end of his turn.
Okay.
So basically, pretty much no matter what, I'm going to do damage. It says, when you cast the spell using a spell slot of 3rd or higher, the damage, both initial and later, is increased by 1d4 at the end of each slot level. I'm going to do that. I'm going to cast level 3.
How many level 3 spells do you have per day?
This will be my last one.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast that.
All right.
And so I got to roll. Roll to hit, right?
Yep. What'd you get?
A natural 20.
Oh, double damage. All right,
I'm just
you
like,
hit.
I just go, fuck you!
So this arrow springs forth from your finger, this green streaking
And so I've got to
acid
do.
arrow.
So I've got to do. So 44. So it's 5d4 damage.
It's a bit
So it's
overkill.
5d4 damage, and then 2d4 if it survives this, and it's double damage, right?
Yep.
So 5d4 times 2. So let me see here.
Math can be fun, kids.
Math and science. And
Stay in school.
32 damage.
Is that times 2?
No, that's including.
Okay. All right, so this huge acid arrow hits it, splashes in its chest, and literally, just like in the movie Aliens, begins to dissolve in smoke. Pieces of her skull become visible, hissing acid, burning wounds all over her face, body, as she starts to tread back towards the water. And Farron, it's now your go as you.
That didn't kill her?
Nope.
She's got. Now here's a question.
Not doing something.
That damage, is it going to do double on her effect afterwards? Because she has to take damage on her
Yes.
turn. So it's double whatever it's. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
So, can I whisper, heal me, maybe?
I roll an 11.
You succeed, and you are back at 0 hit points. As Wiley comes to say hello.
Oh, now we've all had a turn, eh, Wiley?
And now, it is, I guess, her turn.
Yeah, her turn. So, how much damage do I take? Roll it.
You are going to take 2d4 times 2.
So what's the damage total?
1 second. I'm just rolling it right now. 10.
All right, so the acid continues to burn and smoke, but eventually stops. She looks wounded, drops to her knees, and it starts hacking up blood. You can see exposed bone and scales are falling off of her, but somehow miraculously is still alive.
She's gross.
Yeah, she looks like a creature from Aliens. It does not look pleasant.
I was
Very,
thinking
very
Michael
gross.
Jackson falling apart in South Park.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's a pretty good way to look at it.
Or the thing in Return
It's
of the Living
terrible.
Dead. Brains.
So she starts screaming, uses her action to swim towards the water, and basically falls back. Some huge splash in the water, and she disappears from sight.
Okay.
All right, so Farron, you are at 0 hit points. So as far as I know, I'm just going to double check the rule. Death saving throws. Basically you're stable now.
Yay.
So you're unconscious, however.
Yeah.
No, you're more like silent. You're snoring and breathing heavy.
Yeah, he's not in good shape. Does anybody have any healing magic or potions or anything?
I'm the healing
Still want to
magic.
kill that thing in the water, but
It's lightning it again.
maybe I will.
Make sure you throw me in the water first.
Just his floating
Well,
body.
It's Koro's go, right?
Go get the floaty.
So what's Koro gonna do?
Yeah, what are
I
you
have
going to do?
absolutely no healing abilities whatsoever right now. I don't even think I have a berry.
So you're gonna go dye water and start shooting arrows at the water?
I was just...
You're probably at least 6 hours outside of town.
I would
Nightfall is coming.
Nightfall is coming. Okay, I don't know. Can I give him water? Agua de vida help?
It wouldn't hurt him.
Did you say would Aquafina help?
Aqua de vida.
Aquafina.
Agua
water
de
of
vida,
life.
water of life.
I'm just.
I don't
Poison
think I have
delivery.
anything right now that helps. Yeah, I don't have any berries.
No jumper cables.
Do you have any jumper cables?
Do you have any tape?
I'm
Want
just.
to kill the thing in the water?
I'm
I
unconscious.
think it's wounded enough, frankly.
But it might want to go get help, and it's probably going to come back with more unless we kill it now.
Well, I thought it was like a pond that we stopped at.
Yeah, well, it's like a pond/stream, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Pond's to the stream.
So it's in there still.
Yeah, but you fucked it up quite nicely, so it's probably. I'm not coming back.
I don't know. If you want to electrify the water, if there are more
That's what I'm
down there,
waiting
that
to
would
do.
piss it off.
That's what I'm waiting to electrify the. Well, if I electrified the water the first time, it would have alerted everything in the water.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I can't do anything. Double down. Apparently I can double down.
I'm just seeing what.
This says Doob Dan or Dub Dun. The fuck did I write?
Dunedin.
Oh, double damage.
That'll double do it.
Okay, Flanders, what's going on?
I'm just trying to find out how
Deadly.
Kristen heals.
Daddly diddly.
I'm pretty sure we're probably gonna have to have him rest, like a full rest.
Yeah, I don't know how much hit points that restores.
So
So
a full rest, like
I think you rest. You can use your hit dice.
yeah. Okay, so all right then. So what are you guys gonna do?
Yeah,
then?
it's each day. I think after the end of
well.
each day,
So
you get this
what's
bonus.
Koro doing then?
I can't do anything.
So you're just gonna slink back and just do nothing?
I'm
Because we're still in combat technically.
man. Are we in combat or
The creatures in the water.
off.
It's been about 30-40 seconds. You don't hear anything.
Are we disengaged?
I'm not disengaged.
If you want to fucking try toast the water,
I'm going lizard fishing.
I'm gonna take a nap in real life, guys. I'll see you.
Okay, well, you're just
Just
gonna forfeit your
RPing.
turn and do
I'm
nothing.
forfeiting my turn and doing nothing.
All right, fuck that. I'm grabbing my spear, which has a lightning attack, because I'm out of my level 3 spell, and I'm just literally
Thundering the water.
I'm going spear fishing.
All right.
It's only been a few 30 seconds. I can
Fish
probably
with
see it
dynamite
through the
now.
water, right?
Yeah, you can still see her.
So, guess who's going spearfishing?
All right, roll me.
I'm doing the lightning. I'm
Your
doing
attack has disadvantage just because she is in the water, moving quick.
And I'm doing my special spear.
All right,
damage.
roll to hit.
All right, so let's do this.
Whoops.
So 19. Oh, whoa! No! Natural 20 because I just pressed the wrong button to roll the first one.
Then that is definitely a hit.
Yeah, so natural 20.
Yeah, she's dead.
So I didn't even.
She's dead.
So I didn't even have to cast
She
the
had
lightning.
3 hit points left.
I didn't have to cast the lightning, so I'm not even going to roll. I'm not even going to roll, guys, because
Yeah.
pretty much, unless I rolled a critical, a 1. You want me to roll it?
I want you to roll it, just
All right.
in case.
All right, so
be a
it
1.
is. Spear is. It's
1d6 or 1d8.
1d6.
If it's one-handed, 1d8 if it's two-handed.
Yeah, it's 1d8. I'll just do the 1d8.
So you're diving in the water after her?
I'm jumping into the air and just thrusting downward at it like I'm spearfishing.
Like Link, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah!
Okay, so I rolled a 2, but it's double, so it's 4.
You kill her.
Killed her.
You basically stab through what's left of her chest, and she sinks to the bottom of the riverbed.
All right, I'm gonna. She's stuck on my spear.
Yeah.
I drag her out.
Strength.
Yeah, I'll do that because maybe we can get something off of her. Why would they just randomly attack us?
Nothing's left after all that acid.
Yeah, that's true. So you want me to? It's a strength check. You said.
Yeah.
All right.
And her body's fairly heavy.
15.
You manage to drag her up to the surface. And you just see she's got some shells, some trinkets, some stuff from the river. You do find one precious gem,
Cool.
which is probably like a diamond of some kind, probably worth maybe about 100 gold pieces.
Nice.
Into the bag of holding.
In the bag of holding she goes. 'Cause we're not leaving this. If we had to go through all this crap, we are not leaving without something.
Tridents.
Yes.
There were tridents left around. Was one of them magical?
No. The tridents deal 1d6 damage plus whatever your strength modifier is, or 1d8 plus whatever your
Similar,
strength
it's basically
modifier
my
is.
spear, but without magic.
Yes, basically.
Yeah, that's my rapier.
Yeah.
But would it have a longer range?
Reach 5 feet. So
But-
yes.
So my rapier would be less than that.
Yes, your rapier's like
But it's
3.
also
Yeah.
you're also less dexterous. So if somebody comes in really close, it's a lot harder to use that.
Yeah, it's like using a spear versus using like a pole arm, more or less.
Right, but with my dexterity, I could hug it.
Oh, yeah, you
that's
can
very
do
true.
it.
You could do it. So you might want one.
Yeah, I'm going to take a trident.
Okay, you take a trident.
Okay, let me write down the stats. We got a pencil.
Yep. So 1d6 slash 1d8.
I'll catch it.
Cool.
I mean,
So I get a little $100 diamond or 100 gold diamond, and I feel like just like if I've lost any teeth, I almost feel like just shoving the diamond up in there and having a diamond tooth.
Any attack bonus on the trident? What would that be?
What was that, sorry?
The attack bonus on the trident?
It was 1d6, which is one-handed. 1d8 if you use it two-handed, plus whatever your strength modifier is.
Okay.
So in your case, that's
minus
-1. So,
strength
yay.
weapon on a dexterity character. All right.
All right, so
Hey, Dark Souls now.
so now that they've decided to do the loot and kill the creature, you're still unconscious.
I'm walking out and like, he's picking up his crap. I'm just gonna drag Farron and go. I think it's time to make camp. And I mean, we got fresh water here. We killed everything in the water. It's like, I mean, really, it's like
Everything.
Everything. I'm pretty sure there's fish floating to the surface. All this stuff, like.
Oh yeah.
Dinner time!
So I was gonna say, well, I'm just gonna grab some of the fish and be like, some of the fish that didn't get hit with the acid, and go.
Waste not, want not.
We'll be tripping.
And I go, well, time to eat, son, and that's because I mean I'm out of spells, of my good spells, so
Yeah, I'm out of like consciousness.
I'm at like a third health. I think it's time to sleep.
Yeah, I do too. I only lost 8, but I might as well get
I
a
mean,
full rest.
it's pretty scary and exhausting. Lizard people popped out of the water and just tried to murderize us. So I think it's sleep time.
All right, so you guys make camp. Where are you making camp?
A little bit away from the lake.
All right.
A little bit. Like,
Roll me a survival check to see where you kind of
well,
think where you
guess,
want to
what?
go.
Guess who has a plus
I need
5
this.
for survival? Finally, can finally use that. 25.
Okay.
So there's a natural 20 plus my 5.
And for me, that's 19 plus 1, so 20.
Okay, so you guys are able to kind of figure out where might be a smart place to set up.
I'm pretty sure 25. it's like
We're good.
any place is smart.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys managed to find a place to set up camp for the night, which is probably about 1.5 kilometers away from the lake, but still easy enough access that you can see it. You do find a nice nesting of trees, and you guys make camp for the night. I'm going to roll 4 times, and we'll see what happens during the night.
No, that's on his face.
So after you guys have been sleeping for about 6 hours,
Okay.
it's getting close to dawn. Basically, the sun's just starting to creep over the horizon. It's still fairly dark in the forest. You hear the sounds of morning. You hear birds. You hear stuff rustling around in the woods. A series of sharp twig snaps awakens you guys right out of your sleep. You hear snap, snap, snap. What are you guys going to do?
What kind of recovery have I had for...
How many hit dice do you
I
have?
have 4 d8s.
Roll it. Let's see how many hit points you recover.
So do I have to roll mine too then?
Yep.
I've recovered 18 hit points.
All right.
That'll be the same for me.
Yep.
Are my spell slots recovered?
Yes.
So you said, what is it, 4d8s?
Well,
What's the base on?
you should have hit dice.
Per level, basically. How many? Yeah.
Each,
Oh, I have 5d8.
So, yeah, 5d8.
Yeah.
So I'll roll that.
I don't think you get a d8 for your level 1. I could be wrong.
No, you
That
get
makes
max
sense.
hit points.
I'm
So-
back up to full health.
Okay.
20. I'm at full.
Anyway.
I'm at full health too now.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm gonna roll on my side like I'm a little kid rolling down a hill. But as I roll out of our tent, I'm gonna roll into the shape of a squirrel and climb up a tree.
All right.
It's basically, it's just one fluid motion of me rolling out of bed and rolling and transforming and just rolling up into a tree.
Okay. So you roll and transform and skitter up a tree.
Yeah.
All right, Farron, what are you going to do?
I'm going to go into my good old classic spider form and go hide in the corner.
Okay, you go hide in the corner of the tent. And Cora, what are you going to do?
Activate cloaking device.
Right? You whip on your cloak.
I'm picturing that Koro slept in his cloak, and we didn't even know he was in the room. he just slept in like a sleeping
creepy,
bag
man.
cloak.
All right, then. So as you hear more twig snaps, you start to hear more distinctive voices. You start to hear voices coming through in common. You hear, I don't think they heard us. Go around the left, go around the right. Me and Grum will go up the middle.
Did you say drum?
Grum.
Grum.
As you guys, actually, everybody roll me perception.
Okie dokies. Perception. 13.
14.
9.
All right, you guys, Dargo, you notice at first. You notice 2 orcs. 2 of the orcs you recognize from town are skulking through the bush. They've got, like, tree branches and leaves stuck to them, kind of like a makeshift kind of ghillie suit. They also have war paint on their faces, and they're making their way towards your camp. Unfortunately, they're not very stealthy because they keep stepping on branches and rustling through the underbrush. They think they're being quiet because they're moving real slow, but they haven't caught on to the fact that you're not there. Actually, I'll give them 1 perception roll for that rolled a natural 1, so they have no clue that you guys are there.
You know what?
They forgot why they're here and left.
I don't even know if I want to stay to listen to them. I'm just going to start, like, being a squirrel and, like, going from tree to tree and just make my way away. Fuck that tent.
Yeah.
I'm gone.
Yeah. I'm going to follow and just cloak.
Like we're like, this is Metal Gear Solid. We're just like,
Yeah.
that's
Nope.
it. If we don't have to fight anymore, we're not fighting these people because they are way stronger than us.
So, where are you going to go, Farron? You're still inside the tent.
Yeah, I'm going to skitter around the outside of the inside of the tent toward
Okay.
the entrance of it so I can exit.
Okay.
How's that for a confusing sentence?
All right, so you start to skitter outside the tent. You can see them beginning to approach. You see 3 of them come right in the front of your camp. And because you have multifaceted eyes, you can see 2 of them come in from the flank.
So all 5 of them?
All 5 of them are now have now basically pincered you. If you were there, you'd be pincered.
I kind of almost want to just like set them on fire.
No fire!
I know.
Stop burning things.
I know.
Get myself killed.
One
Legion.
orc pokes to the tent, takes his sword, and basically tries to, well, Friday the 13th the thing and slices through it. And looks surprised when he cuts to the tent and doesn't see blood on his blade. He's like, the hell, they're not here. He looks at the one orc, looks at the other, he's like, Grum, are you sure? He's like, I can still smell them. I definitely smell. What are you again, Cora? You're a half-elf?
Halfling.
Halfling? He's like, I smell a halfling still. Their feet stink.
Can't cloak the stench.
Yeah. And Grum, the orc you think is Grum, points over towards the fire. And they haven't been, if they're still here, they haven't been gone long. So they're going to try tracking you. One identified as Grum goes, well, we know 2 of them are druids. One doesn't figure it out. The other 2 at the back go, boss, let us give a try. And they start looking around, listening. You can see them kind of craning their neck, craning their ears. Dargo, give me a stealth check. With advantage, because you're a squirrel.
And I'm already a tree or 2 away.
Exactly, so roll me advantage with this one.
With advantage because you're a squirrel. That's a quotable moment.
So what am I rolling again? What's the...
Stealth.
19.
19. You see one of them look at you, and you do something cute, and he's like,
squirrel up.
just a squirrel. Yeah. The one guy goes, boss, there's just a couple of squirrels, but it's stupid. There's no way. He's like, if it is, it's your head. Come on. We'll stick to following
It's
them.
going to be hilarious if when I turn into that form, if I just still had a little pole armor or a little, like a little belt. But no, I'm
like freaking mouse
have your
guard.
hat. You still have your hat.
But I am squirreled out. Like, I'm just like, fuck that, I'm going to get my nut.
Alright, so you see the orcs slink back into the underbrush. And they do it with a surprising amount of efficiency. Like, literally, even you can't hear them anymore.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys going to do? It's quiet. You sit there for probably about 2-3 minutes, and the forest is just dead quiet.
I'm cheesing it slowly as a squirrel. Like, I'm going to assume that if Koro doesn't know, at least Farron will know that it's me. Because, I mean, Farron would have looked at me rolling my ass out and transforming into a squirrel. Just like, gave him the look as I rolled, just like, look at what's happening. And then just, I've squirreled away. So I'm hoping that I'm going to look back and see a little spider walking my way. And Koro, just like, Koro should know the business right now. Like, he should know what's up.
Just be all invisible and gent.
The forest that we're in, is it more like a desert oasis? Because no, we're still in the desert area.
No,
you're sand or is it soil?
It's soil for sure.
Soil.
You're deep in the forest.
So
now.
there was the mountain range. We went around the mountains to where it's.
Okay, I didn't realize it.
Well, fully forested.
Desert. Too.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're back in sort of the climate we're used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
If they can smell my feet, I'm gonna sit in my hidey hole of my cloak and just sort of like bury my feet in the soil so they smell a little bit more earthy.
Okay. All right, so you do as such.
Yeah.
It still stays quiet. Another couple minutes passes. The sounds of the forest start to come back. If you guys want to roll perception again.
Yeah.
I'd love to. 6.
18.
7.
You see one of the orcs has actually climbed up in a tree.
Okay.
And has his bow aimed right at the tent, and is more or less blended into the tree using various bits of the forest itself. So literally like a sniper. He's just sitting there just waiting. You can actually, because you're a squirrel, your vision's a lot better.
And I also have dark vision anyway.
Yeah, you can see him, like, he's literally pacing his breath, so when he notches the arrow, he'll be able to aim with perfect precision.
Okay.
Like, you know he knows something's in that tent.
Can you guys communicate as different animals?
Yeah, because we have to speak with animals anyway. Or
And we have druidic anyway, so we can kind of leave druidic messages
like it's
to
like
each other.
like we know how animals behave, so it can even be micro things like the way I tap my paws on the thing, like Morse codey type stuff.
Or like a woodpecker.
Yeah, like just even the twitches that I do can be in code because it's just what we know. Like,
Okay.
I understand each other's
anything you
forms
guys do,
well
I'll
enough.
probably follow because I can't talk to you guys. So
No, yeah.
if you want to cheese it, I'll cheese it invisibly.
I'm trying to think how can I distract it without like getting arrowed. And all I can think of is just
don't do anything. To start
just
combat,
slowly
please.
moving, slowly doing what a squirrel does, moving farther away. I'm snaking away, sneaky.
Are you spidering away with him?
Yeah, I'm going to have to spider away.
I'm gonna follow
Skitter, as it were.
Okay, so you're going to try and follow Cora?
with my invisibility coat
Okay,
on.
you're going to roll stealth with advantage.
What's advantage again?
Roll
You
twice, take
roll
the highest.
twice, take the highest, yeah.
Okay.
And they're going to try and spot you. They're at disadvantage.
Oh yeah, you ain't fucking seeing me. 26.
Unless I roll a nat 20, which I don't. So you crawl on your hands and knees going really, really, really slow. You actually pass under the tree that you can see the orc sniper kind of sitting in. And after a few moments, you keep crawling. You're probably about a couple 100 feet away now. It's taking you like half an hour to get that far, but you're pretty sure you're away from them now.
Cool.
All right, what are you guys going to do? You don't know he's crawled away.
Oh, I thought I was following them.
Well, no, we're running under the assumption that this is what you know how to do. So we're just.
Okay.
Otherwise, I could have cheesed it like real.
You could have bolted.
I could have been like, "Fuck this! I can't turn into a bird, but I can be a squirrel and just squirrel my way away." So I'm just again swirling, just at a pace that a squirrel would do.
How long can you stay in animal form?
multiple
1
hours.
hour, I believe.
Yeah.
2 hours, sorry. 2
Yeah.
hours duration.
So we're about a half hour in. So
Yeah.
I got
So-
plenty of time.
As you are squirreling away, and you notice the orcs have come out of the brush. The orc sniper has dropped out of the tree, but drops almost silently to the ground. And you see them kind of pointing left and right using kind of military hand signs to point out in all different directions. Actually, everybody roll me intelligence.
Yeah.
You're going to see if you can figure out what they're doing.
All right, intelligence.
Yeah.
7.
Intelligence.
You derped.
17.
Okay, so Dargo, watching them, you've seen the town guard do this move before. They're using kind of like a grid pattern search.
Okay.
They know you're still out there. They just don't know where. And they're using hand signs to communicate, to see where you might be. And occasionally the orc sniper will take his bow and just shoot. So occasionally, every few moments, you'll hear...
How many arrows does the orc sniper have?
His quiver's full.
All right.
Let's just keep shooting then, friend.
What a time to be level 5. Well, I wish I was like level 20 and I just
Oh,
go,
yeah, then you could like an epic level
Well,
smite
if I
them.
was level 20, like I would just burst into a beam of light and you just see the squirrel turn back into a man and just go "Rah!" And then
I am God.
I don't know, I would cast one of those spells where like a dragon comes out for me. But
the things you could do.
but because I'm level 5, I'm gonna keep skittering the fuck away.
All right. They're going to search again, so I'm rolling for all 5 of them.
Do I have to roll like a stealth or something?
Let me roll them first.
Okay.
One rolled a critical failure.
Okay.
One of them has a good idea where one of you is.
Okay. You roll.
All right, so you roll Dargo because you're the one they think they've got a beat on.
And I'm on advantage, right?
Yes.
19?
All right, so you, as the squirrel, decide to duck inside of a tree,
Yeah.
and an arrow goes whizzing by the front of the tree.
Okay.
Just
yeah.
the orc goes, just a squirrel again. The orcs continue spreading out.
I'm thinking this is my home now.
Well, that's it. We're a squirrel.
All right, so what are you guys gonna do? They're still continuing the search. Everybody roll stealth.
I'm in a tree.
Yeah, you're in a tree, so you're fine.
22.
22. All right, they
very
have no
tiny.
idea where you are due to the critical failure of one of them.
18.
18. They also have no idea where you are.
Give up, fuckers.
They're gonna take one more look and then move on.
Don't say that so loud. I mean, spider.
Failure.
Where are you guys? Not here.
Failure. Failure.
Are they rolling against our stealth rolls?
Yeah, they're rolling perception.
Okay.
Last one. Failure. The orcs, basically, you see them all kind of gather up. They all get together, stand pretty much in a line. They're like, well, if they're here, they're not here anymore. It's like, all right, well, we'll hang back. We'll pick up their trail again. And you see the orcs, once again, they go back into the forest. You see them kind of almost make camp themselves as if they take a break for a meal. And they stay where they are.
I'm gonna, because we still got like an hour. I can keep this form. I'm just gonna keep squirreling my way farther away from them.
All right, you keep doing that. Cora, what are you going to do?
I'm stealthing my way as far away as possible as well.
Okay.
Should probably meet up like someplace. Like
Well, I mean, we
How do you
are
communicate?
heading back slowly towards
The road?
towards the road to get back to Yield Stomping Grounds.
Well, we gotta get to that red rock.
We do, yeah. So yeah, we yeah.
No, we haven't met the old man yet.
Yeah, we gotta head to the red
yeah,
rock
that's
so we
right.
can
That's
deal
where
with
we're headed. That's what I meant. So we're headed there.
All right. So, after an indeterminate period of time, basically your forms begin to run out,
Yeah,
but you're pretty sure the orc war party has moved
because
on.
now we're like, yeah, it's been another hour.
Yeah,
We gotta be like a couple.
Yeah, they're kilometers behind you.
So yeah, like they're not. If they picked up our scent, it's too far for the scent now.
Yeah, the only one they can really smell would be Cora.
Yeah, and he's covered himself in mud.
Yeah. So,
Predator.
okay, so you guys are back on the road together after meeting up after like two
We do a
and a
quick-
half hours.
We do one of those quick, like, almost crying, give each other a triple hug. It's like, oh, this looks so bad. All right, let's go.
Man, I thought we lost you, man.
I just wanted to sleep. And then I had to be a squirrel forever.
I'm so tired.
All right, so you guys are back on the road into the uncharted forest. You look on the map that David had given you. After probably another couple hours of travel, you eventually come to a big red boulder in the middle of a clearing and just the road. You see the road split off into several different directions. One left, one right, run right down the middle. And you see the remains of other campsites. You see a broken down wagon. You see a small family that's traveling through there. They've made camp with a simple
reached the
tent.
trailer park, pretty much.
Yeah, basically, it's like a trailer park in the middle of the woods. You all feel a sense of energy coming off of it. Like you can feel like there's power radiating from it. You're not quite sure how. Actually, roll me perception. See if you notice.
16.
11.
You notice druidic runes.
Hey guys, there's druidic runes here. What do they say?
The runes say
there is.
this area is protected, and that's all they say. And you see them carved on a tree.
That tree right there says this area is protected. In druidic.
Okay.
Runes.
All right.
So, at this point, I don't even care protected from what. Let's just go in there.
Yeah.
Druidic
Okay.
runes seem comforting.
So you enter the clearing with the big red rock in the middle of the road there, and like I said, you just see a family. You see a mother, a daughter, and a father all sitting around just having a meal of roasted duck. And they're like, "Hello, fellow travelers. How is the road treating you?"
Interesting.
Like I give a duck.
The road is long.
It's been a just stressful little while. It's nice to see somebody else.
He's like, "Yes, the road has been difficult to say the very least. Luckily, few bandits along the way, though thankfully the forest has provided a place to hide. And this area is protected, so we know we're safe here for at least a little while anyway. Where are you folks headed?"
Standing Rock. I mean, Little Rock. I mean,
Arkansas?
We're
I've been
looking. We're looking for a man by the name of William. We're just looking to learn a few things about the land around here. We heard he has some interesting stories to tell.
They're like, "Well, not much I can tell you. We're just travelers, just kind of passing through. I mean, well, say, man, did you meet an older gentleman?"
Yeah, he's an older guy. Some people call him a little bit crazy, but I find the craziest people have the most interesting stories to tell.
We actually did pass a man on the road probably about a day to the south. He was coming up this way. We haven't seen him since, though.
What did he look like?
Tall, man. Very tall. Definitely human. Had a weird twinkle in his eye. Kind of like he knew something that you didn't. I mean, he was friendly enough. I mean, he gave us a duck and a bunch of water pouches, so he was definitely friendly. The man turns to his wife and he's like, "I don't know, Maddie, did he say anything else?" And she kind of strokes her chin, starts kind of touching her face as if like she's trying to remember something. She's like, "Nah, just he was a handsome old man. That's all I can really tell you about him. Something did seem a little off about him."
Off how?
Just like my husband said, like he knew something you didn't. And you see this little girl just excitedly run up between her parents and go, "And he had the cutest dog."
most people know things you don't.
She's like, and the doggy gave me hugs and kisses.
Dog gave you hugs and kisses.
The doggy was really nice and really cute and gave me hugs and kisses, and then told me that I was a good girl.
Oh, the dog talked to you.
Yeah.
What'd the dog look like?
It was a corgi.
Did it have a mustache?
No.
Oh.
But it was a cute dog.
Did the dog have a name?
Not that I remember. But the doggy was really nice and said not to bug her master, but her master is really nice too. And then they gave us this duck.
Sounds like a very nice dog.
I feel like thinking...
I like the doggy.
Is the family the duck, are they going to die now?
They just start writhing.
They start quacking and they slowly turn into ducks. It's like some sort of weird...
Howard the Duck.
It's like weird German, like, folklore, crazy... You know, here's the moral... What's the moral of the story? Don't eat duck from a weirdo and his dog.
Talking dog.
Or you'll die. Because every German story ends with you dying.
It's important life lessons. You die.
Important life lessons. Listen to your parents or you die. End of story. Every book ever written in German. Ever. For all time.
Including Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So as you guys are sitting in the clearing, talking with this family, you actually hear someone coming up on the road, and you hear a dog barking.
Does that sound like the doggy?
The little girl's eyes light up, and she's like, "Doggy!" and starts running down the road, and the parents are like, "Oh, dear."
I feel like we should run after this little girl.
I'm going to stay with the parents.
I'm going to quickly cast Goodberry and start eating them slowly.
All right, so you start eating your crunch berries.
I'm pretty sure I'm already at full health, so... I'm just good.
Weren't you as well?
No, I didn't recover enough.
Oh, they did.
Remember, he was dead.
Oh, I know he was dead.
I have a lot of health points total, but it takes a lot to recover this many health points. Anyway.
All right, so after a few moments, all right, so who ran after the girl? Anybody?
I did.
All right, so after a few moments, you catch up with the girl because this girl's remarkably swift on her feet. You come across an old man and his little corgi dog.
Well, Matt Traveler, what's your name?
So he says, "Who wants to know?"
My name is Koro, and I love to get Plato.
He looks at you strangely. He goes, "Koro, huh? Let me guess. You're traveling with a dwarf and a gnome, right?"
Who's asking?
Well, let's just say I wouldn't be much of a wizard if I didn't know things.
A wizard did it.
Goddamn wizards. I didn't say that out loud. I thought it.
So what kind of wizard are you?
He,
Wait, did you run up to me? Because I remember you running up to me. Oh, you had your fucking berries in your mouth.
Oh, I was like, okay, that makes sense.
Anyways, he's talking now.
Yep, so the dog and the wizard walk with you, and he keeps walking as you're talking with him. He lets the little girl play with his dog. And he goes, "Well, let's just say I know things. And our meeting has, well, I've been waiting for you for a very, very long time.
How long of a time?
About 40 or 50 years.
That's a long time.
Follow me." He seems unimpressed. He almost seems pissed off, actually, that you're finally here.
Oh, okay. I'm pissed off, too.
So he points at you, Pharaoh. He goes, "You, druid,
What?
follow me.
Okay.
Other druid, follow me."
Sure.
And eventually you all start walking side by side, the dog following, barking. He leaves the little girl behind. And he goes, "Well, gentlemen, as you may guess, as I know, my name is William Allister. I'm the lore master you've been seeking."
Okay.
So,
I don't know what else to say.
I've been having
Cool.
dreams about you for the last 40 years.
What kind of dreams? Sorry.
We're a little loopy.
He goes, "Usually ones where you end up screaming, dying on a pike,
I'm used to
but
that.
maybe we can change that."
I'm used to that.
He
I've
goes,
seen things too.
"Speaking of dying, you may want to keep an eye on your rogue friend over here."
Yeah, he's good at it.
Oh, I forgot. He's already dead, sort of.
Been dead.
Been dead.
And
Been there, done
ordered
that.
to
Carl
betray
Burnett.
us because I heard
That's my
that.
name.
He goes, "My cottage is about a half hour from here. We're going to talk inside where other forces can't hear us, but I'll gladly answer any general questions while we're out here."
General questions?
He just looks just unimpressed, just thoroughly annoyed that you're finally here.
Okay, well, as I'm walking, I'm like, I killed a chimera, and then I also killed a...
Just go list off all the things you've killed in the last few weeks.
Are you trying to impress it?
I impaled a bunch of things on spikes.
Pull up a pirate.
I might, if you know all this, I might have doomed the world.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the tapestry.
Okay, cool. All right, well, we got... Yeah.
So after about a half hour of walking and him just annoyingly putting up with you, you come up to this really simple wooden log cabin. He opens the door. The dog runs in. And all across the walls, you see paintings of you guys. Every little thing that's happened from the beginning of your lives to now just coats the walls. And he goes...
Baby, drunk.
He's like, every day for the last 40 years.
Mine is like, baby, killing a bunch of bears, ripping off bear's dick, making it into a weapon, becoming town hero, partying like crazy with all the normies, because I'm not normal, because I'm a gnome living with people.
Indeed.
And then meeting all you guys, and everything just downhill.
He goes, every day for the last 40 years since I left Addis Babar, I've been painting. And every day for the last 40 years, I've dreamt you people would come. And every day for the last 40 years, I've known the world was going to end soon. So, if you would be so kind as to remove that tapestry from your backpack, let's get this conversation over with.
I'm going to cast Good Berry again because I still have health points to recover.
He points at the wall. He goes, look, just drink the green one.
I'm just picturing him, and it's not even that they're berries. He's just eating like those gusher candies.
That's kind of what I pictured too.
He's got a pack open, he's popping them one by one.
Dunkaroos.
Are you going to take
I'm
his...
going to take the green potion.
All right, you take the green potion. Your health is now fully restored.
You guys want any berries? I got a couple extra.
I'm good, I'm full health.
Okay, I'm going to snack on these anyway.
Feed it to the dog.
Don't snack on those anyways, you need spares later.
Feed it to the dog.
When you die,
Berries go
Bad
bad.
idea.
Are you going to try and feed it to the dog?
I'm going to offer one to the dog.
The dog shakes his head and goes, no, thank you.
Try putting
Perfect English.
Try putting it in the dog's bumhole.
Okay, it spoke very clear English to me. That's a neat trick.
Just give it a gooseberry. Goose it because the thumb in the butt.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I'm trying to talk to the dog, okay?
As I'm gesturing, hey, stick your thumb in that dog's butt.
The dog looks at you, goes, if you must refer to me, my name is Paul.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
nice to meet you, Paul.
Thank you. I've been stuck in this form for the last 150 years.
Is life easy for a dog named Paul?
You know, you'd be surprised, actually, how many people just walk up to a corgi and just give it love.
That's good.
William has been very nice to me, so he's still trying to figure out how to turn me back.
So who were you before all this?
Well, I used to be an adventurer until I got turned into a fucking dog.
Understood, but were you like a famous adventurer, or is it just some sort of sad case of some guy who's just like, I'm gonna be an adventurer, and now I'm a dog?
Are you mocking this dog?
I am
dog
not.
kinda
That-
sits-
that I'm thinking in my head.
Okay.
The dog
Be an
sits
adventurer, and then
back
I doom the world.
on its hind legs, almost it crosses its paws, and is like, you'd be surprised how often you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I'll say.
So William takes out the tapestry from your tapestry case, kind of like a map case, and spreads it out on the table. He goes, now, this is a piece of the puzzle I haven't seen before. So, he kind of furrows his brow, strokes his beard, and he's like, okay. So, as I know, you're fighting against the dark god Foreth, who's taken over your home city of Cambridge. Mira, Kilsh's daughter, the avatar for this dark god, is obviously in control, and the South is in a lot of trouble. You guys already knew that. You do have an advantage. He points on the tapestry. There's a blue dragon here and a gold dragon here. The gold dragon you've already met. He points at the wall, shows the tapestry from Robert's cavern. That's Robert, one of the protectors of the realm. Not well known, but well known in legend. Points at the blue dragon. That is Buto. That makes things remarkably interesting.
I think we killed Budo's son.
I know.
Okay.
That's where things are going to get interesting.
Can you do something with this scale and turn it into armor or something for us?
Not my forte, unfortunately.
Can the dog?
I was just about to ask that.
Paul looks at you, cocks the head like a dog does. I'm a fucking dog!
Yeah, you're a talking dog. You might have also been a blacksmith dog for all I know.
Man, I was like 18 when this happened.
Wow, that sucks.
Yes, it does.
You want a pet?
So you're like a
Maybe.
168-year-old
I feel
dog.
sorry, and I give him that little scratch behind the ear.
He's like, it's so embarrassing, but it feels so good.
The leg starts going.
William starts looking over. He goes, okay, so Buto, that's where things get interesting. Buto is actually part of the people you need to talk to. Buto is one of the dragons of legend. Buto was the dragon mount of Mira, not the one that you know of. However, this fills in a very unique piece of the puzzle. The Mira that you know in Cambridge wears the same face and is essentially the same person that Buto once knew when Mira was a dragon rider. So something has basically something's wearing Mira the Dragon Rider's face.
So this princess is, or Mira, not the princess.
Yeah, Kilsh's daughter looks like Mira the Dragon Rider.
Okay.
That may be enough to get Budo on your side, seeing his... What's not known about the legend between Budo and Mira is they were Dragon Rider, but also Dragon Lover.
Ew.
The son that you killed
Uh-oh.
was a troublemaker.
Okay.
They did love their son very much, but kept him hidden away. That's why when you met him, he was remarkably young. The egg didn't hatch until probably about 10, 15 years ago.
Oh.
But the son is...
I thought you were gonna tell me that I killed their slow, developmentally challenged son.
No,
not what I wanted to do.
No, you killed their son who decided to try and become a bandit king.
Oh, feel much better about that. That's fine.
So this young dragon was banking on his father's name to inspire terror in the desert of Antioch. So Buto may very well
and
take
now I have
you.
your teeth and scales.
Make trouble now.
So, what happened with Mira and the heroes of legend, he pulls out this very big, long book. And he says, well, let me see. He starts consulting it. He goes, looking further on the tapestry, there are 3 other people standing with you. You see another Mira who looks exactly the same, but she fights with you. You see another person who's clad in this golden armor, and he says, this person's a paladin. His name is Barthos. It's a human. You see another person who, some kind of a spellcaster, she's a witch. She has like this long kind of silvery blonde hair. That's Thera. She's a sea witch and a cleric. These are the heroes of legend.
Sorry, what was the last name?
Thera.
Thank you.
The problem is these people have been dead since the last cycle, since the last time Robert put down Foreth and banished her for another 1,000 years.
So we're gonna have to see. So if we're gonna have to see if they've had a reincarnation of some sort themselves, right?
Yeah. Now, this reincarnation of Mira that you are seeing now could be that reincarnation corrupted.
Okay.
I don't know. Or it's something that's wearing her face to throw off Buto. Foreth, if anything, is vengeful. Buto did fight alongside the good Mira, like I said, like 1,000 years ago, and they were thick as thieves.
Okay.
So, where you go from here, you've got to find their reincarnations. And there might be a way to do that. He goes behind, he gets up from his desk, goes to a shelf, pulls down another tapestry. He goes, many years ago I visited the unliving in the desert. Asked for 2 tapestries. I'm very long-lived, but the life I gave was not my own. Because I needed to know that I wasn't crazy for any number of reasons. My wife paid dearly. So he rolls out a map and goes, both of the reincarnations, from what I can tell, still reside in Cambridge. Unknown to Mira.
Okay.
But looking at this, they're almost children. Like, they can't be any older than 15 or 16 years old. But they are the reincarnations. Look, and he points at the tapestry, their faces are the exact same. But somehow Foreth has corrupted this Mira. Like I said, I think this Mira, the one who is Kilsh's daughter, is a reincarnation of Budo's beloved. So maybe if you can get through to her, maybe she'll turn on Foreth. I don't know whether it's magic that controls her or whether Mira is crazy in her new form. Maybe she feels betrayed that Budo let her down, didn't keep her alive. The scrolls don't say how Mira died.
Okay. So I'm thinking we got to get back to Cambridge. At least get back to our base of operations.
I think we need
Didn't
Budo.
it burn down?
No.
However,
My restaurant burned
Your
down.
restaurant burned down.
looking through the scrolls and looking through these tapestries, he starts pulling out more scrolls and more books. He's like, there is something else you need that only Buto has. He was given it the last time Foreth tried to come through. And that's the third stone tablet. From what I know, from what the scrolls tell me, what the tapestries tell me, Mira has 2 of them. She cannot get the third. You need Budo's help. You need that third tablet, if anything, to destroy it. If she gets all 3, it's over. Faerun falls. And everybody you've ever loved dies. And I've been saying this for 40 years. I've been waiting for all of you to come through that door.
Well, crap.
However, if you need to get the Budo, I can help you. Kind of. And he kinda flops down on his chair, snaps his fingers. Grant, anytime now. And from upstairs in his wooden cabin, you see a huge magic carpet come flying down the stairs.
Cool.
Neat.
Gentlemen, meet Grant. He will take you there.
Does he talk too?
Oh, yeah. But there's one slight problem with Grant.
He's voiced by
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
Wait, sorry, Tim Curry after the stroke?
That's terrible.
not.
What's
I
wrong
love
with
Kilo
you?
Cod. Make no fun of him. He goes, problem is Grant's afraid of heights. But he could still get you to where you need to go.
So he's basically like a hoverboard.
That's amazing.
I will show you 1/10 of the world.
I will show you the ground.
He goes, Grant is at your disposal. And Grant's like, I don't want to die. Don't say disposal.
Give Grant the berries.
Do you like a berry, Grant?
I'm a carpet, you idiots.
My carpets can munch.
Just mush it in him. He might
It's
like it.
no. The carpet basically stands up like the carpet from Aladdin, almost indignant. Like, no, do not mush things into me.
I think I've lost the group. Just mush it in good. Find a spot that looks like it might like it and just rub it in.
Grant looks, basically, if Grant had a face, he turns towards William and is like, do I have to take them? And he's like, yeah. It's kind of been foretold.
It's kind of been foretold.
Alright, well, if nobody wants these berries, I'm going to continue snacking on a couple more.
Stop that.
Nobody wants my berries.
Shove them up your nose and save them for later.
Launch
So
them.
he's like, so William finally says, so do you understand what you have to do? Because from here on out, it's a lot of guesswork.
Yes.
We need Budo on our side. No matter the cost. And Mira cannot get this tablet that Budo supposedly has.
And I feel like saying to the wizard, do you have a magic potion that will let me level up a level here?
He's like,
Do you have like a Super Saiyan
Some kind
training
of-
capsule or something we could
Do you have a rare candy?
Yeah, some kind of rare candy-like object.
he looks at his books and looks at the tapestry. He's like, well, according to this, you're going to be more powerful when you fight Mira anyway. I just don't know how much more powerful.
Well, that sounds good at least.
He goes, when you arrive at the high ice, Grant will take you as far as he can. From there, the path should be pretty clear. Budo is, if anything, very vain. But if you can appeal to... make him remember what he was. Like Robert, he's broken.
Okay. And that's in the very north, right?
That's in the high ice, yes.
Okay.
Which I highly suggest you dress for the weather.
That was my next question, which was, you don't happen to have a closet full of random clothing we could borrow?
As I've said, I've been waiting for you for 40 years. He opens up a closet. Take what you need.
Are there any bear skins?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are there any weapons?
What do you need? What do you want?
Lots of guns.
I'm sorry, Neo. There are no firearms.
Any
I don't know.
enchanted weaponry?
Haven't had a new bow in a while. I mean, I love my bow.
I wouldn't mind a shield of some sort.
I don't think druids can use shields.
I wouldn't mind codpiece? I don't know. Okay, so he can't really he doesn't have the ability to turn our stuff like
magical.
Our
No,
skills.
he doesn't have the time.
No. Okay. Okay, because I remember I've got my hat, my fancy hat.
Yep.
I got my cape. I got armor. That's decent armor. Oh, I want some winter boots.
Okay, he gives you some winter boots and put these down on your sheet. You have boots of featherfall.
Okay, Farron, put this down on my sheet. 'Cause I don't have a pencil on me.
Here.
Boots of featherfall.
Yep.
I would also like winter clothing, hopefully enchanted.
All right, you get a cloak that allows you to stay warm. It will always keep you at room temperature.
Nice.
So I always have toasty feet.
Yep.
And what about me? What is there for me?
You start looking in there, and you get
fanny
a
pack.
Sweet.
you basically get a hat. It's like
Yay.
one of those fur caps, and it will also keep you at room temperature.
Just his head or his entire body?
His entire body.
How cruel is that?
My head's
extremely
warm, but I'm so
frostbite.
cold everywhere else.
Man,
I
it's
put
warm.
this hat down my pants.
He looks at you and goes, like I was saying, appealing to Budo's emotions will be the way to win him over. I would be very careful how you approach the subject of his son. He did not love him the way that he should have.
Okay. Now, can we rest here for a bit to recover anything we might need to recover, like spells?
Yes, my house is yours for the night. but
Alrighty
after
then.
that,
Excellent.
you don't have a lot of time.
So
In
I'm
fact,
gonna go
he
hit the
says,
hay.
when I mean you don't have a lot of time, I mean look out the window. As you look outside, you see the midday sun begin to blot out, and this huge solar eclipse happens. The entire sky just blots out black, and as the moon passes in front of the sun, everything takes on this reddish kind of glow, kind of like how a normal eclipse is, kind of casts that orange light, except more like the color of Lee's shirt, that deep crimson red.
Oh, a blood moon.
And he says you don't have a lot of time.
All right, well, I'm going to go sleep now.
All right, first thing in the morning, if we can tell the difference,
Yeah.
we're going to head out with Grant.
I'm going to see if I could curl up next to the dog, petting the dog.
You curl up next to Paul.
Paul the dog. Fall
He's
for
like,
me.
this is embarrassing, but you know what?
And
You're
I
a
just
warm body.
whisper, go with it. And just pet him, because every dog wants the pets.
Good dog. Good
And you're
call.
a druid, so they naturally trust you anyway.
Exactly. So it's just like, I'm asleep, you're warm, and I like to pet you because you're a doggy.
All right, so you guys go to sleep. The morning eventually arrives. The sleep is very restless. In fact, Koro, you literally fall asleep with your eyes open.
Again.
Again.
It's all creepy snoring like, just...
As the morning sun finally rises, you just see fog surrounding everything. It almost sticks to your skin. It feels slimy, disgusting.
Ew.
William says, it's time for you and Grant to go. I will not be here if you come back.
Okay.
Okay, Grant. Let's go find Budo.
All right. Bye, doggy.
You all climb on, you all step on this carpet, which flies probably about 15 feet off the ground. And he's like, all right, this is as high as I'm possibly going. Everybody hold on. And that's where we're going to leave off on this adventure as you take off on Grant, the cowardly magic carpet, as you head towards the high ice of Antioch.
Need some courage.
Oh, God, guys. So what's going to happen to these guys as Foreth's plan has been revealed through tapestries, scrolls, and legend as they head towards the ancient blue dragon Buto's cave? What will happen next? Well, you'll have to stay tuned to the Cambridge Chronicles to find out. For tonight, I have been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, joined with...
Mr. Christopher.
Asleep with eyes open, Emperor Wayne.
Alex with the corgi.
I've been Mike the Birdman Dodd saying we'll catch you again next time, right here on the Cambridge Chronicles, brought to you by TerribleWarriors.com.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles.
Your Dungeon Master, Game Master, Judge, Jury, and Occasional Executioner, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net and TerribleWarriors.com, but mostly you know me as the Dungeon Master of the Cambridge Chronicles. I am not alone, though. I am joined with...
Alex.
And you might be wondering, well, where's Lee and where's Tristan? Well, we're recording this on a lonely, rainy Saturday night, and we're kind of taking a break from our regular content. You might be wondering, well, Mike, where's the rest of the Dungeons and Dragons story? What's going to happen? Is Foreth going to get away with it? Is Faerun fucked? Well, we'll find out in the next couple of weeks whether my guys survive. Good luck.
Absolutely. We figured this was a good time. It's been roughly a year since the...
Inception.
The idea came into place of, okay, can we do a long-running campaign?
Yeah, because around this time last year, we were doing Friday the 13th, Strive to Survive. We had just done Stargate Shield of Mars with Derek, Tiffany, Justin, and Bree. And we kind of decided, well, I live in Guelph now. And Alex is easy enough to pick up. I've got friends in the building. But they've never role-played before. And it wasn't until the summertime kind of came around that I talked with AJ and I talked with Dave. How do you guys feel about doing a 24-hour dungeon rush? Just kind of seeing what happens with that. And the Cambridge Chronicles was kind of spawned out of that. So you might be wondering, well, what is this episode? What are you listening to right now? This is going to be us talking about the year such as it's been, kind of recapping a few things, but kind of giving you a roadmap for where we're going to go with Season 2. That's right, you're going to get more Cambridge Chronicles, but you're also going to get something a little bit different in Cambridge Chronicles. More flavors of Diet Coke, if you will.
Indeed.
So, the Cambridge Chronicles originally started out, for those of you that haven't been following our 30-plus episode D&D actual play of 5th edition, we are playing through a 5th edition campaign that is set in Faerun. I have 2 druids and a rogue, which came in around episode 8 or 9.
Something like that.
Something like that. And these guys have been wandering across the countryside trying to defend the titular city of Cambridge, which is a city I set between Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep, basically on the Sword Coast of Faerun. Basically, I'm trying to pick the most iconic D&D locations that I can, so people who are longtime fans of the setting kind of have an idea where things are going on. But I also have things set up in the regards that I wanted to have my own unique playground, so to speak. I wanted to give these guys access to ships if they wanted to be pirates. In fact, in our first adventure, we went out in the sea, met Captain Fiona and the crew of the Moana, which was a pirate ship that they very nearly screwed over by setting a vampire on fire.
That's pretty much everything bad that happens has been a choice that I've made.
It started in the early games where you met a golden dragon who gave you the power of one wish. And instead of saving the population of the forest to restore it back to where it was, which would have got rid of the children flower corruption that was plaguing the land, you wished for basilisk eggs.
I wanted to save them all, and I thought they'd be useful, but they've never been useful so far.
Well, it's very true to your druidic nature, which I found is kind of fun. Now, part of the fun of the Cambridge Chronicles is that we've been playing through D&D 5th edition. We're learning the game as we go.
Yeah, like we're playing it a little loose. We're not taking certain things like ingredients into account and extra
somatic
things.
components, whatever.
And we're doing it because the three of us that are players, that are the regular players.
Yeah.
For us, it's either our first RPG in general, or it at least is our first D&D game.
Yeah.
And the idea was, when we were coming up with this, I said, hey, Mike, if we're going to do it, we weren't sure if we were going to do it initially as a one-off campaign of like 4 nights, 4 hours worth.
Yeah.
Or could this be something we roll in to do maybe a little more? Could we do 8 or 12 or something? And I thought, okay, well, we should make a game that's for beginners. What if you are a new person wanting to listen and you've heard of D&D, but every time you listen to somebody do one of these sorts of podcasts or plays, it's a little daunting because they're experts at it. Well, how about we do it from a perspective of somebody who's playing it new?
Yeah, exactly. And I was very fortunate in Lee and Tristan. Tristan had always wanted to play but never had the chance. Lee also was very eager to jump in and be like, hey guys, I really want to play D&D. And he chose a rogue. Now, Tristan had his character built for him, and you made your own, and you, oddly enough, chose the same character class as Tristan.
No, I had actually created my character before anybody else.
Yes, you were the first using D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I went, okay, let's go with the official tools. I think it was the week it was launched.
I think so, yeah. It was so this would have been about mid-August.
Now, a little behind-the-scenes secret, I had 2 characters rolled up just in case.
Yep.
I had Dargo, who is the druid that everybody knows and loves for fucking bears or whatever. Doesn't do so much bear fucking anymore. But the other character I had made was...
like a monk or a fighter or
it was a monk, like an unarmed monk named... something Ferretsbane. I named his last name.
That's kind of neat. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I would have handled your monk character, all things considered. I never really planned for that.
Because I wanted to do something... I was like, okay, I'll do a spellcaster, or I'll do like full-on physical, but it'll be a monk. It'll be something without weapons.
Which that would have been interesting, because I don't know what I would have given you for magical abilities or magical items, stuff like that. And that's the thing, too. Now, I've been playing role-playing games since about 1992-93. I've played multiple D&D games. I've played through D&D 2nd edition, 3rd edition, a little bit of 4th, and 5th has actually been my longest running experience outside of maybe a Pathfinder game, but even then, it only lasted a couple of months. This is my longest running game I have ever run. Not my longest game I've been a part of, but the game I've run myself for the longest time. Creating the storyline for these guys has been moments of planning and moments of in-the-moment inspiration, thinking, man, that'd be kind of cool. Like when Tristan first went nuts, when he went wandering through the temple of, I can't remember the guy's name, something the kind, the guy who was the cleric and had the mountain temple devoted to him.
And that was one that I wasn't a part of, I don't believe.
Yeah, that was one you weren't here for. and Tristan went nuts seeing the avatar of Foreth. That's one of those things I'm like, that'd be kind of neat. I could throw in some Call of Cthulhu type of shit in here. And I was just replaying through Skyrim when you're playing through the Dragonborn DLC and you go through the books of on the island of Morrowind, and I'm thinking, man, I could maybe bring some of that to the game. That'd be kind of cool. And eventually I turned Foreth, which is actually a stutter. I meant to say something else.
What did you mean to say?
I can't even remember, but it was like 4F, and I really meant to draw out the in the name, like the pronunciation. And the simpleton was meant to be a speech impediment. And I think I got something confused there. I'm thinking, you know what? Fuck it. Just run with it. And now I've created this world-shattering, bad, evil, dark goddess bent on destroying not just Mystara, who's the goddess of magic for Faerun, but the entire realm. So the entire reality is cut off from Sigil, which is the city of doors, and Carceri, which is like this big thing. It's basically, there's another setting in D&D called Planescape, which I found out from a friend of mine. You may know him as Noah Antwiler, aka the Spoony One. I got an idea from him, and I'm thinking, man, Sigil connects all realities. The City of Doors, the Lady of Pain. I could really use this idea. And I think that's where I came up with the idea for 4F, was the Lady of Pain is you don't kill her. You can't kill her. There are no stats for it. If you can't stat it, you can't kill it. So...
But what if I roll really high?
You know what? It don't matter. That's my DM thumb of God. Hell, I'll give you a hint right now. 4F doesn't have stats. You can't kill her.
But what if I, like, what? Oh.
The only way to beat her is clever role-playing and outwitting me. If you think you can beat me in a match of wits, you will win. If you cannot, however, well, kiss the world goodbye. But anyway, so going back to this, creating the world here, I tried to make their world as interesting as I could, filled with interesting NPCs, interesting adventures. And one thing I really wanted to do is I wanted to create a cast of cool NPCs that were men and women. I was talking with our other Dungeon Master, Justin, and he gave me a really good piece of advice, and I really wish I'd followed this early on. Create characters first, then don't worry about their gender, it'll just come naturally. Because to me, the most badass characters in fiction are women. Like, I love Ripley, I love Sarah Connor, I love Commander Shepard. And I wanted my Corin, who is my Thieves Guild assassin leader, I wanted her to be like friggin' like Ezio from Assassin's Creed, although I know Ezio's a dude, but I wanted her to be this mysterious, powerful crime lord.
Because I think the mistake people make is they think, okay, I'm going to have this cool guy or this cool girl here, and how do I fill the dialogue for that girl or that guy? When the reality is, you should just create the character however you want to create them
and see what happens.
Make the dialogue, and it won't really matter what gender they are when you make it.
Yeah, and that's how I should be writing, like BioWare does it. They create characters. The sex doesn't really matter. It's the performance.
Yeah.
And Justin had said, don't make ice queens. And I realized Corn was that, and then I tried to loosen things up as the game went on. I think I've learned a lot as a dungeon master.
And it's not just don't do something. It's simply because too many people fall into the same traps, and it's a cliche that's run its course.
Exactly. It's a trope. And that's something, as a dungeon master who's running a game this long, I'm learning, which I think when I run my next long-running game, that's right, Season 2, we're going to find out. So these guys...
And I'm using this as a learning platform myself, because there's a couple things. I'm going to want to run a couple games myself, even if they're short games that might only last 3 or 4 hours. Mm-hmm. Or maybe I do want to do one that's like 8 or 12 hours or something. But to me, I needed to get a lot more play in, because I had only previously played on 2 games, I believe. No, I had done
Friday
3.
the 13th.
Yeah, I'd done Friday the 13th before
Stargate.
this. Stargate before this, and Stargate was in the Fate system.
And Call of Cthulhu.
And Call of Cthulhu was after we already started recording this.
Yeah.
So I'd only really played 2 games before, and they were in wildly different systems. And I thought, okay, well, I need to start with something. I want to play D&D to get the basic handle on things. And the more I play, being 30 some odd hours into this now, I think I have enough of a handle that I can start developing my own story. And that was really what I wanted to do coming into this, when I was like, hey, we're going to do a long campaign. This is basically trial by fire. We're learning as we go. I don't remember every spell that I have. That's why we sometimes have to look it up, because we want to make sure we get the effects proper. But even then, we're playing a little fast and loose because it's all about the story. It's all about the experience. It doesn't really matter if we're, I don't want to be somebody who is a rules Nazi,
rules lawyer.
for lack of a better term.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, being the rules lawyer, no one likes that guy, because that guy brings the table to a screeching halt. And I'll admit, should my rules knowledge of D&D 5th edition be a bit stronger? Yes, but I think you both know from the games that I've run with you specifically, I am a cinematic DM. I give you the experience. I bring you into the world. I'm not going to say, well, roll D4 every round. I'm going to say you feel the poison coursing through your veins, burning every inch of you with fire and pain and fury. Not, can you please roll a D4? It hurts.
And honestly, and sometimes you're just like, do I need to roll that? You're like, fuck it, it works. Let's move on.
Yeah, exactly. I just want things to move forward. I want to tell a story with this. And I'm realizing over the course of doing Cambridge Chronicles, I've played a lot of Terrible Warrior stuff in the 6 years of this show. And I don't get a chance to play too often. And I think I've come to this conclusion. If you follow my Twitter, which is @BirdmanDot or @Dice Chronicles for Cambridge stuff specifically, I think I'm a better DM than I am a player. I create worlds. I create stories. And I've even had people tell me, you go to Dodd when you want spectacle.
And that being said, sometimes it can be that a game won't click with you. And it's with anybody. And if you make the game, of course, it's going to click with you.
Yeah, I mean, certain people have said on Twitter and on Facebook, Dodd, I can tell when you're really passionate about something because your worlds come right alive. Like, for example, I had a fan on Twitter tell me Friday the 13th worked because there was so much horror nostalgia in it. Like having Tommy from Friday the 13th be the leader of the Crystal Lake Research Facility, having Chucky show up, having Michael Myers get his ass kicked.
Yeah, but it's also finding that right balance between it becoming a joke. Like, it's like, basically Ready Player One. Let's throw
exactly. I don't want to be that.
Let's throw a million references in here, and we don't actually have substance. Mm-hmm. And that being said, I still thought it was an okay popcorn movie. That's beside the fact. But you want to make sure you ride that perfect balance of nostalgia or references and a compelling story.
Yeah, like that's one thing with Cambridge. I was always very worried about building the conclusion, and as these guys come into the final hours, that's right, we are coming near the end of Cambridge. Probably in the next 6 hours, give or take, depending on how these guys play it out.
It's basically episode 9 of Game of Thrones each season. Who knows what's going to happen next?
Exactly. You don't know what's going to happen next, and each encounter gets tougher and tougher. And I'm not leveling these guys via traditional experience. I'm like, fuck it, you gain 2 levels, I don't care. They're not going to be level 20 by the end of it, guys, so don't worry about that.
The idea behind it is we wanted to level up to a point where it was believable we could win.
Exactly. Like realistically, I want these guys to feel powerful. But that's another thing, too, I've learned about being a DM. And if I may reference Noah again, Spoonie, he did a video called 3D6 in Order. And when we built Cambridge Chronicles, I made you guys do that. I'm like, okay, none of this 4D6 drop the lowest, none of this point buy system shit. No. 3D6 in order. You roll shit, you stick with it.
And I remember
AJ was so angry.
Oh, but what if I have a bad character? Then I guess you have a bad character and you probably die.
Yep, exactly. You deal with it.
And he was like, but I don't want to. And I was ready to start laughing because he was getting so frustrated because
he wanted to min-max.
And he that's how he tried to build some of the characters. And he goes, "Oh, Alex, why don't you do this?" I'm like, "Nope. This is what I have. I have flaws. Everybody in life has flaws."
Exactly.
So it just so happened that I was lucky when I rolled and I have super high spell proficiency.
Yeah, because I think your intelligence is like 18 or something.
It was ridiculous. Like my spell save DC is like 18. Yeah, 18 or 19.
For a low level character, that's insane.
So like I may not do a ton of damage necessarily when I do it, except I do because I'm awesome. But for the most part, if I'm throwing something at you, you're getting it.
Yeah, you're getting it right in the face. And that's the thing, though. I mean, just because you roll low doesn't mean it's a bad character. Like you said, everybody has flaws. You make that interesting. You run with it. Like, for example, let's say you're a fighter. You don't need a super high intelligence, or you don't need a super high strength. You could be the plucky outsider who wants to be good. You may have a really high dexterity, so you could be like literally Danny from the Karate Kid, or you could be like
Daniel-san.
Yeah, Daniel-san. You want to do that, and or you could be a wizard with a really high intelligence but a low wisdom. What does that mean? The absent-minded professor.
Well, I got to a point where I was going, okay, I'm going to be a spellcaster, and it looks like druids are, for the most part, there to influence the field of battle.
Yeah, they buff and debuff.
Buff and debuff. But out of necessity, when there was a couple times where other people weren't able to record, but we were here ready to go, that's when we had the Tale of Two Druids.
Yeah, we didn't have Dave, didn't have AJ.
It was literally two druids, and one luckily had healing powers or some sort. And that's when I had to rethink how I did my character, and I basically became a tank and DPS at the same time, while we had a healer and buffer debuffer.
Yeah,
so we had to do double duty. We had to do stuff that our characters weren't designed for.
Yeah, and the fact, some of the encounters I've thrown at you, there's a website called koboldfight.com, I think that's what it is, and I built my encounters off of it. For the first couple of encounters, I was using it wrong. I was giving you encounters that should have killed you. And when I realized my mistake, oops. You should have been, you should have died.
Basically the Chimera initially.
Yeah, basically like wow, this is so gonna kill them.
And the Basilisk.
Yeah, like that's shit you shouldn't have survived, and you did.
I murdered the
Holy shit.
Basically when I found out about Moonbeam and some of these spells, it was like, well, let's try this, and you're like, you sure? Don't you want to run? Basically, I could see it in your eyes, and I'm like, no, buddy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, one of the thing about D&D is not all monsters will fight to the death when they're hurt, or like say you're being attacked by a bunch of orcs or goblins or some shit like that. When their numbers are depleted, they may check for morale and fucking boot it.
Well, and what ended up happening was like I was fighting with my alignment of neutral good, because I'm like, no, buddy, I got to go toast this dude or he's going to come back. Now, and then a couple times I had to tone it down. And also, my guy was a little too bloodthirsty, I found. I had to start retracing myself and going, oh, no, I've got to change the way I am, because all I could figure in my head, the justification was, this is for survival, especially if he's that difficult. So that's how I was able to justify doing some of the things my character did, impaling people, horrible stuff. But if you noticed, especially in the Tale of Two Druids and the second time it was just the two of us, when we had to get very creative, it became a case of, hey, let's area attack these guys and basically paralyze them, and then I could go in and toast them.
Yeah, you were controlling the field. You were thinking tactically. You were thinking outside the box. And that's something I'm really glad... I can tell you are not the same role player you were from September, or August rather, to now. You've grown. And obviously there was a big break in there because of my hospital stay. But you
threw some saving throws and got out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, I've failed one Constitution save, but you know what? I made my death save, and that's what matters. I got a wicked war wound out of it. So how these guys play out the rest of Cambridge, we'll have to wait and see. But that brings us to what's going to happen. So Alex had mentioned more than a few times, we're going to be doing a couple of one-offs. And that means because we are beholden to ourselves here in Cambridge, we can do whatever we feel like. Pretty much. And that means that opens up a lot more playgrounds for me. Because if you guys notice, I play best when I'm given the tools of somebody else and you let me play. Basically, I don't create my own world, but if you give me Star Wars, Mass Effect, Fallout, Ghostbusters, RoboCop...
You take a template from something that you understand and know a lot about, plus you have the giant wall of RPGs in your room.
Yeah, like literally, it's a library. You can walk in there and it's
You have more than probably any store except for like a Noble Knight or one of these places online.
Yeah.
You have more than any physical brick and mortar store is going to have.
Yeah. And I've got every edition of certain games, and I can take any rule set that I want to. I mean, for example, coming up this summer, one of the games we're planning, because there's a lot of cool movies coming out this year, we're going to do Marvel superheroes in the old TSR phase rip system.
And so we're slowly having to learn that. And the idea is basically, to pull the curtain back a bit, as soon as we're finished with this season of Cambridge, and whatever happens, we might die, we might win, we have no idea yet. When that's done, the plan is to have, a few games that we record for ourselves and release them as one-offs over the summer, because it is going to get hot.
Yeah, in Southern Ontario, it gets hot, slimy, gross.
And the problem that entails is you got to have a lot of loud air conditioners and fans going. It becomes a bit of a nightmare to record because you get a lot of hot people stuffy in a room.
And it's not fun.
Exactly. So what we're going to try to do is bank a bunch and have them released when we take sort of a vacation break over the summer, and then sort of start up again in the fall with a new season of a longer running show, or maybe a series of running shows.
Yeah, so what you're going to get over the summer is you're going to get Marvel superheroes. That is already, I'm learning the system right now. You're probably going to get something like Mass Effect or Fallout. I don't know what system I'm going to use just yet. I'll figure it out.
And then on my end, I'm going to be running the 2 games of my own. Now, they may be shorter. You might not get 4 hours. One of them might be a 3-hour campaign.
Yeah.
We're not even sure yet. But there's 2 different systems I want to try, and I don't want to give away too much yet, but there's going to be at least 2 for me.
Yeah. And even Lee and Tristan have talked about wanting to explore stuff like that. So if you think of the Cambridge Chronicles, this was the first season.
And this is the summer hiatus / summer shows.
Yeah, think of them as mini movies, basically, for you to take a look at. Like I said, Marvel may run 6 to 8 hours. We'll see what happens with it. It may run a lot less. We'll see if they can accomplish what they need to do.
And
Mass Effect,
we may find we hate it.
Yeah, you may not like the phase rip system.
But that doesn't mean we won't record it. We'll try to release it as long as it's not abysmal.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if we're talking like in the first hour we hate it to the point where we can't even record it, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not the first time this has happened on the show. Me and Vet, to pull the curtain back even further, we recorded a game last year at some point. I can't remember what the game was called, but you played toys, and every time you took a hit, you lost a piece of your toy. So you didn't start out... I started out as the Megazord. By the end of it, I was half a Megazord with no shield, one leg, part of an arm. I was not the same character.
I don't remember that. I wasn't a part of that.
No, you weren't. Yeah,
but there were a couple games that I had wanted to work earlier as well, and there were aborted starts to it too, because you realize it's actually hard to get people together to record things.
Oh, God, yeah. It's all scheduling.
And that's the thing with Cambridge. What we came up with was we had a similar schedule that we could run pretty much every week, and if we had to run an emergency time on a different date, we would try to clear that.
Yeah, because me and Alex, our schedules are relatively free. Tristan and Lee, they have a static schedule, so we know when they're available.
Static for the most part, but the problem is sometimes they have to work weekends.
Yeah.
So that is when you'd find where it would just be a couple of us here, or we change it up. Hopefully, with some of these one-offs that we do, we might be able to get a couple other people back in again. Yeah,
exactly, because we're able to invite people up to Guelph. Some people can come up and hang out with us. Because of my physical limitations now being physically handicapped, it's harder for me to get down to Toronto. It's harder for me to get into the studio space.
And at the same time, it's hard to get people to commit, especially over the summer, because people are taking their vacations.
Exactly.
To dedicate themselves to more than one session.
Yeah,
like we might be able to bang through an entire day of recording when we have time. So that's something where one-offs are appealing during the summer break.
Exactly. I mean, we can sit down and play 6 hours of Marvel or whatever. We can just bang out an adventure and that's it. But we can't always commit to doing longer form shows. So what's going to happen is, like I said, we're going to do a couple of different one-shots. Like I said, Marvel is a for sure. Probably Mass Effect, maybe Fallout, maybe even Harry Potter's another system that I've looked at. I may even design that system myself from scratch.
The hint I'll give for mine is The first game I'm going to run is going to be based in World War One. So it'll be an interesting thing. It's a topic that not as many people have done. It's a different type of game than we've done because everything here seems to be fantasy or sci-fi.
Yeah.
And the second game I'm going to run will be Starfinder.
Which will be really exciting. I mean, Paizo's been pushing that over the last basically half year plus since the game launched back in, I think, October of last year. Another thing that we're going to end up doing too as well is when we start season 2, true season 2, the longer form game is going to come back. Will it be 30 episodes? No. It will be as long as it needs to be, which may mean 10, 12, whatever. And we're going to pick those games. The games I'm proposing right now to peel back the curtain again is Shadowrun, but probably not using the complicated rules. I may run Shadowrun Anarchy, which is a lot lighter on rules.
And at the same time, it might be something where if we find that it's, not 30 or 40 hours of gameplay, it might be 8, 12, something like that. We might do, I guess, a umbrella show, if you will, where...
couple of different games.
You might get the season might consist of, it's longer form than just 4 or 5, but less than 30.
Yeah, exactly. Like you may get a mini series of 10 episodes, or kind of like how Britain does, their seasons are like 13.
Yeah, the best way to describe it would be
Netflix.
American Horror Story.
Yeah, which would be a good idea. I mean, Shadowrun's one that I'm looking at because I love the world. I know the lore well. Another one I'm proposing to the group, but the lore is very intimidating, is Battletech, because the new game has just come out from Harebrained Schemes, and everybody can get access to it. Or there's the show on YouTube, and depending on where I set this game, these guys don't necessarily need to know the dealings of House Cider, Half Davian, and the Draconis Combine, which Alex's eyes just glazed right over. But you like robots.
I do like robots.
See, that I can deal with. I can work with battle mechs. So it's stuff like that. And also proposing other ideas. I know Lee is chomping at the bit to try the new Star Trek RPG from Modiphius, and that's a game the Living Campaign's been running over on Terrible Warriors, and I know that's taking a bit of a break right now because scheduling is killing everybody.
Well, scheduling is always going to be the hardest thing for a long-form game, as we've found out. That being said, some of these games that we're talking about might end up being something we just play for ourselves, because if we don't like it or it doesn't turn out the way we want, we might not use it. But that's the whole point of this, is we want to experiment and see where is going to work best for Season 2.
Exactly, and it may depend on you, the listeners. Do you want to hear more Shadowrun? Do you want to hear Battletech? Do you want to hear more Marvel? It all depends, and I'm not beholden to any one system. Like I said, as Alex has pointed out, I have a library of games. Hell, I wouldn't mind running a longer form-ish Call of Cthulhu.
I've got that game I picked up at Con Bravo last year, which turned out it might be a space sex simulator. I'm not sure. It had some interesting pictures in it that I didn't see when I bought it. But who knows? There might be room for a funny comedy game in there too.
Yeah, I mean, sexy doesn't necessarily mean hardcore. Wow. It could be funny. Hell, I know there's one RPG, you play a cartoon, it's called Toon. There's another game, a friend of the show, Kelly, went in my library and she brought out 2 games, and I might actually run them for her to introduce a new voice to the show. She brought out one called Puppeteer, where you play a marionette and you're in this puppet-controlled world, and it's post-apocalypse, it's Mad Max but with puppets.
That's crazy.
Another one she brought out was a game called Little Nightmares, and that's a game I've held on to for years.
Now, sorry, is that related to the video game that came out, or is it completely different?
I think it might be, but I'm not sure. You play a little kid, and you're facing your nightmares. Somehow they've become manifest.
Now, the video game is about you traveling through rooms that are like puzzles, but they're nightmarish and escape.
I'm not sure. I'm going to have to read the lore behind the book, but I've always had ideas for the idea of Little Nightmares, and there's so many interesting new games. Obviously, Justin and his crew, they experiment with new games every month. My thing is to try establish, maybe out of print, maybe a little bit weird, But you never know. From us here at Cambridge, you never know what you're going to hear.
And if you're coming to listen to us, like for me, you're going to be listening. This past year was me as a new player learning how to play an RPG in general, let alone, running a game. You're going to see season 2 will be me running my first games.
Yeah, like you're going to see a lot of really neat stuff. And that means
if it's a disaster, come along and listen for the disaster.
And that's a neat thing. Having Alex come out as a GM means, hey, I can actually play.
Absolutely, and you know that I'm going to cater the game to the audience in the house here as well.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to, make a game that I think you're going to hate.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret, and I've said this on another podcast before, I dislike the world of paranoia. I wasn't a big... Actually, this is something new for the listeners here. I hated 7th Sea. And I know Justin, Bree, and Derek were like, I'm having the time of my life.
And this is the thing,
I hated it.
This is the thing. Not every game is going to appeal to everybody.
Yeah, and I thought the game would. Like, I went out and bought the 7th Sea books and everything.
Like, you look, I'm going to try to do Shadowrun with you, but there may be a game that you run that I'll just tell you, dude, this is fucking dog shit.
Yeah, it just doesn't gel with you. And it makes me so sad because it's certain worlds I have such passion for. I'm just lucky D&D has worked out. That I've made it interesting because
and D&D was a good place to start because it's
baby's first RPG.
And when somebody thinks of it, of a tabletop game, this is the first one that comes to mind, and it's something I think that everybody should cross off their list that they've played.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody should play one session of D&D. Doesn't matter the edition, you should try it. Doesn't matter what setting, be it Faerun or Kryn or Mystara, or not Mystara. You know what I'm talking about. Or even Ravenloft. Hell, I'd love to return to Ravenloft at some point if we ever do D&D again. And that's the thing. I always want your worlds to be interesting. And I cater to the audience here, and I'm starting to get a feel for what works. Just the thing is, there's something I want to do in Shadowrun, and I can't do it now because I basically blew my load here when it comes to story. So I'm like, fuck. And it sucks because I'm thinking, I had this cool idea, and I can't do it now.
Well, and this is the thing. In the past, when there were some games that you ran for Terrible Warriors, I would come to you and go, oh, you're going to run that? Well, what if this happened? And you're like, oh my God. See, we can't really collaborate because we're playing and working on games together.
Yeah, because now we're GMs together.
So it's going to be difficult, whereas I could sort of bounce things off you last year. I can't really do that now if I'm going to run something and I want you to be surprised.
Yeah. Actually, one of the cool things we're going to do on this show, we're going to bring on some new voices. One of the girls, Tristan's fiance, Lacey, has said she wants to join us for a game. She said, if I run Harry Potter or Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Supernatural, she'll try.
Blair said she'd try it too, but the rule was that you have to get bigger into the lore.
Yes, I have to know Harry Potter more than I do.
Basically, you have to know the book. So the idea is, it's been suggested that you listen to the audiobooks.
Yep.
Because it's something you can do while you're editing and doing other stuff.
Exactly. It's something I can do while I'm reading or creating the system for this. Actually, man, I had another game idea. Once again, peeling back the curtain here. I had a Men in Black game which runs on a modified version of the Star Wars West End game system. And I was going to have it set up where you had to fight Justin Bieber. Turns out he's an alien warlord, and he's just trapped here on Earth.
That would explain why he's practically illiterate.
Yeah, he his disguise, his bodysuit is wearing down. That's why he's getting progressively more and more unstable. I was going to have it be, he was going to be one of those little Arquillian dudes.
And his little monkey found out, and that's why he left him over in Germany or whatever it was.
Exactly, stuff like that. He's like, boss, and stuff like that. I had a really crazy idea for Men in Black. So anyway, that's going to do it for us here from the Terrible Warriors edition of the Cambridge Chronicles. I hope you've enjoyed this behind-the-scenes rambling and kind of excitement, what we got coming up on the show. Like I said, stay tuned next week as we continue the adventures of the Cambridge Chronicles druids and their rogue as they continue the march towards Foreth, going to find out what happens with Buto up in the high ice of Antioch, and what will happen with Robert, the golden dragon they've been told to find, but also Buto, the blue dragon they need to find.
Honestly, shit's about to get really fucking hard.
Oh yeah. Believe me, the encounters that I've got planned, if you survive, I will be impressed.
Yep, because if you noticed, we've been playing safe lately.
So, For Terrible Warriors, we have been
Alex.
I've been Mike the Birdman Dodd saying live for your die hard. And we'll catch you again next time right here on the Cambridge Chronicles.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/Terrible Warriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to the Cambridge Chronicles. I'm your Dungeon Master for this evening, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net. But I'm not alone as I travel on Grant the Flying Carpet. As we travel to the high ice through Antioch, I am joined with my intrepid terrible warriors.
Alex.
Lee.
Mr. Christopher.
That's right. We are here joined by Farron, Coro, and Dargo de Bearfucker.
Yeah.
And we are traveling to go find Buto, the mysterious blue dragon, as we were informed by William, the mage, the hermit who lived out in the forest outside of Addis Asbar, or Adab, I can't remember how I pronounced it.
Admiral Akbar.
Admiral Akbar. Addis Akbar, I think is how I pronounced it.
Akbar. Good boy.
Why can't Faerun have places named like Cleveland?
I don't know.
For Christ's sake.
We do. It's Cambridge.
Yeah, Cambridge.
Cambridge and Kitchener.
The city next to Waterloo and Kitchener that nobody wants to go to.
Did we make these names up? Or, did you make these names up yourself?
No, these are actually established in D&D.
Well, remember, Cambridge is
You
not
can go
like...
look up a map.
You sadistic bastards.
I was going to say, and remember, Cambridge is not like a made-up fictional town just for here. It's originally from England.
It's a long, old, archaic name. It has a long history, many uses, including ours.
Yeah, exactly. I just happened to put it on the Sword Coast between Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep. So, but anyway, yes, we are back here, and a lot has happened since we last left our characters, as these guys were but young, fledgling level 5s. What has happened since, guys? Let's start with Mr. Christopher.
Well, we have leveled up to level 7 now, so an entire 2 additional levels of adventure, which for Druid essentially means getting some circle spells for a land Druid, of which mine are Divination and Freedom of Movement. Some really rather niche spells, but very interesting to see how they'll play out if they end up in use in this campaign.
Divination does not allow you to ask me one question, and I can't lie to you.
I commune with a god, and I get an answer to a question. You can't lie, but gods are fickle things, and they can often be cryptic. So, I may get an answer, but it might not be as
clear as you want.
profound as I'd like it to be.
I like that. All right, so as Tristan just said, we've leveled up to level 7. We've got new abilities, though these guys did not gain necessarily new ability scores. They gained stuff that was specific to their classes, as you mentioned, gaining new abilities, new land spells. Lee's character, who is a rogue, gained a massive increase in damage. You're doing 46 for sneak attack damage.
Yes,
Holy
I'm
moly.
really trying to use that a lot more in my play. 'Cause
Yeah, that can take down a lot.
No more arrows that don't hit.
Yes. Well, that's the thing, is that my arrows that have been hitting, I've been doing tiny damage with, because I haven't been in sneak, like in a sneak. But then every time I try to do a sneak attack, it goes...
Something sees you. We're like, hey.
Doesn't quite pan out.
But, yeah, so a little bit more sneak attack damage. And another thing that I grabbed was evasion, which means any area of effect spells, like a frost breath or
A fireball.
Fireball like that. I have the ability to attempt a dodge on, and if I am successful, I take no damage, and even if I'm unsuccessful, I take half damage, which is pretty good.
Yeah,
so hopefully
it's not
I'll have
bad.
some left.
There's been a
Good.
considerable amount of AoE damage in this campaign so far, so I think that may actually play out quite well. It's also worth noting that the 2 spellcasters of the group have access to level 4 spells,
Which
at level
is
7.
baller ass awesome. I swear.
Admittedly, as druids, as I'm growing with this game, I'm learning more and more that druids are basically concentration machines, and that's a little annoying at
You
times.
can concentrate all you want.
Yeah, you are the DPS tank.
I am. I don't know. I'm basically. I ended up with 2 that were based on my class, and I guess I am a swamp druid. I'm saying in quotes. So I ended up with locate creature, freedom of movement. Now, freedom of movement means if somebody casts a spell that's like entangle, and I have to walk through difficult terrain, I take no damage and I walk like normal.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I cannot be encumbered by it unless it's magical. So like if I have to roll a saving throw on it, but I still won't take damage from the thorns. I can just be stopped from moving.
That's great.
Some powerful implications of freedom of movement.
Yeah.
If someone is in manacles, you can free them. If they use an action after that, they can just pop right out of
Yeah, so it's basically somebody goes, you're in the thick brush of the briar patch, you've got thorns, and I'm just like, bitch,
Nope.
and start walking right through it and go, no thanks.
Ain't no thing.
I'm like the dude that walks on nails and hot coals and is like, what up, peeps? So those 2 came there, and I did pick 2 spells to have readied with me at all times because I could have 2 more. So I have Stone Skin. I finally have something defensive.
Yes.
So it doesn't heal me, but it makes my skin super hard like stone. Basically, from what we looked up, I can take half damage for everything while it's active.
Great.
As long as it's not something that's like, destroy your mind or something, or a poison mist. If it's something that's bludgeoning or basically melee damage,
Physical.
I'll take up to half damage for whatever it rolls.
Right.
Now the other thing I got was Blight, which is basically a necromancy spell.
It's like a death blast.
It turns your tissue to necrotic, and it is 8d8 damage.
Holy.
If it's a plant creature, it takes maximum damage no matter what.
Yes.
Yeah.
Means automatically 64 damage.
So
If it's a witch
if it's a
creature?
plant,
If it's a plant,
Plant
living
creature,
plant.
okay.
So it's
some sort
like
of
oh, a
plant-based.
giant mutated Venus flytrap is coming at me, or a tree monster. I'm just like, boom. By the way,
I think
64. Well, I mean, I only have 1 I can use per day.
But as it goes forward, we might
Yeah.
be able to get some stuff
So
done.
so I have to be very choosy. Either I'm going to be defensive with this spell until I heal up again, or I'm going to be just nuking people out there. But again, it's
Find
only
the right
once.
moment and unleash hell.
Yeah. And I got a little more HP. I got about 10 more hit points.
Yes, as a dwarf, and with a couple of lucky rolls, my HP increased by 20.
holy
Wow.
shit! Great. What's your Constitution modifier?
Plus 3.
Holy shit!
So with that, plus Dwarven Fortitude, plus some lucky rolls, 20 points to 2 levels.
That's nuts.
So what HP is everybody sitting at? I have 45 maximum now.
60.
39.
I'm still more of the tank than our actual person who's supposed to not be a spellcaster. But again, actually, if I activate Stone Skin, it's sort of like I have 90.
It's basically additional armor, which can help you. So.
Yeah.
All right, then. So we find ourselves outside the cottage of William, and you've just been given Grant the magic carpet. It's probably... you're not sure what time of day it is, as there's still the eclipse happening, I believe, when we last left. So the sun has been blotted out. The sky is this ugly blood red.
Things aren't good.
William comes out from the cottage, looks up to the sky, takes a long, drawn puff off his pipe, and says, "We don't have a lot of time left. Like, we're talking days here. If something doesn't come to the help of the realm, the gods are even ignoring our pleas for help."
Then it's time to go, people.
All right, Grant, fly as high as you feel comfortable. I know you're a little iffy on that. And
The
let's
carpet
just
starts
speed.
kind of shaking and quivering as you guys all get on
Why
top
did we
of
get
it.
the carpet with the neurosis?
The carpet levitates to about 10, 8 to 10 feet in the air. He's like, all right, this is as high as I'm going. All right.
Let's try to go over any slight hills here.
I'm almost wondering, is your cloak large enough you could just cloak on top of it like a cover? And then
So invisible flying machine?
yes,
Oh my god, we're in the TARDIS!
we're in a stealth bomber.
Can we?
Wonder Woman.
No, your cloak is not big enough to cover the entirety of the carpet. The carpet's actually
That's
like
a good
10
idea,
feet by
though.
10 feet.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, let's stealth this bitch in and just.
I mean, I can sit and you guys can be the only targets on it. In fact, I'm going to do that.
All
I'm
right.
going to sit under my cloak.
All right, you get under your cloak. You are invisible. It's rather warm, so you guys start taking off at a rather brisk pace. You're moving relatively quickly through the trees.
So that wind in my hair.
Everybody,
Hold
roll me
out
a
for dear life.
dexterity check.
A dexterity check. Let's do this.
Dexterity. I'm scared. I'm not very good at those.
Dexterity reflex save.
7.
Uh-oh. Oh god.
That's a 7. I don't like 7.
No. 11.
All right. We are looking at 14.
Okay, so what happens is Grant banks very hard to the left as you feel and hear arrows just go flying off the side of the carpet. And Grant throws you off. You guys land. You don't take any damage, though, as you do land into a rather thick brush. And you come crashing through the trees. And Grant's like, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta hide.
You're afraid of everything, Grant.
So you
It's
guys...
fucking carpet.
Grow some tassels.
So you've traveled probably about 15, 20 kilometers during this time, but you crash through the brush. You're still not into the desert of Antioch yet. You're still getting into the Badlands. But anyway, so you crash through the underbrush, and you hear war cries. You hear these male voices going, "They've fallen!"
Oh, they're orcs, aren't they?
I almost want to just turn into a squirrel and just start moving.
Squirrel out and let's do this all over again.
Did I fall out of my cloak?
Yes.
Do I know where my cloak is?
Yes, you can see it, because it you just
Something's wrong with your invisibility cloak.
Yeah, you dropped it. You
I'm
don't know where it is.
I'm going to sneak to my cloak.
Okay. Roll me dexterity. And I'll see if they notice you.
20. Not nat.
Okay, let's see if they notice you. They do not.
Excellent.
Okay, so
I'm
you
gonna
guys...
I'm going to recloak.
Okay, so you guys are in the bush. What are you guys going to do? You can get up. You can stay hidden in the bush. You can wild shape if you wish. You hear
Squirrel up.
You hear
I was going
the...
to say, you know what? Let's get some squirrel action going here. I'm going to squirrel
Squirreling.
right up.
Okay, so you transform into squirrels.
Let's get nuts.
And where are you guys going to go?
I should just turn into a gopher and just go into the ground. No, but I'm squirreling it up. and
Naked
then-
mole rat.
I'm squirreling it up and I'm up a tree again.
All right.
I as well go up a tree.
Different tree. Get your own tree.
Fine, I'll go into a separate tree from this guy over here with his tree hoarding
All right.
squirrely ways.
So you both climb up trees. Koro, you manage to sneak to your cloak, and I presume you're hiding under it?
Oh, I'm hiding under it.
Okay, so you see 5 orcs, more heavily armored than before.
More armored?
Yeah, they're wearing scale mail now.
Oh, I almost want to hurt them. But
No,
I don't think we can.
Sneak away.
let's sneak away.
You hear them say, they're still here.
Come sneak away.
Squirrel quietly. Squirrel quietly.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Let's quietly squirrel away.
One of them starts waving their hands in the air.
Like they just don't care. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
You're
Quick.
pretty sure one of them is a spellcaster.
That's worrying.
All right, distraction. Maybe we should pretend to mate.
Think harder.
Maybe I should pretend to mate with you.
Wrong kind of harder.
Maybe we should pretend to mate with the rug.
They just see these 2 squirrels kissing and they're like, did they notice?
Must have been the wind.
Yeah. Sorry.
Making out.
I was going to say, instead of just going to town like a squirrel would do, we're not thinking straight, so we start to make out with our paws on each other. Wait, no, let's not do that. Second thought,
I really want fan art of this as two squirrels just peeking out these orcs that you can
anyone else there is really into
Both
that.
of their eyes are fanned out to like whatever the viewer is, you know?
Yeah, just ignoring it. Oh, this will pass.
Oh, that sounds like cover art.
No, so we're just yes. Oh God. So let's not do that
No squirrel makeup sessions.
yet.
And
Let's
you
just
me shimmer like sort of like cloaked in the background. I'm there, but anyways.
flee, but let's make sure we try to keep a tree in between line of sight.
Everybody
of this
roll.
spellcaster.
All right, Dargo and Farron both roll sneak. You're at disadvantage.
Sneak disadvantage. Okay.
Well, my first roll is a 2.
Oh.
Second roll is an 8, so 2 it is.
2 it is. And what did you get, Dargo?
I got a 1.
Oh
Okay.
no,
Crit
no.
fail.
Was it a nat one? Oh, I guess it would have to be.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so what happens is you go to sneak out of the tree. You literally trip over your own squirrel feet and fall out of the tree and land with an audible. Ah! The orcs whip their heads around, spin around. One of them aims their bow at you
Oh,
and is taking a shot, and he has advantage because you are squirrel stunned, basically.
Tiny. He's really tiny.
Yeah, but he fell out of a tree and it hurts, and it was a nat 1. Nat 20.
Ow.
You are hit by an arrow for
well,
1d8
you
damage.
You don't even have to worry about that. I'm pretty sure a squirrel has like 5 HP.
Yeah, exactly. So
So I just and I poof back out of smoke, and I just
Squirrel,
So fucked.
1.
So I think you
yeah.
take
Squirrel has 1 HP.
Because they're essentially a critter, they're a 1.
So as far as I know, that damage rolls over into your natural form.
Yes.
So I take 7 damage.
Yeah, you take 7
okay,
damage
that's
from the
fine.
arrow.
Fuck. All right, let's prepare for combat.
So the orcs are like, there he is, the bounty.
Yeah. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be level 20 and call out that torrential storm now. Just really rock their world.
Everybody roll initiative.
All right.
I don't want to. There's a lot of them. Excuse me. That's a 6.
Okay.
13.
Sorry. That was the program
When
crashed.
I rolled, my first roll was an 11.
Yeah.
And then I rolled a nat 1. And I was like,
Damn it.
Damn it.
I was half
That was a
expecting,
4.
because
That
I
was a
rolled
4.
a 2,
So,
I was expecting
what did-
to
what did you
fall out of
roll?
a tree
I rolled
and
a
land on
15,
them.
so I will go first.
then it's me, then we go.
Yeah,
We'll
so
just-
we'll go
yeah,
around
we'll go with the
counterclockwise.
round.
Okay, so the first orc is taking another shot at Dargo. And he draws his war axe, his great axe, and is going to make an attack at you. He rolls a 7 and misses.
Oh, of course he does.
Another orc. It says, "Let me at him," and he is going to take an attack with the spear. And he has a 17 hits you. I know that
yes,
for sure.
I have an armor class of 15. So.
All right, so I'm just looking at the damage. You take 2d8 plus 4. I'm using 2 hands. So 2, 3 plus 4.
That's 9.
So he thrusts at you with both hands,
So
a spear jabbing into you.
I have 29 HP.
We're off to a good start.
Yes. Is it my turn now?
The other orcs
Oh
are
no, there's more.
The other orcs are surrounding you.
Other
They're
than
5. 2 of them have taken their turn. The other ones are like, get the net.
Yeah,
2 of them are approaching you with a
a
net,
Okay.
and they're walking towards you. They're gonna try and throw a net at you. A 14 hits, but I'll allow you a chance to dodge
it. Does not hit. Armor class 15.
That's dexterity. 15?
Yeah.
Would that hit?
No, you'd have to roll. You said, how does it go? Is it
Ties go to the defender, I think, is what we've
yeah,
established.
so you established. So it's you have to roll above a 15.
Okay, so I'll roll for the second one. So the first guy's net misses.
So I guess I
Second guy.
roll out of the way.
Yeah, you roll all the way at the very last second. The other guy rolls a 2.
Okay.
So he misses.
So I basically jump up and run.
And the last orc is just sitting there, just kind of waving his hand. You're not quite sure what he's
Waving his hand, huh?
He's waving his hand. He's mumbling something in some language you don't understand.
He's like, hey.
I'm,
Hey,
all
buddy.
right, I'm going to cast my new spell, Blight, on the spellcaster.
Okay.
And so you got to roll a save against my spell save.
So I got to roll against 18.
You got to roll against 18.
All right. Let's see. What's my? That's a wisdom. I got to beat.
You got to beat 18.
18. Yeah. So it's a wisdom modifier. I roll a 4.
Oh, you're getting fucked now.
Okay. Roll damage.
Okay, I'm rolling 8d8 for you.
All right.
All right, give me 1 second here.
Get blighted.
I'm just going to roll them on my
Blight,
roller all at
bitch.
once.
But you can only use it once per
Yeah, once. I kind of need to use
combat round.
No, once per day until I
Day.
short,
Until he
yeah,
takes a
Spell
short rest.
slots. We're spell slots. That's,
Yeah.
that's it.
60.
He is dead. Basically, this huge black ball of energy.
I picture it being sort of green and disgusting
Green, yeah.
smelling
Green
because
and
it
black.
is a necromancy type spell.
This
How shit
foul
flying through the
green tendrils of energy fly from your fingers, reach into this guy's chest, and they start to crawl all over him, kind of like disgusting worms. As you see his skin literally rot
Like
from
the-
his face.
So it's like the Evil Dead when they melt
yes,
away.
when they melt away, he falls to the ground, dead. He dies screaming, and there's, and he drops to the floor or to the ground.
I turn and I give them an icy stare. The rest of the orcs.
The orcs all exchange kind of a look to like, the little one's got some fight in him.
Because that's pretty awesome. It's like they didn't expect us to come back at a higher level and just fuck them.
Yeah, they're like, oh. All right, Koro, it's now your go.
But I look at my two guys, my two friends to the right, and I go, "You realize that's the only time I can do this today." Like
That's it. That's all we got for that one.
You can't look at me. I'm still
No,
close.
you're not. Sorry, I look at Farron and I give him a look. Like I look at the enemy and I'm just really intimidating all tough. I look at him and I'm like, "Fuck, do something! I can't do this again."
Can he intimidate this turn as well?
Yell it. No, not this
no.
turn.
That's why I just gave him the icy stare.
All right, Koro, so you are considered hidden. They do not know where you are. Yes, you are in sneak.
Tease it.
Yeah, bye guys. Remember, I don't have a soul, right?
So all their backs
know you were
are
ginger.
towards you. They're currently in a line about 15 feet from you,
Okay.
and you can see Dargo on the other side of them. You do not know where Farron is, however.
I'm still a squirrel.
You're still a squirrel.
Still a squirrel.
You're still a squirrel. You didn't trip over your own feet and fall out of a fucking tree.
They've all acted, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I can't do a
Actually,
stats.
no. One of them has not acted this turn. He's held his action.
Oh, I thought that was the spellcaster that I just destroyed.
Oh yeah, you nuked him.
So whatever he was casting is done.
Yeah.
Either way, I have advantage.
Yeah. Either way, you've got advantage this turn.
All right.
And
so,
sneak attack.
Who's the biggest fucker out of the
The biggest guy is the guy who has, you see him holding a great axe.
Okay.
His armor has like this reddish, it looks like almost like rust to it.
Okay.
And he seems to be the leader. He seems to be the one talking the most.
Is he wearing a hat?
Yes. He's got like, think of the Skyrim bone helmet,
Okay.
so to speak.
I just want to see if there are any weak points that I can hit flesh with.
Well, you can see his face
I
clear.
can see his face. But
Yeah.
am I behind him?
You're behind him. Like his face would be open. You can see his neck and where it would connect to the back of his head.
So I can see his like skin.
Yeah, you can
There.
see the back of his neck. You can call a shot, but you are disadvantaged to do so.
Can I
Actually, no.
can I
You're
clear out my advantage to like level it out?
to just take a normal shot. Yes,
Take a normal shot?
Yeah.
I want to keep the advantage though.
Keep the advantage.
but you do have sneak attack. You can just take a normal shot and
I know I do
hope
have
you
sneak
hit.
attack, but like my arrow is like it's scale mail, right? So I don't know if it'll even penetrate them.
Well, you're still doing 46 damage if it hits.
All right.
So you're gonna do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just aim for center mass.
All right.
You should have seen how animated your player just got here. Can I see his hat? And he's pointing at his head. I thought he was doing head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
All right, let's hope this roll's a good one. It's not.
Now, did you roll twice? Because you do have advantage.
I also got a +7, so
Yes. Do not forget to add your.
okay, 18 with the plus.
That is enough to hit.
Nice.
All right. Do damage.
Lee's finally a hitting machine.
4d6. Not great. 10 damage.
Okay. So the arrow flies out from underneath your cloak, hits him in the back, pierces his armor, and he's like, "Where are they?" And he pulls the arrow just out, still leaves the arrowhead embedded in his flesh, but he snaps it off at the shaft. He seems more angry than hurt.
He said, "Where are they?"
Yeah.
So my
he
attack
doesn't
did
know where
not
you are.
Break my sneak.
He just knows it came from somewhere.
Yeah, I can still shoot.
Think about
him.
it. You were invisible and behind him.
Yes. So
So
he
it's
doesn't know
double
where you
invisible.
are.
Nice.
The other guys are looking around. They've got their weapons drawn. They're starting to form a circle, so they don't have each other's backs to each other now. And it's now Farron's go.
Okay, so there's 4 orcs.
Yes.
What are the weapons they're holding?
One is holding a spear. The rest are holding great axes.
Great axes. Okay. Which one's closest to Dargo?
The one holding the spear.
Okay. And they're wearing metal scale armor? Okay.
Yes.
Some people may know where I'm going with this.
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
So I am going to use my bonus action to pop out of squirrel form, and while still in the tree, balancing precariously. You know,
Okay.
It's a tree. I'm good at this.
And you're tiny.
I am going to target the orc closest to Dargo and cast heat metal on its scale breastplate.
Okay, you do it. All right, you do as such.
And codpiece. No.
All right, heat metal. Sorry, just give me 1 quick second. I gotta get the
Taking a drink here.
exact
Sorry, folks.
details of this.
A moment of hydration for
Powered
us.
by Fago, the drinking juggalist.
The checklist. Whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Fucking magnets.
Okay,
How
I'm
do
going
they
to
work?
use a third level.
Spellcasting. How does that work?
Third level spell slot to cast this spell. I'm going to target that breastplate. Where is it here? Manufacture metal object. I have done so. It glows red hot. Any creature caught in physical contact with the object takes 3d8 fire damage because I'm using a higher level spell slot for it.
All right, roll it.
When cast a spell, until the spell ends, I can use a bonus action on each of my subsequent turns to cause the damage again. If the creature is holding or wearing the object and takes damage from it, it must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. If it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So now I'm going to
Piece
roll
slices
for the
right through
damage.
like hot butter.
3d8. That is 18 damage.
All right, then. So you see the orc holding the spear. His breastplate starts to glow white, red hot, and he's like, ah! He starts screaming in pain. The other orcs turn and notice you. They're like, all of them, they've got to be here. But the other guy just starts screaming. He's trying to get his breastplate off, but it's not happening this turn. As we swing things back to the top of the combat round, that guy, he has to roll a Constitution save.
Yes, Constitution save or attempt to drop it, which he apparently failed to do.
Yeah, so we'll see what his Constitution is. So we'll let my iPad load. He rolls a 5, so that's not happening.
Used to burn, but it won't be damaged until my next turn.
Now
Okay.
there's 2 more, right?
All right, so yeah, there
many
are
as I
still 3 more.
3 more. You said there were 4 total.
Yeah, so that's
There
one.
was a group of 5 when we started. The
Oh, I
spellcaster
thought.
died.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
one
dropped
was a
the
spellcaster.
spellcaster.
4 were melee dudes.
One of the orcs takes a charge at you with his great axe.
I'm in a tree.
He's gonna try and leap at you. So he's like, ah! So he's at disadvantage for this attack, I'll say.
He's gonna try to double jump.
19.
So he
With a
double
plus
jumps.
7 to hit. Yeah.
So he jumps and then jumps in the air again somehow.
We'll see.
Double jump.
We'll see.
With a plus 7 to hit. That's a lot. I'm willing to let a lot slide for that. Nat 20.
Uh-oh. It's a
So
disadvantage.
this
It's a 19.
orc manages to jump on a tree stump, leaps right at, and just cracks his great axe right into your chest. Dealing 1d12. So let me
I thought
pull
he was gonna say
that out.
1d60 damage. You'd be like, oh no!
1d12 plus 4. So 12 damage plus 4 plus 1d8 piercing.
Ow.
8.
That is really painful. That's like that is maximum damage, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
So what? That was 12,
That's 20,
damage?
24 damage.
24 damage.
So this axe cleaves right into your armor. Like, you literally catch it right in the gut. You fall out of the tree, take an additional 1d4.
I'm guessing that my act of trying to intimidate them, my turn is
Your
not going to
1d4?
work when they're
No,
doing
I'll
that.
let you roll it.
Okay.
Otherwise, I was going to be
it's
like,
fair.
hey, there's nobody else here. It's just me. But they found him.
So that falling damage is 3.
All right. So the next,
Needless to say, my concentration is broken.
yes, the next orc goes, ha 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 ha! Good one.
That was
Now-
a concentration. Sorry, that was a concentration for your
Yeah, my heat metal is now
shit
broken.
But how much damage did it do him? Anything?
It dealt him 3d8.
Yeah.
18,
it was
I
quite a
think it
bit.
was.
Yeah, 18.
The other one,
I like my 8.
the other two orcs look at their buddy who's screaming, and just kind of laugh at him like, "You show such weakness." He goes, one of them holding one of the great axes, starts walking towards you, and goes, "You know, the bounty doesn't say they have to be alive; it's just recommended." I think I'm gonna eat his eyeballs first.
What if we surrender?
I don't see it ending well.
Does an 18 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. He's hitting you with a great axe again. So 1d12. Whoops. I don't know where that went.
I don't either.
Shit.
We'll find it later.
Well, I can't roll damage without it. Shit.
You can roll damage on a dice roller if you have to.
I got a d12.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, roll me a d12. 2 plus 4
So that's 6.
plus 1d8. 7.
6 plus 7 is 13. Drops me to 20.
Oof.
So he also takes another cleave and hits you in the shoulder, digging and cutting right through your armor.
It's like a butcher just chopping up a piece of pork or something. Hook. There's blood spraying. I'm picturing like Evil Dead.
Yeah,
The
shit's
next,
going down.
the next orc goes, "Oh, quit picking on the dwarf. Let's finish the halfling."
We're in trouble.
He rolled a 14. That's not enough to hit.
doesn't hit.
And then there's one more who is technically screaming in his armor. He's at disadvantage. He is going to continue screaming, as far as I'm concerned.
Because it's still really itchy and
Yeah,
painful.
it burns.
Yeah, it's not going to just drop
Tickle.
down to
It's like
to
he sat in a
room
car when it's
temperature.
been sitting out in the sun for 10 days, and he just can't get
I
out
have
of
a
the seat.
question.
Yes.
Is it melting his armor? Like, is it malleable now? Like, if I
No,
shot
it's
an arrow
just-
at it, would
just
it go
heating
boop in? Okay.
It's really hot.
No, it's like sitting in a hot car in the leather seats.
Okay,
Enough to
so
do a lot of
going to
damage.
Dargo. What are you going to do? You are on the ground.
What time of day is it now?
It's probably about noonish.
Okay.
Moonbeam.
I could, but it's not the same. It's not as effective. Is it? No.
No.
I'm gonna ice knife,
Okay.
and I'm gonna cast it at level 3.
All right. Which one are you going to aim at? There are 3 with great axes, 1 with a spear. The
Closest
spear is the
one-
one that hurt you.
2
2 of them are on Farron, 2 with great axes. 1 with a great axe and 1 with a spear is by you.
I'm gonna do the great axe dude because they're close right beside each other.
Yeah.
So I can do spatial damage to them.
Okay, so you're going to go for the great axe guy beside the guy
Yeah.
with the spear.
So
okay.
I'm gonna cast my ice knife on him, and I'm going to pull it up right now because I've got to double check the radius of how wide the ice knife works. So, ice knife. I've got it saved as a tab on my device here. So we're 60 feet range. I forgot that I can do it within that distance. And I'm going to roll range attack. Okay, so you've got to do the spell save on it.
Okay, so it's 18 I got to beat?
Yeah.
Plus, that's a wisdom save, right? Or just a straight 18?
18, yeah.
Okay. With my wisdom, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I do not make the one. And the other one has to roll for it too?
No, only the one I'm aiming at.
Okay, so the one guy does not make it.
Okay, so I'm going to do it. Now it takes 1d10 for just the knife throw itself of ice.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll that right now.
Okay.
So that is 4 damage.
Okay.
And now, because I'm at a higher level, I'm casting it 2 levels higher than it's a level 1 spell initially. It is going. Each creature within range is going to take 4d6 damage.
All right.
So I'm going to roll that right now.
Okay.
$21 damage for both of them.
Oh,
Okay. So the one guy is down to a little under half health. He looks kind of rough. The other one,
Yeah.
and that was how much? 21 damage, you said?
Yes, 21.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm just figuring out numbers here. He looks hurt, but once again, more pissed than you've hurt me.
Okay.
Sort of thing. He looks very, very angry.
Okay.
Okay, so now it is Koro's go. You are still hidden. They do not know where you are. You see two of them are on Farron, and two of them are on Dargo.
And
Their
which
backs are both to you.
Back to both to me. Which one is the one that's pretty really really hurt?
The one with the spear on Dargo.
Great axes probably do more damage than spears, don't they?
Yeah, especially if they're two-handed.
And
yes.
it doesn't matter what they use because my armor class is 15, so...
Okay.
So
yeah, so
go for
a lot of stuff goes through.
I was going to say go for whatever's going to do the most damage if it hits me.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with whichever one's attacking him with the great axe.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking if we weaken them enough, maybe we can intimidate them then.
Yeah. Okay, I should probably roll that.
All right. You are at advantage.
details.
Advantage.
And you do have sneak attack on him.
Advantage. I rolled a 1, which means I get to reroll.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not even your...
Woo!
That is your rogue ability.
I love that ability. Love it.
I meant to do that ability.
You do with my bow's bonus. It is a 14.
That is a not enough to hit. It bounces harmlessly off their armor. And the one guy's like, I think I know where he is. And the one of them turns around and starts walking towards you.
Well, you've taken
He
away...
has an idea, but doesn't know
Well,
where.
at least the axe isn't looking at me anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna use my bonus action to move just away from where he thinks I am.
Okay. Roll me a sneak, and I'm going to see if he detects you. He's at disadvantage.
Get lucky. Sneak could be stealth, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
25.
He does not know where you are, but he's got a pretty good idea. But he doesn't know.
Zeroing in.
He's narrowing in. He
Well,
starts
as long as he
swinging.
doesn't know where I am, because 25.
Yeah, he rolled 21.
Okay.
So he can smell you, but he doesn't know where you are. You,
You and
just
your
feel the
damn
axe whipping through the air.
Fucking smelly feet.
All right, so
All right.
going on to Farron, you have taken significant wounds, and the two orcs upon you are they're coming in for the kill. You see them kind of gnashing their teeth at you.
How close are they? They're like right on me? Or
Yeah,
what?
they're right on you.
Okay.
The one who hit you last is the one whose armor you lit up. So he kind of hit out of rage as opposed to meaning to hit you. So you've got the advantage there.
That's nice. That's nice.
That's something.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right.
Cast to level 4.
No, that's not enough.
Or are you going to do the bear thing?
I'm going to cast Conjure Animals and conjure 2 brown bears to appear, one behind each of them.
All right, it's bear time.
Bear time.
That should be like the undername of this podcast, Bear Squad.
It really is. How many
Oh,
bears
no,
have we had?
The couple episodes ago is codenamed Bear Squad in the stream.
Bear
I love
Squad, reprise.
We also have, I think the episode right before this is When in Doubt, Run Away.
I love the names that these episodes are getting.
And I named one of them, I think it was like Fire Solves Everything.
All right, so the bears have their own initiative roll and everything.
Yep.
So, okay. So I'm also going to use my bonus action to shillelagh at my
Okay.
quarterstaff.
So that gives you a +1 to hit, right? Yeah.
I think it's cute that he still uses the same weapon from the beginning of the game.
I've got anything better. I got some cool stuff out there, but I mean, I got the Staff of Starlight. That's pretty cool. But shillelagh's still really strong. It helps.
And I guess technically we would have had a Staff of Healing if I didn't think it was evil and break it in half.
Well, bygones, let bygones be bygones. It's all bridge under the
Stupid
water.
mummies.
Broken stabs under the water. Under the bridge. I know idioms. I really do. Okay, so are we doing the bears
Yes.
next?
So
Okay.
yeah, you tell
So,
me.
I mean, they have an initiative then of 11.
Okay.
Okay, so are they going to be
Yes,
next?
they would act. Yeah, next. Actually, I'll say they don't get an action this turn because they just spawn.
Okay.
So it's top of the combat
I'll
round.
accept that.
Yeah. So the guy who's on fire now takes damage. How much does he take? You
My
tell me.
concentration's broken, so the
Oh,
metal
okay.
is cooling.
Okay, so he's angry, angry as fuck. So the one orc whose armor was on fire manages to pull it off. You see his scarred and burnt chest. You just it's gross looking. You see flesh come off and he throws it to the ground. He grits his teeth and he pretty much says in Orcish, and you don't even need to speak the language to say, now you die. And he is going to roll to attack you.
Oh no.
He rolls a 14. Is that enough to hit?
My armor class is 14.
Ties go to the defender. So the attack literally swings right by your head and misses you by a hair. Pretty sure you just got a haircut.
I'm glad I'm not taller.
The other orc kind of laughs at him and goes, "Ha! You cannot even touch the one who wounded thee." And the other orc,
Fancy
So I was
speaking
gonna say,
orcs.
see, this is an orc that went to I don't know, Cambridge University.
Shakespearean orc.
Cambridge
Oh.
University.
does a 17 hit you?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
I'm
17.
not laughing as much now.
Oh no.
So 1d12. So 9 plus 4 plus 1d8.
Are you dead?
I don't know yet.
5.
That's 18. I am at 2
Nice.
health points.
Healing berries, get some berries.
The axe,
Not in combat.
the
It's not
axe,
worth it in combat.
the axe cleaves again once into your other shoulder. So you've been hit in the gut, the left shoulder, the right shoulder. You are. Roll me a d20. I want to see if you're still on your feet.
Stupid magic carpet won't fly higher than 10 feet off the ground.
You fall to one knee. The other orcs just start laughing as the one kind of licks his axe that missed you.
That's what
He's like,
that's not what I
next
heard.
time, you die, dwarf. Going to Dargo. It is now your go. The guy with the spear is on you alone. The guy who has the great axe is swinging wildly at something.
I'm gonna do call lightning because they're all wearing metal, right?
Yep.
Fuck it, let's just do that.
Kill them all. Kill them
A
all.
level 3 spell.
All right.
One second here.
War party, motherfucker.
Call lightning. Let's do this. I'm sitting there conjuring.
You're in such pain, aren't you, right now?
No, I just know something.
I know too. I'm gonna damage everybody. I'm
going to die.
It's a.
It's area effect.
Yeah, it is.
Each creature within 5 feet of that
A
point.
storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall within a 60-foot radius, which is basically the whole battlefield, including me
And me.
Oh,
and
boy.
you.
I see. Am I
Centered on a
far
point.
enough away?
You can dodge out of this.
Yes, I can.
When you cast a spell, choose a point you can see within range. Each creature within 5 feet of that point must make a dexterity saving throw. That's the
So
actual
it's-
bolt of lightning.
You would only be targeting yourself and the spear guy.
I'm
point.
targeting the spear guy then.
Yeah.
But it can't hit everyone else.
No.
No.
If
Oh,
because
they're
it's only
within
been
5
5
feet
feet.
radius. There's a storm cloud of huge proportion above
above
us.
us, basically-
But the actual bolt of lightning deals the damage within a 5-foot radius instead of
Yeah,
the
so
entire
it's
radius.
not going to hit him.
Okay, so I've got to make a
I
dexterity
thought it was
saving throw
going to aim for the
myself.
2
Yes.
orcs that are on me, so it was going to hit all
and
three
then I'll
of
do
us.
and then I'll do 3d10 damage.
Okay.
Wait, and that's okay. So
And I have to make a dexterity save?
yes.
Dexterity
Okay.
save, half as much damage on a successful save.
Okay. Give me a sec here.
Dexterity
Just checking.
save right here.
So I get a +1 to that.
Oh, I got a nat 20.
It hits him. I'm not even going to roll.
You're not even gonna roll.
I'm not even gonna roll.
I'm fine. It
Rolling.
hits him alone.
It hits him. You still have to roll for yourself.
I just did.
Well, no, that's the... Oh, that
No,
was
I
the save?
no, this is not a game.
Well, if it's an area of effect, like you cast the spell, that's it.
Yeah,
it's
that's
all
what
saving
happens.
throw. So
yeah,
you
you
don't
just
have to.
I rolled my saving
Yeah,
dexterity.
that's your
Okay, so you
save.
take half damage then.
I rolled a nat d20. So
Yeah.
At DM's discretion. It's a
Okay.
huge. It's a lightning bolt.
Yeah, it's a lightning bolt.
yeah. So now I'm gonna do 3d10.
Yeah.
Just Just picture me with like my arms up like in Platoon when he's getting shot at, but I'm just calling down lightning.
I kind of picture from like Boondock Saints, there was a firefight. That's what I picture.
So 22.
22,
and
okay.
I take 11, so
Right.
that
So
puts
let me
me...
do his damage. And how much was it? 22?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you can do that again on every bonus action from every turn until the spell ends or your concentration is broken, which would end the spell
So the
anyway.
guy with the spear takes the full lightning bolt, and it shocks him. He starts kind of shaking and convulsing. He drops his spear, and he's like, ah!
What I'm figuring is because he's wearing metal, the lightning bolt was attracted to him more.
All right, going to Koro. It's now your go. You see this
play.
lightning bolt split the sky and drop one of the orcs with the spear. You see the other guy with his great axe kind of stops for a second, sees his buddy get dropped, and he still keeps wildly swinging at the air. He doesn't know where you are, but now your advantage is gone.
But he doesn't know where I am.
Yeah, but he's close, which means one lucky strike could hit you.
Basically, the guy...
So he's like trying to mow the grass with his fucking
Yeah, he's
axe?
just wailing it around.
Fucking asshole.
And he'll get lucky sooner or later.
Yeah.
Okay. How lucky? Like, how far is he away from me?
From me to you, so about 5.5 feet.
Okay.
He's close. He smells like rotten eggs. You can smell him very, very distinctly.
Would a dash get me far enough away from him to avoid this shit?
Yes, but he would hear you.
Fuck me. Yeah. Okay. So he's within 5 feet, facing me.
Yes, he's facing
swinging
you.
the axe.
Yeah.
Okay. And I still have advantage. I don't have advantage.
You don't have advantage
I don't
anymore
have
because he's so close.
Okay. I'm just gonna shoot him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so you back up, draw your bow, with your +7 to hit.
Yeah, that better work.
I
Because
certainly
I'm
hope
pretty
so.
sure. I know 14 doesn't hit, so I'm guessing they're 15. Yeah. That's a calculator, not a crit dice.
That's not going to help us.
Come on, big money. That's a 1, so I get to reroll. Let's try this again. Okay, with a +7 to hit, that is a 23.
That is enough to hit him. It hits him right in the chest.
Awesome. So because I don't have advantage, that significantly decreases my damage.
That's 1d8, I think.
Oh, yeah, 1d8 plus 3
Okay.
because of the piercing, so... 9 damage.
Okay. So once again, the arrow strikes him in the chest. He just takes it, looks, rips the arrow out. Blood starts spurting out. He takes the blood that spurts out of him, wipes it across his face like war paint,
This guy's a fucking sadist.
and just keeps cutting the grass. He's like, sooner or later, I will find you.
Okay, since I haven't, I'm gonna use my bonus action. He's gonna find me anyway, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash, just get a little further away from him.
Okay, you do as
Yeah.
you do as such. You move probably about, say, 10 feet away.
Sure.
So now you're out of range of his axe.
Cool.
Farron, it is now your go. You are dropped to one knee. You see these two orcs above you holding great axes. They kind of look at each other and just grin.
I'm gonna cast Produce Flame and just whip it at the orc that I heat metaled on earlier.
All right.
Right at his face.
All right.
I rolled a 23.
That's enough to hit. I'm not even going to roll for him.
And it does 2d8 damage. 2d8 damage for 11.
Okay. The flame hits him. It starts licking the flesh. He starts screaming again, but it just seems to fuel his rage even more. And the other guy just starts laughing. He's like, all they have is their tricks. They do not fight with real weapons.
Can I use my bonus action to spit at him?
Yep.
I spit at him.
Hawk a big old loogie right at him. Top of the combat
What
round.
about my bears?
Oh yeah, your
have
bears get to attack. Your bears.
That's where my real damage is.
So as they're laughing and burning damage, these two bears appear behind them. They do not know they are there. Woo! So they get advantage on attack.
Yay, and they have +5. So that helps. Okay, so I want each bear to attack each of them separately. So maybe draw their attention. So
All
the
right.
first bear is going to attack Mr. Bernie Face.
Okay.
And that is a 22 on the first roll
That
and
is a hit.
24 on the second, which is a 19
Both are hits.
natural.
Yep.
Okay, so that first is 1d8 plus 4 for 10 damage.
Okay. The orc that was burned is looking a little rough as your bear rakes down his back with his massive claws.
And the second attack, as they do multi-attacks, does 2d6 plus 4 for another 10 damage.
Ooh. Your bear takes, after raking the claws against his back, kind of takes its snout, digs into the burnt flesh of his side, and just takes a huge honking chunk out of him. And you see flesh, you see exposed bone, blood just oozing out of him, this greenish red fluid just oozing out. The orc is like screaming in pain. And you just see this intense hatred in his eyes as if the bear doesn't kill him, he's gonna kill the bear and then kill you. Second bear
rolls a 25 natural 20.
That is enough to hit for double damage.
Okay. So the bite attack is 1d8 plus 4 for 10 damage. There's a pattern here.
That's 20.
So that's 20 damage.
Okay.
And the claw attack is 2d6 plus 4, which is 13 damage.
All right.
So that's 26, 46 total.
Okay, both orcs are still standing, but the other orc, basically the orc that wasn't hurt, that still has his armor on. The bear has managed to dig his claws in between the scale mail, like where the plates connect, and is pulling away the armor and has basically exposed the place where the bear is bitten into him. And the claws are basically, he's found a chink in the armor and the bear's picking away at it.
Good bear.
And the orcs don't look so good anymore. Their turn. The first orc is gonna recover by being struck by lightning. And he's going to try and pick up his spear. I'm going to roll for it because that hurts. With an 18, he does.
Yeah.
So he picks up his spear, but he's only going to be using it one-handed. And it's going to try and attack Dargo. And I'll say he's at disadvantage for this. 18 plus 7. So this is only his first roll.
Yeah.
Second roll, 5 plus 7. 12, not enough to hit.
Doesn't hit me.
Doesn't hit. Basically, he weakly picks up the spear, tries to stab you,
His
and
muscles
it
are
misses.
still spasming.
Yeah. So the other orc is going to try and take a swing at where he thinks Koro is. So he's at disadvantage.
I'm really hoping that I'm very far away from where he is.
You've got like no damage yet.
Yeah.
Does a 18... I'll give him disadvantage. Okay. So 18 for his first roll. 19 for his second roll.
So 18 hits you probably.
Yeah, that hits me.
So basically, he takes a charge. He's like, starts sniffing the air. He's like, "There you are!" And he brings the axe down, and it comes whoosh, cleaving through you, dealing 1d12.
It's only 1d12.
Plus 4.
Plus 4, so 14, plus 1d8.
That's not that bad.
That hurts.
I hurt myself.
So 15.
15.
That's nothing.
Count yourself lucky. I've taken 58 damage in 2 turns.
I hurt myself by 11 because I called lightning bolt down when a guy was like 3 feet away from me. I'm assuming we got thrown apart.
So what happens is the axe connects with you, and it manages to pull your cloak down. So it's on the battlefield now, and it's off you.
Okay.
So
the cloak itself is fine, though.
Yeah, it is ripped.
Fuck. Why did I even say anything?
You should have said nothing.
Is it ripped? Is it damaged? Is it still usable? You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't have enough knowledge of magic to know it.
And there's no time to check.
We'll check afterwards. Nothing a little
Moving
duct tape
along.
will fix.
Okay.
The next two orcs are fighting bears, and we're going to see how they do. What's your bear's armor class?
The bear armor class is 11.
The one orc just hits, and he deals 1d12. So 12 plus 4 plus 1d8, which is 7.
That's 23. They have 34 hit points. So
Okay, so
he's okay. One's
love
down to
bears.
11.
one bear takes it
Did I mention
right in
that?
the
I love bears.
right in the side.
Not as much as monkeys, but
the
bears.
next bear. Forgot about good cop, monkey cop.
Yes.
The next one hits again and hits for 12, and that's enough to hit.
12 is enough to hit, yes.
Okay,
They're not
cool.
very armored for being bears.
1d12, whoa, 8 plus 4, so that's 12, plus 1d8, plus 8.
So that's 20 damage, so it's down to 14.
Okay, so both bears have taken hits from the great axe as they start hacking at them, but now their backs are to you. And it is now
My turn.
Dargo's go.
All right.
Guy with the spear just weakly thrust at you.
Okay.
He's starting to regain his composure.
All right. I am going to cast. What am I going to cast on him? Thunder Wave, which is a level 1 spell.
Okay.
Pikachu.
But I'm going to cast it at level 3, so
Okay.
I do additional damage.
All right.
Now, Thunder Wave, a thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from where I am. I don't know where we're sitting exactly.
I'd have to draw a map, but Farron's far enough away from you that he won't be hurt from it,
Yeah.
and so is Koro.
Now, what about any other creatures? Is it just the one guy near me?
The one guy's near you. The other one attacking Koro is just at the edge.
Just at the edge.
So you will hit them both.
Okay. So, each creature in it has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Doing right now. Give me a sec here. First orc, the guy beside you.
But remember my spell attack bonus? Or is that no?
This is just you have cast it, it's up to them.
Yeah, that's right.
So
yeah.
the first guy fails it.
Okay, which is the one closest to me,
Yeah,
right?
that first guy fails it beside you. The guy nearest Koro, 19.
Okay, he
So
passes
he
it.
makes it.
Yeah.
So it's half
Okay,
and does
so-
not get knocked.
So, the guy closest to me that failed it,
Yep.
both of them are taking. What does it say here? Okay, the guy closest to me is taking 4d8 damage.
Okay, roll it.
And also, he is being pushed back 10 feet away from me.
Okay.
The guy that passed the save does not get pushed back,
Okay.
but he takes half damage.
Okay. So roll it.
Yeah, so 1 second here. So it's 2d8. Or sorry, 4d8. 4d8.
That's a powerful
So
damn spell.
24 damage for the main guy,
Okay.
and then 12 damage for the other.
Okay.
And the main guy gets pushed away 10 feet. Away from
Okay,
me.
so the guy closest to you basically feels this concussive force. He once again drops and is flung back 10 feet as he stumbles and falls on his face. The other guy closest to Koro kind of drops his axe and grabs his ears, as basically you dropped what would be equivalent to a magical flashbang. Would be the best way to describe it.
Nice.
So Koro, the guy in front of you, drops his axe and grabs his ears. You just hear this thunderous ba-boom!
So have I popped his eardrum basically?
Yeah, basically. So he's at disadvantage right now.
I'm guessing due to the size of that great axe, I can't try to pick it up and lob his fucking head off, can I?
No, you can definitely pick it up and use it. But you're using your strength modifier
Careful.
to hit with your proficiency.
Just kill him first and take it later. I yell from across the battlefield. I know what you're thinking.
I admire the
What'd you
desire
say?
for
Just
flair.
Kill him and use it later?
Yes.
Okay.
Kill him and steal later. Kill now, steal later. I yell as I'm on the ground like recovering.
They can't resist you when they're dead.
Considering my strength modifier is a -1,
It's not stealing if they're already dead.
I'm going to take my my friend's advice here, and so he's right in front of me, right?
Yeah, he's right in
Okay.
front of you. You have advantage on this roll.
Advantage on this roll. Do-do-do-do. Okay, because he's right in front of me,
Yep.
I'm going to pull up my trident
Okay.
that I got,
All right.
and I'm going to do a two-handed thrust.
Okay.
Do I have to use my strength modifier on this?
You'll be -1 for whatever damage is.
-1 for whatever damages, but not to hit.
No.
Okay, cool.
whatever your proficiency bonus is.
Get lucky, get lucky, get lucky, get lucky.
As far as I know, right, Tristan? Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I rolled a 19.
Yeah, that's more than enough to hit.
Excellent. Does the trident have piercing damage? I don't remember.
Yes.
And it's a plus. What's a plus?
If you didn't write it down.
All right. I don't think you ever told me.
I think I did.
All right. No, I only have 1d6, one-handed, 1d8. I was being very good about
It was
it.
it was a +1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So +1.
Sorry. If I did miss it, I apologize.
Yeah, no,
but
it was a
I'm pretty
+1.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's to whatever damage you do, you add 1 to it.
Okay. 6 damage.
Okay. So you take out your trident, you poke the guy right in front of you. He looks surprised that you would
Have a trident.
You have a trident. He's like, didn't see that coming. He's like, ah. He starts grunting. Back to you.
Can I use my bonus action to like? Because I'm guessing I jabbed him with it.
Yeah,
like,
you
with two hands.
basically did a stab towards him.
Can I put the trident into the ground? Like, is he attached to the trident?
No.
Oh, fuck. I want to like impale him on it.
You're not doing that much damage, unfortunately.
Damn.
If you rolled a nat 20, he might have allowed
Yeah,
it.
maybe. Going over to Farron. All right, so your bears are still engaged in combat with the orcs. The orcs are their backs to you, and you're in rough shape.
I'm yelling, nuke him, heal later! Basically yelling battle commands across the field.
I'm already concentrating, so my options are limited. I'm once again going to produce flame.
All right.
And I'm going to aim it at Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns. Excellent.
Right in the center of his back.
All right.
So that's
That
a
just-
nat 20.
That hits for double damage.
So
Good.
that is 2d8. Move that to there.
I'll say
and
this
that
right
to
now.
there.
I would not want to have done this at level 5.
No. That's 12 damage times 2, 24 burn damage.
Okay, that literally was all the health he had left.
Yeah.
Your flame hits him. He
missed
erupts in a huge conflagration. He drops to the ground, literally in a pile of melting, disgusting bone, flesh, and what was left of his armor and weapons. The other orc
Beautiful.
looks surprised, as he doesn't expect such fight out of such a small one, as your bear almost seems to smile, because now he's like, cooked meat.
How about those tricks now, orc?
The other orc, roll for your bear.
It's bear time!
Plus, you have an attack, too.
Bear-
Actually, no, wait, you did your flaming
Yeah,
spear, so
I've done
two
my
bears.
thing. The bears have rolled a 17 for their damage.
That
For their
is
roll.
not enough to hit. Your bear tries to rake across his armor. The armor is able to take the brunt of the attack this time. The orc is just able to pivot. That was for your one bear or for both bears?
They rolled, technically they rolled, since
Together?
they're at the same target, now they're both.
Okay, so
That's unfortunate.
both their attacks
I know I had an opportunity
deflect.
there, guys. I'm being an honest gamer.
Okay, so top of the combat round, the orc that is being attacked by the bears basically tries to push them back. We'll see if that's successful. So, what's the bear's strength?
The bear's strength is on my other thing right over here. It is 19.
Okay. 20. So I had a +4 to it, so
Fair enough.
the orc is able to shove the bears back, give them enough breathing space. And he's like, I've had enough of your trickery. And now he's going to try and attack you. He
That could be bad.
raises his great axe above his head. And a 20.
That's enough to hit.
That's enough to... It's not nat, though. So 1d12.
I'm downed.
2 plus 4, and you only have up to your constitution and minus hit points. 9.
Okay, so the total damage was you rolled a 2 plus 4.
Yep. So
And
you're
then-
minus 4 damage plus another 9.
Okay, so minus 4 minus 9 is minus 13. My constitution is 16.
You are still alive. You have 3 negative hit points left.
Oof.
Okay.
I'm
The-
down in
is it
my
my turn?
future
No, no.
So
rolls,
basically
not
the-
success versus failure.
The orc raises his axe, cleaves you right in the neck, and blood starts spraying everywhere. You're like, ah!
Ew.
Or like screaming. What's going to happen next? Well, you're going to have to stay tuned next hour and find out. I have been your Dungeon Master for this evening, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net. I've been joined with...
Lee, I'm very scared for Farron.
Alex, I'm doing okay for being hurt.
This hour's taken my breath away and most of my life. Mr. Christopher.
We'll be back, guys, right here on the Cambridge Chronicles, brought to you by Terrible Warriors. We'll catch you again next time.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/Terrible Warriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who've embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to the Cambridge Chronicles. I am your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, but I'm not alone as I trek towards the desert of Antioch, heading towards the high ice of Antioch. I'm joined with my players for this evening.
We're dead, Lee.
Alex, I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm very nearly dead, Farron.
That's right. So when we last left our adventurers, they were right in the middle of combat with a band of orcish mercenaries, hell-bent on taking them in for the bounty offered in Cambridge for their heads by the villainous Mira, who has taken over the House Kilsh in Cambridge with her pirate captain lover, Johns, and evidently serving the dark goddess Foreth. So what's going to happen in this adventure? Well, we're going to start things off dramatically this evening and roll Tristan's first death roll. Now, Tristan, in the meantime, has decided to put together a handy death flowchart, which he sent to us all on Facebook.
I can't take credit for creating it entirely. I did find it on a forum. It was a post made from a couple of years ago, a little flowchart of what to do if you have 0 HP. First, how did you get to 0 HP, and then what's your next steps, what happens in certain situations if you take damage, how much damage you take, that sort of thing. All the little bits of information you need to know whether or not you die for good.
Alright, so you need to roll your first death saving throw.
I thought you did one already.
Nope.
No?
I died. Well, my last turn was when I went down, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And it hasn't come back around to me. I think...
We're going to start, to make things simple, we're just going to go around the room, and the orcs will go, the orcs will go last.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I think it was my turn coming up initially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were in the middle of the orcs' turn when we left off last episode, and then we're going around...
Okay, so
Yep.
you guys want the orcs to go first?
That's where I thought we were.
All right, then. So, sometimes, because folks, we do take a week break between these things, and that's just the way D&D roll. So the first orc is going to try and finish off Farron, and he's going to raise his great axe above his head. This orcish merc raises the great axe above his head. He shouts something in orcish, and because you're prone, he has advantage on this roll.
Oh, no.
This is bad.
17 with a +7 to hit.
That most definitely makes contact.
So, his great axe deals 1d12, so I gotta find that.
Oh, and if I take 60 damage for some reason, I instantly die.
So
all in one time.
Whoop, shit.
It's still there. It's over to the right. Further to the right.
Wow. 11.
Ow.
+4. plus 1d8.
It's not enough to hit 60. So.
8. So how much damage did you take?
So that was what, 15
plus 4
plus-
plus 8.
Okay, so it was, you rolled 11 for
11
damage
plus
plus 4,
4
so
plus 8.
15, so
Yeah.
that's 23. It was a critical hit, so 2, that's 46. It's not enough for an insta-kill,
Okay, so
but it is a critical hit, so I take 2 death saving throw fails.
okay, so this orc raises the axe. It puts right into your chest. You literally now have a sucking chest wound.
That does suck.
You can just feel the lifeblood oozing out of you. He starts grinning. You can see he's ready for you to end it.
I can't really see much, I'm unconscious.
You feel the impact.
I don't feel so good on the other side here.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. All
I'm
right.
about to get snapped.
So the next orc, because there was only one on you,
Yes.
and there was one on Dargo. So this orc is going to grab his spear, and he is also going to try and spear Dargo right through the chest with a 19.
That hits.
All right, so that deals 2d8s.
Oh.
5
Okay.
plus 7 plus 4 piercing damage.
I'm dead.
So what happens is the orc raises his spear and he jabs it right through basically your chest. It comes out the other side, pinning you to the ground. So the last orc is going to try and go after Lee. And he's swinging wildly. I think your cloak is damaged, but it's
Yeah.
on the ground.
Yes.
And you are fairly okay, all things considered.
I have HP.
Yeah, you
By
have
comparison,
HP.
I
You're
might
doing
not.
pretty good.
I might not soon.
So this orc is he's swinging his great axe like he's cutting the grass, but he doesn't have advantage or anything.
Cool.
So he rolls a natural 1. His axe goes flying into the woods. Just
I'm just picturing this though.
he shouts, "What the
Coral
orc
looks
is
up-
equivalent of fuck?
Coral looks up and he looks up and he goes, "Oh,
My friends are dead."
one died over there." And he looks at me. I'm usually the one that's dealing all the damage, and I'm just like, "Hey."
You're impaled and stuck to the ground. I'm bleeding profusely from my chest. I'm unconscious.
I'm literally in shock right now. I'm looking around and I'm just seeing these like my friends on the ground. I'm like, oh god.
So yeah, you just see Dargo go down, pinned to the ground. This orc kind of looks off, and that's why his grip slipped, and you just notice the axe goes spinning off into the woods. And the orc is like, ah! So, back to the top of the round. I guess it's your go. Or actually, no, we got to do death saving throws.
Yeah, we
we'll,
do.
We'll do that
It's
first.
all about turns and such. And I have bears still. There's still 2 bears.
Oh,
in the
right,
combat
I
field.
forgot. The bears got to go.
Are your bears
Do your-
conjured and not
Let's say, what happens to
concentrated,
your bears when you lose consciousness?
That's a good question, actually.
I'm going to say your bears are now wild on the field.
Or would they go? Would they go with what the last command they were given?
Yeah, I know.
Because if the last command they were given was
Attack the orcs.
yeah,
That's a goddamn good question, and one we do not have an immediate and or quick answer to.
Exactly. If I don't issue any commands, they defend themselves from hostile creatures but otherwise take no actions. It is a concentration spell, however.
So it's dropped your
oh wait,
unconscious.
yeah, you cast the bird. You didn't use your little bean thing.
No, they're not bean bears.
because bean bears would just do.
Yeah, they would just do things. They just exist because of the 10 bag of tricks,
Yeah.
not because
And
of the
those
spell.
would do like if they would do the last command you gave.
Yeah,
them.
they would just exist until their duration expired because it's its own separate magical effect. But since I'm conjuring them, I'm guessing they're just
Yep. So your bears are gone.
they explode in a poof of fey magic.
Yeah. So poof. All right. So I guess just as Lee's go.
Were you doing the death saving throws?
Or do you want Lee to go first and then death saving throws?
I think we're going.
We're going
around-
counterclockwise.
We'll go around the room. Okay. So
Counterclockwise.
Dargo, give me your first death saving throw. You have to roll above a 10 for a
10
success.
includes 10 is a success.
10 is a success.
Yeah.
Okay, let me roll. I have exactly 10.
That is one success. 3. But if you take any additional damage, that is another knock. against you.
Okay.
As a refresher, it's 3 rolls, 3 successes, or 3 fails. They do not have to be consecutive. The first to 3 is the result. 3 successes, you pop back to life with 1 HP. 3 failures, you are permanently dead.
All right. So next is Koro. You just saw the orc whip his axe into the woods. He's pissed, but he's not currently armed.
Oh my god, there's so many things.
Yeah, this is rough.
This is so rough. Like, I don't know whether to attack or just fucking run and leave you guys to die.
Really.
Hey, I am the rogue. Bye.
Well, you're outnumbered 3-1.
I am outnumbered 3-1.
As far as I know, the one he's fighting hasn't taken any damage.
Nope. Actually, no. He's taken, I think, 2 arrow shots.
Okay.
He hasn't taken a lot of damage.
It's basically a flesh wound. It's nothing really. Because the ones that like the spear one, I almost killed. Like he's hurt and he came after me.
Yeah, he's rough.
And one my bears roughed up the other guy.
Yeah.
The thing is, I can't take on these guys. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill you, and they're going to come after me. I'm going to run.
Just sacrifice yourself. Throw yourself on top of my body.
No, I'm going to run.
Okay.
I'm going to disengage.
All right, you disengage combat, you turn tail, and you start booking it into the woods.
Into the woods.
All right, so you run, and that is your turn. The orc shouts, "Coward! We will find you!"
Oh, can I pick up his great axe on the way? If you can, I go.
Roll me a d20, see if you can find it.
What kind of check is that?
That's a 3.
No, you do not find his great axe, unfortunately.
All right,
worth a try.
Can I interrupt and go? He finds it, tries to grab it out of a tree, and goes, "I'm not strong enough."
Trying to sneak away.
Okay, I'm running. I'm gone.
All right, so we go to Farron with your next death saving throw.
Do I die? Find out. Right now. 11. That's a success.
That is a success. All right, so the orcs, basically they're looking at your bodies because you're effectively dead as far as they're concerned, but they notice you're still breathing.
Okay.
The one orc grabs Farron, kind of pulls the axe out of your chest
With the disgusting...
with this wet sucking sound. And he's like, "We could bring them back to Mira alive." And the one goes, "But they killed 2 of our brothers." He goes, "You do make an excellent point. Well, they did say they wanted the gnome more so than anybody else." The orc goes, "Good point. He's like, "Well, but then again, we won't get as much gold. Let me taste his flesh first, and then we'll talk." One orc is going to take a bite out of you. For 1d4 damage.
Any damage kills me.
While you roll that, I'm just going to say, how come Koro didn't pick one of us up? We're tiny. He could have picked us up and ran with us. He's just like, "I'm out, bye."
So any damage kills you?
Any damage has advantage and will cause 2, because it's a critical, 2 failed death saves. That will bring me to 4 failed death saves.
So what happens?
Overkill.
What happens is the orc picks you up, kind of grabs you by the hair, pulls your neck back, bites out your neck, and you bleed out everywhere.
Oh.
You are dead. You are finished.
Slight gurgle.
The orc throws your body to the ground.
I forgot about your size.
The orc grabs Farron's body, kind of throws it up against the tree, and goes, "Check on the gnome."
Well,
the other 3 orcs start converging upon your body.
Tell my wife.
Tell my wife I said, "Ah!" Oh my god, okay.
And they grab a hold of you. They pull the spear out of you, taking some blood with it, but it does not cause any additional damage. And they're like, huh, the little bastard's still breathing. They're like, but think of the bounty if we bring him back alive. And they're like, I don't know. We could just kill him right here. They did kill our brothers.
Oh God, are you gonna roll for it?
And they all kind of put their hands in. They're like, all right, well, Torg over there took a bite out of the dwarf. Who wants to take a bite out of this one? So one of them takes a bite out of your shoulder,
Okay.
causing 1d4 damage for 3 damage.
Now, doesn't that
What
automatically...
happens?
It's 2 failings.
That is because it is within 5 feet. It has advantage. Really
Yeah.
doesn't matter. But it is an automatic critical strike and causes 2 failed death saves.
Okay. So this guy takes a huge honking chomp out of your shoulder.
Owie.
You feel these broken tusks just cut into your flesh. It's not enough to stir you from being unconscious, but you definitely feel the movement and the crushing of your skin and sinew underneath the tough orcish jaws.
I should have made the dragon scale into something.
Cutting to Koro,
There's a whole lot of should-haves, and I don't think Dragon
you
Scale is really
ran into the
possible.
bush.
That's all it was. You just ran into the bush.
Big epic death scenes. You ran away.
You run, you run, you run.
Honestly, probably the best thing. we
After
could have
probably
done.
about 5 minutes, you stop. You start catching your breath. You don't hear anything. The woods are eerily quiet. What are you going to do?
Keep running!
Yeah, I don't know where to go. I want to try to find the magic carpet. See if I can talk some wisdom into him to actually fly and more than 10 feet off the ground.
Because of you, 2 of my friends are dead.
Yeah, because of you, my 2 friends are dead. That's perfect, exactly.
All right. How are you going to find Grant?
We fell out in the... Yeah, that's a great idea.
It's like a bird call, just very, very specific.
If you start singing A Whole New World, I think he just comes.
I think he's contracted to actually show up.
I don't know. I'm all alone.
Grant!
I'm really scared.
Straight out of Jurassic Park 2.
Okay, and instead, I think I'm going to keep silent and move my way back to the...
I'm gonna go start another life somewhere else.
What would you do if you saw 2 of your friends taken down by 3 burly-looking dudes?
Honestly,
I would have gone and grabbed one of us and took us into the forest.
I'm going to have to try to hoof back to the
small.
nearest town. I don't know. I'm not good with geography, though.
Roll me a d20, see if you can orienteer. Where are you?
I like
Otherwise,
that
you
word.
are lost in the woods.
I can re-roll that. Thank God. All right, let's try that
I'm a
again.
spell kid.
That's a 2.
You have no idea where you are. You are lost, alone,
Fuck.
and you are scared.
Okay, I am just going to keep running, I guess.
Are you like Blair Witching it out there right now?
Basically, yeah, he's running basically in a circle.
Wait, did you take any damage the entire fight?
I did, yes.
Okay.
He's at
I think
24
he's at
hit
full
points,
health,
I
and he's
think.
just like,
Yeah.
fuck that, I'm not fighting.
I'm at 24. But yeah, but one of their hits could kill me.
Yeah, but
Not the
So
disarm
coming
one.
back to Dargo,
Oh my God.
roll me another death saving throw.
all right. Rolled.
When the bell tolls,
I rolled a 2.
the bell tolls.
You
for
are
thee.
dead. So what happens is the orc grabs you by the scruff of the neck, throws you down so hard the force of the blow breaks your neck.
Ah, crap.
You are dead.
And I'm lost in the woods.
I'm
Well-
gonna revenant the fuck out of this.
Well, we just ate the shit sandwich pretty hard.
Coming back to Koro, about half an hour has passed.
It's just in the forest,
You're
like,
running-
what do I do? Hands shaking. What do
I would like you to roll me a d20. This is a morale check. Do you cower in fear?
Reroll.
I get to reroll that again.
I love how it's like,
It's a 3.
you are frozen in terror. You kind of like find a really big tree to put your back against, and you're just trying to listen through the sound of the forest.
I'm so scared right
Eventually, you start hearing war cries. You start hearing the orcish voices. You start hearing twigs snapping. They are making no secret of where they are. What race are you again? You're a half-elf?
Halfling.
Halfling?
Very different from a half elf.
I wish
Very
it was.
different.
I wish it was a half elf or like
Halfling Lightfoot.
anything strong.
You hear in clear common, "Come out, halfling, and maybe your death will be quick. Or maybe we'll eat you alive. We haven't decided yet."
That's not very tempting.
How about no?
These guys are my subconscious now.
Well, yeah, we're just a little. It's like the little angel and devil on your shoulders. Only
You're the
it's
devil.
It's a little gnome and a little dwarf. You can't tell if we're good or bad. We're just.
As you're on this tree, you've got your back to it. You see these on either side of the tree. You see these big trails of blood just appear beside it, and you see two heads go rolling by.
Oh no! I didn't say that out loud, by the way. that was another angel on my shoulder. Oh God, they
You see the
decapitated
Do I
some guys.
recognize the heads?
Yeah, do I recognize the heads? Oh, yes, I
absolutely.
do. Okay,
They
perfect.
are Farron and Dargo.
But aren't the basilisks gonna come save everybody? Wasn't that why I was doing this whole thing?
Shaking you by the shoulders in limbo. Where are your basilisks now?
Okay,
What are you gonna do?
what am I gonna do? I cannot,
Actually, we're gonna roll initiative
no.
because
Wait,
fuck me.
by we're gonna roll? You mean
I was
everybody
gonna
who's not dead?
surrender.
you're gonna surrender.
I was gonna surrender.
Okay. All right. So what are you gonna do?
I come out from behind the tree with my hands raised, and I say, "I'm worth more to Mira alive."
The orcs kind of look at each other. They're like, "Well, we have tasted our blood for today. You have a point. Fine. Throw down your arms. Everything. Take off your armor. Strip."
I do as such. I'm butt fucking naked in the forest.
All right. You throw your gear down.
Phrasing.
Yes, please. 'Cause
Anyways, I'm naked and I've surrendered.
All right. So you throw down your arms. You are naked. The orcs basically put you in shackles. They put manacles around your arms, your legs. They blindfold you, and they throw you over one of their shoulders. After about 15 minutes, they walk to another location. They're talking completely in Orcish. You don't understand a word of it. After that, you feel an icy tingle go through your body, and the smells are immediately different. You know you've been teleported. And you eventually are thrown down on a cold stone floor. And it smells familiar to you. It smells like Lord Kilsh's house, because you recognize he has a very specific type of incense that typically burns. So after that happens, you are thrown to the floor again, and you hear a woman's voice. "So, rather than fight for your friends, you gave up, huh?" It's Mira's voice. The blindfold comes off. You're still stark naked, still manacled. And she goes, "So, what am I to do with the soulless wonder? A coward. What should I do with you? I could let you live, serve in my court. That might be foolhardy, considering you do consider yourself the heroic type, since you have been involved in my business for quite some time. Though you have made a couple of orcs happy, though killing their brothers, probably not the wisest move. I doubt you'd survive long in the world anyways. Or, I'll let you live just long enough to see the world end. So you have two choices right now. Serve me unconditionally. Give over the... Actually, no. You don't have to give it over. The orcs still have it. Huh. I'll have to get that back from them. I'm referring, of course, to the tapestry, which shows you defeating us. So,
God.
what is it? Do you choose to live on your knees and serve me until the end of days? Or would you like a front seat to the apocalypse?
That's all I managed to squeak out. God damn it. I will never serve you.
She kind of nods her head. She slyly smiles and goes, I had a feeling. And as you say that, you see the reanimated body of Corin emerge from the shadows. Basically a stitched-together flesh golem. She goes, I thought this might be a fun way for you to die. See, we've taken your friend here, and, well, we've had some fun, as you can imagine. So, I'll tell you what. Your weapons and armor are in that corner over there. You'll have to the count of 30 to get ready. She snaps her fingers, your manacles fall off. Prepare for combat. If you live, you'll still die quite horribly. But at least you'll have a little bit of something to take with you into the afterlife. But rest assured, I'll get there too, and take it down with me. So, you have literally to the count of 30.
Yeah. Okay, I'm running over and getting my stuff on right now. All the armor, all the weapons.
Alright, roll me a d20. We're going to see how quickly you can put this shit on.
Okay, I just rolled beforehand.
Okay,
is that
that's
okay?
fair. All
16.
out. Happens.
Awesome.
You throw your gear on hastily. You're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Getting it ready to go. You see Corin start to kind of shamble over towards you. She's grotesquely stitched together. As you remember, her death was not quite pleasant, so some heavy necromancy took a lot of doing to get this to happen. So she kind of shambles over towards you and starts screeching. Just this unholy cacophony of utter fucking terror. Because the voice is definitely saying your name. But it's twisted and malformed and just literally, for lack of a better phrase, fucking evil.
Does she have any soul left? No, she's gone.
She's gone.
She's gone. Okay, that's fun.
You're one to talk.
Yeah. Really, I shouldn't care about this, should I? Fucking
Hey, undead
flesh
bros.
golem.
Boom, boom. Fist bump. Oh, they fell off.
All right.
Alright, so, initiative. I have rolled a 19.
I have also rolled a 19.
Okay, what is your dexterity?
Like dexterity bonus?
No, what's, yeah.
Or just my natural dexterity?
Both.
Well, my dexterity is, I have a +4, and then so my dexterity is 5.
You go first, because I'm at 9, minus 1. Cool. So, okay, you go first. So, what are you going to do? By the way, you only have 5 arrows.
5 arrows.
Are in your quiver.
But I do have all of my other weapons, like
Yes,
my
everything is
trident and my rapier.
Yep.
My daggers. Okay. I'm going to go at it with my daggers.
All right.
This should be quick.
By the way, you're still
I have
at
full
only
confidence
20.
in
Your nickname is No Hit Quarrel.
Well, let's find out. That's a 3.
We fought a flesh golem once before.
All right.
It
So you
almost
take your
parted.
daggers, you stab them into Corin's chest. They do seemingly no damage at all. Like they just literally cut into her flesh. The starts leaking out this black goo, and she seems unaffected.
Great.
Her go. She only rolled a 5, however. So she tries to slam you, basically throwing both of her arms up to try and hit you, and completely misses. Your go again. Actually, no, sorry. The golem makes 2 slam attacks. Sorry. So she's going to try and grab you again. Does a... Oh, shit. Sorry, I forgot to add that. Does a 21 hit you?
Hell yes.
Why even?
Okay.
It's just a formality.
Yep. Whoops. Forgot to add that up. Hi, Wiley. No, Daddy's playing D&D right now.
I'm wearing adamantium armor. No, my armor class is 40.
All right, so 2d8. So 7 plus 8 plus 4.
7 plus 8 plus 4,
19.
that's 19 damage.
All right, so what happens is she grabs you and whips you as hard as she can against the floor.
And remember, whatever damage you had hasn't healed.
Yeah.
Yep, no, I'm at 5 HP right now.
Oh, nice.
So you are knocked prone and skittering, but you're knocked back, I'll say about 10 feet, so you can get to your feet.
That's about all I can do.
Why am I an idiot?
It's times like these that I wish we leveled to, like, I don't know, 20.
It's also times like these that I really should remember that I have fucking uncanny dodge and I could have half that each fucking damage.
Yeah, but you're traumatized. 2 of your best friends just died and had our heads rolled right up to you.
And let's be real.
God, I'm
this
a
is-
moron.
This is that RPG fight you're not supposed to win.
You can. You roll.
Oh, yeah, it's completely possible to
Roll
win this
perfect,
fight. You
buddy.
have the tools to do it.
Does he have the
All right.
rolls, though?
Yeah,
Do you have the rules?
Do I have the rules? Are there any doors or passages around?
Yes, in this room there is the main door, which leads out towards the presumably Lord Kilsh's upstairs.
Okay.
You can see Mira standing in front of that door. There's another door in the back of the room, and there are 2 doors off to the side. So there are 4 doors total. One on the left, one on the right, one in the back, and door that leads upstairs.
And the one that leads upstairs mirrors in front of you.
Yeah, she's just watching.
Okay, I'm gonna go to, like, I guess let's say one of the doors that's not Mira.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use my thieves' tools to try and escape.
Okay, left or right?
Right.
Okay, so you take the right door. Roll me, I guess, a lockpick, I guess.
I also have proficiency bonus to
Okay, so add your
my
proficiency
thieves'
bonuses.
tools.
Yep.
23.
The door, you're able to hastily just pick the lock, and the door flies open.
Okay, I'm running through.
All right, you run through, and you are escaping into the lower levels of the dungeon. You come rolling through. You see the captain's guard, Josh Hastings, captured down there. You see tons of townspeople, and you see guards looking at you like, "Hey,
Fuck.
This is not better.
but you caught them off guard."
I was just
so you
saying,
have
we also
advantage.
thought Hastings was out there with our rebel army that we were raising.
Yeah, so it looks like the rebel army has been captured
So
as
that's
well.
that's over 2 on the armies we've been trying
How
to
many
build.
guards are there?
There are 2.
2? Are they standing in front of each other?
No, they're sitting down. There are 2 cages on either side.
Okay.
And they're both sitting in chairs.
I thought you were going to ask if by any chance are there any small children that happen to be guards? Because I'm pretty sure I can take on a small child.
I'm guessing the guards are probably fully armored, fully weaponed.
Yeah, they've
Okay,
got
but
their
I-
weapons aren't drawn, but they are wearing.
They're
like,
there
a
and they
breastplate.
know I'm here.
Yeah,
Okay, how far am I from Hastings' cell?
probably about 15 feet.
15 feet, so the guards are between me and
Yes.
him? Okay, can I move through the guards?
You can try going past them, but you will provoke an attack of opportunity.
5 HP.
I wouldn't recommend it.
No, neither would I. What is nearest to me?
Nearest to you, there is basically a whole lot of nothing. You're basically in the middle of. There's.
Are there
on
any
the
cells near me?
Yes, but they're empty.
There are. Fuck me.
The ones that have guards have probably about 10 people in each. All pretty much
I'm
in
gonna
loincloths.
die. I'm gonna die. Is this a dead end?
You don't know. You've never.
Do you have
been-
anything in your bag of holding still?
Do I have my bag of holding? No, the orcs have it, don't they?
Yeah, the orcs got it.
Because they have the
Yeah, they took it because the tablet was in
Yeah.
there. And Mira went all like, "Bring me the tablet." Brr."
all I could really have done at this point is, hey, big egg. Want the big egg? Want the big egg, big boys?
That
a big egg.
big egg.
I've managed to keep on that big egg this whole game.
I have one
good
It's
question
been
for.
stolen. It's been sold. I have that big egg still.
I have one question for our dungeon master.
Yes.
When my head rolled, was that fantastic hat still attached to it?
Yes, it was.
Okay, then I died a happy man.
An impaled and happy man.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
As your
Can I go, say guards, want to go for a game of dice? You just let me free all these people here if I win.
It's like the gambler. It's like, come on, just one more, just one more. No, I'll double or nothing.
Grant a dying man his last request.
Yeah.
At this point, it's like I wish you had a deck of many things and just threw every card on the ground at once.
hope for the best.
Is that a thing I could have?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You could actually. I offered you guys a deck of many things. I think at one point during this game, I did.
And we said no.
I don't remember
You're like,
that.
nope, not fucking with that.
I don't remember that at all.
That may have been during the Tale of Two Druids 1 or 2.
Okay.
So
one of the options
while
was
you're
like I took
sitting
the
there
tricks.
deciding, the guards are just
Yeah.
looking stunned and confused as how could this whelp get so far into Mira's fortress? And
Okay.
you hear the screeching of corn behind you.
Oh, the fresh golem. Okay. I'm gonna go with persuasion.
Okay, go ahead.
As soon as I'm gonna try this. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna try to convince them that as soon as the flesh golem's done with me, it's gonna kill them and everyone else here,
Okay.
and plead to their senses to join forces with me.
Guidance
You are
from
at
beyond the
disadvantage
grave.
because you are clearly a prisoner.
Okay, please dice roller.
I'm waiting for that.
At this point,
I can reroll those though.
at this point, you got to pray that you're going to have like an Ernest goes to jail moment where you get electrified.
I'm also just going to hope that these guys are like Inkus and Dinkus. They're stupid as fuck. So, okay. Roll to persuade.
Come on.
9 plus 2
Edgar,
is 11.
disadvantage.
Let's see if they believe
Is
you.
11.
I rolled a 5, but you're on disadvantage. 11.
And I rolled an
Ties
11.
go to the defender. So, and what did you roll?
I roll 9 plus 2. So
9 plus 2, 11. Ties go to you.
yes.
They kind of look at each other. They're like, maybe he's right. I don't want to die by that thing. That's Mira's plaything. Fuck that. And they kind of look at each other and they start cheesing it.
Wait, they're running?
They're like, fuck that. We're not fighting that thing.
I was okay. All right, then I'm going to use the opportunity that I have to free all of the friggin' people and guards that are in the cells right now.
All right, I'm just going to roll a d4, and this is how many rounds you have until Corin stumbles down the hallway. You have 2 rounds.
All right.
So about 15, 20 seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to use my thieves' tools to unlock the cell. Is there anyone in the cell with Hastings or just him?
There are a couple of other people. There's like a few women. There's a few other men there.
What about our necromancer friend who is actually a nice dude?
He is not there.
Oh, he's probably either dead or turned by now.
He's dead or dead. He's a necromancer.
Dead or he's
Dead or
really
deader.
dead.
Okay, I'm going to unlock the cell with Hastings in it.
Okay.
Oh, this is a crazy development. I'm loving this. That's a 1. All right, let's try this again.
It's a reroll.
That's a reroll. That is 12 my proficiency bonus.
All right. I'm going to assign a random door problem right now. So what this rolled it is. I rolled a 2. Those doors fly open.
Sweet.
The door's problem is that it opens too easily for a prison cell.
The door was really
They just greased it, man. It is just good.
So you open the door with Hastings in it, and he's like, Skoro, you've come for us. Tell me the armies are still standing outside the gates of Lord Kilsh's manor. Do we stand this day to win?
Were there any armies outside? I
You didn't come in from outside.
Yeah, we didn't. I didn't see any armies, but I'm the last of my tribe.
My tribe of
He's like-
adventurers.
Quickly, there's a
My
fresh
group.
golem.
I need your help.
He looks at you and says, I have no weapons, no armor.
Is there any weapons or armor laying around?
None.
Okay, I give him my trident.
Okay, he takes it.
I'm surprised they didn't take any of your weapons. They just took the bag and they're like, he's useless. He never hits with anything anyway.
They left everything else in the chamber room with Mira, and she said, "Go, you have 30 seconds." So he grabbed everything.
And I give my rapier to one of the other men.
Okay, so one of the other
strongest looking man.
All right, so this big, burly looking, like, black guy takes it. He kind of bends it, like, in the middle, like, sort of flexes it. He's like, this shall liberate us today. So he kind of stands with Hastings back to back, and they start to gather the women and the other men in sort of like, okay, stand behind us sort of thing. Are you going to free the other cell?
Yes.
Okay, all right, roll it.
Good old free cell.
With a proficiency bonus, that's a 5. Roll me a door, probably.
Door rolled a 10, so you do not manage to open this door.
Okay.
So the door is still sealed, and at this time, Corin comes stumbling in, just screaming bloody murder. And because it's a new combat round, we will roll. You two are going to be playing the roles of Hastings and the other guard.
Ooh.
So good old other guy.
Rapier.
I get to make
Trident.
He's Hastings. You're the black guy.
Yeah.
Let me think of a cool name. What was the name? What was the name of the dude from the Sinbad TV show?
Sinbad?
No, the black
Argo or something.
The guy.
Argus?
He was the mute black dude that was really cool.
Oh, I can't think of his name, but he had like the throwing knife.
You got to do the principal from Stranger Candies. His name's Onyx Blackman.
Okay, it works. I'll be Onyx.
Onyx.
That's
Onyx.
cool.
Okay,
I
so
like
Onyx,
that.
for purposes of to hit, your strength is 14.
Okay.
So that's a +2 to hit.
Okay, so you want me to roll initiative here?
Yeah.
I don't know my...
Just look up a trident. And
I got trident here, but I don't know
for purposes of strength, your strength is 12.
Yeah.
What was mine again, sorry?
14.
14. Okay, so I rolled a 10.
11.
I rolled a nat 20.
You're going first.
Yep. Unless you guys can beat it, which is possible.
I have
I
11.
rolled a 12.
Okay, so...
So it goes...
Yeah, pretty much this.
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
So me, then Hastings, and then Koro, and then
Onyx.
Okay.
That's a
So
cool
the flesh
name.
golem is immediately charging for Koro. And does a 15 hit you?
Yes.
Okay, so
This is going to kill me, by the way.
2d8,
Fucking one.
Well, that was
please.
fast.
6,
I'm dead.
plus 4, 10.
We can take them.
So Corin grabs you by the skull, slams your head into the skull, or into the grating of the prison cell. And that's only her first attack.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing because all I'm thinking is, we're gonna liberate you. Here's my weapon. Take this. We're gonna get him. Oh God! Like within like 3 seconds after that. Oh God, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. Give me my weapons back. We're all gonna die. Give them back.
So her second attack, I take it a 15 hits you still.
15 still hits me, yep.
So you take
It's the
damage. So it's an automatic critical.
Okay, so the first hit, how much damage did it do?
It dealt. It was 8 plus shit. I wasn't counting.
It's 8 plus shit, okay.
8 plus
It killed
four.
me.
It didn't matter. He's dead.
Yeah, it
My
didn't
point
matter.
is, if this does all enough to reach your maximum hit points, instant death.
Yeah.
What was your maximum hit points?
Like my max in general, 39.
Oh God, no.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, because I'm in
So-
negative hit points right now.
All right.
So, you've been knocked unconscious, then the second attack comes along.
Yeah.
Since it's melee, it's automatically a critical. The damage is irrelevant.
All right. So 5. Okay. So damage doesn't matter
Unless it's
an
able
automatic.
to hit 39, it's irrelevant.
So
Okay,
do I have
no.
the 2 death saving?
2 death saves
throws
right away,
Are
failure.
negatives. Okay.
Yeah. So your head is driven
You
into.
have one more saving throw, or you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if she decides to go flick, you're dead.
All right. So your head
start.
is mashed into the side of the prison gate, and you slide down unconscious with -2 death saving throws.
Your ears are bleeding, probably.
Oh yeah. So going to Josh Hastings, one of our Patreons.
Yes, I am now one of our patrons. Thank you. Okay, so I have strength of 12, so that's a +1. No, it's okay. I have no idea what my proficiencies and stuff would be. So.
I'll just say it's a 2. Just
Okay.
keep it simple.
Okay, cool. So to hit, that's a 5. Not that it matters.
Yep. And to hit, you need to hit armor class. You hit. What's your total?
Like my roll was 5 with.
Oh, never
with
mind
proficiency.
then. Oh, never mind. You miss. Somehow.
Look at his face. He's like, no, I don't hit. I don't hit at all.
I don't.
So your attack pierces the side of Corin, this disgusting-looking flesh monster, and deals seemingly no damage. You're utterly in shock, as that should have been a killing blow. Switching over to Onyx, you've got your rapier. It feels steady in your hand, and roll your attack.
I'm pretty sure Nat 1 doesn't hit.
Okay, so
That's
you
interesting.
stab your rapier into Corin. Your rapier gets stuck between her ribs, and you cannot pull out the weapon.
Well,
I love nat ones. They're fun.
well. Okay, I guess it's for my round.
Book it.
Cheese it!
I still have weapons on my corpse. Just FYI.
All right,
We don't know.
Koro,
that. Yeah,
your
but
death throw.
Roll an unmodified d20.
Your abilities do not count here.
I'm dead.
7.
He is dead. So what happens is the force of the blow was so hard, basically your brain was crushed inside your skull. So it mushed.
Oh my god, we're all dead. All of the main characters are dead.
So what happens in the meantime to
So
play
much
out
for
the
your
scene-
running away.
So what happens in the meantime is Corin, after she kills successfully Koro, goes berserk and literally rips apart everybody in that cell, painting the walls with blood, gore, and entrails, more or less.
Do a saving throw.
Do a saving throw.
Come on, Onyx. Come on, Onyx.
So what happens next, over the course of probably a week, the skies grow progressively darker. The sun never rises again. And eventually one night, the sky's clear. The sky's clear, and the stars start going out one by one. Cambridge itself literally rips itself from the earth, floats in the sky, and you see two dragons battle over Cambridge, Robert and Buto. You see Mira emerge, standing atop a floating piece of Cambridge, like basically standing underneath the Foreth statue itself. The Foreth statue's eyes glow this unearthly icy blue. She looks at them, whispers 2 words, and both the dragons just drop from the sky, stone cold dead. Eventually, the skies are completely dark. There are no more stars left. And the world as you know it, Faerun, simply winks out of existence. And that is the end of the Cambridge Chronicles.
Well, shit.
Basilisk flight endlessly void.
Well,
Wow.
shit. Okay, so I'm just waiting for that part right now where we go the Scooby-Doo ending.
That was like the Clue ending.
Oh,
This is what would have happened had we done this.
Yeah.
So, but that is not the end, folks. Yes, we have completed this Cambridge story, but that is not the end, as we have to do a debrief about the entirety of the Cambridge campaign and how things were meant to go, what was supposed to happen, because this wasn't supposed to happen. Holy shit!
well, as we're here, wow,
Bad rolls killed us today.
Absolutely
Killed us hard.
But I mean, we were sort of, it was stacked against us anyway. I don't even know if we were a couple levels higher if we could have done it because of how
Actually, the way we'll talk about that during the final debrief here on Cambridge, but hopefully you've enjoyed this story, our adventures, how they've come out, and just knowing that this was completely winnable, and I'll tell you how in the next
I have a couple
the next
ideas
hour.
myself, but
A few wrong turns and a few bad places, and the next thing you know, you're dead. But that's just the nature of Dungeons and Dragons.
Exactly, that's just D&D. Sometimes bad shit happens.
Wow.
So
I'm shocked and awe. My first D&D game, and then it's a critical failure.
You ran away and didn't grab one of our
I'm
bodies.
sorry.
He was screwed at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, he failed his throws. I didn't fail mine at that point yet.
And you know what? Next time, I'm gonna read and I'm gonna remember what I have and what I can. Because
But also, it plays into if this craziness is happening, you're frantic. You're not thinking straight.
No.
You're going to do fight or flight, and at that point, you're like, I'm done.
I think you acted perfectly in character.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So
Right up until we all died.
So we will talk about the successes, the failures, the what-ifs, the has-beens, and what could have been here on the show. So for the Cambridge Chronicles and the sadly dead world of Faerun, which has now been wiped from existence itself, no longer exists on the plains.
A complete Terrible Warriors party kill.
Yeah, TPK in one adventure.
In what? Wait. Not it's just one adventure. An adventure that ran for like 35 weeks or more.
Yeah, and this, I said I'll talk about this in the debrief. You guys will see my planning. So for the Cambridge Chronicles, we have been
Alex.
honorably yours, Lee.
And very dead, but I tried my best, Mr. Christopher.
All right, guys, we'll be back with the debrief. Be sure to stay tuned. It'll be a long one, and you'll like what we have to say. All right, guys, until next time.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/Terrible Warriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Thanks for listening to this episode of This Week in Geek. Hungry for more? Check out our website at thisweekingeek.net. You can subscribe to the podcast, browse our Twitter and Instagram, and leave your thoughts on today's topics. If you'd like to give us some feedback, send us an email at feedback@thisweekingeek.net. Tune in next time, and remember, lower your shields and surrender your listenership.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Thank you for your cooperation. Good night.